Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Like everyone in the entire world knows, the petition against the election of Deputy President William Ruto is now in the hands of our 7 Supreme Court judges who are to give a verdict on Monday. Of course, Kenyans, as usual, have not disappointed. They will always come up with something serious. Well, I found a new terminology today that we have Kenyans and we have KENYAZUELANS. Well, I want us to discuss that today as we look at the reasons why the election of Deputy President William Ruto should be upheld and the reason why it should be nullified. Welcome to the show. God bless you. Thank you so much for making time to join us. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and let us get talking. And if you're able to get us, please make sure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people in order for them to be together with us, even as we look on our various aspects of this great nation and the way forward from here onwards. Karibu kila mmoja. Nashukuru wote ambao mnajumuika nasi usiku wa leo. Naamini kwamba tutakuwa na wakati mzuri tunapoangazia masuala haya. Are you a Kenyan or a KENYAZUELAN? And are you for nullification or upholding of the presidential election? Let's get talking. Thank you, everyone. Salome Mbone, thank you so much for joining me. James Mutuku, karibu kwa show. Nectar Nyambane, you're welcome. Linda Ila Nyange, karibu sana. Unasema nullify. Joy Msox, anasema tuned in from Cairo, Egypt. Karibu sana. Kuna Benson Muyana, nullify. Kuna nani? Collins Masasia, karibu sana. Unasema nullify. Fred Odhiambo, sorry, Fred Odhiambo, karibu sana. Boas Wilfred Erico, kuna Nusu Ann, hi to you, thank you. Josephine Hastonde, watching from Egypt, Cairo, hi to you, thank you so much. Igesa George, karibu sana. Kuna Wisdom Max Shalom Okoth, I am here, karibu sana. Ambus Kolo, karibu kwa show. Odori Sara, karibu. Kuna Serem Kipngetich Haron, unasema uphold, tuko na Mungu na wa Kenya. Aya, Anderson Neta, you welcome. Adam Shizo Swafi, karibu sana. Hey, kuna nani? Mary Anyango, you're welcome. Justin Mogire Ondiek, unasema nullify. Nani huyu? Thank you everyone. Kuna Nyarigi wakili, karibu sana. Kuna Oduor Jacobs, kuna Hamis Rajab, kuna nani huyu? Wayne Paul, Simba Omar Said, Bakis Mohamed, alafu kuna Kasimili Otubongor. Aya, mnanitisha leo. Kuna Mary Keshi Meti Mtumwa, nani? Tumwa, sorry. Alafu Akinya Molo, Olela bin Sara, John ndio huyo. Alafu Trufosa Lai, kuna Bushra Evans, Peter, asante sana. Naona screen imejaa. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Nashukuru kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi mahala popote ulipo. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV na tunakupatia nafasi ya wewe kujadili yaliyomo ambayo yanatuhusu sisi kama Wakenya. Na leo nimepata terminology mpya kwamba kuna Wakenya na kuna KENYAZUELANS. So ningependa kujua hawa ni kina nani, na wewe uko kwa nullify ama kwa uphold, alafu hapo baadaye nini kitaendelea. Asante sana kila mmoja. Nashukuru kuona kila mmoja ambaye anafika kwa studio. Naomba tuanze na Mama Selina. Habari ya leo?
Salama sana Penat.
We bado Mkenya ama umehamia Kenyazuelan?
Hapana Penat, mimi ni Mkenya.
Yes.
Alafu unaongea mambo ya Venezuela. Hebu imagine hao watu Penat. Unajua ni Maspanish na vile wanaingia Amerika na maji. Unajua hii watu wanatembea wanaingia kwa maji wanapebwa na maji. I was imagining hiyo machina yetu sasa itatufatia tuwe wa Afrika weusi kutoka huko kwa Maspanish. Utachikuta vile mulisema jana, I was listening lakini ni vile sikuweza kuingia kwa mtandao. For real, if they have our documents. Na America walikuwa na hiyo rigging. Lakini Kenya intelligence imekuwa more than huko. So Wakenya wasifurahi sana ati document yao iko na wakora. That is, hiyo ni nchi mbaya sana. So kwa mimi umeuliza swali leo. NULIFY election. Kama mulikuwa mumepita, wacha turudie election. Na tunaenda pila Chebukati. Tunaenda pila CEO ya IBC. Ama batia baba aongoze kwa sababu mambo ni mawili. Sisi wa Kenya waliamuka na wakapiga kura. Generator ya kompyuta vile tulisema sasa si ile tulikuwa tunalia. Hii sasa ni Gargariansa Venezuela. How can somebody stand on behalf of Kenyans na achiite president-elect? Na anajua kabisa hakupita. So, baba amekuwa ameenda through a lot. Na nilifurahi kusikia Malala akisema kumbe baba anasikia hivi. Kuna watu wengi watatuambia kumbe vile inakuwa ache mtu akifanya hivyo. So, Penat, naona jana watu walikuwa naongea, wengi wanatusiana. Sikuweza kuingia, but I was following on the site. Chenye sisi tunataka kama Wakenya ni mambo mawili. Isiponalifaiya Penat, where will you utakuwa president ya wapi? Unless uende uishi Venezuela. Because we cannot allow that. How will somebody be our president mwenye alielektiwa na machina ngumu hata sijui kutaja? Hiyo machina inakaa kama ya Kikuyu. Magoro sijui. Hata moja siwezi sema. So Penat, on a serious note, the Venezuelans, tuseme nchi sote Spanish speaking. Penat, dunia wako na shida. Philippines walikuwa na shida. Nchi yao wamekuwa na shida. So, I'm wondering ni nini Kenya walifikiria. Chebukati is not a human being. Na hata mnatuletea watoto ya Apat University. Lakini usuri yote imeenda C. Nataka kupongeza Soweto, Murkor na wale lawyers ya baba yote. They said, kuna kitu moja Penat, watu ilinisumbua na hata mimi nikasema, mnatuuliza numbers. Na unakumbuka kuna mtu alikuja hapa akatuuliza numbers. Numbers for what? Na hatu kufanya election. Why do you want numbers? So nataka kujua, najua by Monday itajulikana. Nasikia security simetumwa, simejaa kwa mahali kila mahali. But Wakenya walitumisa amani wakipiga kura. Wamengojea. Msituambie forget and move ama sijui what. Leo sasa ni opposite side. Na nimeona chat mahali watu wengine wamesema wawezi rudia election, na ningewauliza election kani mnataka kurudia na mulipiwa? You know, you guys, you don't have people. Instead of wasting time, mtupeleke Canaan vile baba aliambia watu 2017, Bernard, mkuwe na holiday, msitoke. And the whole country was inside sleeping. Na tuliona kwa macho. Na tuliona wenye walipika kura hata kama Uhuru walipatiwa. Can you imagine, Bernard, today? Monday tunaambiwa tunarudia uchaguzi bila Chebukati. Tell me, Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha, Kenya Kucha watakuwa na kura ngapi? For real. Najua watu ya baba watatoka bila, hey, wataamini. Sasa ile ROs yote waende nyumbani. Mahali mtu yote alikusika na kitu waende nyumbani. Alafu tuone who is a real president of Kenya. Nashukuru Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. His silence is not wrong. Ya pili, Bernard, you are threatening all government, arms of government officials. Unawaambia waende nyumbani. Naona kina Mkurumen wanaambia Matiang'i sijui relax, sijui enda nyumbani. Unasema intelligence ya Kenya. Who will give you the report in the Republic of Kenya? If you cannot work with intelligence, I have never seen that. Hata wakati ya Kibaki na Raila, wakati walitaka kukusa wa Moi, waliingia ndani kwanza, alafu wanachuna pole pole pila raia kujua. Unasikia tu, oh, fulani alienda nyumbani. But this one, hata una sword, and you are telling people to go home. You guys, you are going home instead of Kenyans. Thank you, Bernard. Let me listen for other people to talk. Otherwise, nimeshukuru kwa kunipatia opportunity.
Asante sana Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huu. Tunaomba tutasonga mbele. Everyone, thank you so much. Watu wa comment section. Nafikiria tutaweka poll ili tuone watu wa NULIFY na watu wa UPHOLD ni wangapi by the end of the show. I'm working on that. But utupatie sababu kwa nini unataka NULIFY iwe, kwa nini unataka iwe UPHOLD, ama wewe ni Kenyazuelan ama ni Kenyan. Hiyo yote tungependa kujua kabla hisho iishe. Na naamini kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika. Nashukuru wale ambao wote wanakaribisha mwingine, mnafanya uzalendo mzuri, kwa sababu hapa ni shule moja kubwa ambayo walimu wake hawajapewa syllabus. Wanakuja, wanafika, wanaongea vile wanafikiria, vile wanaona, ili kila Mkenya ajue kwamba ana haki ya kusema na kukadiria mambo jinsi yalivyo. Nashukuru sana kwa kuwa kila mmoja ametulia. Nashukuru kila Mkenya mahala popote ulipo. Tuendelee katika utulivu. Tungojee wa viongozi wetu watatupatia maagizo cha kufanya. I don't know whether anybody has any information kwamba kumetangaza maandamano, kwa sababu nafikiria that is propaganda. Nimepigiwa simu nikaulizwa hiyo maswala na sijapata any credible confirmation. Mimi sioni maandamano, sina haja yake. So unless kuna mmoja ambaye ana hiyo habari atanipa. Kwa sasa hivi kila Mkenya atulize mahali alipo. Tungoje judges wetu wana hekima ya kutosha. Tunawaombea kwamba Mungu awatie Roho Mtakatifu, awaongoze vizuri, ili hii nchi iongozwe kwa maadili na mikakati ambayo inaeleweka na kwa mujibu wa sheria. So kama wewe ni Kenyan, tunataka kujua. Kama wewe ni Kenyazuelan, basi tujue, lakini tutulie hapo hapo. Asante. Bwana Guru, sijakuona muda mrefu. Vipi lakini? Karibu.
Asante. Bernard, when if you are a plumber, and you are invited to fix somebody's bathroom, do not overstay there, especially if it's a madam. And that is exactly what happened. These people invited Kamago. Here in Kiambu.
Guru, you may invite a plumber afike kwako aone pipi yako ako smart akatalie kutoka. So hivyo pia kuna maneno hapo. Aliona kitu mzuri ndiye akatalia kutoka.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Sasa, you know what Kamago did? He's called Kamago. He has actually raped this country. Because you cannot be invited into somebody's home. That is if he was given a job to do. But the job has ended up being actually a bad job. He has come and intruded into our democracy, a democracy that people have even shed blood. Others have been maimed to get where we are. And then somebody comes to our bathroom to as a plumber, and then when we want to go to shower, that is to to vote, he is seated there doing the the unexpected. We cannot allow that, and that is the reason why, for me, I am for nullification. Hakuna ingine. And Bernard, I can see you are laughing there, but I can tell you this is not a laughing matter. I was happy when I heard what our lady judges said as they were in their closing remarks. Mother Kome said that they will strive to see that democracy, constitutionalism, and the need to keep harmony will be achieved in their decision. Mwilu said that they will give Kenyans a decision that will be no less than what they are expecting. Those are very heavily ridden statements, and we hope that they will be guided by the Holy Spirit, because even those who voted for UDA, some of them today, when they read and hear what could have happened behind the scenes, they are not proud, especially those who love this country. This is not about Ruto winning or even Raila winning. What if you put Ruto today, you love him so much, and then you fall out in 5 years, and he has captured the systems in such a way that you will not be able to remove him? How will you feel? You will be in a desperate state. So this issue now is beyond Raila. It is beyond Ruto. It is about the soul of this nation. Are we going to stand for honesty? Are we going to advance democracy? Or are we going to support mediocrity? Are we going to actually betray our forefathers, the likes of Anyona, the likes of Matiba, the likes of Rubia, the likes of Jaramogi, and many others who spent many years being tortured by the government so that we could have the right to self-determination as a free modern state? Or are we going to succumb to a few shadowy hackers, buccaneers, profiteers, people who can stop at nothing to get their way through? We have a choice to make here. And this is not about being a UDA supporter or an Azimio supporter. You may be excited here that your man has won, but if he has won through capturing the institution that should give us a credible election, then you are in the wrong country, because tomorrow it is you who will be crying. By that time, Raila will be long gone. And already Uhuru has sounded that in Sagana. He told the Kikuyus, when Matiba and Rupia were fighting for multipartism, he was a young man and he lent his hand where he could. It may come a time when you have to start all over again. And he warned them that by that time you'll be too old to join them. So this is not a laughing matter, Mr. Bernard. And whoever is coming here as a UDA should know that we have nothing the problem with Ruto as a person. Although we may have our reservations because of his character, but it is now beyond individuals. It is about the country. Are we going to nurture staple institutions that can deliver democracy? Because what we need to preserve here as Kenyans is the right to self-determination, not some few shrewd men. Let me call them men because I've seen a few women except Sholei and maybe some others. But mostly they are men who will sit somewhere and craft how to rig elections in their favor. Even up to today, we don't know how many MPs and even governors and senators who are actually elected in the right way in central Kenya. In Embu, the difference was about 3,000 votes. In Kirinyaga, the difference was less than 5,000 votes. And many other places. Is it a coincidence? I beg to differ. I beg to say that that is not the situation. Something seems to have been done behind the back of the people. And this is a disease that we must arrest now. And the person to deliver us to free, fair, credible elections before he gets old enough is one Raila Amolo Odinga. He has to complete that journey and we will assist him. Bernard, hawa ambao wameanza kupabaika ati tunasema tutaenda maandamano, waambie wajitayarishe. Sasa jeshi itakuwa kubwa. Walikuwa wanasema ni Jaruo peke yake. Watashtuka. People are hurting. We cannot let this country be held captive by a few people. And they should know that. This is not the time we are being taken to Nyati House. If they want to take us to Nyati House, that's what they will do. But the truth of the matter is that institutions must be ready to give credible elections. Every step along the way has been an improvement. This year's elections were a bit different from 2017. This is the last elections that is going to be stolen. Na hiyo wale hataki kusikia wasikie hiyo. Hii ndio ya mwisho, kuiba. Yule atakuwa akishinda genuinely. And we don't care whether it is a Pokomo, whether it is a Kisi, whether it's a Jaruo, whether it's a Kikuyu or a Kalenjin. But to win, you must win genuinely in a verifiable manner. Hiyo ingine hapana. Wacha nistopia hapo saa hii, Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Guru, tunashukuru sana kwa hiyo hekima na mwelekeo mzuri ambao kila Mkenya anatarajia. Naamini unajifunza mawili ama matatu ukiendelea kujumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Na leo tunafanya hiyo poll, nullify ama uphold. Wewe kwa sababu zipi? Bwana Guru ametupatia sababu zake na mimi na support yeye kwa sababu mimi nataka nchi huru. Nataka nchi ambayo najua nikienda hospitali nitatibiwa, sitaulizwa kwetu ni wapi. Nataka nchi ambayo ni mwanangu akienda shule atapata masomo ambayo yanafaa bila kubakuliwa ama kuulizwa wewe baba yako ni nani. Huo uhuru unatokana na uhuru wetu wa kuchaguana. So any time that we cannot elect the person we have chosen to elect, and somebody else has to turn things around to give us another, then we are defeating our own justice system, we are defeating our own law, we are defeating our own way of operation. And that is not the reason why we have a constitution. The constitution can go against you, but you should let it to go against you, because that's what it's meant to. But if we have to twist it so that it favors you, then you are messing up the constitution, you are messing up the nation. So let the nation be free and let that liberty multiply. Thank you, everyone. Please, let's keep it going. This is Mtembei TV. I'll be sharing a video in a short while on how figures were being changed. Somebody has has converted JPEG and was able to make those changes without even using pen, and it's very stunning. So just hold on, we'll be doing that as we continue with the discussion. Nataka tuende kwa leo amekuwa hapa mapema. Msione ako nyuma mwanze kunipiga mawe, mimi niko na roster leo.
Asante sana, Mr. Bernard. I really appreciate the entire panelists. Thank you and good evening. Nashukuru sana kuwa hapa sababu nyinyi ni wazalendo, and this is the battle we have to take, both of us together, and the end means to meet, because China, our soldiers came back, they told us they dismantled the enemy, so there is no war ahead of us. Already Jebukati is down. These Venezuelans are just running away. You could see it today, some of them, they were just responding in fear. We have to leave them alone. Otherwise, we named their president-elect. You can go and represent them there, either on the overseas or on their country. We don't need him here in our country. Secondly, we are happy that we had men and women who represented as well yesterday, and our case was very strong. Mr. Bennett, on my side, the case, this thing is null and void, should be nullified. Even it was actually nullified yesterday. You could see Viromena has just said very clear. He was in control and he noted all the faults. So we are clear, we won. But the most important thing here now we should be worried of is if we are going for a runoff, what is ahead of us? Because the verdict is very clear. We didn't have election, as Mama Serena said. This is a Venezuelan jargon. And I think whatever you're about to show, the people also saw it. It was quite mesmerizing that somebody can, our sovereign country, a nice country. You know, Kenya is a country where those people who don't know, or those people who have not gone out of that country, they couldn't know, or they cannot understand the beauty of that country. They cannot understand at all. And these are the people who are bickering, just running around, just talking nonsense. Kenya is a country where everyone wants.
Savani bwana Evans, inaonekana neti yako imekatika. Pole lakini. I think we'll come for you later on. David, how are you? There is David Nyaka what? I can't read the other name. Hey, Nyakwara. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Okay. Hello.
Yes.
Very
Hello
good.
to you. How are you?
Fine, thank you. This is David Nyakwara from Botswana.
Aya. Karibu.
Asante sana. So I'm saying this, right? This is the first time ever in the Kenyan history that we've ever had the most transparent election. I can confirm that without any doubt. Why? Number one, the servers were open and each and every human being could get the Form 33A And remember, they were there in the portal, and each and every human being in the entire. Yes.
David,
Yes.
when you say
Yes.
the servers were open, which authority are you using?
Can he
No,
first
like,
tell us whether he is a Kenyan or
No,
in Botswana?
Guru, hold on. Guru, hold on.
Okay.
Allow me to
Okay,
prosecute
listen.
that.
Okay, listen.
Yes.
The Form 33A were on the portal, and each and every person that wanted could download and look at it. Let me continue. From the Form 33 that were in the portal.
You don't just continue.
Let me finish.
I want
Let me
us
finish.
to educate Kenyans. All right?
Thank you.
You said
Yeah.
that the servers were open. I asked you, you are using which authority, meaning where are you getting your information from? Because the Supreme Court gave an order in the middle of the petition, okay, to open the server.
Yes, sir.
And
Yeah.
there was a problem in opening the server. Until now, okay, there is parts of the servers that have not been opened. So which one are you saying was open? You mean uploading form on the public portal and downloading that makes us access the server?
I withdraw my statement. I meant to say that the Form 33A were on the IEBC portal, and each one of us was able to download them. Okay. That is what I meant. Yes, sir. And now going as per the Form 33A that were on the portal, and the Form 33A that were ferried through road to the main tallying center.
We don't have Form 33A. Tell him we don't have that 3A. He's lost. He doesn't know.
It's okay,
sorry,
Leo, relax. It's 34A.
Just,
relax.
Yeah, 34A. I'm sorry. A slip of the tongue.
So,
a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue, guys.
Okay. Everybody, Goja, please. Thank you. Yes. So let's give David a number time to make his submission as panic. Okay. David,
no,
what I encourage you to do is to give us the facts, not the political statements, because political statements will not help much. And kumbuka ile swali liulizwa na Soweto, okay? Kama picha ilitupwa ikiwa colored, inafika ikiwa black and white. Endelea.
Okay, fine. Naendelea. Basically, sheria inasema kwamba whatever the result that is announced in each and every polling station, that should be the official result. So when telling all this, the more as far as I'm concerned, they were telling with what was there in the portal. Anyway, we could be politicking, but let's wait for Monday. Whoever wins will support him. Kenya is bigger than any of us. That is my stand. Sisi ni wa Kenya, lazima tupendane wote. I'm a Kenyan from Kisii. UDA. Damu kabisa. But Kenya ni kubwa.
Asante. Thank you, Nyagwara. We appreciate your company. Let's continue discussing. But we are on this show for Kenya, not for UDA or Kenya Kwanza. We are here for Kenya.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I think Bernard also has been struck like us. Bernard is hanging. Somebody's dealing with him as he dealt with me. So can we continue with somebody while Bernard is coming?
Mama Sedina, take over.
Kumefanyika nini?
Seems like Bernard anashinda.
Okay, so nani alikuwa anafuata?
Endelea tu.
Okay, Wilson ameongea.
Wilson nini yake iko off.
Oh, so tunaweza enda Anderson.
Anyway, Wakenya. Okay.
Anderson,
I think tuko wangapi?
Yes, Anderson unaweza ongelea.
Habari zenu.
Niko poa.
Sawa, mimi hata sina mengi. Ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema ni najua Wakenya imefika wakati inafaa tufuate mambo ya sheria. Kama uchaguzi ilikuwa ifanyike, wanatuambia, unaona Guru, walituambia election ilikuwa free, fair and credible. Sasa kitu rahisi tu kuambiwa wafungue sava, wakashindwa. Kama walikuwa sure ilikuwa free, wangefungua tu sava, waambie watu tulifanya uchaguzi, ulikuwa wazi, sava ndio hizi. So vitu mingi sana hawakufanya. Kitu ingine, Kimskit inaweza tumika aje? Moja huko Western inakuja mpaka labda Central, Kimskit moja, alafu mnatuambia uchaguzi ilikuwa wazi. Hiyo uchaguzi ilikuwa ya hawa tu. Huyo Margo alituchagulia. Alafu Guru, unajua sisi watu wa Azimio
Mr.
ndio
Anderson.
tuko na shida. Watu wa Azimio ndio tuko
Mr.
na
Anderson.
shida na huyo
Pole,
Kulamba.
Anderson, David, mute your mic, David.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, endelea, Anderson.
Nilikuwa nasema Guru, sisi
Anderson,
watu wa Azimio ndio
mute,
watu wa Azimio. Hello.
mute. Anderson, you mute. Yes. Yeah, go on. William, go on.
Anderson, umekimute. Yes.
Nasema watu wa Azimio ndio tuko na shida na huyu Kulamba, Guru anasema. Lakini watu wa UDA wako sawa na huyu Kulamba. Unajua Chebukati aliongea na Kulamba kwa simu. Akamwambia aenda kwangu ufix pipe. Na ukipata hata bibi yangu ako uchi, usijali we fix kila kitu. So Kulamba alikuwa sawa. Alikuja akafix kila kitu, akafix mpaka bibi ya Chebukati, kila kitu iko sawa. Si watu wa Azimio ndio tuko na shida na hiyo, lakini hao wako sawa tu, hawaja complain, hawana shida na hiyo. So hii election hii wana nullify, na kama hawatafanya hivyo wapatie Ruto na kuhakikishia hii Kenya hakuna mtu atakuja piga kura. Kama kura itakuwa inapigwa hapa ya upresident, utakuwa unasikia ni watu hawatapita 10 million, watakuwa chini sana. Juu hii itakuwa hujuma. Si tunataka haki. Kama mtu akipata kura mbili, yahesabike ni kura mbili. Sio kura mbili imepigwa, mwingine amepata tena ukisikia hesabu alipata kura 10. Na ni kura 3 zilikuwa zimepigwa mahali. So si tunataka haki, tunataka ukweli. Kura zikipigwa 10 zihesabiwe zilikuwa 10. Sio zilikuwa 20. Mtu mmoja hata kuja kutupanga hapa Kenya. Chebukati hata tupanga tena. So hii itakuwa mwanzo na mwisho. Na ndugu yangu David, maybe hata hukupiga kura. Unajua sisi watu wenye tumepiga kura tuko na uchungu sana. So ukikuja hapa utuambie mambo ya ukweli. Usikuje kusifu ndio sijui huyo Kingpin, huyo Ruto wenu akusikia maybe akuandike job ama nini. Kuja hapa utuambie mambo ya ukweli. Alafu mambo ya maandamano yenye Bena amesema si mambo na maandamano. Ni Azimio imesema kila watu wa Azimio, supporter wote wa Azimio siku ya Monday mtaenda pamoja tukingojea matokeo peacefully, sio mambo ya maandamano. So hiyo ni propaganda ya watu wa UDA. Wakina David Chirichiri wameshindwa saa hii kitu ya kusema. Sasa saa hii ni kutapatapa tu. Mwingine anasema sijui anatengeneza cabinet. Ya nini? Sasa hapa ndiye atashangaa. Kama wanangojea ati Ruto apewe bado. Unaona kila siku walikuwa wanasema tunaenda rerun. Kama mtoto King David anaenda kusema mtoto ni wa nani. Kama mtoto ni wa Raila wapatia Raila. Na tuko ready. Hiyo rerun tuko ready na wao. Walikuwa wanachichocha nayo sana, lakini tukienda rerun ndio watashangaa. Na hatuendi na Chebukati. Hiyo nayo wajue hivyo. Kama ni rerun hatuendi na Chebukati. Tuletewe mtu mwingine. Afadhali hata Uhuru aende miaka zingine 2. Lakini Chebukati hapana. Tunataka tujuane nao hiyo rerun yenye wanachichocha nayo. Tunawapiga 10-0. Sasa tumewafunga vizuri sana. Wale wa Venezuela wao hawataonekana. Chebukati wao, huyo ndio Mungu wao, hataonekana. Sasa hiyo Rila tunataka tuende bila hao ma Venezuela na Chebukati. Waone kama watafikisha 6 million. Sawa sawa, tuko pamoja Bena.
Okay, thank you everyone, and thank you whoever that was holding on. And kama watu wametuma nini baga to lock me out, but I'm back. Thank you so much everyone. Tusonge mbele. Tunajadiliana kuhusu nullify ama uphold. So kama unapigia kura uphold, utapiga kura uphold. Kama unapiga kura nullify, piga kura nullify. By the end of the show tutajua mbivu na mbichi, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni inaonekana kama hii barua nimepokea kama ni ya kweli, basi inaonekana the losers know that they are going to lose it. I don't know the validity of the letter, but I will display it here and we will verify. Tuko katika ile enzi ya kuverify kila kitu. So sijui nani alikuwa anaenda next. Leo ulitupwa nje kabla umalize kusema. Sorry. Okay, ni kama leo hayupo tena. Nani Bwana Nyakwara, you keep your mic mute.
Yes.
Keep your mic mute. Thank you. You only keep it on when you put it on when you are speaking. When you are through, you keep it off because it gives feedback and creates noise for the, especially nyinyi watu mnasikilia kwa masikio. Asante sana. So Mzee Karara, umefungiwa gizani. Okay, I think he has technical issues. George.
Mr. Ben.
Yes, sir.
Habari ya jioni, nimeona kama mko hapo nyinyi nyote. Nimekaa sana kabla sijakuja so, lakini nakuanga backyard.
Karibu.
Sasa hii maneno yani hawa watu hata wananifurahisha tu. Sasa na ile evidence yote tuko nayo kwa koti. Unataka kuniambia si ni nullify direct, ni nullify direct, hakuna kitu kingine. Juu chenye najua hawezi fanya, hawezi sema ati baba achukue kiti, hiyo haiwezekani. Tuseme tu ni nullifyiwa, watu warudi election. Na election atuende na Chebukati. Hiyo hata kama itakuwa nini, hatuwezi rudi na Chebukati. Mimi mbuzi yangu yenye niliweka sijachinja, bado naongoja. Hata unga bado niko nayo sijapika. Bado iko. Suti yangu bado iko. Bado tunaongoja baba apiswe. Kama ni election, vile nimesikia kama Michael Liga amesema, hata kama Uhuru ataenda miaka 5 bado zingine. Lazima hii kitu itengenezwe tu mzuri, kiwanja ikuwe mzuri, ikuwe free and fair. Si ati baba juu kuiba kura, ataki chukue kiti na njia yenye isiyofaa. Ataka chukue kura njia safi, nini kiti kwa njia safi. Kama angekuwa mtu mwenye anataka kiti, hata 2007 angechukua. 2013 angechukua. Sasa hawa watu wasitupange, sisi ndio tumejipanga. So tunaongoja koti Monday. Mimi nilikuwa naomba tu mafans wa baba wakae na upole. Kwa pande yangu nilikuwa naona wasiende hata huko karibu na kotini kama verdict inafanywa. Wakae tu nyumbani, tutasikia vile koti wataamua juu. Zile evidence tuko nazo zimetosa. Sio kitu kingine inafanya hiyo kitu isinalifaiwe. Asante sana, wacha wengine pia waongee kidogo.
Okay, asante sana. Mimi nilikuwa napendekeza kama ni Olympics ama inakuanga world cross country. Ikipatikana ulipewa gold medal alafu ulikuwa umetumia dawa ya kufanya nini, ya kuongeza nguvu ya kupasha misuli ikikundulika unanyang'anywa, inapeana kwa namba 2. So mimi naona hiyo sheria itumike. Okay, kama mtu alihusika, if there is enough evidence that UDA had taken IEBC, they had captured IEBC and influenced the outcome of the election, let them be punished, number 1, by denying them the so-called victory, and then be barred from participating into political processes for 10 years, and then let the number 2 be given the trophy. Tumalize hii maneno badala ya budget zingine. But hiyo ni pendekezo tu, sijui kama sheria inasema vipi on that one, but all in all, thank you. Bwana Karara, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard na wote ambao wako katika forum. Mnanisikiza?
Yes, unapatikana mzee. Karibu.
Kuna distortion. Sauti yako inakuja ikipotea. Yangu sijui kama inapotea.
Uko sawa, endelea.
Sawa. Kwanza kitu lazima tujiulize ni kwamba kama kweli, kama vile umesema, katika mbio za michezo ya mbio, ukishinda mbio na katika chembe za damu ama mkojo kuonekana ulikuwa umetumia zile dawa za kuongeza misuli ama nguvu, huwa unanyaganywa na unakuwa banned, na hiyo nambari 1 inapatiwa ambaye alikuwa nambari 2. Lakini hapa Kenya demokrasia yetu ni kukua inakuwa, hata katiba bado ni mbichi sana, lakini lazima tuangalie mambo mengine ambayo yanaweza tokea, ile tunasema constitutional crisis. Kwa mfano, Jumatatu lazima tujue kwamba wale majaji 7 wakiongozwa na Martha Koome na wenzake, kile ambacho wanajua ndio kile wanaenda kuandika. Hawataandika kile ambacho hawajui. Ati sasa wanafikiria niandike hii, hapana, anaandika kulingana na vile alijua kulifanyikana. Na sisi najua hapa sisi sio mawakili, lakini yale tuliona pale katika mahakama kuu, sio ati lazima ukue wakili ndio ujue vile mambo iliendeshwa na Chebukati, hapana. Ni mambo ambayo yalikuwa yanajitokeza peupe. Niwarudishe mwaka wa 74. Kenya tulikuwa na uchaguzi, na mmoja ambaye alipatikana na hatia alikuwa anaitwa marehemu Paul Ngei, ambaye alikuwa waziri na alikuwa amefungwa jela na mzee Kenyatta. Wakati mahakama iliamua kwamba amepatikana na hatia na amesimamishwa nje miaka 5, kesho yake mzee Jomo Kenyatta alisema hiyo ni mahakama imeamua, lakini kama yeye rais, Ngei atakubaliwa kusimama katika uchaguzi mdogo, na Ngei akasimama na akaishinda. Sasa swali, lazima tujue kwamba rais wa nchi hii Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ana matokeo kamili ya yale ambayo yalitokea. Ruto ana matokeo kamili ya yale matokeo yalitokea. Raila ana matokeo kamili ya zile kura zilipigwa. Hii yote tunaona katika koti ni kwa sababu watu walienda wakasema hii ushindi sio ya halali, lakini ushindi ule ulipatikana siku hiyo unajulikana. Sasa swali, koti ikisema kweli Ruto alishinda, kwa mfano, kisha rais aseme hapana, sisi kama serikali tunajua ukweli, na ndio unaona amenyamaza. Uhuru hajanyamaza bure. Kitu ya kwanza tujiulize ni kwa nini hakupongeza Ruto, kwa sababu nakupongeza kwa ushindi yenye najua unajua haukushinda. Je, tujiulize kutendaje? Tuna kile tunasemaga people's revolution. Tuliona people's president, tuombe kusikue na people's revolution. Wacha niwachie hapo kwa sasa.
Okay, asante Mzee Karara. Tunashukuru kwa hayo na kutupatia hiyo historia ya 1974. Kuna mamilioni millennial hapa wanateta ati ni miaka mingapi tangu hiyo time. when a president is set by law, in a court of law, it is a point of reference whether it has taken 100 years or it has taken 2,000 years. As long as the presidency and it is considered as part of law, it will still apply as a reference. So if the judges go that direction, they will cite that case. They will cite another case from another country that was ruled that way, like what was ruled between Bush and it was called Al Gore or whoever, and when there was a dispute in the Supreme Court of America. So if those kind of cases will come up and is a way of considering in deciding the way forward for this country, I'm sure they are going to apply that, because I believe the judges are not aliens. They are Kenyans. They know what happens in this country. And I loved when I heard the deputy president of the Supreme Court saying that she was glued to the TV on that day, and she saw what happened in Bomas. I was so much happy that they are not cut off. They are part and parcel of our society. They know what happens, and so they will give the best verdict as far as the progress of this country is concerned, the unity of this country is concerned, and the development of our democracy is concerned. When the verdict is given that way, I'll support it. I support anything that is progressive. I'll support anything that will strengthen our democratic space. The thing that will help destroy our democratic space, destroy our election process, it must be rejected. Even if it is approved by the courts, we need to reject it as wananchi, because we can't go to a hall when we are seeing ourselves entering the hall with both our eyes open. Thank you everybody. Thank you wale ambao mnakaribishana. Asante sana kwa ile namba ambayo inaongezeka pale. Kwa wale ambao wanatazama, tafadhali usitazame peke yako. Karibisha wawili watatu. Share in your WhatsApp groups, in your Facebook groups, and every other social media platform, so that everybody can join into the discourse and be able to benefit from what Kenyans are saying about the petition and whether it should be nullified or upheld. And all in all, we are looking forward to having a great time together. Watu wa comments, tafadhali tuweke nidhamu. Hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu umekutana naye hapa kwa platform. Nishawambia, unaweza tusi tu mtu hapa umalize, alafu hiyo Tuesday unaitwa interview. Kufika panel unakuta yule mtu uliita majina kwa Mtembei TV ndio chairman wa hiyo panel, na unahitaji hiyo job. Hata kama ni mimi, unafikiria na kupatia hiyo job, utaanguka hiyo interview kabla nijue jina lako. So please, especially for you young people, take your time. You have a long way to go. Don't be quick in insulting people without knowing who they are and where they have come from. It is bad manners to insult anybody, and especially when you don't know those people. Thank you very much. After Mzee Karara, tumsikilize nani? Tom. Habari ya Tom? Oh, tumeruka Seth, lakini tutarudi kwako.
Yes, Ben. Habari ya leo ndugu yangu.
Fit, namna gani?
Niko salama ndugu yangu. Niko salama kabisa.
Mimi naona unakaa kama Kenyazuelan.
Niko sawa Bernard.
Haya basi.
Mimi nimekaa kama Mkenya bwana. Nimekaa kama Mkenya kabisa. Naona wenzangu wako sawa. Bwana Guru, Karara, Jojo Chieng, Alara, Steve, David, Seth Opodo. I can see guys their faces are okay. They have some hope. So Bwana Bernard, what I can say is just to have hope. Let us just hope for the best, because from whatever we shared, the judgment will be okay. Because I know our judges will not fail us. The evidence we shared last, hata kama wako na maono gani, Mungu yuko na sisi. Mimi naona Monday itakuwa siku mzuri sana. So ni kuomba tu bwana, tuombe tu Mungu, tusiwe na furaha sana, tuwe na furaha kiasi. So wakisamaliza ndio tuwe na furaha zaidi. To me, I hope things will be okay. Hiyo nikiendelea kidogo bwana Bernard. Bernard, Kenya ni nchi ya watu wazuri sana, lakini wachache ndio wanajaribu kuharibu. Na hii kuharibu tunaona sana sana ni wakati wa election. Na hii tabia vile bwana Raila na timu yake wamefanya hapo, nimewaweka tick kabisa, sababu their efforts imefanya tumeona in black and white. Kenyans hata wale wako wanajua kitu kama hii inaendelea wameona. So I hope hizo my elections zingine zenye zitakuja hakuna mwenye atakuwa na hii tabia. It should be the last one. So mimi naona vile wame handle these things in a more democratic way, in a more legal way. So I hope hata our colleagues, the Kenya Kwanza team, I hope hakuna mwenye atakuwa na sababu tumefuata ile njia ila inaonekana hata wakitangaza lalamika, sababu hata pande yao wameona makosa so wenye walifanya pia sasa wana regret, because unajua huwezi fanya Kenyans kitu kama hii. Kenyans waliamuka mapema hiyo siku, hiyo nafasi kama nafasi ile ya muhimu sana, ya nafasi ya maana sana. Makosa imeonekana, so let us just bury the hatchet and see whatever so mimi kwa upande yangu bwana Bernard sina mambo mengi sana, sababu Mungu ako pande yetu. Mimi naona kila kitu itakuwa mzuri. So the issue of kutangaza our fifth president as Baba, quote, I can't tell, but to me as a layman, I use sheria. Mimi ni mtu wa kawaida, ningependa kwa upande yangu hiyo verdict iwe karibu wakati. Sijui bwana sheria kwa Bernard, saidia mimi, sijui hiyo sheria itakaa namna tu. Kama ni baba iwe baba, tufunge hii chapter kabisa, tuendelee na kazi venye watasema ati hatukuwa na enough evidence ni kama 10+. Hata mpaka wenzetu lawyers wengine wanaimba pinky ponky, remember the song. Hii kitu bwana, kitu was full of furaha na mambo mengi sana. Lawyers hawakuwa na kazi ngumu. Wetu Madam Soweto, kongole sana. Huyo nimemweka tick kabisa kwa maisha yake, hata kwa pamoja na wale wengine wenzake. So anyway, wacha nitafikia hapo.
Okay, asante sana bwana Tom. Kile nasema ni moja tu, sheria itafuatwa. Nimesisitiza kwamba judges hawajatolewa kwa Pluto wakaletwa kuamua kesi Kenya. Ni wa Kenya wamekuwa hapa, walipiga kura. That you should make that clear. They voted. Okay, they are Kenyans. They have they know what IBC is. They know how IBC needs to work, and they were told how IBC worked, and IBC was in court to tell them how they did the elections. So I believe we are not going to look for result elsewhere. The results are with us. Our judges are going to rule in the best of the country's interest, But I don't think they will uphold lies after it was displayed barely that it was possible for somebody to meddle with elections, and there is a probability that somebody meddled with elections, and whatever that is announced was not the will of the people. The judges were glued to the TV. They saw the whole process, the excuses, and from the fact that Chebukati announced the result unconstitutionally, just from that is enough to nullify the elections. Without the anomalies of numbers, the anomalies of without following the constitution, whatever you do is unconstitutional. If it's unconstitutional, it's illegal. Every product of unconstitutional undertaking is all unconstitutional, and it cannot be upheld because the judges are supposed to uphold and defend the constitution, not individuals. So until Chebukati tells us that whatever he followed the law, he announced according to the law, he tallied according to the law, he transmitted the elections according to the law, then it goes through. But if the transmission had issues, tulituma picha colored, inafika iko black and white. Tulituma JPEG, inafika iko PDF. Alafu nataka all those 7 judges to agree with us that whatever came from the polling station is the same, even if it's the same figure. That the fact that it changed from colored to black and white, somebody meddled with it, and the person who was meddling with it was also found in the server, IEBC, before the eyes of the judges. Wacha kujisumbua. Let's wait for Monday. But if you are for uphold, you are entitled to it. Kuna barua nimetumiwa imepotea mahali, inasema watu wa UDA wako na demonstration kuanzia saa 2 on Monday because they feel that their victory is about to be snatched. Kama ni ukweli, UDA bloggers, you can confirm that it was signed, stamped by your Secretary General. So if it is true, confirm. If it's not true, stay put. This is our country. Thank you. I'm going to play a video. Tom, wewe mute your mic. Ama unataka kuongea?
Hapana. Sorry, Bernard. Sorry.
Mute your mic. Thank you. Let's play these 2 quick videos, then we go to the next person who is said. Okay. We start where? I think we start here. This one, watch keenly. I don't think if your screen is wide enough to see what is transpiring, but just look at it closely, and then we will have the judges, and then you give your verdict. Just look at it. It's a short thing, but shows something. Okay, and then let's play this one, and then we will analyze both. Kuna mtu anauliza swali kwa comments, I'll respond to it. Let's just get this fast.
Madam Chief Justice, members of the court, I would please plead with you to bear with me, but we do need you to clarify again that what we are about to listen from my learned senior Paul Moite and my learned junior, one of my favorite pupils, Mr. Issa Mansour, is not the case that was not admitted. It is a response to your questions.
I thought we settled that.
We take offense to these lectures.
We're in a court of law before the
Supreme Court.
Let's leave
We
the
are not at the
lecture.
university.
We settled that. Please, senior counsel, are you the one taking the floor? Okay. Oh, it's Mr. Issa. Please take the floor.
The Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, and the Honorable members of this court. My name is Jotham Arua. I'm here to answer a specific question that was addressed to me by the Honorable Justice Lenaola. He had asked a question on behalf of the 4 commissioners. What were they doing at Bomas? We saw them reading some results. Was their walkout an afterthought? That's the question I will be answering, and after that I will cede the floor to my colleague Apple Lomboya, and thereafter Issa Mansour. Madam Chief Justice, the 4 commissioners have explained and clarified in their affidavits that they joined the commission in September last year. They soon found themselves having to operate in an environment in which all decisions were being made by the chair, who was operating apparently on the basis of a settled, firm, but fallacious conviction that all the executive authority of the commission reside in the chair. That heretical position was espoused in this court by none other than my teacher, Professor Gidu Migai. But my teacher, however, forgot to explain to this court the particulars of the law which vests executive authority on the chairman, but does not do so on the commissioners. Madam Chief Justice, the 4 commissioners have explained that as early as April this year, there were already protests, verbal protests being exchanged as between them and the chairman. And they have a next series of correspondences to that effect, which are annexed to the affidavit of Juliana Cherera, but I would leave that to be taken up by Cherera's lawyer, Mr. Apple Lomboya. Now, when they reached Bomas, they were assigned menial responsibilities, as this court has been told. Once again, there were protests, but the commissioners took the firm view that it would be responsible for them to let their infightings be made public for fear of eroding public confidence in IEBC during an election year. And it is for that reason that they chose to handle their differences diplomatically. Madam Chief Justice, these matters are contained in the affidavits. They further clarified that although they were willing to tolerate corporate governance infractions with equanimity, they were not ready to do that with regards to serious constitutional violations. There is no doubt that they were not involved in the tallying or verification of results at Bomas. The only thing that they would do is that they would be given results sporadically at the absolute discretion of the chairman to read, which they did, sometimes with embarrassing consequences, as were explained by Paul Mwangi in the morning. But they could not stand it any longer, Madam Chief Justice, when they were now being asked to sanction results, and they were not being asked, given information that they needed before they could sanction such results. The four commissioners were quite clear that they had a role to play. And they were quite clear that the results would not be delivered unless and until the winner is proved to have received more than 50% plus one of the votes. All they were asking for, Madam Chief Justice, was information that could satisfy them that such constitutional provisions had been complied with. But that was not forthcoming. Instead, their request was construed as an attempt to moderate the results, and that is what they could not stand. Madam Chief Justice and honorable members, at this point, allow me to call Apple Lumboya to come and explain exactly what kind of exchanges ensued earlier on between the four commissioners and the chairman. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. A quick one before Seth comes in. There is this constant question about changing the forms in the portal, and then the changes take place in the pockets of the returning officers as they were walking towards Bomas. That was a $1.5 million question. But returning officers were workers of who? Were they not workers of IEBC? And Chebukati was their chairman. That case ends there. Thank you very much. Bwana Seth, sema. Unmute, your mic is off.
Ni sawa? Unasikia Ben?
Yes, go ahead.
Kwanza nitasema namna hii. Kuna watu wanalaumu Raila. Wanasema Raila anashindwa kila wakati na analalamika hakubali matokeo. Nitawakumbusha namna hii. 2013 Raila alienda court. Court ikaamua, haikuamua mzuri, lakini Raila akakubali matokeo. Lakini tunajua pia walilalia Raila. 2017 court ilisema Raila election ilikuwa free and fair. So those people were accusing Raila kila siku akubali election, wache hiyo. When Raila goes to court, they say akubali matokeo. Akienda kwa street, wanamwambia ende court. So what do they want Raila to do? What do they want Raila to do? Alafu pia nataka kuambia wa Kenya wakumbuke wakati ya governor election kulikuwa na pre-marked ballot papers za huyu mgombea Malala ambazo zilikuwa ticked. Nataka kuwauliza wa Kenya, hizo Malala alipata wapi hizo marked ballot? IBC. Now, Nilisema jana, wengine wakanilaumu, wakasema unaongea ujinga tu, unaongea wewe mlevi ama nini. Nataka kuambia ukweli. Decision ya our judges, unfortunately will be political. Kwa sababu mkisema Chebukati aende, who will hold the election? There will be constitutional crisis. Watasema nchi imetulia. Sasa faida gani turudie kura? Na kama tutarudia kura, nani atafanya hizo kura? Hawa jaji wawezi simamia kura. Hakuna sheria inasema jaji wasimamie kura. Sheria ni moja, Chebukati atasimamia kura. Na Chebukati sio mtu wa kusimamia kura zetu. Sasa kutakuwa na crisis. Wanaweza sema for the sake of the country is calm, everything is okay, regardless of the evidence ambayo imetolewa. Kila tunaona, hiyo evidence enough kunalify election. But unfortunately, Supreme Court ni political court. Wanaangalia security ya nchi, watu wametulia, tutakuwa na nini na hawezi pindua. Unfortunately, mimi ningependa tufanye election. Rerun is the only option, to be honest. Rerun itakuwa neutral kwa upande zote mbili. Lakini wanakuuliza nani atafanya hizi election? Wezi pia huyo deputy wa Chebukati, because pia watasema anagemea upande moja. Chebukati anagemea upande wa Ruto. These elections za Kenya, mpende msipende. Mtai Ngunya alituambia, people sit on the table, you do and vote. People sit on the table and they select. If kura tulifanya, Chebukati na Venezuelan, they sat on the table and they selected Ruto. Na hope, ningependa koti ifanye haki, lakini vile najua sidhani. Watasema tu nchi imetulia, tufanye hiyo. Hawa majaji wako na family zao wametulia. Masema wanasema nchi tumetulia, sisi tuko sawa. Hawajali wewe na mimi. They don't. Na wale mnataka nchi iende namna hiyo, kila election itakuwa namna hiyo tu. Tunaenda kupiga kura, people sit down, wana select. Na Ruto akiingia, mimi sina baya na Ruto, wacha nikwambie kweli. Lakini akiingia, hata Museveni afadhali. Nimemaliza. Museveni afadhali.
Bwana Seth, I love your take. The only question is, if it is political, then it must be decided politically. What is politically?
Absolutely. Sorry, Bernard.
No, Ngoja. Politically does not mean we consider only one aspect of peace and tranquility. We are talking about the progress of our politics as a people. Okay. If the like, for example, it's proven that IBC is under capture by one political party, and that capture continues, will the judges be comfortable to perpetuate that? And then when it has been proven 2013, 2017, now 2022, and it has stopped on the judge's desk, will the judge want that to be perpetuated or corrected?
Bernard, I hope that is the case. I hope wanafanya vile unasema hivyo. Na hope pia mimi ningependa iwe vile unataka hivyo. Unfortunately ikuwagi hivyo. Ningependa iwe vile unasema hivyo. Mimi nataka hivyo. Kwa sababu mimi pia na watoto. Wacha nikwambie Bernard, ningependa ikuwe hivyo. Lakini haiwezi. Angalia hapa UK hapa. UK hapa, we don't have even agents. Unaenda unapiga kura, civil service, unaenda nyumbani. Nobody steals your vote. Nobody steals your vote. Hakuna mtu anaiba kura. Unaenda unapiga kura, unaenda nyumbani. Hakuna agent wa kuhesabu, ni civil service tu wanafanya wanahesabu 1 2 3 4. Unasema ulishinda au ulishindwa. America, USA, unakumbuka wakisema Russia umeinterfere na elections zao. You may remember? You saw how they take it serious? Kenyans, let's take it serious. Let's not allow foreigners, even if it's Ruto to win, let him win, but not allow foreigners to decide our destiny. 42 million. Mimi najua mnasema peace, peace, peace. When there's no peace, there's no justice. Justice and peace go together, and vice versa. Sisemi, unajua wengine watasema, tuna peace, tuna amani, bora tusipigane, 2007 bullshit. My friend, peace haikuji na hiyo, inakuja na shida pia, whether you like it or not. Hata America hawataki hiyo. Anyway, nimemaliza bwana Bernard.
Bwana Seth, thank you very much for that. And we appreciate it. We look forward for the best just judgment from the Supreme Court, which in my opinion needs to help this country. If they are not helping this country, then we will be in a very, very bad state as we move forward. But all in all, let us all keep sane. Everybody respect one another. Let us ensure that we separate Kenya from our politics. I mean, from our political parties, and be able to treat Kenya as a country that will be here longer than any political party, longer than any political ideology. We will need to have the country together, then be able to make our political parties strong, and then be able to forge ahead for political leadership. So the country is the motherboard where everything else is built. We should not throw away the motherboard and preserve a program. The program can't run itself. It needs the motherboard. Kenya is our motherboard. Let us not destroy it because of one political persuasion or the other. But for the motherboard to work well, it has to be in coordination with the softwares. That coordination requires good followership of the set rules and set laws. So anybody who says let's throw away the laws through the window and still continue because we have peace and calmness is deceiving us. Let us understand that without fairness, without justice, without ensuring that every Kenyan is safe and secure, we are risking too much, and we may not be able to recover from what may come out of that aspect of, or rather that approach of dealing with our crisis. Yes, there is this man calling himself what? Provocateur. What is the issue? You lifted your hand. I hope it's a question. You unmute. The mic is beside your name. Just
yeah. I said I have the question to you or your experts. Can you hear me? Bado niko kwa.
We can hear you. Ask the question. What is it?
Oh, so my question was this. I'm trying to understand how is this election? How is it people are saying the election was stolen if the last 2 or 3 elections Raila was on the opposition and the government side or the other side stole election from him. So this time he was playing with the side that was stealing from him. How is it that when he joins the side that stole from him, he would turn around and say that they stole from him? How logical is that? Can you?
Okay, Bwana, you are calling yourself plus. Okay, we are not talking about election being stolen from Raila. The election is stolen from Kenyans. Okay, the majority of Kenyans woke up early, including me, and went and voted a certain way.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. The results begin to come in as we're anticipating. The way we voted is how it's going to go. Then suddenly things begin to happen.
Okay.
We begin to get 3 votes in 3 hours, 3 polling stations in another 6 hours. Things slow down. Suddenly the screen goes off. Then the next thing we see, there is problem at IBC. How are you going to explain that? So it is not a matter of Raila losing an election. Did the Kenyans get what they went and voted for?
Okay.
That's why we're here.
Okay. Maybe I wasn't in from the start of the conversation, but I get your point. But still, you did not answer my question. Whether it's Raila or is the Kenyans, the point is the same people that are complaining that the election was stolen. They pretty much were on the other side.
It's not a complaining, Bwana Plus. It's not a complaining. This is a petition that has been filed at the Supreme Court. The hearing has been done. We are waiting for the ruling. Okay, and the evidence was submitted to the Supreme Court. So until that evidence is proven otherwise, we cannot say that there was no stealing of elections. And the monopoly of stealing is not for the government or the of course. Now, for example, if now this is far-fetched, this is offside, but I would say it. If the 2017 election was stolen, Okay, and the person who is being accused for stealing 2022.
Yeah.
In 2017, he was on the Jubilee side. You get that? Then
Yeah.
he crossed. It's like they crossed the floor. The thief went this side, the saint went this other side. Now, in quotes, So where would you expect stealing to come from? Where the thief has gone, or where the thief has been removed?
There's only one. There's a problem with your analysis there. Okay. Here's the problem with what is the problem with that? Okay. So think about it. The government machinery the entire government forces was behind this guy. So from the CIDs, from the national security, everybody was behind this guy. So unless you tell me, let me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on, Goja. You only came to ask a question. Order.
Let me finish.
Order,
yeah?
Please. Goja Kwanza, I know the narrative you want to push. Listen carefully, okay? The government was not behind Raila to stop the stealing.
No, but you didn't even let me finish my point.
To make the stealing possible. That's what you want that to need. Hold on.
No. I let you finish. So
please,
it's only...
I don't want to argue with you. It's not your turn to submit, okay?
Okay.
I only gave you opportunity to ask a question. If you want to make submission or make an argument, you wait for your turn. All right? People speak here turn by turn.
Okay.
In this first come, first serve. So if we have given you a favor to ask a question before other people who came ahead of you, then you want to take all the time, you are messing up what you're doing.
Okay. I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you. So hold on, you will come to you, and then you will make your argument. But if it's overturning what you are doing, and we give time for a person who has come now, and the others have been on the queue all along, we'll be doing an injustice.
No,
and,
I don't want that.
We are here for justice.
Go
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, let's I think we'll get one video, and then we listen to Lara. Okay.
And dangerous things to be in Kenya today is to be honest. If you did not know. To be honest in this country is one of the most dangerous things. We are a country that celebrates thieves. We are a country that celebrates crooks. We are a country that loves wheeler dealers.
Okay, Bwana Lara.
Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki, wapatie amani. Nchi ni yetu, tupende tusipende, nchi tutajaribu ama tuitengeneze, lakini bado itakuwa ni nchi yetu bado. Sasa chaguo ni lenu, na chaguo ni letu, na sote lazima tuwe na hekima. Hekima ni hii. Hekima ni kuangalia ukweli na uangalie ubaya, maovu. Uangalie uzuri na uangalie maovu. Na maovu ikitendeka, chunga sana usiwe umekuwa kwa jina lako ikatajwa uko kwenye upande ya uovu. Sitaki kuongea kama nataka kuwafundisha chochote ambacho hamjui. Hiyo ni kitu nyote mnajua kwa roho zenu, hata mkikaa hivi mnajijua tu. Mtoto wako akiiba pesa jirani, ukiwa mwovu utazima hiyo pesa utakula, lakini ukiwa mtu mzuri unasema rudisha hiyo pesa umetoa, na utaleta mtoto wako arudishe pesa umetoa, umuoneshe yule mzazi, huyu mtoto amechukua pesa kwako hapo na nimshika, chukua. Hiyo shaming of your child is not that you don't love your child. You're just showing him the right way of doing things. All along, kuna two issues here, which is evidences ambazo ziko kwa mbele ya Supreme Court. Of what catch my eye, there's a in Raila's affidavit, he claimed there's a ghost polling station Gushi, ghost polling station Gushi, ambayo accumulatively ana claim is 11,000. And what those polling stations have in common, they transmitted results from different KENYANS addresses, different serial numbers, but the IP address were only 2 of them, which means something. And they are proven that in the court itself, because ule madam ule msichana ule mfupi ule kutoka Nyarosego ule alisema ile kitu she portrayed in the portal there, if the same kit supplies something somewhere in Multi-Elgon and then the same kit supplies it in Central Region, and these are 2, and it had the same IP address. I mean, at least the serial number. Now this, how you provide something into the court of law. And to my understanding, if that was this, i.e. the smoking gun, Saizi, all the 11,000 Gushi polling stations, behind the scene, the Supreme Court have no choice but to bring the experts and analyze it, comparing to what was provided in the submission of that young lady. If that is true, this time it will be different than 2017. 2017 was illegalities and procedural was not followed, was not submitted on time. But this time, the logs are there, the serial number are there, even the times are there, and they are immense. If in the Supreme Court they proved 2 polling stations which were Gushi, and even on the fake retallying that they did at the Supreme Court there, they still got 9 out of 45, then you can see the projection of this case where it's going. And my previous contributor here was saying that we should accept and move on, or the Supreme Court cannot do it without Chebukati when they rule nullify or what. We cannot go for it. And okay, I'll give him this to just absorb. Supreme Court was created by the same constitution, and it was called Supreme because it's a court of precedent. They can rule by the existing law, or they can create a precedent using other jurisdiction proven otherwise in the world. They are allowed by the constitution not to look only in our constitution, but to also navigate other jurisprudence, especially in matters coming election crisis. I mean, the constitutional crisis. They have a lot of examples to go by, and my prayer for them is they should take the most legal and most viable to our situation. Our situation has been, and has always been, there's political interest in the outcomes of the presidential election. And those people projecting those interests are still looking the same. There's some who wants a clean system, and there's some who wants to get it by rogue and hook. Sasa, this time round, Raila's case is more powerful because why? At least some of the evidence he's providing, it was taken from Ruto himself. It's not something he fought to get it. Somebody brought it from Ruto's side and gave it to him. This is what has been going. And for Supreme Court to nullify it this time round is even easier because it will nullify, and then because it's court of precedence, it can again now redirect the director of public prosecution to look at the evidences, KRG report, forensic evidence that the DCI has gotten. We have a lot of stuff to do. And during that time, 60 days is not a magic, it's enough time to take somebody into court if in the view that the evidence are already there. And at the same time, there is a prerogative for the president to announce a tribunal which can do a work within 2 days or 4 days, 5 days, 1 week. They'll present the report to the parliament or to judiciary. I don't know where they present the report. I think it's go back to the president with the recommendation that this guy must be sacked. It will go there within a month. That same month, the parliament have been sworn in, and I expect another chairman to be sworn in if that is what is required. If not, and for purposes of running an election, I don't think we need a chairman. We just need commission, and the commission is there, the vice chair is there, everyone is there. So if the UDA guys will find that to be right, like to be unihaki, it's justful for them also to allow that Cherara to run it, as they allow Chebukati to run it. Okay, they should also wait until after the election is called. Then they can call Cherara as a hero also for them. Sasa, I leave you with these two things, which I think is going to define our Monday tomorrow and our Monday. Is IBC, I mean the Supreme Court ready to be compared to IEBC, because the composition is the same. They have a president and they have 6 members, and they have a deputy like Cherara. Now, what I'm saying is, if the previous contributor say that the evidence of this time round, which is corroborated by the government itself, and Supreme Court can overlook that, whereas in 2017 it was only Raila's evidence. But this time, it's actually the government giving Supreme Court the evidence, which is calibrated. It has records. It has a legal framework on it. Asante sana Mr. Bernard, utanisaidia kufurther that information further. Asante sana.
Thank you, Bwana Lara. We appreciate that. Okay, there is a complaint that somebody on the comment section says the decision is based on the evidence submitted to the Supreme Court and not wherever any other information from the DCI or otherwise. What we are saying is some order. I'm just clarifying, Banolara. What we are saying is that some of the evidence that was submitted at the Supreme Court, okay, was not just coming from one side. It came from different credible sources. And it is suspected that some of that evidence was produced by the intelligence who are following up with what is happening with elections. That makes the evidence more credible and more reliable, and it can always be counter-checked. Counter-checking means if there is, for example, the most of the judges complained about the difference between JPEG and PDF. If you are following the proceedings, that means if they are not sure, they are either going to Google the difference, or they're going to get the expert to tell to confirm this JPEG and PDF. What is it all about? And then if a picture is taken at the polling station colored, when does it change into black and white? The experts are going to advise. Then through that expert advice, the ruling will be made. So everything is confirmed. Nothing is just taken on the surface. And Kenyans need also to understand that our political or our democracy is growing, is maturing. In the course of maturing, there are some hard decisions that will come that may be different from what came in 2017. No leader stays in a place to maintain the status quo. Everybody wants to build on what he left. So Martha Koome and the other team need to build on what Maraga left. And that's what you need to anticipate to come from the Supreme Court. Na kuna huyu anaitwa Maio naye anasema mimi niko rigid kama mtu asupport Raila na mtupa nje. I don't do that. I only do the people who support evil, support lies, support propaganda, au ndio natupa nje. Okay? Hata unaweza kuwa hapa una support Raila lakini on propaganda grounds pia wewe unatupwa nje. Na ukiona kwamba conversation hapa haikusaidii, hakuna mtu amekufungia hapa. That's important. But you need to differentiate between insisting on what is right, because I want a Kenya that everybody gets what is fairly theirs. Not a Kenya that is twisted, that we destroy systems. IEBC was made out of bloodshed. It was made out of people losing lives, churches lynched, and all manner of chaos. That is what produced IEBC. Then 10 years down the road, somebody wants to invade IEBC, destroy it after we invested into building it, and you want to celebrate the same person. And you want me to support you. I will not. So let's be serious as Kenyans. Kama tunataka nchi, lazima tusimamie ukweli wa nchi. Sio kusupport mtu tu kwa sababu ametoroka na kitu. Get some senses, people. We have a country to take care of, and we cannot build it on lies. We cannot sustain it with lies. Let's accept it. If we have a constitution, we follow it. The constitution says we go to the polling station, we vote. We don't follow the votes in the system. Convert it from JPEG to PDF and do all manner of please. Mtu yeyote ambaye ana akili timamu hawezi kusupport kitu ambacho ni kiovu wakati unadai kwamba wewe unatetea nchi. Hawezi tetea nchi kwa uongo. Let's grow up. I'll play this video and then I bring in a nyumba. There's the other guy who was talking about this Mahawat, the other lawyer. He accepted that the Kim's kids have same serial numbers. How is that possible? Does your phone have a same serial number with mine?
Court had asked that we demonstrate with examples in real time how the Form 34A was interfered with or could be interfered with. And I will do so showing you or using the IEBC's forms itself, straight from the IEBC, from the IEBC portal. My lords and my ladies, I will walk you back through the form that we have just showed you. I see that the court has laptops, which means you're tech savvy, and you can access the IBC portal right now. This is going to be a live demonstration as the court asked that we do. I'm asking that we go to the forms portal in the IBC. We are projecting it up. So that it's not said, because we have been accused of cooking things, forging things. We've been called many names. This is the IBC's own document. We're asking that you open on your own devices, but even as we show, Muranga County, Kangema, Muguru, and Gasharaigo Primary School 02. This is live. My lords and my ladies, we have downloaded a Form 34A from the IBC portal. And I'd like the court to just scrutinize this form before we go to other details. From where I am, the stamp. The stamp. My lords and my ladies, is that the IEBC stamp? It's on the IBC portal, looking like it's been superimposed over another stamp. We have been asked to show how are the figures changed. The votes. Now, my lords and my ladies, if we look at the votes cast, the first figure on the form is for Raila Odinga, 55. It's followed by William Ruto, 260. It's followed by, I think that's Mwaure Waiga, 001. And the last is Wajakoya 000. If we sum up the total votes, we get 316. The total votes cast according to this particular form is 321, different from what we have just seen. The rejected votes are 4, which means already by calculation there is a problem. But we'd like the court to look at the total number of registered voters. A close scrutiny of the form shows that the number was probably 455, and the 5 is actually similar to the figures written in the votes cast. But somebody or somehow that figure has been changed to make it look like 488. It is obvious to the naked eye when you look at that form. Now, when we go to now the bombshell itself, the top left-hand corner of the form, we were told by my colleague, Mr. Gumbo, there were no foreigners in this election. We were told the foreigners left before the 8th of August. We were told they did not even have access to maintain the server. This is on the 9th of August, and at the top left-hand corner there is the name of one of the Venezuelans, Jose Camargo. This is the person who decided the president-elect of the country. It is on the IEBC portal. It is live. How did that come there? What are you doing? This person is the one who was interfering with the forms. We are able to demonstrate at least a crumb was left. By God's grace, we found something. We didn't make this up. We were told we forged these documents. Now, this is how, my Lord, the staging was happening. This is how the changes were happening. This is on the 9th of August. We were told they were not there. I'm going to do, because of time,
with your permission, Your Ladyship.
I beg your pardon. In our petition,
You let her finish and then you tell us what it is. They're responding.
It relates to an objection to what she's doing, Your Ladyship.
No, let her finish.
And it's not the IEBC.
my ladies, my lords, that name, Jose Camargo Gregorio, appears in our petition and is also, that evidence is also found in the affidavit of the second petitioner, one of the people whom we complained about as having interfered in the election and who were told had no access. My lady, we're going to take you again on the same IBC live portal to show how the staging was happened. And because of time, if we can go to Bungoma. We want to do it live, and we're doing it live on the IBC portal. My lady, we were told about the KIMS kit and how they work. The serialization of the numbers. We have been told that each of the 42,201 KIMS kits that were used in the election had their own unique KIMS kit ID and serial numbers. Bungoma County, Mount Elgon, Chesikaki, and Songoyiwa. We'll download the form. The nomenclature of the KIMS kit and the form is shown at the top on the address bar. And for purposes of time, my lady, what we're told, it will show you that that's a Form 34A. It will give you the serial code of the polling station from which that Form 34A relates. And then it will show you the KIMS kit serial number or ID. There'll be a date stamp and a time stamp. What I'd like the court to focus on is the serial number, and perhaps because I can't see from here, this is where I would have liked the court to have its own, but maybe if it can be, do you have a roving mic? Now, the serial number on this particular form, my ladies and my lords, which I would have liked for the court to confirm for itself. If somebody there can, may I ask one of the court assistants to read for us the serial number as it is so that then I'm not accused of making up things?
That's all right. It doesn't change anything. Evelyn, could you read that?
The number that starts with F2, it's in the middle. Or can I read it myself? Yes.
I can't see it. The one on top?
Yes.
PR06.
No. The one.
Oh, sorry. F2.
My ladies and my lords, what would require is that you note down that number. We will compare it with another later.
It reads F2 3045 0M 00204 133.
The time, please. It's right next on the date.
That one. The time is
the date on which
9th August 2022 at 1956.
We'll check another form. Nyeri? Nyeri Town? Gatitu? Morogoro? Tunguma Primary School? Stream 3. Can you read the serial number?
F230450 M00204133.
And the date and time, please?
9th August 2022 at 23:49.
My ladies and my lords, this is the same KIMS kit transmitting or sending results, one from Mount Elgon, 1,000 kilometers away from Nyeri Town. 2 hours later, how is that possible? When each KIMS kit was supposed to have, each polling station had its own unique KIMS kit, which was supposed to transmit from its own unique IP address. Because of time, I cannot demonstrate the thousands of forms that we have identified with the same issue. My ladies and my lords, this is how the staging or the complaint that we raised happened. We did not give this court a fiction. What we gave the court happened. Now, staging, and as we have shown, the 11,000 polling stations that we had complained were staged were transmitted all from one IP address. Every KIMS kit was required to have its own unique IP address. The only way 11,000 KIMS kits or results can be transmitted from one IP address is if they were collected, and as probably my senior Paul Mwangi had. May I have, I beg your pardon, my time is up.
Yes, 2 minutes.
Yes. My ladies and my lords, the manner in which the election was stolen, the reason why staging was necessary was forms were intercepted like this. Whoever intercepted them then had time to decide which ones they could manipulate before uploading them and sending them to the IBC portal. The other reason that we know there was manipulation is because the original Form 34A is a colored form that should have appeared at the National Tallying Center if transmitted in one transaction as a colored form. All the forms that are on the IBC portal are in black and white. At what point were they altered from JPEG to PDF? When did that modification happen? And what other modification was done to the form? We submit to you that we have shown that not only was it possible, it did happen, and the fingerprints of those who interfered in the systems are still there. Thank you for your time. I don't know whether to be that generous. I donate the 29 seconds to the court. Thank you very much, at the insistence of my seniors.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a clip from the Supreme Court showing on how the probable way of rigging process took place. And Jose Kama what? He was present yet absent. Yeye ndio Yesu Kristo mwenyewe, kwa sababu Yesu alisema anaenda lakini atakaa na sisi. So inaonekana after deportation he still remained around. But we are looking forward for getting to the bottom of this. Let the best justice be served by the Supreme Court on this case. We are tired of going to vote and our vote refuses to talk. We wanted to talk this time round. Ni time ya Nyumba, sema mawili matatu tukisonga mbele mbio mbio tafadhali.
Asante sana Bernard. Habari ya nyinyi?
Tuko poa, namna gani?
Nasalimia mzee wangu Karara. First, you know, Jose Camargo, I think we now want to give him a new name. Jose Campango, not Camargo 10, Jose Campango. Because He was a man that was Kampango, not Camargo. Kampango sasa. You know, in Kenya, many people believe that election is always for Raila Odinga. And when you look at the journey that the Raila Odinga has brought this country, if you know where we are coming from and where we are going, you will not say the presidency is for Raila Odinga. Before I go on, 2017, it was Otiende Amolo and Jackson Awele who stole the show. 2022, it is Soweto and Willis who has stole the show. So we are proud of them. And if what Sudi said last time that hii Kiingereza mingi ni ya watu ya kutoka Nyanza, we are very proud with that Kiingereza nyingi. He can now know Kiingereza nyingi means what to the people of this country. Now, this is an election where even somebody who has not been participated in election will tell you it was not an election. Because when you look at the Constitution, even a single vote that is not counted for can nullify an election. So people are only talking about the evidence and whatever, but they are forgetting that within the Constitution, Article 138C, 10C, will tell you that after voting, the Commission will verify, tally and verify after all the constituencies and all the polling stations. We are here now. Chebukati is telling us that he could not announce the 27 constituency, but he had time to declare a certain president-elect. He's telling us there was chaos in Bomas for him to read the 27 constituency and tally them. Yet, people were in Bomas singing and laughing. He's telling us there were no security in Bomas. President Uhuru Kenyatta sent the old GSU that was supposed, if it was 2017, they could have been in Kisumu, were sent to Bomas to maintain peace. Why Chebukati bwana? Stop lying to Kenyans. We know very well that Chebukati was not chairman of the IEBC. He was a candidate of UDA who was running an election. That one they can't lie to us. Second, we want to tell those people who are thinking that this election was for Raila Odinga. It was not Raila Odinga's vote that was stolen. It is our vote. That is why the CJ, the Madam President of the Supreme Court said, we will give verdict within the Constitution. Constitution talks about our votes, not Raila Odinga's vote. And Raila Odinga is telling Kenyans that, look, Bernard, I've said this and I will repeat it, not today, not tomorrow. Raila Odinga is not giving me food. Raila Odinga does not pay my rent. Raila Odinga does not pay me whatever I pay school fees for my people. But Raila Odinga brought what we call the freedom of the country and the freedom of speech, where you can go anywhere and speak the way you want. Raila is telling the people that, look, if these people can continue doing this, 2013 they did it, 2017 they did it, Even 2022, they are still doing it. I will not be here forever. What about you and the young generation to come? And eyes for people who are in this panel. And if you ask Mzee Karara, he will tell you. Ruto is not looking for presidency just to rule the country. He is looking for the presidency to finish the three families, the Moi family, the Kenyatta family, and Odinga family. Because that is what he has been talking about since. Ruto came with a perception that the central people cannot vote for Raila Odinga. That was the perception. But look what God did. There was no turnout in central. God wanted to show Ruto that what you are telling these people is not what I can do. Leave alone, Ruto is telling us every day that Bwana Sifiwe, Bwana Sifiwe. You can't pretend that you are holy more than the Catholic, the people in the Catholic himself, the pastor who's in the Catholic. You are pretending to be more Catholic than the bishop. That one will not happen. It is time for this country that they have to know. People used to say, oh, Raila Odinga is lying, is doing this. It is now open for the people of this country to wake up and say enough is enough. And I know from where I sit. I've said this, I will say it, and I don't fear. A man is only born one day, he will die one day. Whether you die today or tomorrow, the death will come. Our people will not allow this country to go back to the dark eras. They will not allow. Even the seven people, they will not allow. They know exactly what they are doing. So people will talk, jump here or there, but what we know, we want justice. If we get justice, our children are safe. If we get justice, our women are safe. I am very disappointed when I revisit what Sudi told, I don't know whether that person called Kihara, the deputy county commissioner, that we are now the head, prepare yourself to leave, you will not work with us. And you call yourself a leader. Where on earth? The same person was transferred to Central, another person from Central, people who are in darkness, who does not know where the country is heading to, people who are looking for only their tumbocrats, people who are only seeing this country as it is a country or an individual, telling that person again that we also don't need you because you did not protect people. The person did what he was supposed to do. I am saying this because I want to conclude. I don't want to take much more time, Bernard. I think you know me with my words. Anybody who is doubting that there was no election in IEBC, go to Article 81, go to Article 138. You will get all the answers. And people who are telling us, accept and move on, this time, you will wait people to accept and move on. And remember, we are in a country where people don't have money, they don't have food, they don't have anything. Nobody will come for the other. They will just come for what you have in your shop if you want them to move on. Thank you, Bernard, for now.
Anyumba, thank you. And let's keep law and order. Nothing is going to be accept and move on. We believe our judges are going to do due diligence to see to it that they give a verdict that is good to bury whatever evil that has been perpetuated for a long time in this country, so that we can move forward on a clean slide. And that can only take place when we accept to confront our wrong and be able to clean it. The surest way to get out of a crisis is accept you are in a crisis. The surest way to get right is to accept when you are wrong. Kenyan people, we need to come to that place of accepting that things are not working according to what we stipulated in the 2010 Constitution. And for that matter, we need to put our act together as a people. And to do that, we must accept constitutionalism to take its root within our governance, so that whatever the Constitution stipulates, that's what we stand for. That's what we advocate for, and that is what we want to see happening everywhere. Kelly Collins, I appreciate your comments, but please stop repeating one comment over and over. You are spamming the channel and you are risking us from being penalized. Please, if you don't have a new point, just relax. You will hear something new and be able to post it. Don't post that post over and over again. You are spamming the channel. Ken Collins on the comment section. The ruling will declare Chebukati contravened Chapter 6. That I have seen it like now. This is the 10th time or something. Please don't repeat that. If you do, we will have to do without you, because we have no choice on that matter. So get your act together, ama tukupatie leave ya mapema tu. Ndio hivyo mambo inakwenda. I want also to appreciate everybody for keeping it right here, even as we continue with the discussion. Today I'll be leaving early, na kwa sababu kesho lazima niende church na niko na shughuli mingi church. But si mtaendelea na walimu wenu wa usiku. So nataka walimu wa usiku pia, mahala popote mlipo, mwanze kujiandaa, wekeza awai mapema ili tusonge mbele kwa pamoja. Kile na sisitiza ni kwamba kila Mkenya kubali kwamba tunalo jukumu la kuhakikisha kwamba nchi inasonga mbele, lakini nchi isonge mbele kwa ukweli, sio kwa uongo na vitisho eti mkifanya hivi tutafanya hii, msipofanya hivi tutafanya hivi. Sheria ni sheria. Okay, nilikuwa nilifanya poem moja shule, ilikuwa inaitwa Dunia ni Msumeno, ya kata mbele na nyuma. Sheria ni hivyo hivyo, ya kata mbele na nyuma. Mshakubali kwamba tunapitia uchaguzi, alafu uchaguzi ndio unaamua rais ni nani. Tuache uchaguzi uamue nani ni rais. Tusiaje kuingilia ndani ya box tukianza kujichakua hata kabla to count hizo votes. That is a mess. And if this thing like Deputy President of the Supreme Court said ni kama drama, ni kama video, I think if this thing is the way it is, then we are high tech as Kenyans. Tumepita kiwango cha ujanja, yani tuko mbele na kuambia. The next thing itakuwa we are changing Microsoft. We are changing Microsoft into yellow. I mean, it is now much possible that we can enter the system and turn the system to do what we want, not what the system is made to do. That is too much. In my opinion, I beg the judges to get to let some heads roll in this matter. Don't just rule, nullify. No. We want some heads to roll so that inajulikana kwamba hii nchi iko na serikali, na hiyo serikali inafanya kazi, na hiyo sheria inafanya kazi. Sio kujidanganya eti tuko na serikali, tuko na Supreme Court, na kumbe watu wanafurahia kwa sababu watalindwa tu hata mseme nini. I want some heads to roll. I want some punishment for the people who interfered with the election process. Let them be punished. Let us see them being punished. Not just mtu anacheza na 40 billion shillings akiorganize election ambayo yeye mwenyewe ndio anataka kuiamua. That needs to be dealt with on a serious note. Asante sana. Naomba dakika 2-3 nani Joshua, alafu WG, and then Mike. Kukienda hivyo kwa huo mkururo, we'll play a video in between. Joshua, go ahead.
Yes, habari yako Bernard?
Salama.
Yes, thank you very much. Mimi nasema kwa sometime, our God we worship is a God ambaye anapenda just. There's some time, Hussein Marjan and Chebukati, they were in live television, they were being interviewed. And they were asked about this issue of Smartmatic. And I remember Marjan was pretending that he doesn't know that these people bang election in Slovakia, in Philippines, in Venezuela, and in Uganda. He was pretending that he doesn't know. And I remember one of the personalities media was asking that do you know that these people bang election in Philippines? And he's saying that he doesn't know, and he was saying that you go and ask those people. And he was asked that how can you give somebody contract yet you don't know the background of this person? And he answered it very harshly that you go and ask them. That was before the issue of Venezuela. And immediately after that one, I remember the 3 guys of Venezuela were intercepted in JKA. And I remember Chebukati confused himself. He's saying that those guys were employees for Smartmatic, IBC employees. And later they did their work, and they found that the people wanted to hijack our system. The same guys now, ukiangalia in the form that our lady, a smart lady, Soweto, projected, the same name that were interjected at JKA, the same person. And when you look at the epidemic for Azimio, the name appear. So to me, I don't think this thing is just a coincidence. This thing is something that was planned, and so sad for this thing to happen. Because before even the issue of Venezuela came, already there was a guy during the interview asked Chebukati and Marjan about the issue of Smartmatic. So to me, it's very sad that we can have a country where we allow foreigners to come and control our electoral justice. And I was saying that there is no even need of having this issue of mobile electronic. We should even just go a manual way. Kura ikipigwa ihesabiwe pale in the constituent tallying center, kuwe na kamera na media iwe pale hivyo, watangaze hapo, waende another constitution eneo bunge lingine tallying center, kamera iwe pale, isabiwe, ifungwe. Hii mambo ya kutuma result kwa one central point is the one that is bringing this problem. But if you could doing our tally at constituent tallying center, na hiyo ndo result natoka hapo hivyo, na tunaona TV direct from maybe kama Embakasi West, media iko pale hivyo, hesabu ya baba inajulikana na hii ya Ruto inajulikana, inafungwa hapo hivyo. But this issue that the forms are being centered to one central place and then are being tallied, that's what is bringing this problem. So the issue, if we cannot manage our electronic system, then the best way, even if we are going to this election, there's no need of having this, because if somebody can just do something like this, and then as Kenyan, we just want to look at this, that we are digital. So to me, I'm very much mad with this Venezuela guy, ni vile tu hawako, but they have really done a mess to our country. Right now, they've been telling us, in any case, this election will be nullified. We are going to have a crisis. It's better we have a crisis in a lawful way than electing president in a lawful way. After that, we have a crisis ambayo imefanyika in a lawful way. Sababu itakuwa imefanyika, inajulikana kuwa there's a crisis in Kenya, but in a lawful way, than having a president ambaye amechaguliwa kwa njia ya uwizi. So this issue of being telling that in any case this election will be nullified, then we're going to have a crisis. Let it be a crisis in Kenya yetu. We don't fear crisis than allowing a president who has been elected by the foreigners. You know, it's very sad that one guy can elect one guy, not here. Ayuko hapa Kenya, yuko nchi nyingine doing this monkey business. So to me, I'm not happy because this thing has really affected me. Though I have hope in our judges that they're going to do just to Kenyans. So many people have really suffered tarehe 15. I am one of them. I have already suffered. Mpaka leo bado sijapona. And I'm expecting nipate uzima tarehe 5 September. I'm wishing that may God intervene and help me, because asiponisaidia tarehe 5, then I'm dead. I want to tell the truth. I really suffered, which I don't want again to suffer again. There are so many people like me who have suffered.
Joshua.
Yes.
Thank you, Joshua. Take it easy.
Let me finish.
No ultimatums, no threats. Okay, it is Kenya, and it's our duty to fight for it. If we don't win this time, we still fight tomorrow until we win. Okay, hakuna mtu anakufa sahi, hata ukitaka tunakuzuia. Kwa hivyo
what I'm saying that
yes.
we are expecting much in our judges, because they are also Kenyans, and they say what happened during the proceeding. That was a live evidence. You know, kama ingekuwa ni form ya Azimio wamekuja nayo, then wangesema kuwa hiyo imekuwa cooked, but that was in their portal, and I'm very happy that Soweto, that was a bombshell. I would expect something like that kuwa Azimio wako nayo. That thing caught them unaware. That's why immediately walikuja na original form. That original form, the date ambayo agent wamesign tarehe 7. Mungu sometime anafanya vitu za majabu. Tarehe 7 bado hatujafanya uchaguzi. So agent walisign hiyo form tarehe 7 mwezi wa 8. So sometime this thing they're really trying to struggle, but I know tarehe 5 mwezi wa 9 mwaka 2022 our God will stand with us. Thank you very much, Ben.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. We appreciate that. And let's every Kenyan wake up and realize that we have a responsibility to secure the welfare of this country. It is our civic duty. And inquiring and ensuring that whatever that is done rightly is also our civic duty. Kwa hivyo tusione kana kwamba kuna mtu tunaonea ama kuna mtu tuna which hand. Ni ukweli tunatafuta na ukweli tunataka kusimamia. GFHGG anauliza swali zuri sana. Anasema, where are those observers? Why are those observers quiet now? Okay, do you remember the observers who are on the press conference? It was a free, fair, and after the Supreme Court, why are they quiet? They have not called a presser to say anything. I think it is good also to have wisdom to wait and see before you make a comment, for you to continue remaining relevant. All the same, I want to appreciate every Kenyan. Please, let's keep in the fight until we win. Monday is the day for the verdict. Please, let's remain calm and remain within your house until the verdict is done. Even if there are celebrations, please celebrate with modesty. Understand that we have a country to take care of. So it is just normal for one to lose, another one to win. But at the end of the day, we have a country to build, and it will take everybody to build it. UDA alone cannot build this country without Azimio, and Azimio alone cannot build this country without UDA. We all pay taxes, and those taxes are used in developing the country. And so don't make your celebration become as if it's a matter of life and death. We all need each other. That is why God placed us within this country and made us Kenyans in the first place. And so with all our political differences and our political persuasions, let's all appreciate the fact that at the end of the day, we'll still roll our sleeves and face our jobs and be able to sustain this country by ensuring that every house has something to put on the table and they have a future to go to. Our children's children need a country that they will inherit. That should be weighing on your shoulder. I believe that's why we are staying awake and talking as we are doing. Thank you, everybody. Let's listen from Mama Selina.
Yes, Bernard. Nashukuru vile umeongea, but I have a question.
Yes.
Election in our country is every 5 years. Civil servants ni wafanyikazi wa serikali. This government is threatening to kufukuza wafanyikazi ya serikali. So is it after every 5 years we change also the government? Because lazima watu watafautishe wafanyikazi ya serikali na politician tunakubali they exchange every 5 years. But if a government threaten, I will refuse it. Nitakufukuza. Funga firako enda nyumbani. How many people will be home? And are you 100% hiyo watu unawafukuza wawezi kujirecruit na something else ifanyike? Because I thought Penat, wafanyikazi wa serikali, regardless of the government that comes in, walisap Kibaki, walisap Moi, wale walitosha kwenda retire, they went. Walikuja wakasap Kibaki. Kama wakati yao retire imefika, they go. Wameserve Uhuru. Now you want to say you want everybody to go home kwa sababu walisap serikali ya ule president alikuwa. So my worry, or what I want to know is, what is the fate ya wafanyikazi ya Kenya apart from supporting the government? Because nita support Uhuru mpaka the following morning. When you come in as Raila or Ruto, I change my mind and I support your government 100%. So why are you threatening wafanyikazi ya serikali? I want us, because unatuambia tuwe na amani, and you are telling us we wait on Monday. There are a lot of civil servants, they are fate. Wacha sisi wafuasi ya baba yenye tumepiga kura na tumeenda. Penat, I want to know the fate of civil servants, and especially the civil servants wale wakubwa, even the security officers wale wanashikilia nchi. Utaki kuwa na mkutano na state si Uhuru. Kuna wale wafanyikazi ya serikali that wanafanya briefing every morning, ya kwamba wanakuita wanakuambia leo Mombasa imelala hivi, North Eastern imelala hivi, jeshi. So Bernard, I want to know that, because we have lived long time to know the government and politics are not the same. Kabla uja retire, because I may not ask that question again tomorrow. Na wewe ni pastor. Ukiwa pastor leo kwa kanisa yako, ile wase yote ya kanisa unawafukuza. Wale wanashikanga pesa huko kando unawatoa. Wale wase ya kanisa unawafukuza na members ke.
Thank you, Mama Selina. Very, 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 very strong question. And Anyumba wants to kill me. Anyumba, what is it?
You know, thank you, Mama Selina. Bernard, you have to answer that question, because you remember Gachagua told us, even if Uhuru will not come where they are going to carry the Bible, they will still carry where will they get the sword? So answer that question so that anybody can get the clarification.
Thank you, Anyumba. Thank you, Mama Selina. That's a very serious question, and I will say this. I have held the opinion since we've been on this debate for long, that William Ruto and team are not ready to be president and leader of this country. They don't understand how this country is governed and the complexity that is involved in carrying the 50 million of us along with our tribal diversity. They think being in power is policing everybody, intimidating everybody, and pushing everybody around. Now, that is a recipe for disaster in this particular country. It is about time we began to ask those questions. And I believe even the judges are in the picture of what we are talking about. Will they hand over leadership to those kind of people that are threatening civil servants? They are threatening everyone, threatening Raila Odinga, threatening Uhuru Kenyatta, threatening other tribes. Are those the people to be given mandate to run the affairs of this country? I don't think so. And so from the behavior of William Ruto and Gachagua, during their period of being president and deputy president elect has demonstrated to me, that's my personal opinion, there is no much difference between William Ruto and Gachagua and Sonko in Nairobi. Okay? When Sonko became governor in Nairobi, he determined to get rid of everybody so that he makes his own cabinet, he gets his own workers, and in the process, what happened? Nairobi defeated him from governing. It had to go to NMS. All right? The best example I have given of governance is Kibaki's governance. When Kibaki took over from Moi, he retained the Attorney General, Amos Wako, who served during Moi's time. Kibaki retained him full time. He retained the head of civil servants, I think, service. All the key stakeholders were retained. In fact, the DCs and the BCs that we were to dismiss, he had to retain them. That is why Kibaki transition had stability. But Uhuru transition from Kibaki, okay, 2013, what happened? They came in and got rid of everybody. They brought in everybody new. If you are there, you remember the time for Olelenku, okay, with the terrorists and the mattresses, if you remember that. The takeoff of Uhuru was unstable. The country, it took like 3 years for stability to return. What happened? When you come into office and you want to get rid of everybody, you will never have a quick takeoff. Change takes time to happen. When it is done suddenly, it has consequences, and those consequences are irreparable. I close with this story in my response to that about change. As a pastor, I'm a pastor, okay, who was sent to be a new pastor in a new church. And when he reached in the church, he saw that the piano was on this end of the church, and he wanted it to be what was on the left side. He wanted it to be on the right side. So came that morning and carried the piano from this side and took it to the right side. And the stakeholders in the church came and asked him, who told you to move the piano from this end to this end? He said, I just felt like the piano looks better when it's on this side and not when it's on this side. And they told him, we will see. So by the time the service was over, he had been sacked for moving the piano from this end to this end. Then 2 years later, okay, he comes in town. Then he goes to church service in the same place with another pastor. Then he finds the piano where he had moved it, okay? So he said, I will wait until the service is over and ask this pastor, how did you succeed to move this piano from this end to this end and you're never sacked? He said, okay. He said, I moved the piano from the left to the right successfully. But what I did is that I was moving it a few inches every day. So before people noticed it, it was already this other side, but they adjusted slowly to the change. It is wrong to threaten anybody because you are in power, and right now you are yet to be given power, and so that signifies that you're going to be either a dictator or an oppressor. You are given to the same. And so that's why Kenyans and the rest of the people that are are responsible for the transition and everything else need to look at this very keenly. Sisi tunataka president, lakini hatutaki kutawaliwa, tunataka kuongozwa. William Ruto na timu yake wako tayari kututawala. Sisi hatutaki kutawaliwa. Sisi tunataka kuongozwa. So hawana uongozi, wana nini? Utawala. Wanatafuta nini? Utawala. Kukalia watu. Make life impossible for the people. That is not what we fought for. That is not what the Constitution prescribes. And so they have a long way to go. And that is why they are doing everything to get into power, so that they show everybody that they are in power and everybody must be silent. That is not how to go about it. And so Kenyans should reject them. Kenyans should stand against them and be able to get the right leadership for this country, which is to harness every resource that we have within our capability. Civil servants, especially those who have served a long time, they are assets to a country. They are assets to their country. Whenever there is an issue, even the retired policemen are called back. Okay, they are called back because their experience is necessary to tackle a problem better than the newbies that have been recruited the other day. So you cannot do away with everybody because you have come in. Your mindset, Yakashagwa, it needs to be eroded. It needs to be eroded. Those people have never adjusted. They don't think that we are in a new day where life is different. We have constitutionalism where everybody is protected by the law. They think they want to come and lord over us. We are not looking for lords. We already have landlords. I hope that settles that, and I'm sure that makes them angry. Get angry hata ukitaka upasuke. Ukweli ni kwamba tuko katika nchi huru na tutakaa katika uhuru wetu. La sivyo, you know, when
Bernard,
we say we'll go to the street, we can do that. Yes.
Bernard, ikiwa ngumu, we will revisit the yellow and the blue in the map of Kenya. And then tutawapatia kasi rahisi ya kurule. You know, when you are ruling a village, it is not the same as ruling the country. So they may be good to rule the village in the yellow map, and then the blue will be led by a servant who is a servant of Kenya.
Yes. Thank you. Kuna huyu jamaa anasema Bernard, William Ruto will sack you. Mimi sifanyi kazi kwa poultry farm. I don't know any other place where William Ruto has employed anybody except in so-called poultry farm. Na kwa vile mimi sifanyi kwa mimi, kazi yako ni mdomo tu basi. Na hizi nifuta mimi kwa shaniita na kuhubiri injili, zilipi mshahara. Kwa hivyo I threaten watu wengine sio mimi. But I am for Kenya. I want a better Kenya where every Kenyan is free. I believe in the leadership that makes people thrive in their areas of expertise. I want teachers to enjoy teaching, businessmen to enjoy doing business, the military people to enjoy militarying, and every other person free. That's the kind of Kenya I want. Not the Kenya we are careful. You can't say anything. Mzee atakuchapa. Hey, utatembelewa. Oh, utachukuliwa. That Kenya, we are not going back to it. Anybody wants to take us back to it, we will get rid of them. That is it. Either with the people or with any other means. Na hiyo revolution ishaanza. Kwa hivyo, kama unaanza kuthreaten watu na kujaanza, safari ijaanza. Sasa ikianza je? All the same.
Tukijaa uhuru back, Bernard, the next day ami yote wanakuja kwa barabara, tunaimba, tunarudisha nchi yetu, hiyo tu. Hatuna story mingi.
Asante mami. Let's take it easy for now. Let's take it easy for now. Our judges are not going to disappoint us.
No,
our
if
Supreme
the,
Court
you
is
know,
capable.
our faith, Bernard, kura yetu imekataa kufanya kazi. Sasa tuko na feti ya wamama watatu Supreme Court na wababa wanne. So wakae wakijua watajua ile wajaijua, yani wasaidiwe tu na Mungu kusimama. Unajua wa mali wa mama iko Bernard, hata akipikwa jirani akikuja anapangusa machozi na kupika chai. So kama Martha Koome na Njoki Ndung'u na Pilimona wakichapwa wasahau kupangusa machozi na wapigie wakeni chai, mambo ni ngumu. Kenya iko kwa mkono ya hiyo wa mama, na wakijaribu kufanya makosa wataregret their entire life, na ni mbaya sana watu kulia mama. I'm really saying this. I hope they will listen. Wachunge sana. Isiwe wewe mtoto yako mama mwerefu anasema Badala ya kuua huu mtoto, patia huyu mama mwingine aenda alee. Hili nionanga hata akitembea. You know why, Penat? Unaweza sema auawe ndiye muende hasara, lakini wewe tu ulisikia uchungu, unasema wacha tu huyo mama mwingine akae naye. So UDA walianza kusema utupatie mtoto ni yetu. Kwa hivyo tunajua hiyo mtoto si yao. So nataka kumwambia Supreme Court, tafadhali mtoto muache tuone mtoto, mtupatie tuende election, ama patia baba tuchunge mtoto. Pure mambo Penat si rahisi. Asante.
Asante mami, thank you. Mtoto ni wetu na mama anayestahili kupewa mtoto atapewa. Tunaamini kwamba tutakuwa na uamuzi ambao unafaa. Kuna Tanzania one, your gadget is not well configured. Kama unanipata tafadhali hakikisha kwamba wakati unakuja kwa studio, app ya StreamYard ndio inakutengenezea kamera, inakutengenezea audio. Usikataze kutengeneza, kwa sababu ukifanya hivyo hautaweza. We can't even if you add you to the studio, you will not be able to communicate. So kama unatupata tafadhali toka nenda karekebishe, alafu ukija ndio utaingia studio. Lazima kamera isetiwe na StreamYard, the same with audio. So when you say allow StreamYard, allow it. Don't begin to tell it not here, not there. Allow it. It is a safe app. It will be able to safeguard you, and you will be able to communicate to the rest of the world through Mtembei TV. Thank you everyone. Na wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha wengine katika studio, tafadhali tuendelee hivyo hivyo na tuelimishane, tuimizane, kila mmoja ajitahidi. Monday ndio siku ya uamuzi, lakini jiandae kwa sababu Kenya lazima izaliwe mara ya pili, na inazaliwa mara ya pili tarehe 5. Kwa hivyo jitahidi sana na hakikisha kwamba unafanya yale yanayofaa. WG, karibu.
Asante Bernard. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, unapatikana. Karibu.
Asante. Now, I want to, just before I delve into my presentation today, I want to touch slightly on Kenya Quisha's conduct vis-a-vis what Mama Selina has brought about how will civil servants be and the rest of the country. You know, William Ruto and his team, they are behaving like a man who wins a jackpot. All of a sudden, and it comes with too much money, he doesn't know. He had not even planned for the money. He finds himself with the money. The money ends up hurting himself and even the family. They all go because he didn't plan. He does not know what he does with the money. The power that comes with winning an election, as in you guys have ably stated, is that William Ruto is not ready for this. We would be seeing. That's why he is fumbling all over. If at all he gets it, some of the responsibilities will fall on the shoulders of the likes of Sudi, the likes of those other guys as usual. So you can imagine someone like Sudi as your CS internal security. To allow you just know that these guys are not they should not be allowed anywhere else. But my cry goes to the citizens of the country, because for William Ruto even to manage, even after stealing, to come close to Raila's votes, to me, I find that people haven't appreciated the danger at which this country is nearing its destruction by allowing me. I call them the gang, that gang of Kenya Kwisha, because there are people who've been pushed in one corner by the the guilt of their previous actions. So that is the kind of people they are. Now, I'll leave it there for a moment, but now I want to, Bernard, take this opportunity to delve on some narratives that I have seen, going around the social media. One of it being that if this election is nullified, then when we go back to Ariran, that William Ruto and his team will whitewash us. I refuse to be intimidated by that. There is no way William Ruto can defeat, Raila Odinga when we go to Ariran. The reason being, number one, if what we are meant to be, we are meant to know by the proceedings of the court is that this guy stole this election. He compromised the entire process right from the beginning in terms of voter turnout, in terms of feeding the votes into the KIMS kit, into the system, into the system itself, the server or the portal, whatever, the server. He also compromised the officials who were running the election, that is the IEBC. And yet, this guy emerged a winner with 250 votes, not millions, not 1 million. It was just 250. In other words, he struggled. He struggled even to meet that threshold, the said threshold of 50 plus 1. So if it is true that he struggled to achieve whatever it is alleged that he got, then on a well-supervised election, which is using the same the rightful equipments with the right turnout, William Ruto will not pull the kind of votes he got in the 9th election. He will not. He will struggle to do that. Number two, they are saying that right now William Ruto is pulling everyone on his side. He is enticing people, wooing people with the monies. And then I ask, how long did Ruto spend campaigning? He spent 4 years, more than 4 years, before Raila set off to campaign. In fact, we almost frog marched Raila to begin campaigning. He was so comfortable. And even in that, he still made it to almost, to beat William Ruto, or made Ruto struggle. When Ruto is meeting people, the moment Baba will hit the ground, he will meet the people on the ground, the voters themselves, not leaders, those people who cast their votes. Now, take for example, the Ugenya MP who Ruto paraded as having won on his side. How many people did the Ugenya MP move with to Ruto's side? None. In fact, he's a wanted guy in the village. If today anyone meets him in Ugenya, that Elisha guy, he will be chased like a mad dog, like the dogs that has stolen or has killed some animal somewhere. So can you tell me what gain has Ruto done with that? So those are some of the things that I wanted to encourage people, that they should not lose hope. Look at what happened in Kakamega and Mombasa. if you guys think people are waiting outside there, and the moment that it shall be declared that William Ruto stole this election, my friend, who will go to tell lawyers in Western that please vote for this gentleman? Yet everybody knows that, that it was not just a simple allegation. It was true that Ruto stole this election. People will be chased. So the person who will be the first casualty of the repeat election will be William Ruto and not Raila Amolo Odinga. So people should just be ready to go back and vote. Having said so, Bernard, as I finish, as Azimio people, we need to be careful not to repeat the same mistakes that led us to be where we are today. By now, it should have been William Ruto complaining and going to courts, not us. We had no excuse to be where we are. But our position was messed up by people who work with Baba very closely. Number one is because I think the guys who are given the responsibility, for example, the head of elections, the election secretary, who was, I think it was Nderito Muridhi, isn't it? If I'm not wrong, Bernard. Was it Nderito Muridhi?
Nderito was the head of the campaigns.
The head
and
of the
we had a
campaign.
secretariat. We had a secretariat that I think was headed by Tuju. And who else? The brains, Kina Mutula, is it Mutua, the lawyer, and who else? Kidongo.
Okay. So, but you find that majority of people also who are regional heads and people who are, majority of them were preoccupied maybe with fighting their own battles in their territories, as let's say Nderito. So they were so busy also on their own. And the people who also surrounded Raila, I think there were too many busybodies around, as opposed to real strategists who would advise and who would take, note of important, activities that should have been done. So I think at this point, a total overhaul should take place. The other thing that I want to conclude in saying is that we as supporters down here should look at ways of incorporating our views and our activities. I was speaking to some of my friends in Germany, and they were like, how? If anything, it is this other side that has the brains of ICT, the people who have knowledge of ICT. How could it be that the other guys could outwash us in such a manner that we would detect so late that they were interfering with the system? So this kind of dismissive perception, whereby some people are regarded as the most important, as others are being left out, should be again, be revised and looked up afresh. I think that is whatever I heard. Someone was attempting to raise the voice, the hands, or.
Okay, I didn't see that, but just to respond to you.
Yes.
If you followed chronologically the events at Bomas, this election was not rigged once. Okay, the first rigging was done systematically, and it was done in such a way that it could not be easily be detected. They did that with the view of if this thing goes to the Supreme Court should vote, it should rule in their favor, because they strategically added a few votes here and there, using Chebukati and of course the whatever the corrupted returning officers. The problem is when it approached the day for declaring the winner, Baba was still leading. And so they went into a panic mode to do the add-up. It was during that add-up that it was noticed somebody is turning it around. And it's very hard to when the chairman of the election is the one helping the rigging. How will our agents or our now help the situation? So this was something that the captured chairman okay, was the main problem. And as at now, I believe we are more vigilant. Hiyo story ya kusema akuwa na agents agents au kulipwa vizuri is an excuse. Baba had a very good margin, a very good lead, and that's why they were arrested. They were sure everything was following. They were monitoring the development. But ilipofika, it is obvious that this thing is gone. The desperation kicked in, and that's when they did the 500 miracle that Nani was talking about. And then to ensure that it is done, and then hurriedly kuja maramoja pewa certificate, they kick out this other nini. All that was done because somebody was panicking. Mambo hayakuenda vile yalipangwa. But left for free, fair election, and things played according to our agents' report and countrywide voting pattern, genuine votes. William Ruto doesn't have enough votes to come closer to where Baba is. This thing was still at 60, wherever. But because of twisted people, twisted-minded people, who would want to mess up something that is clear, straightforward, who cannot stand truth, who cannot stand clean win. They dirtified our clear elections. I don't think at Azimio kukuwa na IT people, or they did not scrutinize things properly. How do you scrutinize when the plumber is inside the bathroom and is the one supplying soap and water? This is serious. You thought you paid the plumber left. Kumbe he stayed and is supplying soap, supplying water, and you think you are alone. Kumbe you have company. This is terrible. But I pray that we'll get a solution to this, and the Supreme Court is not going to disappoint. It's going to help us build on where Maraga left, by ensuring that our democracy is not raped the way it has been raped through this election. We cannot take this anymore. As Kenyans, let's rally up and do what is right. And no matter what happens, we must save this country from bad elements that want it to be at their call and at their mercy. Thank you. WG, what were you saying? Maliza, line ni mrefu.
Asante. Is there any room for predictions here?
Don't predict. We were talking about do we nullify or uphold? Let's stick there. No predictions. I forbid it for now. Maybe tomorrow. But for today, no predictions. Sawa sawa. Asante sana. Naomba hivi. Tanzania one, hold on. We are coming to you. I'm sure you have something to say, but hold on, we are coming to you. Let's give a priority to these people who are here before you, and then we'll reach to you. There are only two people ahead of you. Sam Kiaro, VP?
Hey, Bernard.
Yes.
Mkwaje?
Niko salama, namna gani huko?
Niko salama. Sasa, for me, hii kitu inaenda kunalifaiwa. And kama mli note nini final remarks za nini Philomena Mwilu akisema we are all equal and we respect each other. na hiyo tu kitu peke yake wanaenda kuonesha Chebukati an example on how to work together as a team and not separating. So number 2, hii kukiwa na rerun, mimi ningeomba hivi, baba kwanza anapaswa kutafuta Simba Arati, wa jamaa acheki ndio tukue kila kitu ikuwe in order. And then number 3, uliona for example ile election ya Mombasa na Kakamega, hawakuwa agents ati wa baba, walikuwa walikuwa supporters wa baba. Na hii kitu kirudiwa, hii tunaenda kuweka last nail kwa coffin ya watu wa UDA. That's what I can say. And then another thing ni hii mambo ya hii election yetu inakuwa expensive hivi, inapaswa kuwa so simple. If wangeweza kuconsider kila polling station ingeweza kuwa na kamera, hata hii mambo ya manual camera and then iko na voice record, ingekuwa very simple. Watu wakinini we got to check to the camera nini kilisemwa, so simple, and then tunamaliza. So that's what I can say, and we are going the right direction. Thank you.
Asante sana Sam, we appreciate that and we look forward for that to happen. I still believe we can do our election digitally 100% and succeed to get a president without papers. The greatest junk of our budget for election goes into printing papers. We don't need ballot papers. We just need a secure website where somebody can log in the way we log into our M-Pesa and vote. Na mambo ishe namna hiyo. But wale wakora ambao wanataka kutwist maneno, hawezi kuruhusu hiyo, watatafuta mtu wao aingie huko ndani tena. So we need to secure that. But the moment we get that secured, I'm good I believe we can still do a free and fair election electronically and succeed at it. We just need to get rid of bad elements from that. Integrous people will give us free and fair elections. Hakuna mtu ata complain. Lakini ya makaratasi, mara tiki hapa, mara nilienda huko nikaambiwa mimi nataka chungwa, okay? Akaambia hapana, leo hakuna machungwa, tuko na mapera. So all right, thank you everybody. Let's keep going. WG nitafutie Wekesa Temba ama nani Julia, kama unaweza wapata tafadhali. Masaa yangu ndio haya yanakaa na nataka kuchukua sadaka nikiondoka, so ngojeni kutoa sadaka. Hakuna mtu anatoka sahi, acha nikuweka mang'anga, funga milango. Watu wasitoke kabla watoe sadaka. Okay, Robbins, how are you?
Yes, Ben, mambo?
Niko poa, namna gani huko?
Poa sana. It's been a minute, brother. Sasa asante bana. Nimekuwa nikiwafuata from background like for the last 2 weeks. Mimi hata nilikuwa nashinda what to say, but I was really busy watching the proceedings. But I think mine I just want to touch on vitu tatu. Kuna jamaa ametoka hapo at least hata amenitoa maneno kwa mdomo, hiyo mambo ya sikutaka kutaja majina, but now that ameisema and all of us tuliona. Maybe ningeanza na kupatia watu wa Azimio hope, courage, na all of us tuliona what went down in Supreme Court, na the kind of questions zile ziliulizwa. So maybe mimi nita focus na mambo mawili matatu. Mambo mawili itakuwa ni about you remember kuna wakati Dr. Smokin Wanjala aliuliza the respondents about what were the 3 Venezuelans doing kwa server, na kwa majibu yao jamaa, mimi sikuona kama those guys were really able to give a good answer. Mwisho ya pili ilikuwa ni DCJ Mwilio. That I think ilikuwa directed to Mr. Chebukati. Kati alisema he gave an example of the Supreme Court na IBC, which have equal number of members. Wakati alisema we consider ourselves equals. That's the reason why, as much as they consider themselves equals, they don't overspeak each other. None has a veto, whatever has a veto powers, but of course we have a team leader, and that was a very clear message to Mr. Chebukati. Chebukati. So the other thing, Ben, I really wanted to address nimeenda through mtandao tweets, naona watu wengi sana wana complain about hii team ya Baba, but I have some more reservations. Ben, ukiangalia mtu kama Junet kwa kampeni ya Baba, that guy gave his all. That guy gave his all kulingana na mimi. Kuna jamaa yetu, maybe naweza ongea hivyo, mseme labda ni mtu yetu Saitabao, na this guy called Ledamo Lekina. All of us saw ile sacrifice za jamaa alifanya. If those guys hawangeleta furugu bombers, hata hiyo clip saizi inatumika as evidence. Wakati chairman anaulizwa, are you about to burn this country? Mr. Chebukati, do you want to burn this country? Jamaa anaongea vitu zake hapo hivyo, ndio sasa Mr. Saitabao akasema, then give me one of the copies. Jamaa akasema lazima usign. So if Mr. Saitabao didn't do whatever he did, hatungejua that our chief agent alikatazwa kusign. Plus now another thing is huyu jamaa anaitwa John Njoroge. Baba hired that guy for a reason. John Njoroge was hired for a reason because walikuwa najua ile intelligence walikuwa nayo about David Chirchir, ile amount of information by virtue of David Chirchir kuwa amefanya kazi na IBC. Hata unaona nini yake kwa hizo logs ukiangalia vizuri, his names zinaonekana. So Njoroge, hata unasikia kuna affidavit alikuwa anatajwa. Hii mambo yote unasikia ya kudelete ya nini, hiyo mambo yote ilijulikana na through that guy called John Njoroge. It's only that I only wish hata kama kina Mr. These lawyers wangepeana nafasi a testify like an expert, but anyway walikuwa na their own procedures. So I think looking at the tweeters, our team mambo ya kusema ati to disband a team, ati to let another team, some of these guys played a really key role. Walicheza part yao vizuri. It's only that some of them haikuonekana, but we know they did their part. Of course kuna wengine ambao were not very royal, but to my understanding, kama Junet, Moreithi, Saitabao and Njoroge, those guys did their best. I'm telling you, hii mambo saizi Azimio mnaongea about logs. I'm telling you, not very many people were able to go through the system ndio wajue ni kitu gani kuwa deleted and what was not deleted. It's not that they just hawakupeana nafasi these guys watuoneshe what really happened, but that is in the affidavit. Ukienda sana kwa like wole ya nani ya John Njoroge. So we should really appreciate these guys, they did their part. You see now, like John Njoroge is not a lawyer. Yeye ni expert wa IT. Yeye ndiye alikuwa anapatia hata those things uliona akina Soweto, akina huyu Murgoro akipeana. those information were given by that guy. If you want to confirm, just go to kwa tweets za John Njoroge. Utajua the amount of information that was not even given to us, but iko in affidavits and judges wako nazo. Otherwise, Ben, mimi, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic as you've always been. Wewe, Mama Selina. I know. Monday is gonna be our day. So like all of us should be optimistic. We look forward for a good day, and hey guys, I wish you some nice time, and for now, ndasimamia hapo nipewe watu wengine nafasi. Thank you so much, Ben, for the chance.
But Njoroge was mentioned several times, and they say in the court that he was the expert for Azimio. Unless ukusikia, but Njoroge was mentioned so much because he's the guy who found everything there.
Yes, Mama Stella, ndio nasema kuna watu huko hata saizi ukienda Twitter, the so-called supporters wa baba wanasema Njoroge must go, Saitabao must go, sijui nani must go, but
they are not Robins. Those are not supporters of Baba. Those are UDA bloggers camouflaging with the Kinolo, Onyango, and other names.
Exactly. That's Ben, excuse me, it's my chance. Where Clinton?
Clint, don't even talk because you are not a blogger.
Ben.
Yes.
Because now it's a matter that is in public domain. You know, this wakili called Donald Kipkorir. That guy is a close friend of Baba. There's another guy called Lord Mutai. These are guys who are very close to, they are friends to Baba. These are people. I remember kuna tweet Saitabao jana aliretweet kwa nani akamwambia, bro, why are you so bitter with me? Kama unataka attention ya Baba, I will ndakupatia namba ya Baba. But anyway, these are my thing is, these people who are very close to Baba ni kama wanajaribu kupiga watu wengine kisiasa. But the truth is, mimi what I know, Saitabao played his part. If Saitabao kama hange raise voice hiyo siku na waleta hiyo vita mpaka hata Ledama mpaka rungi yake ivunjike. Anyway, I'm not here to drum wars or anything.
Thank you, Robin. I know. I understand what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
And being around Baba is very, I would say, very delicate.
Very tricky.
I have been to Azimio headquarters. Okay.
Right.
The kind of brokery.
Friction.
That is around. No, brokery. Leave alone friction. Brokery. Okay. Songesho huku kando, ambiwa mimi ndio niko closest, mimi sijui mimi. All those useless things are happening around there. So I understand. And then also the politics around it, it is inevitable. Kila mtu akiwa karibu na mfalme mpaka ajipendekeze. But at the end of the day, we are not yet there. Let us take it easy, one step at a time. We'll soon get there. Overhauling the secretariat is unnecessary, or the campaign machinery. We just need to revamp it. Revamp it means get now, like there are no other seats. If we are going, that is if we are going for a runoff, there are no other seats on the ticket. It's just the presidential. So what would take Nasimba Arati, all that, they will be agents. And they will need to deploy agents in Rift Valley and in Mount Kenya, where the polling stations are at the mercy of giving out 5 ballot papers for presidency to 1 voter.
Sure.
When that is checked, and of course get rid of Venezuela, because Venezuela is still here. If it is not gotten rid of, we'll still be doing the same thing, expecting different results. So story ya serial numbers za Kimskit zichukuliwe vizuri, kila mtu ijulikane mapema. In fact, they should be gazetted kwamba polling station fulani iko na serial number, Kimskit serial number fulani. It should be gazetted ahead of time, ili tukipata any result from Venezuela inajulikana hii serial number ilitoka Navajo polling station. But IPC wherever IP address, sorry, IP address inaonyesha Venezuela. So Navajo Venezuela, Navajo Venezuela, proximity.
Tusikue na Kim's kit. Tusikue na Kim's kit ambayo inatoka Mount Elgon na the same kill kit inafanya nini in Nyeri. Okay, thank you Ben.
So thank you Robbins, we appreciate that. And let's also not open many debates inside one. Right now we are focusing on Monday and the outcome and whether you are for nullification or upholding and why. Let's keep it there. But the other things will be dealt with. What I want more than anything else in this election, watu wapanishiwe kwa kuhujumu maisha ya Wakenya. Nullify if you want, do whatever you do, but I want people punished. Seriously, heads must roll in this particular ruling. Isikue tu ile ya pampering ya kawaida. I appreciate that. Tanzania 1. Habari ya leo?
Salama, habari za huko?
Salama kabisa, tunashukuru.
Nashukuru sana kuwa na nyinyi hapo. I thank Robbins. Robbins, you're a very smart guy. And I liked your observations. Kizungu yangu inaweza siwe mzuri sana. Unajua sisi wa Tanzania kizungu mingi hatuwezi. Tunaongea kidogo kidogo. But since I went in good schools, so I understand that I can speak.
Uko na uhuru wa kutumia Kiswahili. Hakuna kufungua.
Okay, guys, I think I should start from where I can start. Allow me to say something because I'll come to a conclusion of what actually is very interesting. I have been one of the guys in Tanzania who has followed up the Kenyan politics from the start. But I noticed a lot of things on the Azimio la Umoja and Kenya Kwanza. When you look at the two factions, you can just observe that Kenya Kwisha, is it Kenya Kwisha as you call it? It's really full of hate. Most of those people, they have something behind them. They are trying to fight and to make sure that it comes true. Of which, for a person who is on the right track, you'll know that these people are leading to failure. You know, I know Ruto since he started when he was with the ODM, he shifted, he went like this, how he plays his politics. But as you said, let us try to look at the way how this thing went. Don't even look at this Gashagwa, the Wetangulas and whatever. I just need to tell you some things which you also need to keep note of. And if you reach Monday, this is exactly what you are going to see. Despite the fact that I'm an outsider, I'm not supposed to speak for the Kenyan politics. But what I would like to talk about is, I've been looking at the similarities of scenarios when Judge Maraga nullified the previous election of 2017. Even today, I had a clip in the morning, I looked at it. He was being interviewed by a certain journalist, and he said, what made us nullify that election was that IEBC did not accept to open the servers. And then we decided to nullify it. But when you look at this election, there how it went, it had a lot of issues. And actually, you guys, you need to thank your DCI. That guy is a very intelligent guy. He knew something which was not right, and he really kept a secret in his heart until he submitted it at the right time. And I want to tell you that there is something for us when we sit at the side, we see and we observe. Kenyatta is a very smart guy. The way how Kenyatta is holding Samuel Ruto, it is very rare for somebody to understand how this guy is playing the game. But what I want to tell you, this issue started almost 3 years ago. Ruto started playing his games. But remember, you have the national security. The national security is never sleeping. So when Ruto planned all what he planned and what you saw, President Kenyatta was knowing what was going on. And that's why he was giving statements, simple statements. And Ruto was saying that kuna mtu anaweza kuiba kura zangu mimi, I'm a deep state. Whenever he was giving those statements, the deep state cannot just take them as light statements. Kwa hiyo kama wangeweza kumtouch Ruto kipindi ambacho hamjaenda kwenye uchaguzi, hiyo nchi ingelipuka. Sasa huyu bwana Kenyatta anataka kumuondoa Ruto kwenye game by using the legal means. Kwa hiyo ndio maana unaona wao wamekaa kimya, na jamaa mmoja kwenye clip moja iliyokuwa inatembea na kuambia, ukitaka kumkamata mwizi na bangi au mvuta bangi, mwache anunue bangi, aishike, avuta, apige pafu za kutosha, akishalewa unamchukua, unamfunga handcuffs, unamwambia sasa nimekukamata na bangi. Kwa hiyo whatever was going on in the bomas of Kenya, the national security was there. Even what I can tell you, those 4 commissioners and other people within the system of IBC, these guys were almost, what I can tell you, they might be people of the national security. And that's why you see this. You'll come to know that. The judges who are sitting on the bench, for your information, if you don't know this, any person who reaches that stake in the national level is always behind the national security. So these judges came to the panel when they know all the story. They know what is happening. What was just going on in the whole scenario in the court was a formality, but there's nothing which they didn't know, because the state organs work together. So I just want to give you a brief of this. In the judgment on Monday, you will see they'll talk about the technology. When you talk about your constitution, it says transparency, simple for anybody to understand how it goes. There are some terminologies which are being used. So how can somebody from Ranga see that this election was simple? There are 3 categories. It was not even verifiable because a village person could not know how this mathematics was done. So even the judges didn't understand. So they will nullify that election because of being not simple to verify and other issues to be known. Because even now what I'm going to tell you, that the issue of whether Samuel Ruto got 50 plus 1 or Odinga, these guys are going to remain abstained because they didn't even understand both lawyers of both sides. So it will be an issue which will hang. But the issue of the gubernatorial race in Mombasa and the issue of Kakamega, because they said if it affected the election, that one will be rejected because there is no way how it shows the impact. It's not measurable. So that one they'll put it aside. But almost when you look at the issues that they touched on, the 9 issues, how the forms were touched, you know why they looked for these boxes in 47 electro what? Where they called, how do we call them? Where people went for elections.
Polling
stations. They didn't like to know about whether the votes were correct or not. They just needed to know whether there were some irregularities. And really, they found them there. So the issue, if they wanted to know the numbers, if they are tallying, they could make a very big sample. But because of time, they just wanted to see how was this being done. Were there some mistakes? Really, the mistakes were there and they were found in the boxes because there were 2 types of forms. Now they will ask you, what were the agreements between the contendants in the election, between Laira and the team of Ruto? What did they agree about? Because Odinga complained about the two types of forms which were similar, and this came to be a problem. And actually, the other lawyer talked about it. So there's a lot of things that happened, and really they were not good. And I'm telling you, my brothers, let us not just look at whether this issue is going to be nullified or Ruto will just remain to be a president. Ruto will never be a president of Kenya because, first of all, he's a thief. No person can be allowed to take such a country where many people are investing with big money, and they allow somebody like him to to control that country will be sold. And already your country has been sold. How can somebody from Venezuela decide your fate as Kenyans? Because if you really understood what they said, by the time they were telling that guy of technology, the one you have done, Joroge, when they're trying to see what was going on, IBC played the game and they told those people from Systematic to write a letter. And this letter was a bombshell also, because they said you don't own those Kim's kits. You don't own them. They are for those guys who printed the people who sold you the technology. So how dare the IBC chairman and his team purchase something using taxpayers' money, and you guys, you don't have any rights? That means we are sold. So this election, you are going to see people going to jail. This is what I'm telling you for sure. And this election, you are going to see things changing. Let us not look at the Odinga and whatever. Odinga is not even an issue, but Odinga, whether he loses or gets the election, gets to be a president in Kenya, he still becomes a hero, because he has changed the constitution. He fought for so many things in Kenya. And even if he fails now, that means that he will remain to be somebody who will be praised that he made something at the end, though he failed. For me, I see him as a hero. Let us not be partisan. Let us not be partisan. Let us talk about the fate of Kenya, because we all love Kenya, because that is East Africa. But if somebody is a thief, we should say he's a thief. Now, Gachagua, just when they were elected, they were told that they have won, he was talking about the 200 million that is going to get his money. He's that really a vice president. If he was in Tanzania, he would be in jail. I'm telling you, people are looking after money. They want to pay the debts. Somebody who doesn't feel that Kenya is a country. And I'm telling you, if you leave that group to own that country, they are going to sell everything. Thank you very much.
Asante Tanzania One kwa maoni yako na mchango wako, tunashukuru, na tunashukuru kwamba uko na shauku na siasa zetu na nchi yetu na unaitakia mema. Tunaamini kwamba Mungu atajibu maombi yetu. We are looking forward to a great Monday. I think we'll call it Super Monday, like
yeah, kwa sababu mimi ninachokiona Odinga ni mtu ambaye anaifanya yanamfanya baki na heshima.
Asante sana, asante sana. All right, thank you so much. I want to play a video before we go to the next person. Please, everybody, keep your mic mute. If it is not mute, it provides a feedback, and that creates problems, especially for those people listening with their headphones. Let's ensure that we stay within those boundaries and do what is good for our great country. Let's listen now to this, even before we bring in the next person contribute.
7 people are sitting on a judgment or a decision, and there is a dissenting voice. Why didn't the chairman tell Kenyans exactly what happened? That we conducted this election, we came to the National Tallying Center, we have these results, but some of the colleagues have a dissenting voice. They will tell Kenyans why they are dissenting.
I know that the events of 15th August are in our minds, but remember that there was an extra day by which Mr. Chebukati could have declared the result. Why did he not wait until that day? Violence or no violence? Perhaps you have another reason. Reach out to the commissioners, the 4 that are now named the 4. Try and reach a consensus. Address the question of the 27 constituencies, so that these suspicions that have now cropped up would not have been an issue. Is there any other reason why he did not take advantage of the extra day to do what he had to do?
Another thing that worries us, and I think your team should answer, is why the live streaming of the results stopped. Because if Kenyans were able to follow the streaming from the beginning to the end, which was being done in the spirit of accountability and stability and transparency, then the rhyme which we were being told of the pige ponki would not arise, because there would have been no confusion. We know this is how things are happening, and therefore maybe the losing candidate who is being called to go to the National Tallying Center can decide not to go, because they know already the results, they are on the screen.
And you do know that the drafters of the Constitution introduced independent commissions and independent offices to deal with issues of authoritarianism, accountability, transparency, and to do away with the issue of one person having power. But from the narrative that we're hearing here in the court, there appears to be an all-powerful chair who, so what is a check for this all-powerful chair if the commissioners have nothing to do with his role? What would happen if the chair was to announce the wrong results completely?
Because in King Solomon's story, the protagonists were distinguished mothers, but here you called them two gentlemen. But I also remember that one of the mothers who turned out, or the mother claimants, who according to Solomonic wisdom could not have been the mother, is the one who was saying, cut the baby. But the other one, I remember, said, no, let her take the baby. Because what she was interested in is to preserve the baby. Would you be willing to advise? I rest my case, CJ.
And on that note, I bring Clifford to respond to Justice Wanjala on that particular question. Would you be willing to advise?
I don't see Clifford. Maybe umemaanisha Clinton, eh?
Bernard, nilikuwa nimesahau kitu kimoja ambacho nataka niwakumbushe. Chebukati anaenda kuwa hanged very badly kwa sababu mnakumbuka kuna committee iliyotengenezwa akiwa wamemweka na Madam CJ kuwa kwenye committee, ilikuwa sijui ya watu 20 before the elections. Hicho kitu kinakuonyesha kabisa kwamba the government was knowing what was going on. Na sasa Chebukati anaweza kurukaje hapo wakati Mother CJ alimwambia kabisa be careful. Alimwambia Chebukati akakataa kuwa part of that committee. Sasa things have happened.
Thank you, sir. Clinton.
Yes.
Anza na kujibu swali.
Bwana Mtanzania one lazima ajue sheria zetu za Kenya. Na anajua historia yetu kidogo lakini hajajua sana. Aendelee kufanya utafiti ndipo akuje kutuongelesha sisi wa Kenya. So Mtanzania one, sisi we don't hang people. Na pia hatuweki watu jela kama rais wenu mwenda zake. Ukijaribu tu kumpinga hivi, usipoingia Kenya unaingia jela. Sisi hatufanyi hivyo. So itabidi utuelewe. Ben, Kakamega na Mombasa, niliona hamna kesi ndipo mkasema kwa sababu hatukuchagua gavana. Pengine rais pia aliumia. Na hiyo niliona ni kama judges walikataa. Pia jana nilikuwa na watch tu proceedings vizuri. Julie Soweto akatokelezea na form. Ikabidi nizime TV niangalie kwa simu. akitoa form kwa portal yetu live, na form iko na Jose Kamara na hizi zote tuliwaambia kortini kwamba ni mistakes are for human beings, na hiyo shida tulirekebisha. Sasa hatujui kama tulirekebisha hadi kwa akili ya majudges ama tulirekebisha tu kwa screen. Hiyo tutajua on Monday kama judges walitusamehe. And then mimi, my only worry about William Ruto's victory is 50% plus
Clint,
1.
before you go further. What was the mistake about Jose? Nimeambiwa anaitwa Jose, is pronounced Jose Camargo.
Ben, tuko na haraka pronunciation, tutajua baadaye, kwa sababu niliona forms mob sana zilikuwa na si forms. These papers tulitumia kwa uchaguzi zilikuwa na majina yake, so sijui mbona alikuwa anapia kila mahali. Hata ile form lituonesha Ben, I think that was just an overlay venye IBC lawyer alikuwa akituambia. Si eti Jose Kamago alikaa kwa ofisi yake akascan form akaweka kwa portal. So niliona mlistress sana hiyo point kidogo tu iingilie yule judge.
Nataka kusema returning officer mmoja alituma forms nyingi, presiding officer mmoja, lakini alikuwa anasoma article ya Jose, so akakunja hivi na akaweka hapo ni form, akachukua picha.
So hatuwezi tukasema ukweli sasa hivi kwa sababu Philomena Mwilu na wenzake wanajua, but Ben, I think Mungu ndiye alitusaidia kwa sababu zile vitu zilikuwa zinatoka kwa portal ya IEBC, lakini niliona the Chief Justice alisema because you didn't file them, the request is therefore declined. So I hope that they won't use the forms that Julie was showing to make the judgments, because wakizitumia ni handkerchiefs tunafaa kununua kesho. We only have tomorrow to buy them. So Ben, my only worry about William is 50% plus 1, kwa sababu Kia Omtata kwanza simuelewi, alikuwa Busia akitafuta useneta na anakuja na 50 plus 1 yake. I hope the judges adopted the 50 plus 1 ya IEBC, but there were so many questions which I don't think if they adopted it. So wanaweza wakatuambia kwamba the election was good but the 50% was not achieved, na bado watainalify. So mimi naomba wasione hiyo 50% plus 1, waone vitu zingine and they uphold this election. Ben, what made me happy yesterday was the scrutiny report. It was either he work on the benefit of Azimio or he work on the benefit of Kenya Kwanza. And I can admit it really worked on the benefit of Kenya Kwanza. Kwa sababu what was being scrutinized, sisi ndio tulionwa kama wezi. Eti maybe mtahesabu penye tulipata kura 17, tuliandika maybe 171. But I thank God hiyo report ilikuja kwamba shida ilikuwa na form 34A ama hizo zingine, but the numbers were done
on the website of ABC,
and again, and I can say that ukiangalia, nimesikia jamaa akiongelea George. Yeah?
Carry on, Clint. Kila mtu tafadhali usiongee katikati wakati mtu anafanya submission, unainua mkono kama una swala, alafu I have the discretion either to pick on you or not. Please. Thank you. Clint, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think nimesikia jamaa akiongelea George Njoroge kwa mambo na scrutiny report. Ben, Njoroge na Githongo, those people were disqualified from those proceedings. Sababu Githongo alileta logs, nasikia ni za 2017, akajaribu kuleta affidavit ingine kusema hizo ni demonstrations. So I think those ones were dealt with, but now the scrutiny report itself ilisema kwamba the IEBC servers were not interfered with. Na place Murgor alijaribu kututia baridi, alishikwa dakika ya mwisho, extra time, kama una watch football, na Justice Lenaola. kama Lenaola hangeona venye majudges wengine hakuona, wala ile kitu ingekuwa nullified kutokana na hizo malogs. Murgor alikuwa amepita nayo. But we thank God alisema mwenyewe logs zilikuwa za July, wakalog out to mean the IBC servers hazikuwa na shida. What Azimio are not telling us, Ben, or what you people are not telling us. Saizi umecheza clips tukiulizwa maswali kama IBC na Kenya Kwanza. But maswali mloulizwa siku ya kwanza amtaki kuziongelea. Ndio hiyo tuliambiwa, mbona Chebukati hakuita wale wengine awaongeleshe imekuwa hivi na hivi na hivi, ama angengojea asome hizo results the following day. Nani alijua kwamba keshoe hakungekuwa na violence? Nani alijua kwamba kesho yake huyu Masai wenu angekuja na rungu mbili ama hangekuja completely? Na a day before, Chebukati alikuwa amesema we are going to announce the results tomorrow at 3 p.m. So every Kenyan, even Martha Koome, the Chief Justice, knew that that day we were going to announce the results. And Philomena Mwilu, the Deputy Chief Justice, aliuliza vizuri kwamba yeye alikuwa amekaa kwa TV yake akingojea results, akaona drama au wengine east side au wengine east side. In fact, alikuwa anafikiria Chebukati atakuwa anasoma numbers zake au pia wakisoma numbers zao, and that one didn't happen. So hata our judges, they are going to have a tough time deciding on that point whether the IEBC was properly constituted or not. Yeah. So Ben, the chances of Azimio getting this election being nullified are very slim. Maybe it will be about the 50% plus one. But if the judges will adopt the turnout from IEBC, not Okia Umtata, then the election will automatically stand come tomorrow. I foresee a situation whereby William Ruto's win will be upheld, because the evidence that Julie was issuing yesterday, angezileta mapema, hatungekuwa na ubaguzi, hatungekuwa na hope ingine, because they were real, live from the portal and such things. But now they were rejected because it's like they went
What do you mean they were rejected, Clint?
But Judge alisema they were not filed at the right time.
No,
and
they
therefore,
were being opposed by the IEBC not to go in that direction. The president said, no, let her finish her submission. And then those evidences were confirmation of the filed evidence, confirmation in response to questions. They were not to be added to evidence. They were confirming the evidence that was already submitted.
Ben, you
so
remember...
wewe inaonekana unasoma kitabu ingine.
No, let me just...
Hizo ni maswali ilikuwa ya machachu wameuliza, na ndio sababu walisema wasiseme chacho, wakasema hapana, ni sisi tunataka kuelewa. So it was not from Azimio or it was not for Kenya Kwisha, but they wanted to respond from the churches. So hiyo churches walipata ile kitu walikuwa nataka.
Ben, do you remember our senior counsel, huyu mwenye alikuwa na lead counsel, senior counsels wa Ruto, aliulizia kwamba when you allow Azimio to bring new evidence, are we going to be given time to respond? From that point, unaona venye hizo vitu zilienda mpaka the Chief Justice mwenyewe akasema these ones, akashika hizo booklets hivi, these ones, the request to admit them is hereby declined. What was declined? What was declined, Ben?
There is there's no new evidence that can be filed when the time for filing is over. You understand?
So hizo vitu Chief Justice alidecline zilikuwa.
A response to a question, it is not an evidence. It's a request by the judges to show we claimed that there was a foreigner in the server. Okay? Then demonstrate to us how that is possible. Then it was demonstrated as a confirmation of the affidavit that had been sworn and filed within the time frame.
Penat,
But
photo view.
but
Penat. No, Penat. Hiyo report walisema 46 polling station na ilikuwa na registrar na ilikuwa na agents, na Murgor ikasemekana kuna 9 polling station, coast polling station. Sasa Murgor alikuja na ile evidence alikuwa amepata huko, na ndio ulisikia ilisemekana Chacha aliuliza tuko na yetu ya registrar, na Murgor akakuja na yao. So hata kama walikataa ya Murgor, walikuwa already wameenda na ile ya registrar. So what he is telling us, atuambii hii evidence ni ile 46 polling station ilifunguliwa na churches walipata tosari, na wakati ule nini ya IPC aliitwa ile ya Harvard University, sijui jina yake Mamar, akasema yes, ilikuwa ni makosa. Akaulizwa ingine, akasema hata registrar alifanya makosa leo. So wakati alijibu hiyo mambo yote ya Murgor, the greatest lawyer amesoma Harvard University, aliadmit na akasema everything was in 46 polling station, silikuwa mbaya. Na ndiye Murgor akaulizwa how did you get 50? Ndiye akasema hisabu yake mimi hiyo sijui, but mimi kama opinion leader ile hakuenda shule, alishika maneno mzuri ati ya kwamba registrar kwa 46 polling station IPC walifanya makosa, na wakauliza kama 46 polling station iko na shida, Bernard, how about 246 polling station? So hapana ambia sisi ilikataliwa, niliripoti ile walitoka nayo, lakini kotini awangetaka ya Murgor, walikuwa natosheka na ile maneno ilipatikana kwa registrar.
Okay, Ben, I thank Mama Selina for admitting that he saw the documents I was talking about, zenye zilikataliwa, kumbe zilikuwa za Murgor. And we know who Murgor was representing.
No, don't confuse me. Mimi si kijana kama wewe. Mimi ni old woman, elderly, yenye natakikana kuadvise wa Kenya. Nimesema hivi, walikuwa wamefanya hesabu ya 46 polling station, na kotini walikuwa nataka ya registrar, kwa sababu walituma registrar kukua macho ya kotini. Well, Kenya
Ben, naomba 2 minutes.
Na upande hii walikuwa na yao. So usiniconvince tu, mimi si graduate kama wewe, lakini opinion leader ila anafuata kabisa.
Okay, thank you, opinion leader. Ben, 2 minutes nimalize point yangu.
You don't take the 2 minutes, I give it.
Just give me 1 minute, then nimalize basi.
I said order. Okay? We are not just arguing among ourselves. There are people we are giving information to. They need to follow what is happening. So let us not create confusion here. Okay? So your 2 minutes start now.
Okay, uziangalie vizuri kama Mother Koome. So Ben, the scrutiny report, I was very happy with it because both lawyers were given opportunity to comment. And the judge who was in charge of this was Judge Njoki Ndung'u. You remember the first words he said in the first minute of that is that some prayers were, alikuwa anatumia maneno zingine hapo, sijui kwa Kizungu, sina English poa. Some prayers were unrealistic, something vague, things like vague. Na mnangojea judgment kesho. So in short, Ben, what am I trying to tell you? After the scrutiny report was brought to the floor of the court, Judge Murgor alipewa time yake, akajaribu kutuelezea, IEBC wakajitetea, side ya William wakajitetea. But we know, according to the scrutiny of the scrutiny report, tuliona kwamba kwa hizo polling stations that were sampled, they admitted some mistakes, but the tallies were matching, according to what we had. Hata we najua uliona hiyo. And again, about the server, walisema the report of the court, ndio walisema the servers were not interfered with. The Venezuelans walilog in July. Isaac Lenaola akamuuliza Murgor wenyu kwamba you mean they logged in July? Yes. That is before the election? Yes. That's what I wanted from you. And Murgor, according to his explanations, alikuwa na explain hao watu walikuwa ndani tukifanya uchaguzi. So mambo na logs, mambo na server, mlifunguliwa server, shida haikupatikana. The scrutiny report said so. So mkingojea election to be nullified according to the server, hapo nayo tunaota. That's according to me. The servers won't enable this election to be nullified. Mambo na Venezuela, ilionekana kwamba Venezuelans hawakuwepo kwa server tukifanya uchaguzi. That one was also explained.
And
Yeah?
they were able to send the Form 34. One from
Yeah, but
Bungoma, then the other
maybe
mambo
they
za
sent
Itumbi
Form
hapo.
34A.
Hizi za Itumbi ndiye analeta.
But now the court, according to their own report that took them time to make, they made the report that servers have been opened.
Okay, let's do this.
Servers have been opened and there was no problem.
Clinton, not all the servers were open, only one. There are 8. Wacha, unajua hii propaganda inafanya your submission to be wanting. Na mimi
But Ben, the scrutiny report kila mtu alisikia, Ben, to be sincere.
Unapaswa kusimama kama chairman, not to parrot what Itumbi said, please.
Brother, nilikuwa nataka kuongezea kwa mama
chairman. You are respected chairman. Peana information hivyo, acha kupeana nusu so that
mama alichosema pale.
When the order, everybody please, nobody should be shouting when another one is talking. Thank you. Now, Clint, wewe ni chairman na tunakuheshimu. Nataka upeane ukweli ulivyo. When did the court go to assess the servers and came back with a report that nobody touched the server?
Okay, let me answer you. Ben, mimi maybe kuelewa kwangu shida, but according to
when unatuambia tarehe fulani the judges ordered that the servers be scrutinized by the registrar or which officer of the court, then the officer of the court went and assessed the server with IBC and brought report. I can't remember anything like that happening. I'm hearing
Ben,
it from you. So tell
Ben,
me,
what was yesterday's report about? They were talking about the servers, the Venezuelans. Unatuambia hapa walikuwa kwa server. Walikuwa kwa server gani kama registrar hawakuenda kwa server?
You said the court's report. The court received the report. Which report was that?
But yesterday we were talking about the reports, Ben. What was Murgor talking about? The report. Ilikuwa ni report yake ametoka nayo kwa Capitol Hill. There was a scrutiny report yesterday. Everybody talked about the report, the servers, the Venezuelans.
I know the scrutiny report. I don't
That's
know
what I'm talking
report.
about.
I don't know the report of the server. You said the court received a report that there was nothing wrong with the server. The Venezuelans were not in the server. When was that report sanctioned and when was it submitted?
Okay, the statement, that statement, I took it from Judge Lenaola yesterday when he was questioning Murgor. He was questioning Murgor according to the scrutiny report that was made by the registrar. Your agents were there, Kenya Kwanza agents were there, other agents were there. The logs that came didn't come from anywhere. They came from the servers. And now it was time to argue about the logs.
I'm mixing two things, Clinton, and I want you to end there.
Logs can only come from the server. They can't come from Kilimani.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Storia logs na scrutiny report, those are two different things. Okay?
Okay. Let them be
There
different,
was
but
no, from the best of my knowledge, there was no sanction by the court, order by the court, or the court putting up a scrutiny team to go and scrutinize the server. I'm hearing that from you.
But Paul Mwangi says that
Only order
IBC has
given was
refused
for the
to open the
IBC.
servers.
No,
That was
yes, order for the IBC to open the server. That order was there. But the committee of the court to go and scrutinize the validity, the genuinity, and the security of the server, it was not there. I'm hearing it from you.
Okay, Ben, in 30 seconds, nimalize. This is my last statement. The court ordered that the servers be opened, and the court sent the agents there. Azimio sent, Kenya Kwanza sent. What were they doing there? It is the report that was being made that we talked about yesterday in court. All the agents were there. Yeah?
So the servers were open. Clinton.
And even James Orengo said that the
open?
IBC have failed to comply with the orders of this court that they should open their servers. And Judge Lenaola told us that the process is ongoing. Yesterday, he told us that the IBC cooperated and the process is finished, and they are now waiting for the report that will be availed for discussion.
Thank you, Clinton. Thank you.
Servers were opened, Ben.
Order, your 30 seconds are finished. Thank you. I don't know about that, and I'm hearing it from you. But all in all, mbivu na mbichi inajulikana Monday. All I know is that we have able judges, and they're going to judge this case accurately. Chebukati did not conduct these elections according to the constitution. Therefore, the results are as wrong as the process that generated them. Let me say, yes, Robbins.
Ben, sasa mimi I think I would want to give Mr. Clinton information, because unajua Clinton is here to demoralize us. At times he pretends to be on our side. At times, I don't know, man, this guy is... Sasa yeye anataka kutuonesha vile ati our side did not prove anything, But I also want to, I don't want Mr. kutumia evidence ambao anataka kutumia against us. I also want to give him 2 or 3 points za watu wake respondents. Point ya kwanza, use of 34A booklet 2 of 2. Reasons given for the use of irrelevant because the books was not to be used under any circumstance. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. Kitu ya pili, the IBC mathematicians of actual turnout failed to convince anyone. Na kitu ya tatu, Omkia Mtata argument of 50+1 together with Dr. Utumba, various permutations was really convincing. Hata judges uliona, they were really convinced. Kitu ya nne, Ben, na ya mwisho, the last two, Kim's kit sharing serial numbers is not a possibility considering how serial numbers are generated. Na kitu ya mwisho, Clinton, the last one, elephant in the room, majority of IBC commissioners against Chebukati. Not one single judge is going to ignore this. Issue of 27 untallied constituency is very weighty. Simple, hiyo peke yake is, hiyo ni grounds enough ya kufanya hiyo kesi itupe. Plus, hao watu ambao unaongea, those registrars unaona, those are advocates ambao, these guys are civil servants, walikuwa wametumwa na Supreme Court. Hiyo kusema peke yake, that lady wa mwisho ambaye alisema, huyo Mbosha alisema IBC wamekataa kufungua servers. Period, bro. Kama ulisikiza kitu ya 2017. I'm good, man.
Thank you. Let that rest there. We play one video, then we move to the next contributor. WG ameenda.
Or what happened? In 2017, the basic ground upon which this court was able to expose the irregularities was through the fake forms fake forms were used in the elections. Remember, ballot is the currency, forms are the returns of that currency. What did Chebukati do in this election? He decided to print genuine forms in excess. He printed deliberately without a commission resolution genuine forms in excess in all the 46,000 polling stations. They were not needed. What did he end up doing? When the party agents raised it, Mr. Chebukati proceeded to send them to all the 46,000 polling stations. All those 46,000 genuine forms, book 2 of 2. So in your electoral universe, you are now parallel to the genuine forms from book A. You also have another set of genuine forms, book 2. What has the scrutiny disclosed to us? It has disclosed to us that 50% of book 2 was used. I had requested that we be given book 2 in the entire country. And the court in clarification said, limit it to the one polling stations in Ms. Celestine's affidavit. And I took it. It has confirmed what I believed actually happened.
Mr. Chair, please point us to the report where that is captured.
No, the reports, oh, sorry. The numbers are found from page, the registrar has not given you the tabulation of percentages, but from page 175.
You see, it's a submission you're making comes from the report.
Yes.
So we'd like to find from the report where that 50% appears. That's
okay, the 50%, if you look at from page 175, sorry. It gets to 50% when you add them. You must do the addition. There are 27 polling stations.
In the report?
The word 50%?
Yes.
I can mention the polling stations.
But it's not in the report, it's your calculation.
My calculation, yes. It's my calculation. It's my calculation based on what the registrars found. Like if you find, for example, Kakamega High School, there was no form provided. For book 2 was never provided. Bomet County, Gorgor School, polling station 2, not provided. Kasagik Primary School, polling station 1 of 1, forms not provided. St. Joseph Kapkerich Primary School, the form was used. Chesentum Primary School, form was used. Kamwai Primary School, form was used. So if you add up from the registrar's report, they come to 50.
Okay, we move forward with the conversation. Let's listen to the voice.
Hello.
Hello to you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Ben. How are you doing?
Great. You're welcome.
Thank you. I was itching to respond to Clint according to the. I just came to say one thing. That's why I was raising my as a because he's telling us that the submission of Julie Soweto was declined. That's a false information. That was false. She was demonstrating the filed evidence. She was demonstrating filed evidence. Na nimesema hapa jana around asubuhi nikasema huyo Julie Soweto actually huyo dem alifanya watu wote wa UDA kutokea jana wakiarisha mpaka sasa hivi wanaendesha, wanajua kitu inawangoja. So hiyo mambo anasema hapo ati anajaribu tu kujifariji. Yeye pia amekuja kumaliza stress. Si eti ni wa UDA hata kwanza, yeye ni mtu wa kucheza, ni flip flopper. He's just a watermelon guy. He's not even a UDA supporter in real sense. Kitu yenye Mama Selina alikuwa na try make understand ndio ilikuwa genuine about the Murgor nani submission ya kuwapea hizo hata kwa files. Kitu yenye ilirudishwa ni hiyo ya Murgor, but haiko kwa report. Some of that are in that report. So ukisoma hiyo report ya scrutiny iko hata kwa gazeti, ilitokea mpaka kwa gazeti Standard iko ndani. Ukitaka kujua everything what just ungesoma gazeti ya ni juzi ama jana I think. utasoma everything was in the gazette, in the newspaper. I'm trying to say that in the newspaper. So hizo misinformation mingi za kusema sijui the evidence or the submissions were declared, ni venye wao watu wa UDA walipanic mpaka wakaenda chukua another fake form, and then two wrongs cannot make a right. Two wrongs will never make a right. Ndio maana ukasikia Murgo anasema siku ya Nyali kufa miti yote uteleza. Yaani hata hiyo ilikuwa trap. Walikuwa wanataka walete the game was like, hata nimeelewa ni kama nyinyi wote hamja understand the game. The game was not to demonstrate from the live portal. The game was to each them so that they may bring the original, the so-called original Form 34A. Na wakati waleta hiyo Form 34A ndio walijiuza kabisa. Musiende hata mbali. This nullification can even be made just according to to those just even mentioning one from Chebukati gazetting himself as a not as a returning officer but as a presidential whatever he gazetted himself, that was unconstitutional. That is violence of the constitution. So kutokea tu na hiyo kitu moja yenye alifanya hiyo, kwanza hiyo nani yote hii drama yote ilikuwa Supreme Court ilikuwa nataka tu, majaji walikuwa wanataka kuelewa from juzi. Mkielewa vizuri language za majaji, judges walikuwa wanasema hivi, walikuwa wanasema so we have one powerful returning officer or one powerful chairman. Na ndio maana huyo judge akasema it's not even chairman, it's chairperson. I'm listening to you guys misusing using a wrong term. The term to use to call Chebukati is not chairman, it's a chairperson of the IBC commission of the IBC board, and it's they're supposed to be equal. Language zote za majudges zilikuwa na condemn, every single word za judges zilikuwa na condemn Chebukati's action. So Chebukati's aliuza, na mwenye ameuza kabisa UDA ni Mahat, huyo the Mahat whatever, huyo lawyer wa IBC, because alikuja na math mingi na zile ma explanation, na akasema every response yenye ulikuwa unasikia kwa majaji, sijui kama mlikuwa keen, kitu yenye unaona judge ana react kwa sikiza vizuri, that's where points comes from. Some of us maybe tunaweza kuwa tuko na idea of whatever we are talking about, so don't just musisikize information za watu wa UDA wanajiconsole, wanakuja hapa kujirudisha moyo juu wanaendesha vibaya sana. I live around them. I live around them. They are my neighbors, they are my friends. I tell them everything. I can see their situation. So watu wanaendesha mbaya, ni kuendesha ni diarrhea. Wanajua hii kitu hakuna kitu hapo. Wanajikonsole ni kujikonsolea moyo, but mambo ishaisha. Kitu yenye iko hapo muelewe tu. Nilisema hizo porojo zao wataongea, but at the end of the day ni kujitoa. Unajua kama mtu ameumia sana, anatakanga aseme mpaka aseme hata Raila na nani ni sawa tu, moyo yote atafanya, ataongoza ni sawa tu. Ndio unaona wanakuja na mapoints kama hizo. So hiyo inakuanga ni points za mtu mwenye ameshindwa. Thank you Bernard, sina mambo mengi, ni venye nimepata Clinton ameenda, nilikuwa nataka kumrespond kitu face to face, but I cannot do it anymore. Asanteni sana, Mungu abariki.
Asante, amekupata. He's following from the background. Thank you very much. Yes, Tanzania one, what is it? We are still on mute. Unmute first.
Okay. Nataka kumkumbusha Clinton kwamba yeye alikuwa na stress sana kwenye kukutwa kura zinakuwa zinalingana. Yes, that is okay. Lakini nilimwambia kwamba walichokuwa wanatafuta majaji pale sio kulingana kwa kura, na ndio maana unaona walifanya sampling. Lakini kitu walichokuwa nataka kuangalia ni kwamba were there really ghost polling stations? Ni kweli, kama mnakumbuka boxi zilizoitwa hazikuwa 47. Kuna box 5 hazikuja. That shows that they didn't have them. Those were ghost polling stations. Sasa hicho tayari wameshafanya sampling yake, wakagundua kwamba formalities zilizokuwa ndani ya box ndivyo zinavyotakiwa kuwa, which was not. Kwa hiyo yeye kukuta zile numbers ziko sawa, these guys were not following the numbers. Na majaji walichokuwa mawakili walichokuwa nawakilisha, walikuwa nawakilisha kwamba wao hawakuibia huku kwenye polling station sana, waliibia kwenye interference na wakaweza kuchange numbers na kuweka figures ambazo sizo, if you really understood. Lakini kitu kingine ambacho my brother Voice ameongea hapa sasa hivi, ukitaka kuona watu wa Kenya Kwanza kwamba wameogopa, ukitaka kujua Kenya Kwanza is this guy Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi ukimwona anaongea sana kwenye mtandao na analamba sana mdomo wake namna hii, ujue kwamba anaona nyame inakuja, lakini sasa nyame imeshaanguka. Oscar Sudi is not seen anywhere. Na ukitaka kuelewa watu wa Kenya Kwanza, Gachagua utamwona mkali sana. Sasa hivi Gachagua ni mkali sana. Kwa hiyo mambo yameshakuwa magumu. Kwa hiyo kitu ambacho najaribu kuambia ndugu zangu ni kwamba kesi hii imekuwa nzuri kwa sababu kila kitu kililetwa pale, lakini pia kwa kumsupport Bernard ni kwamba servers iliyokuwa accessed tena ilikuwa limited access, ilikuwa moja namba 5, na wao walisema kwamba wale wamekataa access, na kukuonyesha kwamba access haikuwepo. Systematic iliandika barua kwamba they cannot allow the servers to be opened. Sasa servers zilikuwa opened wapi? Hayo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kukumbusha. Asante.
Asante Tanzania One. Thank you so much. Please mute your mic. Let's hear from Emma. Emma, vipi? Emma, it's your turn. Unmute and speak.
Hi. Me.
Unmute. Your gadgets seem to be problematic. Try again. You just click once.
I'm trying.
Is it muting itself? There you go. Pole. I think you need to leave and then come back. Configure rightly. If it's not well configured, it will not obey you. Okay, just leave, then you get back. Let it configure properly as you come in. Thank you. Right. Thank you everybody. Asante sana wote ambao mnaendelea kujumuika nasi. Asante kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha mmoja au mwingine kujumuika nasi katika debate ya leo. Kumbuka tunauliza nullification or uphold, Kenyans or Kenyazuelans. Chagua inji leo. Nashukuru sana. Naomba tumkaribishe mundu wa nyumba atuongeleshe. Vipi dadi?
Salama Bernard, how are you today?
Mimi huyu nashukuru.
Nawasalimia wote na Mama Selina, tumepoteana kwa muda.
Yes, lakini tuko.
Nyinyi mmekuwa, mimi niko sabbatical leave, hata sasa hivi bado naendelea na leave, lakini nimekuja kusalimia nyinyi tu. Kwa hivyo hata siongei mengi, mtu akiwa leave na you can appear in the office but very briefly, kuangalia kama ofisi bado iko, alafu narudi likizo. So niko likizo with the reasons some know it. Yeah, so I only wanted to say this. There's a time I came in this panel many months ago, and the moderator was Mr. Clinton. I remember, I feel like laughing. I call him the Clinton. Actually, I put him off because he was a moderator, but he was offline totally of what I was saying. So when I find him now here giving very fake reasons, I hope he has reasoning to me. I feel amused. I don't get angry. But Paul Salina, niliona my patience also very limited. Hata yako naona character karibu ifanane ya temperament. Now, ningesema hivi tu, I don't want to get off the topic as listed there. I have got a fear, nina uoga ya kwamba hata kama hii presidential election will be nullified, I will still not be satisfied. And I don't know how this one can be done. To me, all the posts from MCA, MP, governor, women rep, senator, all of them, the Venezuelan hand is in them, all of them, the 6 posts. But now here we are dealing with only one called the presidential election. I know the court cannot act on an issue that has not been raised in the court. This particular Supreme Court is only going to deal with the issue of the presidential election. Maybe if there are lawyers here on screen or behind the scenes, maybe this is the advice I'll look for, because all of them should be cancelled. Repeat, all of them. Let's not talk of lack of money, costing 50 billion. What is 50 billion to these people? If in the first Eurobond, they could steal 100 billion, 100, only one item of Eurobond. Then we cry, no, the economy of Kenya is spending another 50 billion or 40 billion, is very expensive, we don't have the money. Remember the Eurobond one, they stole 100 billion. Actually, they talked of $1 billion, $1 billion. $1 billion is equivalent to 100 billion Kenya shillings, okay? They stole it. And we can. So in short, let me say this. I hope all the petitions, MCA, MPs and all that, they'll be consolidated and the whole exercise is thought to be a sham. Forget it, we repeat it. And we have the money to do that. The manpower is there. Thank you, everybody. I'm still on sabbatical leave, sorry, but I'm coming in slowly, checking the office and how it's going on. Otherwise, tuko pamoja. Mama Selina, tuko sawa. Tuko sawa, kuna mvua nyingi. There's a lot of rain here. So we are,
Okay.
na tumbo tunapata. Asante.
Okay.
Okay, thank you Mndu wa Nyumba, we appreciate it, na tunashukuru kwamba tunachungwa vizuri na wewe. Asante kwa kutembelea ofisi, uhakikishe kwamba ile chai uliacha bado inapikwanga na inapikwanga vizuri. Hawajaanza kuongeza maji kwa maziwa. Asante sana. We really appreciate it and we feel secure with you around. Naomba tusonge mbele. Hii night school inaonekana leo wamesusia, lakini nitawakamata tu. Julia, mahali ulipo, show your face. Keep and Themba and Makiadi. The period is over. Kengele imelia. If you know what I mean. Thank you. Simba, what is it? Were you greeting Mndu wa Nyumba or you wanted to say something?
Nilikuwa nasalimia mzee Bernard.
Asante. Niliona hiyo mkono nikaona hii nataka kunini. Now Big J, I want to let me set this house in order because I need to leave. Big J, it's your turn. You make your submission. Nyataya.
Nafikiria ni Big J ndiye ametangulia mbele, so
hold on Simba ngoja. Mimi ndio Simba Arati. Subiri hapo hapo. Nyataya ulifikaje huko juu?
Okay. Good morning.
Morning to you. How are you?
I think I'm fine. I've been
Yeah. Does that mean you came here before Big J?
I've been following you and hearing what you are
Answer the
giving
roll call
out.
first. Answer the roll call first.
Sorry?
Did you come before Big J or Big J came before you?
So I may not be able to know whether Big J is the one who came earlier than me, because I was
now
just
that
following
the mother
what.
of the child is not known, okay, let's do this. Hold your horses. You'll come after Big J, and then yeah, just hold your horses. Let Big J make his submission. Then you come after that. Then tutaenda kwa Simba. I think I've covered everybody on that order. Big J, take it.
Thank you. Thank you, Bernard. Asante kwa nafasi hii. Kwanza ningependa kushukuru Mtembei TV kama kawaida. Kiongozwa na Bernard, umefanya kazi nzuri, umejikaza, umechoma mafuta ya tumbo. Hii very difficult. Najua saa zingine tunakuoga kichwa ngumu, tunakukoroga lakini unakuweka laini, which is good. We appreciate. Najua kama huyu na msimamo saa zingine kucontrol watu wazima ni ngumu. Control watoto ni rahisi, lakini watu wazima ni ngumu saa zingine, kwa sababu kila mtu ako na mambo yake ama fikira zake tofauti. And nashukuru wote kina Bernard, wewe na wenzako wote, timu yako yote, mnafanya kazi nzuri. Kama si Mtembei TV na nyinyi kina Bernard, hatungekuwa na mahali pengine pazuri pa kuzungumzia uongozi wa nchi ya Kenya, because unajua we are very concerned and we love our country, but hakuna platform kama Mtembei TV because imetuunganisha wote, tuna share the ideas, the discussion about our beloved country. Kwa hivyo nashukuru sana na wasalimia. Naona ni Shiro ama Shira ole Shira. Jambo bwana, unatoka side gani?
Los Sirgon bhai.
Los Sirgon.
Oh.
Kajiado. Thank you. Mimi natoka Narok, lakini nimeishi Kajiado sana. Kajiado is my second home. Anyway, anyway, nasalimia naona Netaya Mtanzanian. Ambia CJ wa Tanzania asiingilie masuala ya kusema ati Raila akubali. Simba and Mzee Olara, Mama Selina, na wasalimia nyote. Habari ya asubuhi, habari ya jioni wale wako Ulaya. Na wapenda wote, tuko hapa kwa sababu ya we are here because of only one thing. We are here because we are Kenyan, and we are here because we love Kenya, and we are here because we want Kenya to be the best country. The reason why we are discussing issues about Kenya is because we want our country to change to be the best country also, like many other Western countries. And the only way your voice is actually, usione kama sauti yako haina maana. Sauti yako iko na maana sana katika kujenga taifa la Kenya. So let us unite together and kuaibisha maadui ambayo wanachukia maendeleo ya Kenya. You know, there is no way out. Clinton anakuja kutuambia hapa ati sijui ilikuwa Richard. I mean, ni kama he was dreaming mchana tu na ni kitu ilikuwa openly. Sometimes unaangalia watu unashangaa. Clinton anakuwa na mchezo mingi sana. Najua Clinton is a comedian. Clint, you know, he's not serious about what he's saying. It's just comedy. He's a very good comedian. And let me tell you, Clint ajui UDA. He's not a UDA guy. Msimchukulie vibaya. Ni ile comedy tu ako nayo mingi, too much. But ajui watu wako serious at this point. They don't need a comedy. Although Bernard, najua Kenya yetu inakuwaga na mchezo, yani iko na a lot of comedies, especially political comedy. I think Kenya is leading. Kenya is the only country that unapata mtu hata hajakuwa chair lady ama ya cattle dip, hajakuwa chair lady ama chairman wa cattle dip, anasema anataka kuwa president wa Kenya. The only country in the world, that is Kenya. Mtu hata I mean hata it's very interesting, and but it's okay. Anyway, Bernard, what I wanted to say is that one thing that Kenyans should know, that the 7 judges, they are Kenyan. I said it yesterday. Majaji wote wa 7 ni wa Kenya, na wako na familia, wako na watoto, wako na wengine wameolewa. They have their good families, extended families. So we should not even think about them making a wrong decision, because if the country burns, it will burn with them, with their families. So they will make, I'm very sure that I'm very sure that they will make a very good decision that can help our country, that cannot make our country burn. Kwa hivyo saa zingine wasiwasi tunakuwaga naye mingi. I don't think naona Bob ameingia. Bob alifanya kazi mingi Mombasa wakati wa governor. Bob, you did a good job, my brother. You did a good job. You did a good job, and I echo you, my brother, kwa job ya Mombasa. Anyway, Bernard, let us yesterday I was watching Baba receiving his lawyers. It was emotional. Ben, unajua, like my eyes was a little bit wet, because I almost cried. It was so emotional, and I was just watching. I mean, it was something, like no any other thing. By the way, Bernard, maybe I don't watch athletics. I don't watch athletics, trust me. I don't watch them, because I end up crying. So, and mostly the emotional things, like something like that, like just jana inanifanya nasikia so bad. And so I was really so emotional yesterday about watching that Baba. And I hope God will give him a long life, because that mzee, Raila is a good man. Raila is a good man, and we are praying to God that atamsaidia kuwe na maisha marefu. Angalie Kenya ikiendelea na kuendelea na kuendelea na kuendelea. Thank you so much, Ben. Let me just finish for now, and I'm still here.
Okay, thank you, Big J. We appreciate that, and jukumu letu kulinda inji. Vile Bob amekuja, nataka kumwachia kiti, mimi ningatuke. Amejoin hiyo night class tutorials, afanyie tuition tukisonga mbele. We have the Kenyans and the Kenyazuelans, but on Monday lazima tujue Kenya, mpaka ya Kenya inafika wapi, inafika Venezuela ama inaishia hapa. Lazima hiyo ijulikane. Kwa hivyo kila mtu ajitahidi. Na leo nimesema nachukua sadaka, kwa hivyo naacha anwani ya sadaka, mtume sadaka, nikienda kulala, nikiamka ikuwe imejaa kwa kikapu. And then tuonane jioni kwa kipindi kile kingine. Hicho ni cha Lala Salama, ambacho will be giving the verdict of the vote. I don't know how the vote went today. Sijaangalia the other office, but you will see. But I want every person to go as we debate. Let's keep this country prayed up. Kesho kwa ibada tunaombea hii nchi vizuri. I want Kenya to be happy. I want Kenya to be at peace. I want Kenya to be settled. The Bible says after you have suffered a while, then you will be what? You'll be settled. After you have suffered for a while. I believe the while suffering has ended. Now we need to be established, we need to be settled, and we need to be rewarded. So our suffering must come to an end. So I want us to take that as our serious prayer point, even as we look out for Monday. Let nothing interfere with the judges. Let nothing interfere with the judgment, so that this country can be healed from all manner of evils that have bedeviled this country for now 60 years. We can't continue like this. The suffering must come to an end. We must begin to enjoy being Kenyans and rejoice for belonging to this beloved country. Those that want to sell this country, let them be met by the arm of the law. Washughulikiwe kulingana na sheria na kwa mujibu ya sheria. Tunaendelea na maombi. Kesho ibada itakuwa hapa kuanzia saa ngapi? Saa 3 all through mpaka saa 7. We'll be streaming live on Facebook. I mean on this particular channel from our church. Those of you who are in Nairobi, we are in Embakasi at what is it called? Feather Road near Tasia Complex. That is where our church is located. And we'll be praying for Kenya. I want you to take it as a serious prayer point. Let's pray for Kenya. I want Kenya to be happy. Sio watu wengine wanavumilia kuwa wa Kenya, wengine wakijaribu kujilazimisha kuwa happy because they are sorrowful. We want Kenya to be happy. We want God to give us happiness full time, not halfway. Thank you very much. So tuachie hapo Bob, zamu ni ya Nyataya. Ukimaliza Nyataya leta Simba Netaya, na inaonekana watu wako jirani. Kuna Nyataya na kuna Netaya. Watatupatia interpretation baadaye. Olara ameongea sana, chungana na yeye ndio yule ujuanga ile striker yule atokezeanga tu number 11. If he's not marked, he scores anytime. Huyo ndio Olara, chungana naye sana. he can score anytime. Otherwise, God bless you. Let's do this again later on. Mkoba wa sadaka ndio huo. Tafadhali tumeni sadaka yenu. Nataka hiyo leo tulipe wifi na token. Ama mnataka station mkuje kesho mnanipigia simu, anzisha show na ziko. Kanjo imekuja imebeba nini, na Safaricom imebeba router, na Kenya Power wameenda na power. So let's do that. I believe we know what we should do, and it is to the welfare of our operations. God bless you. Bob, take it. Bring Nyataya.
Now, is it Nataya or Nyataya? Now, which is which?
Nyataya.
Who is coming in?
Nyataya, the one beside you.
Nyataya.
After Robin. Then after that, mwende kwa Netaya. Simba.
Asante sana. Haya, karibu Nyataya.
Okay, basi
3 minutes. Excuse me, Nataya. I want us to do 3 minutes, so that we don't become monotonous, and then we can keep the show moving. Karibu sana.
Okay. Basi nilikuwa nimewasalimia, and I want to emphasize on what Penada said, that we are going to foster you with little, so that you will continue giving out those chests and giving out chests to our fellow brethren, and that is great idea. So therefore, please, kitoka uache namba hapo, bas we are going to give it out, and I will call upon all those ones who are listening us. In fact, let's support this so that we continue preaching the Now let me just waja nikuje katika yes.
Emma, mute your mic.
Olara, let us.
It is Emma.
Olara,
okay.
Let us observe decorum. Before you speak, you need to raise up your arm, and then we can find your space. Please proceed, Nata.
Okay, now nisungumzie kidogo tu kwa sababu mengi mmeweza kuyasema. Ni kwamba nchi hii yetu ya Kenya kweli sisi wenyewe tumeweza kuona jinsi ambavyo uchaguzi uliweza kuendelea ama uliweza kufanyika, na pia tena tumeweza kuangalia jinsi ambavyo our lawyers wameweza kufanya mambo ama wameweza kujieleza kule. Kile ambacho mimi naambia Wakenya ni kwamba siku ya Jumatatu itakuwa ni siku ambayo itakuwa inakumbukwa, kwa sababu ni ile siku ambayo sasa tutaona kwamba huyu Raila Amolo Odinga ambaye amepigania hii nchi yetu ya Kenya kwa muda mwingi sana, na tunafikiria kwamba ama mimi mwenyewe niko na matumaini kwamba iwapo kama kutafika siku ya Jumatatu mambo yatakuwa vizuri kulingana na zile hoja ambazo ziliweza kuwekwa kule. So therefore, yenye mimi ningewaambia Wakenya ni kwamba let's maintain peace. I want you to see your brother there. I want you to see your neighbor there. See him or her as your brother or your sister. Hii Kenya ambayo sasa hivi tupo, uchaguzi huu utaisha, lakini sisi tutakuwa tunaendelea. Lakini hatutakuwa tunaendelea iwapo kama viongozi wale ambao watakuwa wametengwa ni wale viongozi ambao ni wa kupora. Na ndio maana sasa hivi tunaendelea kupigania. Na kidogo hivi ndugu yangu alikuwa amezungumzia wakati alipokuwa anaona jinsi ambavyo Raila alipokuwa anapokea wale lawyers. Otherwise mimi nilitoa machozi, nilijipata tu nikitoa machozi kwa sababu wale lawyers ambao walikuja Raila alifurahia sana kwa sababu wamemrepresent vizuri. Kwa hivyo let's hope that Monday everything will be okay. Otherwise waja mimi niwaachie hapo na nikisema kwamba amani ndio kitu ya muhimu na ndio itatusaidia sana. Nafikiri kutoka sasa Monday tutakuwa na mrengo mwingine wa kisiasa sasa. Ndio tutakuwa tunazungumzia, je, iwapo kama hili jambo limefanyika ama limetendeka, tutafanya namna gani? Tutatumia mbinu hipi tena kuelezea ikiwa kama watanulify hizi kura? Basi next, what are we going to do? How are we going to speak with our people so that they create confidence on us? So that when we talk with them, tukizungumza na wao, wajue kwamba kile kitu ambacho tunataka atuangalie Raila, lakini tunaangalia mabadiliko. Yani tuangalie Kenya iweze kukombolewa, isije ikakuwa tumeipatiana kwa wakora, yani kwa wezi. So that is what we want. And otherwise, because of time, I always keep time when I hear about time. Let me just pause it at that point, and then the other things we are going to speak later. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Nyataya, tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako. I want to pick up one thing that you have just said, that we keep peace. Indeed, peace is very important, but in as much as we want to keep peace, let us not lose sight of the fundamentals of our constitution, and that is justice. Because peace without justice is short-lived, and it might not hold for so long. So let us also, as we advocate for peace, we also advocate for justice, so that we can become one cohesive nation. Thank you very much. Now I want to invite Simba, so that he can give us his thoughts on the menu, whether he feels we should nullify or uphold, and he'll be able to give us his reasons. Karibu sana Simba.
Asante sana Bob Senior, na panelist wenzangu wote. Nafikiria upholding, sina sababu yeyote ya kwamba tutasema eti kulikuwa na uchaguzi ama matokeo ya hawa judges wata uphold. Sababu ni very simple, kwamba in the first case hakuna uchaguzi wa urais ulifanyika, na kama ulifanyika kulikuwa na mchezo na hata hatukupata matokeo yenye tulitarajia. Hiyo sio kumaanisha kwamba eti kwa sababu maybe candidate mwenye nilikuwa nataka hakutangazwa kama mshindi ndio tuseme hivyo. Hapana. Tunafaa tuangalie katiba yetu, kitu inatuambia. Hata wakati Maraga aliponalify uchaguzi wa 2017 alipeana 4 key ingredients ndio uchaguzi uwe free and fair, transparent, verifiable, easy. Kuna vile alisema, na hayo yote hatujaona kama imezingatiwa, sababu mambo ya transparency especially the 4 commissioners walisema ilikuwa opaque, so it's opposite. Hiyo peke yake it's enough. Lakini sasa nullification, hiyo ndio jibu yenye tutapaki nayo moja on Monday. Right. After nullification, one, there must be the chairperson, Mr. Chebukati, lazima awe upheld conditionally na awe condemned, kwa sababu huyu mtu amebangle uchaguzi mara mbili. And in fact, it's only in our country kama huu uchaguzi utakuwa nullified ndani ya miaka ambayo si more than 15 years, uchaguzi kuwa nullified mara mbili, na hata hiyo ya kwanza ingekuwa nullified ya 2013, 2014 I think so. Ni kwa sababu ule ushahidi ulichelewa, meaning our system, our electoral system, all of it inatakiwa kufanyiwa overhaul. Sasa sisi ile kitu yenye tunataka kutoka pale kwa ile ruling yenye itakuwa on Monday iwe Solomonic ruling ambayo itatupatia way forward, ambayo sijui kama watatumia katiba vile ilivyo ama watatumia wisdom. Hiyo ndio kitu yenye mimi ningetarajia on Monday ndio tuweze kumove. Asanteni sana, na tuko hapa kuendelea kusikiza na kufuatilia. I thank you.
Blessing, can you mute your mic, tafadhali? Mute your mic. Now, thank you very much, Simba. Blessing, can you mute your mic? Yeah, Simba, thank you very much. Yes, we have the democracy since the problem, you call it promulgation of the Constitution in 2010. We have developed, and over the years, I want to believe that the Supreme Court has also grown. In 2013, the Supreme Court was a bit, yes, though steady, but a bit shaky. They were not ready to face the hard questions. But we have grown. 2017, we had a landmark ruling. We had the presidential election nullified, and a whole lot of other decisions that were made by that court. Now, I would want to just make my submission in 3 minutes so that I can invite, is it Phillips? And then we proceed. Now, on the menu that is below there, there is whether to nullify or to uphold the Constitution. One of the major things that, in my view, is very important is that we uphold the Constitution. And the reason I am saying this is because the argument of numbers, the Supreme Court has already made set a precedent on that, and that was done in 2017. That the numbers will not, in as much as that is the will of the people, there must be a way that the will of the people must reflect what it is. And if it comes out that the will of the people was not expressed as such as the Constitution envisages, then those numbers become irrelevant. So the Constitution will play a key role, and there are very many provisions of the Constitution that Chebukati himself violated. And it was evident from the questions and the comments that the judges made. Number one, the transparency. Why did the live streams stop of the display of the results? That in itself, transparency disappeared. Now, when you look at other factors like accountability, being held accountable, even for that office of chairman, it was not there absolutely, let alone the vote itself. Because the chairman decided that he will become an all-powerful chairman. He had no excesses. I mean, his excesses could not be checked. He actually took it upon himself to gazette an illegal office using the powers that have been conferred to him by the Constitution. He gazetted himself as I think a national presidential returning officer or something of the sort. So in essence, Chebukati misused that office. And in my view, he does not fit the bill to become to be in that office. And I will only pray that the Supreme Court can find it as such. And there are a whole lot of other factors that, in my view, point towards a nullification. Maybe, just maybe, what might be the issue is that after nullification, I don't think it would be prudent for the same man who has done it twice to be given another third chance to mess the country. Because the country's peace is paramount. We do not need to be in an environment, in an electioneering environment every 5 years, and anxiety. It affects investment. It affects so many things in the country. So my view is that the election will be nullified. How they will solve the other issue of a repeat election is what I cannot envisage, though I have my suggestions, but I'll leave it for another time. Now, I want to invite Phillips to come on board and share with us his sentiments on whether we are going to uphold or nullify. Karibu sana, Phillips.
Thank you so much, Bob. Nawasalimia nyote mjambo. Mimi sasa niko na nimeangalia of course court vile imeendelea since day one mpaka jana. I've seen how the petitioners have presented themselves. I've seen also the respondents ambaye ni Uhuru na IBC, but majorly IBC. Also pia tumeangalia constitution kidogo, lakini it's quite evident ya kwamba sheria ilifunjwa. No 50+1, no transparency, nothing can be verified. So according to the ruling of 2017, I think Justice Maraga plus the rest walinalify uchaguzi based kwa hizi vitu ndogo ndogo ambaye ni za muhimu. Because ukiangalia uchaguzi wa saa hii even from the people wenye wanatuuzia the KEMS, the hardware, when you manufacture the hardware, you see the mistakes of having 2 KEMS with the same serial numbers. People also who are operating softwares, you can see even the servers were not, the IBC were not even able to open the servers. You see also the human behavior. People wenye tumeweka kwa ofisi, the IBC itself, the way now they are conducting themselves. See Chebukati plus the 2 commissioners, see the 4 commissioners. Even the transparency ya mwananchi mwenye amepiga kura yake anaifuatilia ione kwa screen, imefika Nairobi, imefika Bomas, ilifika aje. Wanatuzimia screen. So our judges are wise. They are human. They have a constitutional mandate ya kuangalia hiyo kesi na kupeana determination by kesho. So hakuna excuse. The election will be nullified. Lakini hiyo si ya muhimu hata kwangu. In fact, sitapata news ati uchaguzi imekuwa nullified. That won't be news to me. Ile kitu itakuwa news kwangu pia sioni ikifanyika. You see the Supreme Court sioni bar Chebukati from conducting another election. Maybe the lawyers will share a light hapa watuambie, lakini sioni Supreme Court ikisimamisha Chebukati conduct election. Maybe wa find out ya kwamba is unfit, then the criminal justice ianze tena the process ambayo sasa haitamzuia conduct the election. Pia you see now it's like in as much as we are praying for peace and love and unity, Kenya inaenda kuwa divided, of which hakuna mwenye anaomba hivyo. We'll have a team A saying now let Chelela and the 3 commissioners lead us through this election now. That's after nullification. We'll have another team. Sorry? Sorry, Emma, your mic is on. It's disturbing. Okay, thank you. So tutakuwa na timu ingine, team B. Oh my God. Tutakuwa na team B led by the Kenya Kwanza people. They would like to see Chebukati and the rest leading us through the exercise. Naona hapo kuna shida. So kama ni kunalify uchaguzi, we need a team which will conduct a free, fair and credible, verifiable election. Hiyo ndio kitu tunataka peke yake. Such that tukipiga kura yetu ihesabiwe, ule mtu mwenye tumepea kura kama ameshinda atangaze mshindi. Ukiangalia 2017 we went back to election. I have never been convinced why mzee hakurudi kwa uchaguzi mpaka saa hii. Because I voted him in 2013, nikampigia kura 2017, but why hakurudi kwa uchaguzi sijaelewa. But he will give us a reason as to why ati labda aliona the same IBC ndio ilikuwa inaenda tena kuhandle the same election. So pia hiyo kitu itajirudia saa hii. Even if we nullify the election, Chebukati is back in the field as our referee. Also mzee sioni akirudi labda. I don't know this time around amejipanga aje kurudi uchaguzi wenye alikataa kurudi 2017 na the same referee. Utaendelea tupea another reason. Labda atarudi juu kutachangeika, kunakuwa na kitu ya kuchange, ama atarudi kujustify, sijui nini itafanyika. Because even the 2017 election wakati turudia, I'm not even yet convinced ya kwamba the Uruto won the election. Simply because they ran wao wenyewe au kwa na competitor. Ile kitu pia inanisumbua. This thing of 50+1 inanisumbua sana. Because if you have a number 1, 2, 3, let's say number 3 and 4 wakwe na 4 million votes combined. Number 1 and 2 hakuna mwenye atahit 50+1 assuming valid votes in 14 million. You see, this is one of the reasons why Chebukati anafungia watu wengine nje wasikuje kwa race ya presidency. Because if you have number 3 na 2 million, number 4 2 million, let's say Wajakoya and the other Kikuyu guy wamepata 4 million. 4 million minus 14 million, itabaki na 10 million. Let's say another one amepata 4.5, mwingine amepata 5.5. In that scenario, hatuna mtu mwenye amepata 50+1. So going forward, hii kitu inaweza fanyika. And this is the main reason as to why Chebukati anafungiaga watu wengi kuja kwa hii presidential race. So hiyo pia wanastahili waangalie hapo. Thank you so much, Bob.
Asante sana Philip for your contribution. I appreciate. Emma, you look like would want to bring you in and would want you to be visible. You have the background, either the background or the environment of a disco with blue lights. So maybe you might adjust your lighting system. But anyway, we can see you, and we'd like to bring you on board so that you can share with us your sentiments. Karibu sana. Unmute Emma. Emma Mara, unmute tafadhali.
Okay, no. Is it okay? Hello.
Yeah, you're okay.
Hi.
Karibu sana.
Oh, I'm okay.
Yes.
Kuna msee aliingia
We can hear
hapo
you.
na mwenye alikuwa anaongelea juu ya Philip ati papers alikuja nazo hazikufika kotini na ya Soweto. Hiyo ya Soweto ni story alishatoa. No,
Emma,
and again, I think
Emma, you are either your net or your mic is not giving us what we want to hear. So maybe you have to step out and come in again. Allow your mic to be configured. We can hear you, but you're cutting in bits and pieces.
So I think I need to mnanisikiza?
Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. We still want to continue welcoming other panelists. Omwana Bonchiri, you cannot be behind the curtain. You need to Omwana Bonchiri, we need to see you on the screen. Therefore, you will not allow you to stay in the studio with the your face not visible. Yeah. Now welcome. Asante sana. Asante sana.
Nashukuru.
Karibu na tunakukaribisha mara moja. Tunataka kusikia maoni yako kuhusu nullification or upholding the win of President-elect William Samoei Ruto. Give us your views.
Okay.
Welcome on board. Thank you.
Yeah, nichukue nafasi ya kuwasalimu nyote. Wangu tunasema ya kwamba kulingana na vile kesi ilienda na mahali tumefika kwa uamuzi wiki itakuwa on Monday. Mwenye atasaidia ile nchi yetu ni those 7 judges of Supreme Court, kwa sababu kulionekana kulikuwa na makosa sehemu zote, na mwenye alistaki rais wetu Raila Amolo Odinga, tuliona ya kwamba everything was messed up with Chebukati. So ili kuokoa ile nchi yetu, kwa maoni yangu ninaona ya kwamba waseme ya kwamba Ruto ndio president, Kenya itakuwa moto, na tunaomba isiwe hivyo. Langu naona they will nullify it, kwa sababu Ruto ako na watu wake na Raila Amolo Odinga ako na wafuasi wake kushinda Ruto. So hawatasikia vizuri kwa sababu wamenyanganywa nyama yao. So mi naona wakinalify, at least choto itakuwa, hata kama itakuwa juu lakini itakuwa chini, ili waingie uwanjani tena waenda kupimana. But swali langu ni ya kwamba huyu mzee wetu ataingia kweli? Kwa sababu last time kulienda hivyo na hakuingia. So mimi naona tusubiri mpaka Jumatatu, but naona notification itakuwa juu zaidi. Kulingana na maoni yangu. Hayo tu ndio nilikuwa nayo.
Asante sana Mwana Bonchiri. Mute your mic. We appreciate your concerns and your views. However, we will not, I want to repeat, we'll have to remove you if you switch off your camera. So please uphold to the rules of the studio. Now, nataka nirudi kwa ule mzee kule juu anaitwa Big J. Big J, what do you think about this Monday? I know you have said you were very emotional when you saw the lawyers meeting Baba. If you realize there are so many panelists tulikuwa na hao hapa, lakini wameshindwa kurudi tangu kiibiwe. Lakini slowly, one by one, some of them have been coming back. Yeah, there are so many people who are very affected, and this thing is very traumatizing. And I think I am personally, I think I'm a graduate, because I have witnessed so many, call it 3-4 elections, where it has hardened me that the only way to deal with thieves is that you must soldier on. In 2007, that election came to us as a very big surprise, because we had a very successful election in 2002, where the country was cohesive, the people were speaking in one voice. Of course, we had the other side, but everything appeared to work in the direction of democracy. Come 2002, 2007, we are seeing the results on TV. We are seeing a very big gap. All of a sudden, there is like a blackout of information. The next thing we see is a president being sworn in darkness. So it was an anticlimax. 2013, we tried our best to have a very transparent election. However, there were still some irregularities, and whereas the Constitution allowed us to go to court and challenge that election, but probably it was the first one after the new Constitution, and the regulations were not very clear. But as we progressed in 2017, we got a very clear path on how to file how to go about the petition, and that's why NASA made it and had that election nullified. Now, come 2022, there are more and more rules of the game. In fact, 2022, you will realize that the proceedings were very, very simple because the Supreme Court identified 9 issues that were to be discussed and adjudicated on. So, and it's simple, and that is what we also expected from our electoral commission or electoral IEBC. But the IEBC did not give us that. Instead, they took us in circles, but they knew exactly what they wanted to do, hence the big mess. But all in all, we hope that going forward, this Supreme Court has an opportunity to ensure that we are going to have a clear path on how this election is going to be conducted once and for all. And should there be any individual who diverts from the path that has been created by the Constitution, then consequences must follow so that we can be able to hold public officers to account. Thank you very much. Big J, karibu.
Thank you, Bob. Unajua tumeumia pamoja, hata mimi 202 tuli celebrate of course, and you know, from 202 to 202 was a good election. We did it. We celebrated 2007. We also did another one. Tukaenda kulala tukiwa mbele, kufika asubuhi mtu ametangaza hili. It was painful. We have been enduring all uchungu, but again, this 2022 election, Bob, it's different. It's really different because 2017, 2013, and 2007, unajua, it was against the government. Like this time, things are very clear because part of the government is with us, and so there are many things that tunazaziona ambayo hatungeziliona pale nyuma. So this election of 2022, when someone says that the election was transparent, the election was free and fair, huyo mtu sijui ako na dudu ile ya Bob, unajua kondoo inakuwa na dudu ingine kwa kichwa. Hiyo dudu inafanyanga kondoo, ndio sababu kondoo anakuwaga mpole. So the election of 2022, the leaders, almost 90%, I can say maybe, let me put it 50%, they were selected from MCA to the presidency. They were selected. So I wonder, because when if we are going to do a repeat, because definitely there is a lot of evidence that the election was bungled, because the sovereignty kwanza, unajua kwanza kitu mimi Bob kitu inanikazirisha, the sovereignty of our country is jeopardized because tunapatia watu the foreigners to manage our elections. And you know what happened in 2007, 2008? People died. And again, we give the foreigners access to our system. Kusema kweli, that is a
Big J. Wacha ni kuongezee pia, and what worries me most is that 22 million Kenyans, their biometrics are now out there somewhere in the world. their personal details are somewhere out there in the world, and that we cannot secure that. That essentially we have sold this country. Proceed, thank you.
Tumeuza tu nchi vizuri tukiona. This is something that should be a treason. Chebukati should be actually charged with treason, because what they did is complete, because it's not even about actually stealing election for the presidency. The sovereignty of our country is at risk. As a vile unasema, the names of the Kenyan people, 22 million, and ID numbers, they go outside their mobile phone numbers, they go outside there. And these guys, they are hackers. So what a hack, all these guys, 22 million, utapata account yako hakuna pesa. They might even use your name to do something bad, and you're unakuja kutafutwa as a criminal, and you're not a criminal. So it's very, very, very painful to see a country that hands over very important role of a country. Yani ni kama kupatia, unajua election kitovu ya nchi, kitovu. So it's so sensitive, so sensitive. And I wonder how, you know, saa zingine nashindwa kwani, even if, because Kenya we have NIS, did they know that these things are happening and they did not stop it? Because surely because of whatever, they could have dealt with it before it happens. So I think there is a bleach somewhere, there is a problem somewhere that we the Kenyan nation need to tackle. Kulikuwa na shida, kulikuwa na upungufu mahali fulani, because NIS kazi yake ni kulinda security ya nchi, National Intelligence Service. So nashindwa ni what happened? How did they allow these guys to do this bad? This is a very big crime, the biggest crime I think in the world now. So we, as Kenyans, we should not even think, we should forget about election. The most actually, about election, I don't see. I mean, presidency, I don't see that as a big whatever. The problem I have now is the 22 million Kenyans who are registered voters. So the 22 million voters, they are in risk. Everything belong to them, it's in risk. Sasa serikali, because of course, hata kama, because kuna hii watu wengine wanasema ati serikali ilikuwa waachia waingie kwa mtego. But now already the damage is done. The damage is already outside there. And we don't know what will happen the next one month, 1 year to those 22 million Kenyans. It's very, very dangerous. It's very bad. I don't know how we are going, because actually even you know one thing, Bob, unajua hata our Supreme Court judges, all of them, their records is there.
Exactly.
Because they are
exactly. That should worry us very much.
So at our Supreme Court judges, 7 of them, their records is outside there.
Even our current president.
So, I mean, I don't understand how the NIS allowed this thing to happen, because all voters in Kenya, they are in risk. So I think now the country, the president needs to take a very, very serious action now. We should not even think about election, because we already have a president. He can continue. Once tumalize, we clean up that mess. Hizo masavas na nini, we have to remove all those things and start fresh. Hata kama tutafanya election, another new election from MCA to presidency. That's my take. I think it's better to constitute IBC na system yote, tutafute a new system, then maybe after doing it in 2 years, let Uhuru continue the next 2 years tufanye election ingine mzuri, because surely we are at risk. We are at risk. That is the truth. Thank you, Bob. Wacha niachie hapo, wengine waendelee.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, Big J. There's so much at stake in this decision that we are looking forward to on Monday, because our constitution has been breached, and not breached in a small way, but the selfish. I mean, Chebukati was too selfish. He has put the country at risk, and other than that, there is one of the things that the prayers that had been put out there by the Attorney General was that the names of those individuals, state officers who went to Bomas and were trying to get to the bottom of what is happening exactly. They should be expunged from the records of that court, because, you know, according to Kithure Kindiki, he told us those fellows were there to subvert the people, the will of the people. But he contradicted himself, and he told us that the chairman left and proceeded for further verifications. And that is not good. That is not good for the sake of the country, because essentially what Chebukati was doing, number one, Chebukati was trying to put the government officials on a collusion course with their counterparts, and there is where issues like insubordinations can start. And insubordination in the security apparatus is not a very healthy thing. They should be able to work together, well coordinated, and that respect should be there. So Chebukati has dipped his fingers in so many unhealthy places that don't require that kind of behavior, because essentially what Chebukati appears to have been doing is clutching on straws, because he knew apparently that he's done a lot of wrong, and nobody should even try to assume that Chebukati does not know what he was doing. This is a gentleman who has qualifications of being a judge of the Supreme Court or even the Court of Appeal. So therefore, it's not that he was doing things out of lack of knowledge. He's a very knowledgeable fellow, but it appears that there are probably other forces that have been driving him. But all in all, we hope and believe that we are going to get a decision that will be binding for all Kenyans, that will increase that patriotism, so that every Kenyan feels that he or she is part of this nation. Thank you very much. I want to invite Mama Selina. Mama Selina, you have been very quiet. We need that motherly advice. Sometimes when the chips are down, because I want to believe that there are so many people out there who are very anxious as Monday comes, and they are not so sure where our country is headed to. Therefore, maybe if we get a word from Mama Selina, it will be most welcome. Mama Selina, karibu sana.
Asante, I'm on another phone. I will come in.
Okay, asante sana. Now I want to go back to Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips.
Yes,
Karibu
sir,
sana.
Bob. Thank you so much. Unajua Bob, nataka ni kuengage kidogo hapa, ndio nataka uchemuke hapa. You see, hii issue ya Monday, whether the court will nullify or uphold, we are going to get like one outcome whereby we are praying so much we are nullify hii kitu. Let's assume wame nullify hii kitu. Tumeona behavior ya our candidate 2017 vile alifanya. Mimi hapo ndio concern yangu bado iko. 2017 after Maraga alifanya justice kwa mzee, suddenly mzee akurudi kwa field. Mimi hapo ndio bado concern yangu iko. Because niliamuka nikaenda nikavote. Court ifanye justice the same way ilifanya justice 2017. It ruled on our favor. Kutoka hapo sasa, hapo ndio shida iko. Kutoka hapo sasa, who will convince me here that our baba will go back to another general election with Chebukati? Zile characteristics zenye baba wetu wako nazo, sidhani kama anaweza rudi uchaguzi kama Chebukati bado ako hapo. And I don't see anything new coming against Chebukati. This time around kwanza itakuwa the same. If it's going to be annulled, itakuwa tu same kama 2017. The field will be open. The referee atakuwa hapo anaambiwa rudi ufanyishe uchaguzi. So what next now? Also, what if now? What if the victory of William Ruto ikuwe upheld? Are we ready to write some congratulation note to William Samoei Ruto so that we can now be united? Because possibilities ziko hapo ni mbili. If we uphold the uchaguzi, then we have a country to live in. Are we going to fight in the streets? Are we going to dance in the street like the other time? Are we ready to come down and try to be a united Kenya? Because if you are going to ask for justice, if they annul, people will say that's justice. If they uphold, another section will say that's justice. Thank you, Bob. Carlon.
Now, Phillips, this name of yours is a bit hard to pronounce. Phillips, but I think you know what I'm referring. Now, I think if you were keen enough, that whatever you are worried about, what will happen next in terms of Azimio?
Yes.
The prayers. You know, in the previous petition, the NASA did not put Chebukati's removal as one of the prayers.
Yes.
And this time around, there are several petitions, and that is what Orengo called a cocktail of orders they are seeking. And in those orders, I want to believe Chebukati's is on the chopping board. An election with Chebukati. But on the flip side, I also want to believe that another fellow that is a problem there is Marijan. He was just appointed the other day, but the guy is wielding power like more than the deputy chairperson of the commission. That is a very dangerous trend because, for one, he is just but a CEO and he does not have security of tenure. That is one person who should be fired very fast because he has come in in a way or in a manner likely to suggest that he is one of the fellows who can abuse that office. And his office is just on trust. It is not a constitutional office. However, the cocktail of orders that Azimio is seeking is one of them is removal. Therefore, if we are to go for any election, Chebukati definitely, I don't think, will be there. And the judges posed that question: what if we are to nullify? What happens? How do we, how do we deal with this issue of the chairman of the commission? And they invited the different lawyers to give them suggestions. But I'm sure deep in their mind, they have a solution to that. I think one of the, let me invite somebody else to contribute, but there are clauses and there must be a small window where we can deal with that, despite the fact that if the elections are to be nullified, they must be held within 60 days. So we are yet to explore. Personally, I'm yet to explore, but I know somehow that we can navigate and get the chairman, either if he is suspended, the chairperson can step in, and there is a clause that says that those requirements of the chairperson do not apply to the deputy chairperson of that independent commission. I am yet to get that those. Yeah, there is a clause somewhere. I want to believe. So I am yet to get the exact article. But all in all, this constitution was not cast in stone, and even if it means, even if it means amending that part, it is possible. It is not a question of referenda. That is possible through parliament. So I don't know, but that was just my suggestion. So maybe I ask Omwana Bonchiri, do you have any suggestion or answers to the question of
langu kuna jambo nani amesema hapo Big J. Sasa hizi najiuliza ya kwamba huyu jamaa anaitwa Ruto na Chebukati ni kama walianza hii biashara ya kuchanganya kula zetu kitambo. Sasa mimi nauliza watu wetu wa Azimio wao hawakuwa macho waone ya kwamba tumefahamiwa, ama wakati kura zinarushwa wao hawakuangalia waone ya kwamba kweli mambo yamekuwa mabaya mpaka the last minute tunakuta sasa sisi hatuna la kusema. Lingine, Azimio tu kuwa na nguvu sisi za kuiba kura. Mbona kijana atuibie na sisi tuko na kila kitu, tuko na state machinery. Sisi we are not unable to even to kuiba hata nusu milioni hata ngalau.
Order. Omwana Bonchiri, sisi kama Azimio, we do not have the intention of stealing, because the stealing is what has gotten hiyo wizi ndio imeleta hii maneno yote, na kila mtu akianza hapo Kenya.
I didn't mean that. Anyways, I didn't mean that. It's just by the way.
Asante. Big
Bob.
Big J, I want to invite you to answer the question that has been posed. He's worried might not go for the election.
Thank you, Bob. I want to tell my friend Naito Nani. Omwana somebody. You know, sio lazima ati mtu akiiba nawe uibe. Unajua Kenya ni nchi ya, tunasemaga sisi ni Wakristo, na Ukristo hakuna mahali na kuambia ati mtu akukuibia na unamuibia. That one doesn't, ni kama vile tunasema makosa two mistakes will not make one right. Unaona? Hakuna haja kama baba angekuwa mtu wa kuiba ama angekuwa ameiba kitambo. But again, this election, unajua ubaya, shida ya Kenya saa hizi watu wanachukulia kwamba ati election hii ya 2022 it's only about Raila, na sio kweli. Hii election ni about Kenyans, it's not about Raila. It's about Kenyans. It's about making a Kenya country, making it to be a good country. So right, because what I don't know why always people are thinking about Raila at the election year. Raila election. Hii election sio ya Raila, hii election ya wa Kenya. And kwani how long is Raila going to live in this world? Raila is an old man. He's just trying to make the way so that the future elections will be done in a transparent way. Nataka nikupigia kura wewe sasa, wewe anaitwa nani? Alimeenda wapi? Anaitwa mwana wa nani? Mwana sijui wa nani. Nataka nikikupigia kura kama MCA, kura yangu 2 ujue hiyo, ama kura yangu 1 ujue hiyo kura ni yako. Lakini wewe ukiingia MCA ama MP na unaenda kuiba kura, alafu you will not be we will not get good leaders through stealing. Naona. So what chenye baba anafanya si ati anajifanyia mwenyewe, bali anajaribu kutengeneza uchaguzi wa Kenya in the future, uwe uchaguzi ambaye ni uchaguzi wa Kenya wanachagua viongozi wanaowataka, wanaopenda, wanajua watawafanyia kazi. Kwa hivyo nataka Wakenya watoe hiyo fikira kwamba kuongea kuhusu ati uchaguzi ni wa Raila. Uchaguzi sio wa Raila. Uchaguzi ni wa Wakenya. And Raila anajaribu kutengeneza njia ya Kenya kubadilika katika uwizi wa kura, because uwizi wa kura imekuwa trend. Kila election sasa inaibiwa. Yani it's a trend, ni kitu ya kawaida na watu wana glorify that. Unapata mtu anakuja na glorify wizi na unasema yeye ni Mkristo. Na Ukristo yako how is that Christian? Which Bible are you following? In the Bible there are 10 commandments that we are given. The 10 commandments, there is actually, I talked about this yesterday, that we have 10 commandments, and the 5 commandments kwanza, 5 of 10 ni za dunia hii. Ukiiba si obviously ule polisi akikushika si anakufuka jela. Hata kanisa inasema usiibe. Kanisa dunia hii ukiua mtu si utashikwa. Biblia pia amri 10 za Mungu zinasema usiue. Usitamani, usiwe mtu wa tamaa.
So, okay, big wend up tumepata wageni. Sasa tunataka tuwakaribishe ndio tuendelee na party.
Okay. Kwanza nimeona Kip amekuja, nimekuwa sometime hatujaonana. Kusema ukweli, Bob, that's from my heart. I'm worried about the bleach of how can I say, the sovereignty of our country. The 22 million voters, we are in a risk, and we need the government now to take action as soon as possible. Wacha niachie kwanza hapo wageni kwanza, wale wamekuja sasa hivi wachangie pia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to seek your indulgence, Mr. Kip. I want to step out for some coffee. Then I'll be back. Kindly take charge. if you do not mind. I think Nanyuki came in, and then there's interested party and Andy, and you are now the man in charge. Kindly take over, please.
I'll give you 10 minutes. So it's Nanyuki and interested party next. Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. But all right, you can go ahead, Bob. I'll take charge for now. All right. From what Bob has said, I wanted to say something very simple. I need people to look at the BBI and not panic. The shock we had 2 weeks ago was last-minute effort by the Kenya Kwanza people. That is why it shocked us, because we're all 100% sure that Baba was going to be president. He was sure, Uhuru was sure, everybody else was sure. But what had happened was a last-minute ditch defend effect to that. So that's my first point. Second point is most of us have actually managed our expectations towards what is going to happen in the weeks after that. So I can understand how people are feeling. There's a lot of negative questions coming up, and the Tumbi and Chirchir are working overtime to make us feel negative about this. So I really want people to feel positive that the legal team, and I'm not talking about Raila and Martha's team, the legal team, which is the citizens' petitions, were actually very strong. That if we put them side to side to 2017, they were quite effective. There was evidence, both physical and also argumentative evidence. So when I talk about the citizens, we're talking about my heroes like Willis Otieno, our recent senator for Busia. He brought some statistics into the courtroom. We've got our Asian Kenyan lady who was representing Wanjiko. Her arguments were quite good. So there's a fourth person I'm forgetting. So when we look at our senior lawyers, they did very well, but they were relaxed. What they were telling us, when you saw Orengo relaxing, you're saying that Orengo is telling Kenyans that I'm handing over the mantle, I'm handing on over my torch to these junior lawyers, that I'm going to be governor now, and the rest of you are going to be the future senior counsel for this country. Orengo has done his job. So Mzee alikuwa natuachia he's been fighting for us, and he saw a lot of young leaders like Soweto and said, wacha Soweto afanye kazi. So this was purposely done so that we can see our future leaders. Secondly, when we saw the evidence, both sides were asked questions, right? I'm talking very objectively here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not taking any side. We're all asked questions. That is Azimio, IEBC, and Deputy President Ruto and Gachagua side. They were asked questions. And if you can see the questions from Azimio answered their questions. There are not very many. And then our Wananchi petitioners answered their questions. But IBCA, I'll call IBCA, that is Chebukati crew, did not answer their questions. But IBC2 tried, because IBC2 came in with Willis Otieno and gave us the picky ponky, made our argument as simple as possible for us to argue, to understand what was going on, about the Forms 34As from 2017, Raila said that these papers could be printed in Mombasa Road and they're fake. But now, even after a Gazette notice, Chebukati illegally printed the Form 34As and distributed it to everywhere. Why did the Supreme Court just investigate 11 of those tallying centers? There's a very good reason for that. They did that because we don't have enough time for looking at all the 46,000, but they were only using statistics to go do their ruling. So Willis had one error in his statement. It was not 50%, it was actually 60% of those polling stations, which is 26, that had actually used the Form 34A Book B, which was illegally printed by Chebukati. Illegally printed by Chebukati. So that is one strike towards one of the prayers, meaning that the election was decided on an illegality. Another prayer was the Asian lady saying that Chebukati, under the laws of the IEBC, made himself the returning officer of the presidential elections. Is he the overlord of all these things? What the rest of the commissioners are going to do? So that was the first thing that a normal citizen saw was wrong. Chebukati is not a dictator. The other problem was when Soweto came in and brought the technicality of it, which was an answer. These were answers to questions that the justices asked. Now, if you asked anybody that is either in IBCA's side or UDA side, IBCA side or UDA side, you'd find that they did not answer the questions. They were all confused. They brought a Harvard law person to come and tell us some nonsense, whereby he could not perjure himself and talked about 55% of the turnout because that was what was presented to him. So he could not lie to the court. Otherwise, he loses his law license in Kenya. While Chebukati told us it's 67%. So you can see the difference there. Our Busia senator came with statistics and told us that let us use your fake numbers. From your fake numbers, did Ruto hit the 50 plus 1 threshold to become president-elect? He didn't. You see, Kenyans? So all the prayers are not going to be answered in the Supreme Court, but one of them, at least one, will be answered, and that will produce the nullification of the election. So let's relax about that. Monday, there's going to be a result that is in our favor. So I'm not going to say furthermore as to why I think that's going to happen. I just think that the Supreme Court justices are not going to embarrass their careers to predetermine what they had ruled over in 2017. Nullification is going to happen. Abuya is confident about that. Mama Selina is confident about that. Big J's former Papa is confident about that. Phelps is confident about that. What I think most of us are questioning is the whole Chebukati issue. Now, from the Chebukati issue, I have been having headaches about this for hours since Friday. I've just been thinking about it. And I think this time, it's not down to the justices. It's not down to the high courts. It's not down to us sending him to court or whatever it is. That's all rubbish to me. It's the court of public opinion. Wananchi ni koti. Wananchi watapatia pressure kwa government, wananchi watapatia pressure kwa Chebukati himself. He will have to step down. Hold on, interested party, you're next. So put your hand down. The court of public opinion will not let this person run. And even if he dares run, we as the people, we have tutakuwa bumper to bumper with him. There is no Kenyan who will allow it. And anybody who thinks no Azimio person is going to vote in a rude shock. Each one of you here is going to vote. I know that. You feel heartbroken, but I know Kakamega and Mombasa proved something to you. Proved something to you that I know we believe in Railaism. So we're going to vote. So for me, it's the court of public opinion is going to remove Chebukati. Forget about the high courts. Forget about what the Supreme Court is going to say. Please. The 9th prayer, you achana nayo. Wananchi watadeal now. And it's not violence. I'm not talking about violence. The pressure about protests, the pressure about the reporters saying people don't want Chebukati, it's going to go. There's a purpose why the petitioners outside Azimio were talking about Chebukati. It's because we want him out. Now, my dad told me one thing today. Most of you are not voting for Raila. Nobody cares about voting for Raila. We're not voting for Raila. It's beyond Raila. Raila has become an institute. Nobody is voting for Raila here. We're voting for the institute of Raila. We're voting for Railaism. What Big J had said, he's not going to be here forever. We are voting for Railaism because I believe I voted for myself because I believe I am Raila. Kipril is Raila. Mama Serena is Raila. Big J is Raila. And I want you as Kenyans to be Raila. Don't vote for the man from Kisumu or Nyanza. He is an institute. And who you're voting for is Railaism, not Raila the man. It's his ideology we are voting for. It's him saying that I am not going to pay for an election. It's for him who is not going to pay IEBC to win an election. It's for him to fight for an election for the 5th time, 25 years, my friends, my brothers and sisters. And keep the fight no matter what and keep a straight face. Phillips, you're Raila. Andy, you're Raila. Interested Party, you're Raila. Daktari, you're Raila. All of you are Raila. If you believe in Azimio. So don't vote for Raila the man. Vote for Raila the institute. When the time comes to be called upon to go for a rerun, let's prove to Ruto that we are all Raila. Call yourself Raila and go vote for yourself, not the man. Vote for the institute, tafadhali. And that is the thing I learned from my dad today. He's not voting for Raila. He's voting for himself. Raila is an ideology. And let's vote for that ideology, tafadhali. That is why when Ruto stole this from us, it hurt. It hurt us. Because you felt they stole that from me, not Raila. They stole that from me. So, interested party, tell me.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, all of you. Yes, mine first. That was powerful. Realism, that was powerful. That is fantastic. That is the ideology that all of us should have it. That should be something that should thrust us forward, whatever we're going to do. Okay, I'll be brief. First, I wanted to start with the issue of Chebukati. Chebukati, I think his term is ending in this month, September. It cannot be extended because they normally go after every 6 years. They have to whatever.
No, it's next year, March.
Next year in
Yeah,
March.
March.
Oh, not okay. But anyway, be it as it may, Chebukati is not an issue. Whether it's there or not, this time around, he cannot touch it. We've known all their moves. They have laid all their cards on the table. So to deal with them is very easy. I'm in Mombasa here, my friend, and we are raring to go. We are raring to go. You see, we don't care hata wakita nini tomorrow. We are going to vote. And this time we are going to show them now, my friend, now we want to do it nicely and clearly. Number two, you are suggesting that why doesn't Raila steal the vote? Raila is so different. He wants it clean. There's this song that you see, Onge, Ngama Babo saying, they normally sing this, nobody Baba has killed. See, it means a lot to him. So he cannot go, he cannot go opposite to whatever he believes in. He wants it and he wants it clean. And the thing is, he's not doing it for himself, he's doing it for the prosperity of Kenya. Today, a lady called me and she was really crying about how she was in Jubilee. But now she saw this thing being stolen from this mzee. And she was wondering, how is this mzee handling this thing? How can he afford even to smile? How can this mzee afford to smile? But see, look at his body language. He's just showing that the future is secured. And then there's one thing you people are forgetting. Uhuru repeated it 3 times, that we are going to deal with them swiftly and efficiently. Swiftly and efficiently. Correct me for thinking out loud, but I think Supreme Court on Monday gonna install this mzee. Watch this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, interested party. So I think before I come into Nyanyuki, because that was next and Phillips, is for me, I think Supreme Court are not a bunch of idiots, in my opinion. These are intelligent people. They're not going, I'm 100%, that is my own opinion. 100% it's a nullification. They gave us 9 options, and I think 90% of it, we've answered the question. So don't listen to Itumbi, don't listen to Grand Shenzi, you call him Grand Mullah. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to Chirchir. Those are liars. Those are people who are trying, they've sent us many clips. I know most of you have seen WhatsApp messages. Those are lies. Don't listen to them. The message is nullification. That is my confidence. If anything else happens, I don't know what happened. The hell has frozen. Nyanyuki, tuende kazi.
Thank you. My first time to be on this platform, and I'm happy to join Patriots. All of you I can see here. This late hour of the night tells me the passion that the Azimio troops have, to be awake at this hour of the night and thinking about this thing tells us that. Like Kip just said, it's really about us. It's about it's about you. It's not really about Raila. Raila is just the face of the struggle and the change that we so desire. I will say that my expectation and prayer is to have it nullified. We followed the proceedings, and I think there was quite a convincing, argument laid out by the different teams, and I think especially the 50+1 threshold was a very, very convincing line of argument. Another one that I think made a lot of sense also was the argument on the KPMG report on I think, ghost voters or something of that sort, which was put at 500 and something thousand, which was way above the margin of victory. I think those arguments, plus also others, will should give us hope that the justices will find the declaration by Mr. Chebukati not to be justifiable. With that, I think we'll be given another chance to demonstrate that this thing was ours for the taking, and it was only grabbed from our, from our mouths. Of course, like the previous speakers have said, Baba is a candidate of integrity, and I think he has always wanted to win this thing fairly, square. There are those who are taunting us that, okay, you had the system, you had this, why didn't you? I don't think, I must actually say that I actually think the systems might have talked to Raila, offering him help, telling him, let's do our thing and bring this thing home. And probably, given the money he must have turned that down and said, winning this thing clean is part of the legacy that he wants to create going forward. And I probably think, because, well, some are saying there was state interference, but if you really look at probably 2017, the conduct of 2017 polls, and the way IEBC then, especially through Chiloba, was captured, it was totally captured. It was run by the deep state. You can't say that of the 2022 polls. Apart from, just exchange of words here and there between some of the cabinet secretaries, and, there was no substantive, there was no actually interference practically from the government. And but then I'll say, this time round, if we are given the nullification and we are going back, this time round, even if it means winning it dirty, we must win it. Sometimes if the culture has been a dirty culture.
Nanyuki, we're not going to win it dirty. Let me explain to you what you need to say.
Okay,
Is we relied on the deep state. And this time, what you need to say is, Azimio was not activated like it was activated in Kakamega and Mombasa. We were not activated. Now that we're going to go to elections, after the nullification, they play that, we get activated, and no thief will be allowed on those polling stations. That's what you need to say. No citizen that believe in truth and justice will allow anybody to steal an election. That is, hiyo ni haki yako. We're not going to play dirty. We're going to protect our vote, and that's what you need to preach. We're not playing dirty. We're going to protect our voters, and I thank Kakamega and I thank Mombasa people. That is what we need to preach.
I entirely agree with you. Actually, the Kakamega and Mombasa outcomes were a big lift. You see, we all saw the, some cheap elect leaders within a day were already being bought and were all over in Karen and elsewhere joining Kenya Kwanza. Those were really very discouraging scenes, and I really thought that the Azimio fire was getting distinguished. But boom, Kakamega happens and Mombasa happens, and it was amazing to see that the Blue Army had not given up, had not surrendered. So the wins in Kakamega, which had been taunted as having been vermeered by the enemy and Mombasa, when we brought it home, then I'm sure if a rerun comes, those two outcomes will a big boost towards keeping the Azimio fraternity strong and focused on the prize. Let me end it there to
Thank you.
have
Thank you
others
very
speak.
much. Thank you very much. So that's what I want to preach as Azimio. We're going for the jugular. Now cut a jugular. And when I say that, it means that we're going in as each individual citizen to protect our vote, whether you're in Central, whether in Rift Valley, because we cannot allow this man to increase his votes in Central, to increase his votes in Rift Valley, and reduce Baba's votes in Nyanza, reduce Baba's votes in Mombasa, Kakamega, Bungoma. Hiyo ni bedroom ya Baba. We're not going to allow that. As a citizen, we don't need agents. Tuna macho yetu. Mombasa, Kakamega, thank you very much. Sisi tukiwa huko Kisii ya Nyamira, we have Simbarati, Nyataya, the Times, the Lantern of Nyanza. That's your future kingpin. So tukienda huko the Ma people, we've got Ledama. Ledama will take care of us. So tukikuja hapa the whole of Coast region, excuse me, we have Njoho, the junior sultan, because the senior sultan is Raila Amolo Odinga. Okay, Phelps, Andy, you have to kind of allow me, because I have to have public patriotic. Is it public patriotic? Excuse me, Homer. Gender sensitivity. So public, tuambie.
Good evening. Hi.
Good evening.
Yes,
Tell
you're
us
here,
about.
darling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell us about Chebukati.
That man, maybe let me deviate a bit. Okay, there's been a lot of propaganda going around in the social media. I've seen in the WhatsApp group for where I live, some forward from Winnie Odinga, and another one from Azimio TV, that there are going to be protests on Monday. In all, they were saying that in all centers, I don't know that it's city centers or just all centers. So this has sent now panic. You know how Kenyans are scared of maandamano. So it's sending a panic among people. I was also looking at there's a political analyst I normally follow. It's called Dennis Odingo. So even him, he's saying that there's been some fake account of David Morathe talking about protests. And then there's another one also there's a letter which was written by UDA and another one by Nation. So I don't know what is really happening on the internet, in the social network, because but I'm suspecting because the modus operandi of UDA is this online propaganda. So there was a letter from UDA saying that if there is a runoff, if the results are nullified, we are not going to engage in the polls. We are going to avoid, because we have been
public.
Yes. Yes.
I'll explain because I want to give you a chance to contribute, and I'm going to tell you what's happened here. The first propaganda was a Nation article that said that William Ruto was not going to participate after nullification. So that was the first shot, and it was very good graphics. It looked like Nation. But Nation Kenya had never sent that, and Ruto had never said that. That was the first propaganda, and I think it was from Itumbi to make us relaxed. But I think some of the Azimio fans decided to play a few tricks on the other side, and what they did is a similar article was sent through Azimio newsletter, and it was saying similar message, almost the same message, saying that we will do the same as what was said in the Ruto thing. So both of them, I can categorically say, are propaganda. First of all, the one that was sent on behalf of UDA had some Photoshop on it because you could see that there was a clear writing on it. The second one is it is usually the styles of Nation TV, how no Nation newspaper, how Nation usually sends their tweets. And I went straight to their official Twitter page and it was not found. So both of them are propaganda, and this is just war between the two factions. So please do not follow that. You have to follow your heart and not get scared. As for the international community saying there's going to be unrest, wazungu wanatuona kama monkeys, so do not pay attention on that. We have our own nation to lead, and let them give advisory. They've given advisory since the first time we had a terror attack in Westlands, and we've survived without them. So they can do whatever they want to do. This is our nation, and Babu Owino already said that. Back off. US, UK, Sweden, whatever, you can have a joint thing about your citizen, and we will do the same when we are a very powerful nation in future, and we can say the same thing. Let them write that in the ambassadors. Who the hell do they think they are? This is for us. This is for us as Kenyans. This is for Raila. I am Raila. So, public, ignore it. We're in the 21st century, and Africa is the new superpower. So ignore the Western world. They know we're a threat. They know once Raila is in, we are a big threat. So please talk about Chebukati. I've given you rest there. Both articles that you saw on social media are propaganda from either side. It's war in social media. So don't pay attention to that. Focus on Supreme Court and tell me, how do we get rid of Chebukati?
Okay, I don't know what is in the constitution in terms of how we can get rid of Chebukati, and other than maybe he's what I've seen in other situations like that is whereby your contract is terminated, then you're paid for the remainder of the time, which I believe he should be going away in January. But I don't know now because if Azimio says that we don't Chebukati and Gulei, then I imagine that UDA will also say they don't, the 4 commissioners who protested. So meaning we have to have an overhaul of the whole commission, all the commissioners rather. So I don't know how long that would take, but besides that, I think that maybe as Azimio, we need a strategy. We need serious strategy, because it's not like we don't have people. We have people like myself. I had there's a number we were given on the billboards. I sent in my name as a volunteer. I was willing to volunteer. Even agents, there are people who are willing to volunteer to even be agents in Mount Kenya. Myself, I'm from Mount Kenya. I'm willing to volunteer myself. But you see, Azimio is not is not strategic. Let me put it that way. They're not strategic, and that's where these other guys are beating us, because them, they have strategy. They're using propaganda on the media, in the networks, social networks. They are using their agents to enable them to steal the votes. So we may have the numbers, but and now you can see Hustler is now buying leaders, and you see those leaders is buying, they have followers. So he's buying a lot of like for example now, and in fact what is happening is that he's buying the corrupt leaders, because like for example I'm from Meru, and what I understand is that Kiraito was worried that because he had insulted this lady who got in, Ramwangaza, so much, and told her, she's not up to par, she's not learned, there's no issue, they were really despising her. And now that she got in, and he had a lot of underhanded deals which he was doing, he now ran to Hustler so that he can get protection. If the lady and him are both under Hustler, most likely the lady will not expose the kind of things which have been going on in the county, since they'll now be in one party. So Hustler thinks long term, whereas for us, I'm sorry to say, we are not very strategic at times, because we are more reactive, So like for example, now we realize that of course all along we knew that there's no way Hustler is going to play fair, but we never had a strategy to counter that. Or it's only now when things have gone the way they have gone, is when now in Kakamega and in Mombasa we became proactive. But we have millions of followers. We have so many faithful followers. There's a guy who's called Nuro Kanga, who he spends all his time just campaigning for Baba. So the thing with us, we are not being bought. And the best followers you can have are the ones who you're not buying, because they're really loyal to you. But then you have to also make use of the network that you have. Yeah, if you're not gonna make use of it, it doesn't matter how you're well intended for Kenya. Kenyans, they are, I don't know whether it's like, and then, I mean, it's so easy to confuse Kenyans, I'm sorry to say, and to make them feel like, because the strategy which Hustler has been using is that this government has failed them, and the dynasties have failed, have taken over everything, and now he's coming to save us from dynasties.
Yes.
And everything good that has happened while he was in government is his to his credit, and
Yes.
everything bad is because of
So
yeah.
so as you said, as for Kiraitu and Kivuta and all this, there's somebody who used a very accurate statement about them, and that is they are spent. We use them and they're spent. They're the last cartridges of a gun. You put in a gunshot, they're spent. There's nothing they're going to offer. Sonko is spent, and those people should not worry. If Kiraitu wants to leave, he can leave. We have a more useful Meru leader to talk to, and that is the CS for agriculture. That man he has more say in Meru, so don't worry about him. These are people who are following money. Professor is an old man chasing money. Professor from is it Kivuta or what is his name? Whatever his name is. So the man from Sigoi can spend all the Arab money he's gotten because Kimorel money imeisha. Hii sasa anaanza kutafuta ile pesa ya huko Museveni na hiyo vitu zote. So let's not focus on that. Let's think about what Azimio can actually offer. Azimio is offering more of honest leaders. We're not going to use the methodology of Sugoi buying people. UDM is the only disappointment I have, because I think that's a community that we want to keep in Azimio. As for the rest, it's insignificant to us. We don't care about them, and it shouldn't worry you. And those are the things you should not worry about. Pictures from Karen, somebody taking pictures as president-elect in Karen. Don't think about that. Think about what the people in Kakamega did, the people in Mombasa did. That is the nation waking up. And I'll keep repeating it to you. We trusted the so-called deep state. Otherwise, wananchi unge protect your kura ya Raila, and he would have been president-elect. The second thing is Chebukati. They have really fought us hard, and we brought on a very tough fight. So for me is, I want people not to get discouraged by the Itumbis because they're fighting 24/7 to give us propaganda from night to day. Umtu ajalala. He has to, he's going to prison. And if it's the other direction, please, you're making a living, Azimio people, you're making a living, and let the hustlers take over the country and let them suffer by themselves if that's what they want. But for now, think positively. The justices are not stupid. These are very intelligent people. Look at them individually. Honestly speaking, all 7 of them, I praise all of them. None of them. I do not doubt any of them. In all 7, the minimum ruling we're getting is a nullification. Minimum, and it's all of them. Another sign you need to know is the last time, not all 7 judges came for the ruling. All 7 are participating, meaning they know how important it is for the nation. And another thing, public, is the fact that the whole Justice Department was embarrassed and ridiculed by UDA and IBCA. The likes of Murkomen, the likes of Sholei have been spreading slander messages to these people. They're human beings. Another thing is, Supreme Court offered help. We offered them help. You understand? They offered help to assist in making this election smooth. And it's the same person who's coming. You're coming to say, "Can you give me a better ruling for this?" Logic. Back in April, we're telling you, "Can we assist you so that we make this election run smoothly?" Then you insult me, and you want me to make the ruling. Okay, I'm gonna stop there, but you get where I'm coming from. Daktari, Dr. Nyangu, so stop listening to social media, tafadhali. Daktari,
Okay, let me
Thank
just
you. I want us
add
to
something.
go back to.
Hold on.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that I wish we can be a bit more strategic because I know, okay, I'm not doubting that there'll be a nullification, but we need to be more strategic, and then we need to mobilize the support we have on the ground, because we have a lot of support, but we are not making use of it. That's my point. That's my main point, and that's where these other hoodlums are giving us a hard time. But if we mobilize our people, because even there are people who registered as volunteers and whatnot. Even if you want an agent in every single polling station, as Azimio we can get, because we have support across the country. But we need to mobilize. Let's mobilize on that part.
Okay, before
Yeah.
Dr. Phillips, you're coming after Leo, so relax. Public, what you need to understand is the nation is fired up. Let me tell you, what people are waiting for is the ruling of the Supreme Court on Monday. Once that happens, people like me and you are going to be talking to everybody else to be activated right now. All of us are heartbroken. Understand that. Please, we are mourning. We are mourning what happened to us 14 days ago on the 9th. So there's a lot of doubt in our heart, and there's a lot of infighting. There's a lot of who to blame or whatever it is. We trusted the deep state, which does not exist, and we did not know the extent of the stealing. Remember, this guy did not make it to 50+1 even with the stealing. So there's a lot of doubt with the public. So trust me, after Monday, mobilization will start, and you will have so much strength. You're going to be telling people that they need to come to the polling station. 60 days is enough, public. So don't worry. The strategy for Azimio is me and you. Forget about the politicians. I'm not forgetting that they have some of them are MCAs. Whoever's got their mic on, please switch off. I'll kick you out if you don't do that. So the energy of thinking of their own stomachs is over. So they will protect the votes for Baba this time. Who else is there? So don't worry, public, we're going to come back to you. So we're going to Daktari first, Leo, then Phillips. Don't worry, I've not forgotten you. So Daktari, tuende kazi. Tell me
Yes,
about
I want to ask us to go back to, first of all, good morning to everyone. I want to ask us to go back to the 9 issues that the Supreme Court delimited for a decision. And I want you to see if there is any issue that cannot be answered in the negative. For example, if you look at the first issue, they wanted to determine whether the technology deployed by the IEBC for the conducting of the 2022 general election met the standards of integrity, verifiability, security, transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. The answer to that question is obvious based on the submissions that we saw and also based on the legal foundations. Now, the second issue was whether there was interference with the uploading and transmission of Form 34As from the polling stations to the IEBC public portal. The answer again is obvious. The third issue, whether there was a difference between Form 34A uploaded. I mean, there was a huge difference, and that was demonstrated in the responses by the counsels to the court. And you saw how much uproar that caused. The other issue was whether the postponement of the gubernatorial elections and the constituencies and the wards in various parts of the country affected or contributed to voter suppression. Again, you can't answer that to the affirmative. The other issue was whether there were unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for president and other candidates. I mean, this was really in terms of, the reason why we go to court is because we do not want extrajudicial approaches in solving problems affecting our society. Yeah. The way you see somebody, for example, being lynched because they are a thief, they are suspected to be a thief, and the just thing is to subject them through a judicial process where evidence is presented and they are proved to have stolen beyond reasonable doubt. That is how a modern society must function. Any other option is not an option if we have chosen to follow the courts. And I don't think that the courts can throw a society that has put them in place to be depended upon under the water. Another issue was whether IEBC carried out the verification, tallying, and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138(3)(c) and 138(10). Of course, with 4 dissenting commissioners and with evidence and affidavits they presented, the answer is in the negative. The other issue is whether the declaration of presidential election was at 50+1. This was contested. Whether there were irregularities, what reliefs and orders. Now here, the last thing is what reliefs and orders the court can give. That, I think, is the crack. That is where the court has now to come with a lot of originality, because they, for example, cannot tell us to go for an election without a clarity of how that re-election or rerun can take place. That is what the court has to sit down as the Supreme Court and define for us. That is what I would call a gray area of the law, where now they have to come up and create the law for us. They have to tell us, for example, the provisions of Article 152 of the Constitution, where the memberships of independent commissions, there is a procedure of removing them from office. So what happens when there is evidence to the effect that the chair of an independent commission may have committed crimes and the chair has not been given a chance to be heard and to defend themselves? And yet there is an impending significant danger of their actions or their inaction to the country, prosperity and security. That is where now the courts have to think and come up with originality and express themselves for the interest of Kenyans. So I think the ninth issue is really where they really have to struggle and come up with original solutions for the unique problem and solution. So those are my thoughts for now, and I wish to hear your reactions and further comments on various topics today. Thanks.
Daktari, it's not about that. The last issue, which is the ninth prayer, it's actually what relief, I don't know what they're calling it, the relief and advice the justices would give to us after their ruling. So it doesn't matter. They're just saying whether they nullify it or uphold it. So that is actually the point where we can't predict anything, because all other 8, I think 70%.
You see, yes, once the other 8 are clear,
not all of them.
The last one, and you only have 2 options.
It doesn't have to be all 8, by the way. It doesn't have to be all 8. Just one of them will cause a nullification. But then what happens in the 8 of them is when they're going to give us the relief and advice. I don't know if you've got it there, that would the Supreme Court would then push us forward towards either a route of presidency, which, oh God, I hope it doesn't happen, or a rerun, because the announcement of Martha and Raila is not going to happen. I'm sorry, people. That's not going to happen on Monday. It's impossible. It's unrealistic, and they kick that out. So, Daktari, I'm just thinking, what is eating most Kenyans at the moment, and me included, is the Chebukati issue. The Chebukati issue.
Unfortunately, there was no substantive prayer or issue for determination that will have a direct impact within our legal framework from the determination of the Supreme Court on Monday on Chebukati. That is very unfortunate. You see, the Constitution did not contemplate most of the issues that have come up during these elections. They are very unique. And that's why sometimes you could see the judges asking this, the councils for different parties to tell them what are the legal frameworks of the prayers that they are seeking. Some of these situations were never contemplated before. And that's why the ruling of R versus R 2022 are going to be very important going forward in our legal framework and constitution. It's a very unique situation. In fact, the ideal situation which is contemplated by law would be to have that presidential president-elect declared. But if there is overwhelming evidence that he was not elected by the Kenyan people and he was elected by a Venezuelan through ICT, then ICT falls, then the whole election is nullified. But then after nullification, which is provided for in Article 140 subsection 4.3, then what next after that? That is what next after that is what the Supreme Court must define with originality for us. That's a very difficult road for us to move. It must be defined by the Supreme Court.
Daktari, before you go, there are 3 things I'm thinking about this. The initial intention of the 2010 Constitution. So 3 difficult things that has come to us as a people that we thought things would run smoothly. Please, Kenyans, bear with me and you'll understand where I'm coming from. And Daktari will understand where I'm coming from. The first problem that we identified was protecting the deputy president. We did not know we were going to have a Ruto. we did not know.
And it's good, by the way, it's good that we have Ruto, because Ruto and Raila, they have really contributed to Kenya's jurisprudence, because they push us to the farthest end. Then we create law and we make our society much more protected and strong. It's not a bad thing, really, if you look at it ultimately.
No, Daktari, I'm trying to educate people about as to what happened to us.
Yeah.
The first thing was the existence of Ruto as a deputy president. The reason why we did that to a deputy president, we were protecting the deputy president from the president because of Moi, Arab Moi.
Yes.
That's number one. So that's one shock we had. Ruto did that. Number two, we had the elections so that we can have a rerun. The rerun is not what you think it is. The rerun is just like the US, whereby we're counting the numbers and we find that there's a small percentage whereby, just like the US, it brings a benefit of doubt. So we tell the Supreme Court we want a rerun because the percentage is too close. So the rerun we're talking about right now is not intended for the purposes people think it is for. The rerun we're talking about is the misbehavior of IEBC.
That's okay. If for example, there was evidence presented to court to the effect that, for example, 11,000 polling stations results transmission were transmitted from the same KIMS kit. That is, as an ICT expert, you know that is possible to be verified and established. If you establish that, that is the end of the story. You nullify the election. But after nullification, how do you direct? Which relieves? How do you direct the country to move on? You don't just nullify and keep quiet. You have to tell us, how do we end up with a president? Because ultimately we need leadership. The society, the country must move on. How do you come up with that infrastructure within the law? And remember, the judges cannot go outside the 9 issues. The decision must be within the determination of the 9 issues. And law, for example, is very limited. That is why it would be very important going forward for us to have a strong IEBC that holds itself as serious as the Supreme Court of Kenya, so that we don't have to move our problems every time to the Supreme Court. We need a serious head, a serious mind. I don't know why there is no meritocratic employment in some of these serious institutions, so that we have serious minds. You have to make a decision with certainty, with seriousness. You don't just have to shift this responsibility to the Supreme Court every time. It is not fair to anyone. It is not right. There should be relative trust and confidence in the people who handle certain institutions.
Evans, bear with me kidogo, because hapa nataka daktari akae na sisi kidogo. Evans, daktari, what I think is the problem is when Raila had effectively, because he's one of the fathers of these constitutions, Martha Karua, Wangare Maathai, Matiba, all these people are the forefathers of that. A lot of them have left the world. Yeah. He was supposed to take over and run the constitution. And what happened with the digital team of Uhuru and Ruto is they did not implement it properly. So civic education for the people did not take into effect understanding that as we take over this constitution, we're going to improve it over the last 10 years. So some of these problems, we would have gone through them and improve it. So for us, as society, we think that electing an MP or an MCA is like a football team. We don't think as what they're intentionally going there to be, as servants of the nation. So some of these things, the 2010 constitution, that's why we brought the BBA. The 2010 constitution was like a kickstart. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a kickstart so that we improve on it as we go on and as we grow on top of it. So what has happened is we've forgotten what a governor needs to do. what an MCA is supposed to do, what an MP is supposed to do. These are laws that we should have improved from one election to the other. From 2013, we should have seen the mistakes that happened in 2013, improved on them, come to 2017, improved on them. This is why we're all running to the Supreme Court. It looks like the Supreme Court is the only constant in it. So, Daktari, Apo, I'll kind of disagree with you. The problem is we did not realize that Railaism started when in 2013. I'll come back to you because Nimeka Evans sana and listen to Evans
no
before
problem.
I leave.
Kibu naona unaendelea vizuri, muendelee, muulize maswali nyingi na he is doing very well. Yeah, it seems he's well articulate and he has the points to throw. Ask him if he's still willing to answer more. I can give him some more minutes.
Yes, no, sorry. Me, when I hear somebody that has something that would teach the public, I would give leeway, and I think the rest of the public will allow me to do that. So if you have questions for Daktari, we'll start with Evans, then we'll go to Mwika and ask questions. Daktari, I'll let you run the show. Kidogo. Go ahead.
Dr. Thank you very much. You seem to understand the situation very well. And perhaps we are now we are entertained actually. We have just been left in a quagmire. We don't know how we're gonna unlock ourselves. Unless maybe we borrow a boat. I don't know, Mr. Kib, you have to give us a boat from the Europe side because we are already in a quagmire. Otherwise, we're gonna sink. Unless somebody else comes on board and helps us. Mr. Daktari, maybe my question could be, if in any case, because obviously this election has been nullified, and there is no way out, because you know the judiciary has already been put on a test. Their integrity and transparency is on a test. So what if these guys, they decide otherwise, and then they throw the ball to the president? You remember, the president is still the president. And if you remember, these Venezuelans have already, it's like they did a coup. What if our president decide to take a coup of himself and just decide to cancel the constitution and continue ruling?
That would be very unfortunate. You see, just ask yourself what we would have without the 2010 constitution. You see, before 2010, how were people solving problems? People were going to the streets. People were being killed. People were using their bodies and their emotions to express what they think should be done against Moi, against what. In fact, there is a very huge extent to which the current constitution was created as towards the imperial presidency as embodied through President Moi. So much so that we failed at all to appreciate certain positive aspects of a strong presidency, to the extent that today we have a constitution that tries as much as possible to limit the presidency, even when the presidency is right. Now, we even went ahead and created the presidency instead of the president. And it is that which our brother William has benefited from in the last 10 years. He has been, for the last 5 years, for example, he never agreed much with President Uhuru, but he remained in office because of our constitution. Now, that is just one aspect. Another aspect, remember, we have had many problems as a country. There is a time we had crime, for example, street crime. When there is a criminal, and some of you have worked in the police service and the police force as well, you know, sometimes the criminal can threaten your own life as a police officer. So what do? You kill the criminal. And then, of course, you are trying to protect the public. You are there standing on our behalf and on your own behalf. So when you kill the criminal, constitutionally, you know, that's a crime because you should arrest the criminal, take them to court. Politically, we have attempted to solve our problems that way. The fact that Martha Karua and Raila Odinga went to court is a very positive plus for our society. That is a very good thing. And the court has no option. They must give us a solution that cannot take us to the streets. And that solution, I have a feeling that it is quite obvious to all of you. The only difficult thing for the court, and I think we must never put our Supreme Court on trial every 5 years, is we must have an IEBC that is functional. You see, if Chebukati, you know, I saw somebody saying ati hiyo kitu wakati wali display hiyo fomu ya kutoka huko Murang'a, ati huyu mtu hakulipwa vizuri, ameanika kipara ya Chebukati. It was a joke, but I think that it is important that we have men and women as commissioners, as members of IEBC, who believe in making objective decisions and standing by them. And if the Supreme Court finds that that is what was made by and pronounced by Chebukati, it's okay. But with the evidence that we saw, and some of you also watched the presentations, you have read the affidavits, it seems the opposite is the case. And if the opposite is the case, how do we move from here? That is what is not provided in law. We don't have a legal framework that clearly thought. You know, for you to create law, you go through a problem, and then after you have gone through a problem, now you come up with a solution which you put in writing. Unfortunately, not all solutions, human solutions, come from the law. Some solutions, by the way, they come from indigenous beliefs, hata kutoka kwa waganga. Some of them zinatoka kwa kanisa, some of them zinatoka kwa msikiti. So we need a faith system. Some of them, they come from science. Unapata kuna a biologist who has discovered medicine ya malaria ama injection ya corona. So some of these solutions are not necessarily from the court. So we must be clear also, because the society does not only depend on the constitution and the law. I sometimes go to court and I get so surprised. You see somebody coming there saying ati huyu tulizana yeye, sasa nataka alee watoto wako na payslip ya 50,000. He could be having a payslip of 50,000, but he has 50 children. That means according to the law, you are entitled to 1,000 shillings. But you see, the law does not give you a solution to all your problems. Problems are solved using rationality. And that is why we must go beyond certificates when we are recruiting members of the IEBC. And they must look at themselves as the ultimate end. And then lastly, IEBC should be operationally independent. Operational independence is very important. You see, they have made that independence to become a proper name. Independence ideally should be something which makes you delinked from other institutions of government. But for them, the way they are behaving, it's as if they are looking at the Supreme Court or the judiciary to direct them. They are looking at the executive to guide them. They are helplessly looking at the police to... No, you should be so independent. You should be able to perform your core functions without depending on any other institution for the primary provision of the service, so that the other actors in government or in the private sector are only doing what we call secondary and support functions or co-curricular. Your essential duty is to provide a free and fair election. And that should be the simplest thing for any patriotic professional who has been given an opportunity to do, because many things depend on that. You can imagine for the last 1 month or so, all businesses have stopped in Kenya. It is not as worse as it was in the previous years, but today in the real estate sector, in many sectors of our economy, nothing is happening. They are waiting for us to have a substantive and functional governance. It is not fair and it is not right.
So Daktari.
Let me, on the Chebukati issue, can I say something?
Hold on.
Quickly?
You have to raise your hand. Sorry, you have to raise your hand. You have to raise your hand because Andy and Seth will feel unfair, and we have to also be fair on Daktari. If Daktari, you're okay with the next few questions, that would be great. But for me, I think
you can ask all the questions so that I can go to backstage and also enjoy listening to you without being
there's
here.
a few Kenyans here. I think Andy, Mama Selina, Nyanyuki, Evans, and Seth will have to ask you. I think this is becoming very interesting because we've been all over the place here. Evans, I think you agree with me here. So for me, before Evans asks the last questions, then we're going to put it to Andy, is the fact that I think we need to take the Supreme Court as an example of how an independent institute needs to act. Forget about the high courts, forget about the lower courts. I think as an independent institute, the Supreme Court has actually behaved in a manner I think should be patriotic. I think
that's right. That's true.
that is how it should happen. Independence doesn't mean you create rules or a constitution within the institute itself that comes up with things like national presidential returning officer, where you make the decision on your own. So I think I get where you're coming from, whereby the IBC should be independent, but not independent into a patriotic reasoning like the Supreme Court. Okay. Andy asked the question, then Nanyuki, if you bear with me, Seth, and no, not Andy. Evans has a final question. Then Andy is going to ask another question until Daktari is exhausted. You've given me that permission, Daktari.
Yeah, proceed.
Okay. Yeah, Daktari, I'll just let's go back to this analogy of the plumber. Now, the plumber just came up with some things that we need to think of. Now, do you think that this plumber, if we're not gonna just check our systems, the plumber might be 2 plumber or 3, 4 plumbers besides us?
Yeah, you see, we do not have the privilege of accessing evidence to the effect of the submissions that we listened to orally, because some of us, we could only read the affidavits that were shared and also the oral submissions. But I think the judges have a huge privilege, which we don't have. But it is true that if you have somebody else accessing the system without being gazetted, without legal permission, then that is a ground for nullification. That is a ground to answer the first issue for determination, whether the technology deployed was verifiable, was valid, was to serve the ultimate interest of delivering free and fair elections. So the judges have that privilege. The fact there are submissions that were made to the effect that the petitioner was not allowed to access the servers. You see, there is a distinction between servers and the portal. The servers are not the portal, and the portal is not the server. The server is the ultimate container of truth. And the court's duty and primary duty is to seek for truth and make decisions based on the truth. You see, and I do not doubt that any of those two, the lawyers for the respondents and the lawyers for the petitioner, sometimes I get disappointed with lawyers, you know, because lawyers, sometimes they know the truth. They know that this is a thief, but they will come to court and talk to you as if this is the holiest person that has arrived. That is not right. You see, and that is actually very unique in Kenya and some other third world countries. I have a colleague, a senior colleague, a mentor of mine, who was in Europe, in Germany, and one time he was involved in a traffic accident and the lawyer refused to represent him. He said, you are just a criminal, you have done it, you know, I cannot represent you. But unfortunately for us, you come, you hire me because I'm the senior most lawyer and you know you are a criminal, I also know it, but I go and defend you and say you did not do anything wrong. So the judges have that duty. Is a sacred duty, and that is why they are called justice. They are honorable justice. So that I think is a call that they are faithful to, and they must deliver, and they have delivered. You saw their decision, for example, in the BBI. You saw their decision in the 2017 Raila versus Uhuru 2013. I don't think that the Supreme Court of Kenya is one of the most important organs that has been created by the 2010 Constitution. But I do not think that we can continue as a Kenyan to burden the court every 5 years. We just have to get it right. When we are recruiting these commissioners, let's put meritocracy, not mtu kujuana, ama huyu ni relative wa nani, ama network. Let's put those networks in other things, kama ile insignificant. Kama tuna appoint chairman wa board ya kuuza mboga, sawa, lakini as an institution like that, let's just be meritocratic. Let's put people who believe in their country, who have capacity to make independent decisions. I could see some of them, they have to consult parties to the election to make certain basic decisions. It is not right.
Daktari, you know, it's still your session. I'm going to give you another half an hour. So
no, don't give me too much time.
Tulia
need to listen to everyone.
Tulia kidogo. So Andy, what I need you to do, because Evans, bado siende, don't run away because you've not given a submission. Andy, I want you to submit something. Evans, tulia kidogo. I want you to submit something, but also ask Daktari a question. And Daktari, on the chat over there, put your number privately, the private one. I want to contact you later. So Andy, tell us what you think about Chebukati and us being kind of Venezuela, as you ask Daktari a question also, because this is an opportunity to have an intellect, one of Kenyan sons, give us an insight as to what we think about our constitution. Karibu Richie. These are very interesting shows you've had. So Andy, tuambie. And Daktari, put your number there tafadhali. Andy inaonekana amelala. So Seth, think of the same question I've asked Andy and do the same, tafadhali. And Daktari, I got your number. I'll WhatsApp you soon.
Hello, Kip. Hello, Kip.
Yes. I can hear you.
Yeah, just to emphasize what to emphasize to what Dr. Nyang'au amesema lawyers they don't if you're a criminal they still represent you. Nataka kuambia lawyers who are representing Trump, when they say Trump anafanya hivi, they say they were going to deregister some lawyers in America, or they cannot be in court anymore. So I just wanted to emphasize what he was saying is true. In Kenya, it's different. Lawyers anajua umeiba, anakwenda kukuambia. Trump cases, you know, some lawyers were even running away. Even being warned, if you represent Trump and you know he's lying, we're going to deregister you. We should do the same in Kenya. Having said that, I want to tell Kenyans as well, as we are talking about these elections, whether to be held and upheld. The truth of the matter is, these elections are going to be they're not going to be nullified. I love them to be nullified because we can see all the evidence. But this court is a political court. They will see that Kenyans are quiet. What work on mom? There is peace. Why are we going to do this? People are saying Chebukati to go. I want him to go. I don't want him to hold any other election. But who is going to hold the election? They can't put this country in crisis. They're going to say, hang on a minute, you guys, the country is peaceful. We're going to do this. We're going to improve here and there. Let's go for it. Let's just appeal this election and we move. They will just give you an excuse to come here. The evidence was not enough to turn the election. Even though tunaona, we common people are saying, surely this was rigging. These elections were not free and fair. Chebukati was IBC, just as Ruto was IBC, and the Venezuelans. They controlled everything. Nguni told Kenyans, you go and vote. There are people who sit on the table and decide who is the president. This is exactly what happened. And it's going to happen. I mean, I'm not advocating for violence. I'm not advocating for violence. But people should come up and demonstrate peacefully. Because think this election, we're just giving them names. Oh, there's the judges, they're up there. They're just like you and me. They have their own opinion. They have their own feelings. Some of them are pro Azimio. Some of them are pro Kenya Kwanza. They will just look for one small excuse. And if they're voting, they decide, listen, the country is peaceful, should go. We say we can't go to another election if Chebukati is the chairman. So the parliament is there. Let the parliament pass a law, then we can have a new chairman to hold the election. Otherwise, if you're going to say, oh, Chebukati should go, I don't think the judges are going to nullify that election. So who is going to hold the election? They can't give it to the deputy because they'll think the deputy is pro-Raila. Chebukati is pro-Ruto. That's a fact. You can't hide. So who is going to hold this election? Who? Ask yourself, who is going to hold the election? They're not going to nullify. They'll say the country is bigger than everyone else. Let's go by what is up. People are quiet. People are calm. I know people are not calm, but they believe people are calm. And actually, people are calm. But elections were not free and fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think before I give it to Richie, I'm going to have one more question for Dr. Nyang'au. This is the format I have. Sorry. Who said that? Sorry. I had somebody say something. Okay, anyway. So before I ask one more question to Dr. Nyang'au, I'd like Mwanyiki to know what the format I had, which was you present yourself and have a question for Dr. Nyang'au. That's an intellect in Kenya, I believe so. And then we can move forward to, I think, Nyanyuki had a question after Mwanyiki, then Koseo. Then you can move to whatever it's going to go on, Richie. So, Mwawika, you could ask a question and also present. This is very unique. I'm just, it's because nimepatiwa ushikani leo. And then nilikuwa nataka hata Evans had not presented. So after Mwika, I think Evans can say a little something. Sorry. So Evans can have a little something to say because he did not have the opportunity. Then from Huse onwards, Richie, you can take on. So Mwika, present, ask Dr. Kitu alafu Evans apatie presentation yake. Thank you.
Okay, asanteni. Habari za kushinda? Hata mimi niko salama. Nimekuwa nasikiza, although nimekuwa on off sababu ya kazi ya kila kitu. But you people again, you are doing a good job. Kuhusu Chebukati kweli, what I can say about it is this thing, vile said amesema, this thing is very political. I know most of us, we want at least a nullification, we go back there. But how possible is it? What chances do we have? Because hata tukisema let's go back, kuna Chebukati. Aya, watu wasema tutaki Chebukati. Let's see atolewe. Who else next on chain? Tuko na Cherera. But do you think the House is okay with all that elephant in the room to perform an election? To me, I don't think it's possible. No. So chances are, when it comes to Ruto alianza mambo yake kitambo. He bought people left, right, center, including all those institutions. Apart from being political, money is involved also. If we remember going back to those times, walikuwa ICC, him and Uhuru Kenyatta. I think Uhuru was pandoed, ya Ruto ikakuwa tu bado pending, right? Anjai maliza. Inangojanga tu a day that will come arudi huko. So what does the guy need? Anataka that power to protect him. That's why he was using all this money to get there. Na ndio anasema hata he doesn't mind atakanyaga wagapi, bora afike pale. Bora to protect himself. Bora kuwe that dictator. Another thing, hata tukisema tunarudi kwa nullification, ni sawa, tunasema let's mobilize our people. Because I know even for sure, tukarudia leo, Raila will be the president tomorrow. Because these things that has happened for the last 1 week has changed a lot of people's mindsets. Many of them are for Raila now. Wenye walikuwa nakufa na Ruto, many of them. Wenye wamebaki tu ni wenye wanapigania kwa hapa, kwa hii keyboard. They don't want to come out and talk for themselves. You know? So the thing is, hiyo tutarudi pale. But are we going back to the same server, supposing we go back there? Are we using the same servers zenye already ziko tampered with? mwenye alikuwa anatuonyesha hiyo mahesabu alikuwa anaitwa nani huyu Msomali? Mahat Somain, right? That is one of them. That was one of the streamers there. That was one of the key schemers when walituibia kura. Yeah, and the brother. All of them are Duale projects. That is family. Chebukati au watu wote in the same. So unataka kusema tukirudia sawa, tutatoa hata Chebukati, tufanye nini? Hii mtatao tutachenga ama we go manual. Kila mtu account kura yake ndio hiyo, to count 1 2 mpaka mwisho. So already this thing is already decided. But our main hope ni turudi pale tupige tupate haki. Because if you tell us to move on, it's very hard. I'm telling you, it's hard to tell somebody that has been waiting for truth that this is not the truth. You are forcing him for this truth. It's not the same. It will not be the same in Kenya. Hata kama tu atanyamaza, it will never be a better Kenya. So, ile kitu tunaweza sema for now, let's just pray for wisdom. Let's just pray for that supreme God. Wao wako na Mungu wao, sisi tunaomba yule supreme God afanye bila nataka. Afanye vile sisi tunataka na tunataka ukweli. The papers I think we mess up somewhere here. I wish tungepewa hizi papers za kura, where were they printed from? Where is the consignment? Aya, tuone, this is a bank that arrived 2000. Tumetumia 500. Zimekuwa spoiled 200. Tumebaki na ngapi? In that way, then we see, okay, how many got spoiled, how many trays we had. Tuna balance, tunaona hata kama kulipotea ni moja, we can excuse for that error. Lakini sasa even you cannot account. They were printed, it's so clear that we have printed a lot of booklets, zingine hata sijui ziliko wapi. So clearly this was a project of Uganda being forced to us through Museveni and the likes of Duale au Asomali wote, the grand mullahs, tukafosiwa tu hapa. Not mention even the Venezuelans. Hao tu walikuwa tu maybe by the way. But what do we say? These are people that are still selling us. They're our fellow Kenyans selling us. Utaamini aje hawa watu? Tutarudia kura ndio, but how will my vote be accounted for? Unaona? We got so many questions to be answered na tujui nani anatuanswer. Because many of them hata zenye zilikuwa kwa courtroom, tunaona ni hivi tulidanganywa. You could see black and white, this is what is happening. But many of them came out with lies. Ile inashangaza watu, all these people wanakauka kudanganya kama Ruto tu. Uwezi watu wa pale, yani watu wa Ruto wanakauka wanakufa na yeye. So where is the justice? Where is the truth? Who will tell us the truth? For me, I'm just waiting for Monday to be given another chance to have that one voice kwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Nyayo tu nasema.
Thank you very much. Before I leave, Leo, you had the questions, but you didn't have the opportunity to talk. And Nanyuki, I'm sorry, you can't ask the question because I can't see Daktari now. So, Leo Evans, tafadhali tupe your opinion, and then Richie is going to take over from that. Thank you, Richie, for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Keep and the panelists. We know the country we are sad because the espionage happened in our country. Our own countrymen spied, just sold our country to the foreigners. You know, if not that our countrymen were involved, by now we could be engaging that the other country through the UN. Unfortunately, our own people, just got involved. That is why you can see a Pramba behind us. And to be very precise, our Justice Department has also been put on a test. And yes, we're just talking about an nullification, which is going to be happening. It's not a secret. Mr. Seti or Bodo was saying that it will be held. That is a disaster. Nobody will stand that one. That one must be forgotten because it cannot stand, because nullification, that is the only thing. And if there was a reason on how the recount can be done so that a winner can be declared, that can be the only solution to our country. But for the time being, a problem. If sabotage was just evident from both the IPC, you can see even the most we trusted most of the institutions were corrupted, and the second in command became a skunk. The second in command became a skunk to our country. It doesn't matter. Things have already gone wrong, and it's our time now to salvage our country. Is either to paint our image to the colors of our flag, or we turn it, because everyone in the world, they are watching our country. If the Justice Department will do the justice as it's be, nobody should be talking about now peace. Peace is nothing. Without justice is nothing. So we just hope that the Justice Department will give us justice. And then after that, we can negotiate peace. It is time now to start negotiating about peace, nothing else. And perhaps that we have time. After the nullification, which is going to happen, we have to work out on a plan that we are not going to give the IPC any more efforts to take it to whatever they are taking. We will do what the Kakamega people did, the Mombasa people did. That is what we're going to do. And we are not going to sleep now. We have to, if any one of you here participated on the new constitution, you can remember that it was the hardest time ever. But we managed, we went through. And if any one of you survives the regime of Moi, those people who are bickering, those people who are just listening to the gutter press, listening to Miguna, the bastard from Canada, I'm telling you the truth. They don't understand. They don't understand what they are bargaining for. People are just bargaining for the item in the pocket without knowing exactly whether it's real or it's fake. What these people, they are trying to sell to you guys, it's not worthy, the amount that you're putting on the table. So what I will advise my colleague, my Kenyan, my patriotic Kenyans, our country is big. Yes, those people are saying that the country is bigger than somebody. No, we have fought for this country for a long time. We have educated ourselves. We have educated our people. We shouldn't even a single inch give to anyone else. Nobody is gonna scare us that because you have peace in one day, we're gonna be scared for that. No, this peace is there because people fought for it. People have been corrupted. People have been put in yard house. So this time round, we are not gonna just listen and just wait that somebody is gonna tell us because we have peace today, it's gonna be happening. No, no, no. If the worst comes to the worst, let it be. But we have to have whoever won. We know the Baba won. How can the crappy people just stole the votes from one individual adding to the other, putting the form 34A, doing rapid things there, and then we expect that is the truth? No, no, no. There was no election done. So whoever voted, we voted for Baba, and Baba won. That is it. Let's stick on that, and let's be adamant that we do not want. We don't want to praise. I want to swallow the words of Lumumba, Patrick Lumumba, and that will be the that will be my chorus, because otherwise we are doomed. It's either we say no, or these guys, they're gonna sell our country together in a wholesale, just a throwaway. Mr. Kibas, you said earlier, I heard you asking Daktari questions, which were pertinent to in regards to our what we're expecting tomorrow. That is maybe less than 24 hours from now. Yeah, our judiciary is absolutely divided in the middle, because some of them, they were put there through the politics. Maybe they are favoring one side or the other. But remember, they are all of them, they're captains. They're not going to be like IPC. And remember, some of our lawyers pointed and just referenced them. like the IPC. So they have to salvage that justice department, whether they like it or not. If they will do it wrongly, then obviously even the Chief Justice, I think, he has to blame himself because he didn't. If he will fail to deliver by tomorrow, and then the country is just at peace because we are waiting. We are waiting for them to give us the best verdict. Otherwise, we are not for the crappy information that these guys they are just battling around in the streets talking. And guys, on my own, I could say that those people who are bro justice, don't be listening for these gutter press people just writing nonsense. They are there just to fool you. But if you are a clever person, please read by yourself, follow the constitution, and even inquire from the right people. Otherwise, we have good lawyers in Asimio. And by the way, we have the best lawyers in Kenya, well articulate, well learned. Even in the panelists in this group, most of them, they are very smart. They can analyze issues. They can challenge. They can even go deeper to just do a lot of statistics. So we are proud of ourselves unless we do it. Mr. Seti Obado, please don't tell us that it's going to be hell, because you are putting more pressure on our stomachs, and that is what we don't want to hear anymore. Thank you very much, panelists, and Mr. Gibb, I hope I didn't step on Seti's toes. Thank you.
No. You did all right. Rich is taking over from now because I will be late for me now. But thanks a lot, Evan. It's always a pleasure to see you in the panel. Asante sana. Wacha boss wangu achukue Richard Makiadi, Mr. Lingala himself from Kinshasa, and also from Luyaland.
Safi, keep unanisikia?
I can hear big bro.
Okay, asante sana. First of all, I want to thank you for holding the studio. I can see Leo Evans ever trusted. Siwezi soma yote kwa sababu imekatika. Daktari Kuseo and Seth Opodo. Let me make a few remarks before I proceed to give Daktari an opportunity to speak. I think Dr. Nyang'au has left. I had a question for him. I'll wait until he comes back and then I can direct that to him. My issue with what Seth said here is that the judges live in Kenya and they probably look at Kenya and see that Kenya is peaceful and therefore they will want to maintain status quo. Just not to destabilize the country, just to make sure that the peace of the country is maintained. I want to refer you to, I don't know if you looked at one of the issues that was before the Supreme Court. It actually leaned towards the role of a commission's chairman. Now, if you look at, oh, good, he's come here. If you look at a commission, there's one question that kept on popping up, and that's the role of a commission's chairman. Now, the IEBC as a commission was called a dysfunctional commission by the Supreme Court. They were told, in fact, we heard some of the judges call them this dysfunctional commission. And I think Judge Njaki Ndungu asked the lawyers of IEBC that what happens when the commission's chairman pronounces the wrong results? Will we still go by those results? That was one question. And then the other question that came up in the Supreme Court was, which was the IEBC? Which between the two factions, which one was the IEBC? Was the IEBC with the chairman, or was the IEBC with the majority of commissioners? So, Seth, I want to ask you this. Are you aware that the Supreme Court has to make a decision, and this decision will be used going forward on the issue of the role of the chairperson of any commission in the country? And to that effect, it means that if the Supreme Court says that the commissioner, the chair of any commission can make unilateral decision, can make independent decisions without actually consulting the other commissions, then that is going to set precedent for all the other commissions in the country, all the other independent commissions. So it's not just about whether the election was rigged or not. It's not about whether the country is peaceful or not. It's about setting a standard for the other commissions in the country. That's one issue. Number two, the Supreme Court raised an issue about what we call the chairman appointing himself as the returning officer for the presidential elections in the Republic of Kenya. So Seth, again, I asked you here, should the election not be nullified because we want peace? And should the Supreme Court go ahead and justify a gazette notice that was done illegally by the chairperson of the IEBC to nominate himself and gazette himself as the chief returning officer, or as the returning officer of the presidential election, so that we can maintain peace? I think that's one issue that I want you to clarify for me. And the other one, we are talking about numbers. For you to win the presidency, you have to have 50+1 of the total cast votes. Some people say minus the spoiled votes. So I would want you also to tell me, should we be going against the Constitution? Because these issues were raised, and I believe that when you read the Constitution about the 50+1, it's about the total cast vote. It's not about whether we have spoiled votes or not. It's about the total cast votes. So if the Supreme Court decides to maintain peace, like you said, should we just sweep all these illegalities and put them under the carpet so that we can maintain peace? And moving forward, Nyang'au, this one comes to you. You said that it's like if we have these issues going to the Supreme Court every day, we are putting the Supreme Court on trial every 5 years. I would also want you to answer me and tell me, what is the work of the Supreme Court according to the Constitution? So I don't know, do we start with Seth or do we start with whoever is ready? I can allow you to go first. Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Okay, Makiadi, to be honest with you, naweza kuambia kwamba mimi nimekubaliana na wewe. The court want to send a precedent. They will say, okay, all these cases, we agree there were errors and we can correct them, but we cannot go for another election. They can say, okay, Chebukati did this, but in future, the chairman of electoral commission should involve blah, blah, blah. They're going to set a precedent, as you wanted to put it. But they will say, the evidence that we have are not enough to overturn this election. And they're not going to tell us because of peace. They don't say, oh, the peace in the country, the judges look for a small thing and they turn it around. But they can correct these mistakes and say in future, the chairman of commission cannot do this and that and that. However, the evidence we have at the moment cannot overturn this election. So we're going to have this election. There were errors. They're not going to deny that. There were errors, but they're not enough evidence. They're not strong enough. They're in the evidence, but they're not strong enough. However, in future, chairman of commission cannot be this and that and that and that. That's how they do it. I'll give you an example. Kama kesi ya BAT. Health Commission ilipata kwamba smoking of cigarettes in a cause, it can cause cancer and other things. Lakini they look at the public interest and say people are going to lose jobs. The government is not going to get tax. So they worked around it and they say, for the sake of public interest, we agree. Smoking of cigarettes is a health hazard, inaleta magonjwa na kila kitu. Lakini because of public interest, we cannot ban BATs making tobacco. That's how they work around it. They go around it. They're going to tell you there's peace in the country. No, they're going to tell you the evidence are not strong enough. They're not enough to overturn this election, even though there were irregularities. However, we can correct what Chebukati did and what the other person did. So you're going to call for another election. Who is going to hold the election? You're already saying Chebukati cannot hold the election. The Constitution says very clearly, when the elections are, when you call for a rerun, it's going to be 60 days Is it 60 days? I don't know, 60 days or 3 months or 2 months. That's enough. So what's going to happen? They're not going to create crisis in the country because you want to correct all these things. They work around it. They just take one small thing, want to turn around. They just make a win and they make an excuse, and then they say, however, this has to be corrected, this has to be corrected, this has to be corrected. As simple as that. But we hope the elections will be the same way. That's what they do.
Okay, thank you. I see a hand here, but before let me just give you another follow-up question. So from what I understand is this: we are telling the IEBC Commission that next time muache kura ibiwe, muache makosa ifanyike kwa uchaguzi, lakini tutafunika tu kwa sababu we want peace. Listen, Seth. The issue about the threshold on what the commission, the Supreme Court can make a decision on lies within the 9 points or the 9 issues that were before it, and all it needs is just 4 judges of the Supreme Court to agree with one of the 9 issues for the election to be nullified. Because we are not talking about the Supreme Court making its way around, like you're describing it. They will just make a way around those issues and say from now next time. Because we are looking also at the down ballots. We have the governors. It is going to set precedent. So what you're telling us is, if the Supreme Court decides that there were illegalities and irregularities in the presidential election, so when we go down to the other ballots, the governors and the senators and all that, we should also overlook those, because that is what the president of the Supreme Court will have set for the country. And that is where I depart from your point of argument. Because once we do that, even the other countries in the world, they look at what we are discussing. They're looking at what we are discussing as a country right now in the Supreme Court. And if we do that, then we are telling any other country that we don't care about illegalities and irregularities in the presidential election. As long as there's stability in a country, then we can overlook these and then, help our country moving forward to improve those things. How are you going to hold people accountable? People who have done illegalities, people who have bungled elections moving forward. This is the second time that Chebukati is doing the same thing. So what advice would you tell us here when you tell us here that for the sake of peace, wacha tu tuachilie kitu iende, lakini uko mbele tutarekebisha. Utarekebisha na nani? Because this commission will not have been punished for the illegalities and the irregularities that will have happened in this election. And moving forward, you have no reason whatsoever to punish any other person ambaye atabangle elections. Ose, ngoja kwanza Ose, I'm coming to you. Leo.
Yeah, as I said, it's not bad to just say. You remember when Nairobi was.
There's an answer. Hey, McKelly, can I answer?
Hold on. Leo, kuuliza swali.
Mr. Set, you remember when Nairobi was dysfunctional under Sonko, there was a team which was appointed to run Nairobi. And since then, Nairobi has been running very well, isn't it? Now, if we realize that IPC is not working, remember, power is vested in the people. So we can even have the interim body which will oversee this election, because at the end of the day, we need a president. Otherwise, the sitting president will continue. We don't even need to go for that election, or just say that I'm held for the we didn't even do the election, brother. We had the Bramba on our back.
Ngoja Seth. Ngoja. We'll come to you. Seth, hold on. Jose.
I just respond to that and then I can do my mini later, is it? Yeah. Isn't it? You see, okay, good evening, Stone, Leo and Seth. Dr. Nyang'au amejificha wapi? Ameenda kutafuta you see,
Mbuzi, ameenda kutafuta mbuzi.
You know, you can't stay
I'm here.
even
I'm
for one
waiting
place
for my
for.
chance to respond to Rich's question.
No, you had gone looking for. They didn't give you all the bones. Anyway, what I wanted to say is this. You see, the Supreme Court. First of all, I want to say that I'll disagree kidogo with what Seth is saying. You see, the Supreme Court is aware that it is the last line here. And there is no way they are going to tiptoe about such serious issues. And like Rich is saying, it will be a very bad precedent. They are the last line. After that, there is nothing else. Imagine if they are not careful and they trigger unnecessary demonstrations. What will they do? No. They are going to have to get the answer. First of all, this issue of Chebukati, I don't understand why everybody is worried about it. Because if you remember what Justice Kwame asked during the hearing sometime, you'll realize that how do you get Chebukati out? The law lays down how Chebukati can be removed from his position, and more so as a commissioner. Wachana na hii maneno ya chairman. Chairman, they can even demote him. They can demote him and have somebody else there. The Supreme Court has got powers. They can even second, let's say in the event that because of the legal requirements which were brought in by Parliament, not Constitution. I keep saying here, the legal requirement for the chairman were brought in by an act of Parliament. It was not the Constitution. Now, if that be met, there is nothing wrong. You see, the same way the Supreme Court recommended the registrar to go and oversee that scrutiny. For this particular election, if need be, there are powers even to second there a High Court judge. As for purposes of conducting these elections. But nevertheless, let me get back to how you get Chebukati out. If he violates the Constitution or Chapter 6, Chebukati can be removed from office. Or if just through gross misconduct, or he has mental incapacity, or if he is found to be incompetent, or if he is bankrupt. Now, the same law requires that if that is the case, then the president will need to set up a tribunal to try him. Unfortunately, now that you people are saying that we don't have a fully capacitated president, I'm not so sure whether he'll be competent enough to appoint a tribunal. But nevertheless, all the Supreme Court judges may need to do is to trigger that. You remember, in the Raila case petition, I think under number 20, before they were consolidated, one of their prayers or pleas was that Chebukati be found to be unfit to hold public office, and that he should bear all the costs of this petition. Now, during the consolidation, that was dropped, and as we speak now, there is none of those determinations requires that Chebukati be found to be unfit or incompetent for that matter, or to be made to pay for the costs. And that is why when Justice Kwame asked that question, she was asking that, do you know, strictly speaking, that is the jurisdiction which is under the High Court or the Magistrates Court. And if they were to do so, they would be usurping the powers of the Magistrates Court. But based on what happens in this ruling, it will trigger so many things. Mpaka hata Stone PK, if he wants, the following day you are in court on Chebukati's case. And that will trigger everything. Now, I'm not so sure whether the current president has powers to appoint that tribunal, but I think once the matter has gone to court, it basically means even if the current president can, the process would have started. And what will follow after that, Chebukati will be suspended like all the judges are. Sometimes if you are undergoing a tribunal trial, you cannot continue to be in office. So that is one very quick way to deal with the Chebukati. So those who are worried that how will Chebukati do this? How will Juliana be no, there is no problem at all there. You only need to trigger Chebukati's removal. Even if it takes 2 years, it would have started, and the next thing or the following day, you will be suspended. So I think those who are worried about how Chebukati will live should rest in peace. You should rest in peace. The other issue I wanted to talk about is the issue number one, whether the technology deployed by IBC meets the security requirement, the penetration requirements, the transparency, accuracy, and the other one was what? Verifiability. Now, a lot of evidence which has been brought in court, like now people are worried that the Venezuelans are the ones controlling the voter register. Some people I think were complaining that they have their phone numbers there, they have the ID details, they have all manner of details which they think could be misused. Now, if that is the sort of system supply that was procured, it means that it has put the entire country's 22 million plus voters at risk. They are exposed one way or the other. So in terms of trying to find out how secure it is, you see it will fail the test. To find out whether you can be penetrated, you remember one of the requirements was that the KIMS kits should not be able to transmit data or the Form 34As from any location. Now the proof is, you remember the 11,000 Form 34As which Soweto was talking about, they were all transmitted from one KIMS kit. So in terms of all the determination number one, it means that this system would not pass the test. So as much as even if Chebukati is out, the next thing is going to be, can we use even this system for the repeat election, if at all? Now, there are a lot of flaws. If you go to the evidence that was provided, which puts a lot of doubt on this mathematic system. And of course, remember how many were the illegal access? 108 illegal accesses were proved to have taken place. Now, again, on the technology side, you realize that it cannot pass the test. That determination number one. Now, if that is the case, so where does that even leave any repeat elections? I do not know whether you can procure another system within the maybe within the 60 days and proceed with another election. But secondly, think about the 60 days itself. This particular petition is very, very unique. And don't be surprised that the judges will look at it critically and accord the ample time to organize it. So I don't think anybody will insist the Constitution says 60 days. That Constitution was made by people like you and me. If the 60 days are proved to be impractical, why would a whole Supreme Court insist on it? They'll have to waive it so that the preparations can be in place in good time. Thank you. Those are my comments for now.
Thank you, Kuse. I don't know, Seth, if you're here, but I'll come to you. But before I come to you, I also want to ask you, that another big issue that was before the Supreme Court, I don't know what's wrong with his network, but I know he can hear. Another big issue, Kuse and Stone PK, I know you remember, also RMK, I'm sure you are aware, was the issue of the 27 constituencies. It looks like the chairman of the IBC decided to announce the results without incorporating the 27 constituencies. So on that issue, I believe also Seth is telling us that in future, the chairman of the IEBC or the chairperson of the IEBC can still go ahead and make a declaration on the presidential election, even without considering constituencies of such magnitude, especially in a closely contested election whereby the differences was almost what, 200? Was it 200,000 or what? So by so doing,
They did 233.
233,000. And if you take the number of the constituencies that were not announced when he did the declaration, you're looking at probably roughly 800,000 voters. So Seth, look at all these things, and we are telling you here that this case is not just about the stability of the country. It's not just about stability. Stability is one issue. That is one issue that was not before the Supreme Court. The stability of the country is essential, but it was not on trial that day. The 9 issues that were raised by the petitioners are the issues that the Supreme Court will rule according to. And if we can declare a president elect without an input of 27 constituencies, then I don't think we even need an election moving forward. Stone PK, karibu.
Bwana Makiadi, I hope you can get me loud and clear. Let me say jambo to Kuseo there. Nimeingia Kuseo, you make very pertinent submission, and then you left me blank. However, because I found when Bro Seth Opondo had was doing a submission, and I was really
okay, sorry.
Bwana Makiadi, I hope you can get me loud and clear.
Stone
It is Stone PK who is talking.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
Seth
yeah.
akona issue na nini yake, device yake. Stone endelea.
Okay. Yeah. I was quickly saying I got in, I heard Seth Opondo giving his views, and then thank you, Kuseo. You've really you've answered Makiadi's questions and clarity very effectively. Now, for me, I'm just wondering when I hear Kenyans, Kenyans really talking about that we have peace at hand. We should consider peace. I think Kenyans kweli Kibaki hakuwa anatutusi. Really? Do you know? And these people who are talking about peace and Kenyans, where are you living? Muko nyumbani kweli? And if you are not at home, let's say you are out there trying to earn a living for the family and for our country, which we are doing, sincerely, I believe you have your ears should be very, very effective on the ground, and you get to feel what Kenyans are feeling, my friend. When you tell Kenyans that Amani, what are you telling Kenyans today when they saw what they saw during the hearing? Kenyans don't even care about the law anymore. This is the truth. Majority of Kenyans are saying to hell with this repeated chorus, the law, peace, the law. It's not serving them. I mean, you can't tell me of my constitution and the law when I'm being ruled by a Venezuelan, a failed state. Wakora wa streets za Venezuela, unaniimbia katiba, unaniimbia amani. To hell with that amani. Sincerely? And then you come and tell people, judges will consider peace and all. My friends, I said yesterday on this forum, the judges are holding a matchbox. And today I saw somebody, designed that and was circulating it. That is it. There is no incitement here. The Supreme Court of Kenya wameshika kiberiti, mtu wa kiberiti mkono huu na hii nini hapa. They will strike like this, either to set the country on fire or to light a warming fire for all Kenyans to come together, tuote moto vizuri, tukuze nchi yetu kama watu pamoja. Those are the two options our Supreme Court. Tusianze kumince words that, oh, you know, Kenyans love peace. How do I love peace when one man sells the entire country to the foreigners? One man decides to use the powers even those, more than those of a president of this country. When one man goes wrong and dishonors all that is laid in the main constitution and even into the modulus operandi of the independent body that is supposed to administer. Really? And then you say Kenyans, oh, judges will consider how moving forward. Moving forward to where? We are moving forward, heading to a dark hole, man. And it is the Supreme Court that will come in front, kama vile Musa alifika pale Red Sea. Kenyans now, we can't enter that until the Savior comes and pige hiyo maji na atuonyeshe njia. And that is the Supreme Court. The most unique moment this time around. Unique, yet very easy case to decide. Because you are deciding whether you want to dump this country, burn it, or light it. That's why I'm calling it very easy. And you decide based on what? Even one point. The fact that there is a Venezuelan who was running wrong here and, you know, tampering with the whatever, with the election, with the numbers, now we can even not talk of numbers. We cannot even talk of, when you talk of retallying or what do you call it, rerun. Why do you want people to rerun? Raila and Naruto wana rerun nini? People rerun when you could not ascertain nani alikata kamba kwanza. Those figures we cannot verify. Is zile ni nini? Moving target, what do we call it? The turnout is moving target. So basically, this election was, yani, the word bangled is even kidogo. It is not bangled. Chebukati did the worst that anybody can do in this country. Is an equivalent of somebody who, kama Uchuka, the way you wake up in the morning, you go to KBC. These days is not KBC. I don't know where they'll go. You announce that you are the president of this country. Watu wanaamka wanasikia Chebukati ameovata. That is exactly what Chebukati did. And what do you do to such people? You lynch them. Yes, you court-martial them. It is simple as that. Ndugu zangu, tusidembelezane hapa tukidanganyana ati hakuna amani Kenya as we are speaking. Those of you who have ever suffered from a boil, kwanza ikiwa mahali pabaya, you know how it feels. You wish unangojanga ipasuke ndio upate relief. Kenyans, that is the way it is. So then nikimalizia nauliza, when we say people, I mean the Article 1, that the power, you know, is bestowed on the people. What power is it then that the people have, the people of Kenya? We are told the power number one is the sovereignty of this nation is ours, and we delegate that. We have two options. We can delegate it to elected leaders, or we exercise it ourselves. How about if we don't trust the elected leaders? How shall we exercise it ourselves? Because at the moment, that's what we are supposed to do. And before we do that, it is the Supreme Court that we are looking up to. So the Supreme Court has no option but to go with the people. With the people. Mwananchi. Okay? It is the Mwananchi now. Now we are not even, those who are elected have been elected through a bungled electoral system. We are not even sure they are the people we voted for. So Mwananchi has to take over and say, this is what we want. We don't care about the 6 months. Okay? Because it's, I mean, is it cast on stone? No. So 6 months we hurry, then what tunatumbukia baharini? Is that what we want? Tuache vizungu mingi, theory mingi, We can even take that katiba and throw it into the Indian Ocean because it's not serving us. Let me pause there. I can see people getting itched. Makiadi, I'll come back when you give me a chance. I can see Brother Bob. Sijui nimeguza wapi.
Okay, I know there are hands lifted, but I want to give Dr. Nyang'au 1 minute, and then Bob Bapa 1 minute, and then Mana Senali 1 minute, and then we go to Mulumbu. Just a minute each.
Yes, you had asked me about the role of the Supreme Court based on my earlier comments. My earlier comments, you see, the Supreme Court, among many articles of our constitutions, derives its powers from Article 140 as the court of, it has both original and appellate jurisdiction regarding the outcome of a presidential election. That means two things. In an ordinary language, appellate means you cannot appeal in any other court after they have made a decision regarding the presidential election. Number two, it means that any dispute arising from a presidential election can only go to the Supreme Court. Meaning that, for example, if you had a problem in the magistrate's court, you can go to the High Court, and you can go to the Court of Appeal. For example, if somebody was accused for a sexual offense, which was used previously to give an illustration, they can go to the Magistrate's Court, you go appeal to the High Court, then appeal to the Court of Appeal. Presidential elections are so important, according to our law, that they can only be handled by the Supreme Court. But my question is, the Supreme Court has consistently delivered since it was established in Kenya after the 2010 constitution. But the IEBC or IIEC has consistently failed us. So my comments were that we need to have minds in the IEBC that are as serious as those that we have in the Supreme Court, so that we don't have to transfer this duty to the Supreme Court every 5 years. We finish the game there, the referee calls it, and then we move on. You see, as much as we may transfer the duty and the allegations and complaints to the parties, if the referee clearly shows that they are partisan, it becomes very difficult for anyone to accept that this election was free and fair. And free and fairness should be both factual and perceptual. Why should a referee appear to be supporting any side? I mean, it should have been so independent so that once it is called, everybody accepts. That is what we aspired to achieve through the independence of the Electoral Commission. Fortunately, that is not what we have achieved, and we have been so consistent in failing at that IEBC level. We need to be fair. We need to finish it there. At least we should have that experience during our lifetime, so that we don't have to go to the Supreme Court where we have to have a proclamation which is about life and death. It is not fair for anyone. It is not right. They have failed us. Yeah. And that is really what we need to fix going forward. With original jurisdiction, I'm sure the court will proclaim itself. It will be fair to us. It will give us a way forward. But I think at some point in history, we need to fix it at the IEBC. We don't have to go to the Supreme Court every 5 years. Thanks.
Okay, I still don't understand why we don't have to go to the Supreme Court every 5 years. Election disputes will always arise, whether it comes from the MCA complaining or the MP or we will always have election disputes, and that is why
Sorry
this.
for interfering, Chair. You see, MCAs, you don't go to the Supreme Court.
No,
Supreme Court is
Dr.
just
Nyang'au, you are interfering with my thought, and that's why I know what I'm saying. I know, I know what I'm saying. I know where this, that's why sometimes when you interrupt somebody's presentation, you bring a bad impression. I know where the presidential election dispute go to, and I'm just telling you, from this MCA's election up to the presidential election, we will always have disputes coming from those elections. And the reason why, and it's good that you read the Constitution, the reason why the Supreme Court was established there, one of the big tasks of the Supreme Court is to deal with the presidential election. So I have no problem with anyone going to the Supreme Court, whether it is after 5 years, then 2027 election or 2032 election, because that is the role of the Supreme Court. These are the people wanakaanga pale. I can say these people, if we don't have those kind of disputes that go all the way to the Supreme Court, then the Supreme Court judges will have no work for 5 years. So we should make the Supreme Court busy. Make the Supreme Court busy. We ukienda kushindana uchaguzi ushindwe na unasikia kwamba hujatosheka. Don't say that you are putting the Supreme Court on trial. This is their job. That is why they are paid by mwananchi. Number two, I still do not understand why you want the Supreme Court to help solve the issue of the IEBC. The IEBC is a constitutional body. It is independent like any other body. I do not know why you want us to have the Supreme Court, pronounce itself on the IEBC while we have the legislature. So as we look at this objectively, always remember that if something does not work, if there's a body that is not functioning the way it's supposed to be functioning, then we still have the opportunity through Parliament, through the Senate, or wherever we have mechanisms through our Constitution that will be addressing these issues. So even if we get an opportunity right now through the Supreme Court with regards to what the IEBC has done, we still have an opportunity to go and fix the IEBC, and that is going to happen through Parliament. That is my point. Bob Papa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Makiadi. I just wanted to mention something on what Stone Piquet was talking about. And yeah, Stone Piquet, I want to agree with him that we have actually sold this country. And it reaches a stage where some people feel like they are not part of this country. Some of us do not appreciate the fact that we have to live with thuggery day in, day out, every other 5 years of elections. And the drafters of that constitution, that is the sole reason they did say that the power vests in the people. And that is the reason that NASA last time was working towards self-determination, because some of us are tired of having this kind of life where every 5 years you have to lose 2-3 months or even 4 because the elections were not done properly. But more so, what is ailing Kenya is we have an integrity deficiency. And right from the word go, after the promulgation of the new constitution, there are things we didn't do right. And that is to address integrity. You see, the fact that we slipped along the way, some independent office holders, and even many more other civil servants, name it, I've seen how much you can get away with the committing crime. You can see the way Dismas, shot somebody, and he comes and in the media and says he really wants to know what happened to that young boy. That in itself tells you that we have a society that is lacking in integrity, and it is a very, very sad scenario. And going forward, if we can't fix this thing right now, it will be it will just be postponing a problem. And it will reach a stage where we will have to go down before we can come up and now respect each other's rights as envisaged in the Constitution. Because your right to vote and choose your own leader is on paper, but not in practice. And for instance, at this level where we have, I mean, a simple contract of, between the Kenya government, by extension IEBC, and Smartmatics, and they tell you that they cannot give you that information. And essentially, it is not just casual information. It involves your biometrics, your details, your phone number. That, and they tell you in plain language, because of that license, we cannot give it to you. That is absurd. It is absurd because that involves our national security. Essentially, we have sold that our country, and it beats me how such contracts can be entered to on behalf of an agency that is a brainchild of the Constitution, and the AG was not party to it. It is a sad scenario, and we need to rectify these things before they go away. Because the peace we are enjoying now is just plastic. It can melt anytime. Thank you.
Sawa. Mulumbu, just quickly 3 minutes. Let me give you
Thank you, guys.
to make your submission. Karibu.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for this platform. It has been so much educating. For some of us who never went to school, but here we are having so much education from here. But it's so sad when you hear some people, well-educated guys who have master's degrees or whatever it is, they come here and then meandering themselves as if Kenya is not theirs. When you see that, you just cry. I wish I could have time to go to school, have somebody have educated me to reach there so I can help much. But I don't have much education. I have just to listen to you how you're meandering. Then I cry, my tears goes back into my stomach. But all is done. Now, what's happening right now, the eyes are on the Supreme Court. You know, courts sometimes they can plunge the country into darkness. All good courts can take the countries into the light. So here we are. More high educated, not high educated, being middle, or whatever it is, you are now meandering. But the fact remains one. We need the solution. Because in our country, Kenya, we have mafia. We have mafia group that has get hold of the election board, that they brought people from outside to come and decide for ourselves, for the Kenyan people. And you find people here that are meandering with those same people. So I don't know how you guys are going to do this. Because Supreme Court, those people are intelligent. The 7 judges are intelligent. They know what's happening in Kenya. They know very well. Nobody can come here and tell us that the Supreme Court doesn't know what's happening in Kenya. Supreme Court, the president, they know what's happening right now. Plus the Ruto and Raila, they know what's happening in Kenya. So nobody can come here and lie to us or blah, blah, blah. There's nothing like blah, blah, blah. We need the truth. Either the Supreme Court plan us back to civil war or get us out of it. Because there's a judge said that, I think you remember, said that the Chepkat, he could have waited, he had 1 day more. He could have waited, whether people are rioting or killing each other, he could have waited and give the real truth. I don't know if you heard that. It doesn't matter. He could have waited and give the real truth and give the really election come out, election that came out to give the really person that won. So here comes the question to the Supreme Court. They have to give us the real truth. They have to give us, it doesn't matter if the people are gonna riot or are gonna fight, but it's the truth of the country. You know, walisema hivyo bila kujua hao pia wamejikanga na mafuta yao wenyewe. Wakati waliposema Chebukati, it doesn't matter, ilikuwa bado siku moja angehesabu hizo 27 ilikuwa sijui constituency ambayo ilikuwa zatoa nini matokeo, wangetoa hizo kabla hawajatangaza. Wao pia wamefika kwa the same wembe, walisema they have to give us the truth, it doesn't matter. Na ikiwa hiyo mambo ya Venezuela, hii mafia ya Kenya mwalipa pesa, then wataegemea upande mmoja because they are getting paid, they don't have to give the Kenyans the truth, then we are doomed. Kenyans have to come out of the street, whether we die, we don't care. Let people die and then the country get civilized, watoke kwa hii shida tuko nayo. Either the Supreme Court give us the truth or we die. That's what should remain right now. Nobody's lying to each other because the Supreme Court knows what's happening in Kenya. How did the Venezuela come to Kenya to control our elections? How can you use somebody, a Kenyan, go to London or to America or to Australia or to Italy with a expired passport? Can it happen? Can you be allowed? Can you ask that question? Can you have a passport, expired passport to go to Australia, London, or New York, wherever it is, with the expired passport and then let you go? Hapo utashikwa hapo na kuwekwa ndani. Kwanza utafungwa kwanza. Why did they allow such people? How? Who was behind that? Are we failed state? How can we be controlled with the failed state like Venezuela? Ask that question. I have never seen somebody, you guys who are here more well educated, asking that question. What's wrong with we Kenyans? Where do you want us to go? The facts remains one. The Supreme Court have to give us the truth. If Chebukati and Ruto were found they were together to manipulate the Kenyans, the Supreme Court has to give us the truth. Chebukati ndani, Ruto ndani, or expelled for no more participating in any election in Kenya. And give it the right person who won, who has never stolen any election. The truth to Kenya. It doesn't matter how people are going to die, but the truth, you know, the truth is being got with this. Lazima ukweli unapatikana na damu. Afadhali upatikana na damu, wale waliparticipate hiyo uwizi wa kura wote ndani. Miaka 30, miaka 20, hata kifungo. Ndio vile I support Jakoya. Kama ingeingia ana abolish the constitution, anaweka kila kitu tayari kwanza for 2 years. Na kama imeshindikana, Uhuru aendelee for 2 years, watu wamepatikana wote ndani. Inchi irekebishwe kwanza. Uhuru aendelee na kuongoza for 2 years, abolish the constitution, arekebishe kila kitu, then wenye walipatikana makosa waleta kwa watu kutoka nje to seal our indication ndani. They should be hanged or be shot, so that our country can be good. Otherwise, tutakuwa kama Uganda, kama Somalia, kama Congo. If you want us to go that way, support it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Wacha tuende kwa mwana Arsenali.
Oh yeah, thank you Makiadi. Nawasalimia wote kwa studio and I'm happy to see you guys. I feel Brother Mulumbu, whatever you are saying. It's really a bad situation for all of us as Kenyans. But one thing I believe in is where even the judges, apart from the their professionalism of being judges or lawyers or advocates. They are human beings like us. They are parents, their grandmas, their wives, their husbands, whatever. They belong to a family setup. Any decision they make, they have to apply wisdom. That's the kind of wisdom they applied in 2017. So the only way for us is just to pray for them the way they requested. And I know, I have a feeling, I always have, I'm very positive. I have a feeling, and my faith tells me that the results which gonna come on Monday, or the verdict, is going to be is a people verdict. It's not as in an individual verdict, you see. So let's pray for them. And I know even themselves, they know that 27 constituencies, that's a lot of people. That's a very, very, very large number of people. They can't let those votes to go to the sea like that. They have to consider a lot of stuff. That's why they have just retreated, so that they're gonna make a decision which gonna serve the interests of Kenyans. So Mulumbu, I know it pains, man. All of us who are in this studio, Stony PK, I always feel you, bro. I always try to reflect. If you happen to find someone who was messed with the election, the way you're gonna tackle him. But now it is what it is for now. The only way is just to give them time. Then we're gonna get the verdict, which gonna serve all of us. Then I have a question for Kuseo. Kuseo, I have a question for you, bro. You know, this thing has really bothered me since morning. Okay, let's assume that the election is being nullified. Chebukati is in the office. We have 4 commissioners. Right now, we have the functional commission. You know, we have two groups in that commission. The election is nullified. Then it happens that the Supreme Court says that we need to go to election after 60 days as per the Constitution, the way the Constitution stipulates. What's going to happen? Because if we say that Cherera is a vice chair, he gonna take care of the commission as so that the whole process is gonna go through. The so-called UDA or Kenya Kwanza, they're gonna say no. Cherera is biased, you know, is on Azimio side. You see, same to Azimio, the way they don't want Chebukati to do what? To be the chair of the commission, you see. So I have a question. What's going to happen in this scenario after nullification? And we need, the Supreme Court says that we need to go back to election after 60 days as per the Constitution. What's going to happen? There's a very kind of like it's a complex part where people are not trying to handle it. You know, right now we are saying, oh, we wish they nullified. Okay, after nullification, what next? Because there's kind of like a lacuna, the one which Willis Otieno was talking about, and some people is like they're not handling that part carefully. So I want you to clarify so that people get what's supposed to be done after nullification in case they nullify, please.
And let me just say this. Earlier on, I had stated how Chebukati can be removed. Remember? Now, then
I remember that.
Yeah, I stated how Chebukati can. There are about 5 ways you can remove the IBC chairman. But then I reminded people here that in the Raila petition, there were prayers that Chebukati be found unfit and even to be made to pay for the costs of this petition. Now, I did say here that during the consolidation, that requirement was dropped. So it is not one of the things to be determined by the Supreme Court as we speak. Now, you realize that during the hearing, the judges came up with all manner of what do we do? How do we go forward in the event Chebukati is not there? Because anybody who followed these proceedings, you realize that the Supreme Court tiptoed about this idea of doing anything on Chebukati. What they will do is to answer the prayers which are before them. Some of them are touching on Chebukati and others are touching on the IBC as a corporate. Now, that is what is going to happen. Now, the Chief Justice herself said that the jurisdiction of removing Chebukati as per the prayers of the Azimio side is a jurisdiction of the magistrates and the High Court. In other words, it is out of the Supreme Court's jurisdiction. They can't deal with it. Now, the thing is, once the determinations have gone through, other Kenyans are going to now take it up and take it to the right court. And once it is taken to the right court, assuming the elections are nullified, one of the things that is going to be required of Chebukati is to be suspended or to step down until his tribunal hearings and whatever court issues are finished. Now, that will get Chebukati out of the way for those who want Chebukati to be out. Because there is no way you can get those determinations through and Chebukati is still in office. You will stand indicted, though not through the Supreme Court. So that process would start. You only need to start that process to have Chebukati out of the way. That is my response.
Kuseo, Makedi, just a minute. Kuseo, okay, how long? Okay, how long is it going to take? Okay, let's say that maybe that process, it has we have somebody as a Kenyan he has gone to appellate court or court of appeal or high court to start that process. Don't you think that is going to interfere with the 60 days which are stipulated in the constitution for a runoff? What if it takes?
I think there are already people who are waiting for that. The following day, the legal system, the law societies, and all these other fellows, the following day, that matter will be in court. And remember, once Chebukati is not there for reasons like that, the vice chair takes over. And for purposes of filling the legal requirements of the chairman in that body, these are very, very special circumstances. I foresee a situation whereby the same way they use the Supreme Court registrar to handle the election arbitration and disputes there, they have every reason to do on secondment. They do a High Court judge. It is not a big deal.
Okay.
Is the way removal takes the constitutional route.
Yeah.
Okay. I want us to move forward. Thank you, Momanyi. Unajua hata nikikuita mwana wa Arsenal ni sawa tu. Thank you so much.
Hiyo ni jina kubwa.
Sawa. So I want us to move forward. PK Ngoja. Sometimes we make it look like Chebukati is indispensable. And it's so unfortunate because even the president... Hold on, Bob Papa. Hold on. Even the president, the country can still move forward without the president. The one thing that you should know is there are certain issues that our constitution has never been tested on. So why are we afraid of getting rid of Chebukati and see what happens? Do you mean that if the Supreme Court pronounces itself and says we are going to a fresh election, it's not a rerun, because I don't think even the numbers make sense. So if we go for
the only thing I didn't point out for him is the existing president, whether he still has powers to make that tribunal a reality.
But Kuseo, you should also tell people that once if the Supreme Court nullifies these elections, then we don't have a president-elect at all. So what happens to the current president?
Get your point.
Yeah. So
You take one step backwards.
exactly. That is the point people should know.
We go back to factory settings.
Factory default settings with all the full powers vested upon him until another president is elected.
That is what is going to happen on Monday.
Okay, sawa. Wacha nisonge mbele kwanza. Let's not dwell there sana. Maureen.
Hello, people. Can you listen in?
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. For me, what I advocate for is peace, peace, peace. No matter what the situation will be, the decision from the Supreme Court, we should really tone down our emotions and be peaceful. Because whichever way it comes, there's nothing you can do as an individual, and let's just try to keep peace. Because if we raise our emotions and Kenya, we will go into fighting, you know. So for me, I just advocate for peace, no matter what the situation will be. Any decision the Supreme Court makes, let's just be peaceful. Thank you.
Major K. Asante Maureen. Major K.
She forgot to talk about justice.
It's okay. It's okay. You know, you
Don't
cannot...
remind her. She doesn't. She only knows.
It's okay. It's okay. Maureen needs peace. Let's go to Major K.
I think. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
I just want to correct Kuseu and I think Major Senali. First of all, if Chibukati is not there, the vice chair cannot take over because, first of all, she is not qualified constitutionally. She's not qualified to be the judge of the Supreme Court. So it's going to be, it will be like a new whole process. Chibukati is qualified to be that. She's not. But to take you guys off the topic a little bit, is I have a problem with one group of Kenyans. People who do not vote. We have 8 million people who did not show up to vote. If all those 22 million people that were registered had come out to vote, we would have a situation where somebody is leading by 1.5 million votes, either Raila or Ruto. We will not be in this situation where there's like 200,000 difference of votes. So I think that's like my main, and we got to figure out as a country where we are heading with that, because you cannot tell me if 500 people vote on behalf of 22 million people, then yes, we have a president. We cannot live like that. There's some other countries where people who vote receive more money. We have a constituency development like at the CDF and stuff. If CDF says there's people in the constituencies where 100,000 people in a constituency, 20,000 people vote. There's one constituency with 100,000 people, 80,000 people vote, and then they still get the same amount of money. That is not fair. If you don't go to the ballot and make your decisions, I don't think you should be treated equally with somebody who did not vote. So that's my problem. If we had, if we're in a situation where everybody's going out there to vote, I think a quite situation where we're just going back and forth. I think that's my submissions.
Okay, Major K, where are you getting these numbers that if 22 million people voted, then we would have a difference of 1 million? Where did you get those numbers from? Unmute your mic.
So I'm sure all of us went to school. The more the numbers, the higher the probability of identifying the winner. I mean, that's basic math.
And that's where you're getting your numbers from.
There's the trend. Yeah,
okay.
It's about a trend.
Okay, Stone PK unataka kumuuliza. Go ahead.
Yeah, Temba. Major K went to school, but he's not understanding Makiadi's question. You are being asked, where are you getting the number? We know, we were told there were 22 million registered voters. Is that true? Do your research. Then we went into it. Wait, Major. We are dealing with a wrong IBC, which was, we are dealing with a rotten IBC that whatever figure they gave is garbage. Yeah? Then we went into an election, which they have bungled to the worst. So whatever number they are giving you, whether people voted 60 million, whether Kenyans voted na wale wajazaliwa, we have no system of counting votes genuinely. So it would be the same. We would vote 22 million and Ruto would win with 54 million. Okay, so you have a good idea in an ideal situation. It is true. If you have, the correct system, people voting, and I like your idea of people being rewarded in terms of that constituency fund. It's a wonderful idea. But that, my brother, bring it when Raila Amolo takes over. Those are the kind of ideas we want to motivate Kenyans to vote in big numbers, and then we have a system that will count the votes, give whoever is rightfully elected, hata kama ni Kiwete, ama ni Bubu, ama ni Mukenya. All right, and that is what we will die fighting for. That Kenyans will always be given their leaders without manipulation. Thank you.
If it's a question, I can give you a minute, Mwanasenali, just a minute. Fred, niwe naongea, unajua umesahau jina yako. 1 minute, Fred. Unmute your mic.
Okay. I have a question for all of you. There's a statement Major K has made, and it has really bothered me. Why is it that Cherera is a vice chair of IBC, is not a lawyer as per the qualification of being a chairman? What happens if Chebukati is incapacitated the way Njoki Ndung'u was asking such questions? What happens now? Okay, who gonna, for instance, who gonna announce the results, or rather, who gonna take charge? Maybe if it happens that such thing has happened to Chebukati, you see. So that means that even the vice chair of IBC needs to have the same qualifications of the chairman. You see. So I'm asking, that's a question for you all. What happens if that situation comes up? I need an answer, please.
Okay. Sasa mmeanza kuuliza maswali ya IBC. I think that issue is before the Supreme Court, and I think we will get an answer. We will get an answer, Mwanasenali. That issue was raised.
But okay, just if someone has an idea about it, I need to be answered so that I get settled. Once and for all, please. Just a minute.
Aya, Kuse, dakika moja, nataka kusonga the last person. Just 1 minute.
You see, Major K, you are Major from the army, is it? And Asenali. This requirement you keep talking about here. Remember, the Constitution is supreme. There is nowhere in the Supreme Court, in the Constitution, that the chairman of IBC must be just High Court, anything. Akuna. This was an act of parliament. And that is why they didn't even bother to say that even the chairperson should have the same qualifications. But nevertheless, I've told you how these people are removed. It's not a big deal. Today, if the way Njoki had asked, if to say Chebukati is not there, the vice chair will declare the results. It almost happened in 2017 or 2013? It almost happened. Unless you people don't have memory. That vice chair is sufficient to declaring the result does not need to be done by a high court judge. No. The running of IBC as chair, IBC commission as chair, requires under that act of parliament that they wanted to make it more professional, more knowledgeable in terms of legality. So they proposed that it be the equivalent of a high court judge, but it is not a constitutional requirement. So in other words, and if Cherera Juliana today declares the president, it will not be unconstitutional. It won't.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so
Yep.
sawa. Wacha tuende kwa public participation. I don't know if my camera ndio inakaa mbaya ama public participation. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at you differently.
No, I'm in bed.
Okay,
Yeah,
go
good
ahead.
morning. Good morning. Can you hear?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I was saying that I think that I liked that proposal which was in BBI, whereby the president was staying for 7 years. This thing for 5 years, it is making the country to be very unstable. Right now, like my sister Maureen anasema we want peace, but hata mimi sina peace, ndio maana sijalala mpaka saa hii. Ningekuwa nimelala, but there is no peace. Let me tell you, there is no peace at all. In fact, some people now have even pulled out the people who have children in boarding far away. They have pulled out their children from school to wait and see what is that now what you call peace? So there's a lot of a crisis when it comes to election in this country. Last time elections nullified, now this other time elections nullified. You know, in abroad, the way I see it is that you go and vote that day. In the evening, you get your results. After 2, 3, 1 week at most, you have moved on. This is now going to a month since we voted. We are in deep. It's like we are moving from one crisis to another. And institutions are there, systems are there, IT systems are there, but they're as good as the integrity of the people who hold them. So even if we remove Chebukati, we put Cherera or we put whoever else, if there is no integrity in that person, we are just going around in circles. The situation is very alarming. People are stressed. People are depressed. In fact, like me, I'm a supporter of Baba, because now I know in the event that Hasla becomes the president is when now we'll be in more problem than the one we are in now. Will be in a bigger problem because now already, as we see with the numbers, you are talking about numbers. So in Kenya, we are like, I think 56 million people. 75% is from 18 to 40, I think, or 35, sorry, 18 to 35, the youth. So ebu fanya hiyo hesabu and you look at 22 million. And the reports were saying the registered voters are 22 million. The ones who voted were 14. So basically what that says is that majority of the Kenyans are really not participating in this process because they have given up, you know, and that's 75% is youth. 5 million of those are unemployed. So you can see if things get any worse, which they will if Hustler goes in, they'll get much, much worse. We'll be now in a very extremely unstable country. Yeah, because even if somebody wants to go and start militia groups, like what happens in this other unstable country, you have so many young people whom you can be able, a reservoir of so many young people who have lost hope. In fact, what the trends for voting were showing is that people who are over 40 are the ones who are doing most of the voting. Nowadays, youths are not voting. So they are not, majority of the country, first of all, is not participating in this electoral process. That is one. Majority of the country, which is the youths, are not participating in this process. So if somebody else comes with an alternative that you guys are disenfranchised, you don't have jobs, the economy is terrible, let's go and start a militia group, like what happened with Mungiki. That's what happened, that young men who had lost hope in Rift Valley were called by a certain Mzee, and they started a group, and they started out as a religious group and whatnot. Then it morphed into a pseudo government whereby those boys were collecting taxes, and if you don't pay the tax, your head is chopped off. So the situation we have is really a situation of life and death. We really need to, if there's a way which Baba can come in, I think, and even bring forth that BBI, because we need somebody for 7 years, because these 5 years, it's become a cycle whereby the first, usually it's a coalition of tribes, of the big tribes. So the first term, you're on good terms because the person who is the president wants to come back, or you are not. Even like 202, within a short time, the MOE is rubbished. You start now campaigning 205, you are campaigning for referendum. 207, you have gone to election. Then there's fighting. Then we come back again. The same cycle whereby we find like these last 5 years, 3/4 of the time is spent on campaigning. Then after the campaigns are over, you think you are going back to normal life. No, now it's wrangles about who won. We go to the High Court, the Supreme Court, they nullify. What kind of a country is that? Even investors themselves now, they are giving up on this country. It's too unstable. That's my submission.
Public participation. Thank you so much. I would want to ask you a question here. Now that you said you are a Baba supporter, if you're given another opportunity by the Supreme Court to participate in another election, presidential election, what would you do differently to ensure that your vote counts this time round?
Okay. Personally, I had registered as a volunteer with the Azimio. So I had expected that if they need, because one of the things we are being blamed for as Azimio is that we didn't have agents especially in Mount Kenya. Me, I'm from Mount Kenya, and I had registered as a volunteer. I was not asking for any money. I could have gone to be an agent in any polling station in Mount Kenya at my own cost, everything. But the coalition itself was not organized. Let's just be honest about that. And that's where hustler beats us, because we are very disorganized. We have people, we have numbers, we have people who are even ready to volunteer themselves. They don't even want to be paid, because what I understand is that agents for UDA were being paid 3,500 and being given lunch. Then agents for Azimio were being given 1,500 and no lunch. So why don't you, even if it's an issue of money or whatever it is, why not get volunteers? Because I am assuring you that Azimio has support across the country. We can get volunteers to be agents in each and every polling station. Then we can have people who are also monitoring, like that portal which is there, to check if what the agent has returned. If you're having a tallying center, what our agent has returned to our tallying center is what is being displayed there at the portal, so that we complain in time, not waiting until the last minute. Then now we start showing that this thing had discrepancies. Why? That is one of the issues which Kenyans have, that why were our agents quiet? Why were our people quiet? And yet there were anomalies for a very long, throughout there were anomalies in the 34 A's. That means there was no coordination. We were not organized. But for me, what I can say, if God is going to give us another chance, personally, I'm going to go out to campaign to these younger people who are not voting. I make sure at least I get 50 people who didn't vote to come and vote. That is one thing which I have decided. But you see, I'm only one person. We have to work as a group, and we have to be coordinated and strategic. And that is one area in which UDA people are defeating us, because they are very organized and they're very strategic. And them, they don't even have loyal followers like us. Most of the people who are following UDA are people who are disappointed in the previous government. Like, for example, there's a doctor of mine, I see, my doctor. He told me that when these guys came in, I think 2013, he himself gave his own money, 2.5 million, to go and campaign, because he believed that Ruto will bring change to this country. But now, because of the disappointment, and Ruto has spun he has flipped the script to be that the bad person is Uhuru. Uhuru is the one who spoiled this whole thing. He had Ruto had very good intentions, but Uhuru is the one who messed up everything. So those people who are supporting wholeheartedly, now they have moved where? They have moved to Ruto's side. Me, I've tried to talk to that guy. He doesn't want to hear anything, because he's like, Raila is a proxy. He's a proxy for Uhuru. So, and Nani is very strategic and very clever when it comes to strategies of how to convince Kenyans. So what he has convinced Kenyans is that Raila is just a proxy of Uhuru. So Uhuru wants to continue state capture by cheating you with this old man, And then when you vote for this old man, now you are just voting back Uhuru and all his state capture of the road and all that thing, which I understand it's his family who has given out the loan for that expressway. So you see, people are fighting Uhuru. So now we have to differentiate ourselves that this is not a Uhuru government which is coming back. This is the Baba who is coming. But you see, it's like, Nani is very strategic. Hustler, he's very strategic. He sits down and he looks at which areas are these guys beating us, what propaganda are they spreading, rather what are they saying about us. So he works on that. But us, we think that our good intentions or our good
sufficient.
intentions. Yeah. So we need to be more strategic, kindly. I don't know who can be able to get that to the Secretariat of
public participation. I've asked you a very straight answer, but you've gone around in circles. I would.
Nimekwambia what I'll do.
Yeah, I'd rather you stick to the talking to people, at least 50 people. That's a good strategy. But one thing I want to agree with you is this, and let me just give you an example. Where Osea is right now, if you go to vote, you don't even need an agent. And I think the big issue in the politics of the Republic of Kenya is not whether we need agents or not in our polling stations. It is whether when you public participation walks into a polling station and cast your vote, that vote will count, whether you have an agent or not. And I think as Kenyans, we should start thinking, heading towards that direction, that when we have a person who is called an IBC official and he's being paid or she's being paid to conduct an election, then that person should make sure that each and every ballot is counted as it is supposed to be. Unfortunately, we have a compromised IEBC, and that is why the problem we have right now in Kenya is coming from. And let me tell you one thing. If the IEBC is constituted as it is right now, and that's why I asked you that question, do you still feel safe going to the ballot, to the polling station to cast your ballot? Do you still believe that your ballot will count?
Let me tell you what, if the system is not working, the IBC is not working. If, as I've told you here, you can have a very good constitution, very good bodies, independent bodies. We can have a very good IT system, but they're only as good as the integrity of the people who hold those offices. So if that one is not going to work, then we also have to take our place, because we also have to stand where there is a loss, so that, because now even if we say that we want somebody who is good there and they are not there, we also have to take care of our votes. We have agents and we have our own tallying station, like that, our own tallying center. Since we cannot rely on IBC, because now we can't demand to rely on someone who is unreliable, we have to take care of ourselves, of our own interests.
Okay, so I want to move forward, but I still don't believe in the issue of agents, because these are the same agents that were being paid by the highest bidder. Even in the places where Azimio had agents, we've heard of incidences where agents of Azimio are compromised. They were paid a lot of money, and then they walked out, left the voters on their own, and all the votes that were supposed to be on the other side were switched off, switched to the other side. So I don't think it's an issue about, it's not, I don't think it's an issue about agents. Hata waweke hapo na mtu mwingine wapatia better deal, ukiwapatia 1,500 na mwingine aseme nitawanunulia lunch na niwapatie 3,000, they will walk out. So this thing is deep. I don't think it's about protecting your vote. The person who is supposed to protect your vote ni IEBC, but that's a debate for another day. Yes, Bob Papa.
I just want to mention two things briefly. About a month ago or more, probably 2 months ago, I mentioned about UDA, diehards of UDA, especially in Mount Kenya, who presented themselves as agents of Azimio. And the first person here who was after my neck was Alex, and more followed. And that is what happened. Because we did not vet our agents, especially in Mount Kenya. Because Mount Kenya was so important, it was now the decider of where the presidency would go. So I'll leave it that for you to think about it. Now, there is something which is being spoken about so many times here. In fact, I don't know where Fred disappeared to. There is this issue about that some people have this imagination that we cannot have elections without Chebukati. And this is, it's an illusion. That is what the people are being fed to believe. But Article 249 of the Constitution clearly spells out how independent commissions will be funded, how they will operate, the Constitution, the composition of those independent, and it says that in the absence, whenever a vacancy of office of a chairperson, of chairperson, the vice chairperson shall act as the chairperson and exercise powers and responsibilities of the chairperson until such time a chairperson is appointed. And then there is a question that comes up that Cherera is not qualified, has to be a lawyer, what have you. But the same in 7B of that, in the same subsection 6 of that article, it says that provisions of section 6(1) shall not apply to the vice chairperson or any other member acting as a chairperson under this section. The minute there is no chairperson,
thank you for reading that.
The vice chairperson will step in, and that vice chairperson will be exempted from whatever
thank you.
Qualifications that apply to the chairman. So, and if you listened to the last day of the hearing of the Supreme Court, the same thing was mentioned by Orengo, and the same thing was also mentioned by Paul Mwangi. So this imagination that Chebukati must hold us by the balls, I'm sorry to use that language, is null and void. And that is the reason. And the reason why one of the judges was asking that question is not that the judges did not know that, but they wanted, it is like they were let me use let me use your name, public participation. They wanted the public to be enlightened about this law, so that whenever if at all they are to go in that direction and pronounce themselves, nobody there will be no backlash, because they have actually applied the law. They were actually educating the people. So nobody should even imagine. The drafters of this constitution, they were so keen, and they had safety nets whenever there was something that would come up. And those ones imagining that there is a lacuna and what have you are living an illusion. And lastly, I will tell you, yesterday in one of the newspapers in the US, I was reading that they were admiring the Kenyan judiciary system, which is so daring that has made decisions that other countries cannot even do there. And this is the beauty about a constitution. It is a very difficult constitution, and that's why the Supreme Court time and again has got to interpret different sections, so that whenever it gives a pronouncement, then we can abide by it and go through that way. So Chebukati messed, and he needs to be out, like yesterday. And
let me
life
ask
will
you a
go on.
question.
We will not.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If
Yes.
Cherera takes over and UDA says that she's biased, because they normally say she's associated with Joho and she was brought in by Baba. Can she still run an election if the other half of the equation says now this is someone who is biased and she will not be objective?
Now, one thing I need to say is that even Azimio went into this election while they were uncomfortable with the Chebukati. But the fact is, that is an independent commission, and the office holders there have got security of tenure. And whether you like it or not, that is the way to go. Even if, unless now you institute, you present a petition to court to remove the office holders of that commission.
Yeah, if you have evidence.
So,
let me also
if you have
ask,
evidence.
but this is just a hypothetical question. I mean, I don't want to get into that whatever. Lakini kuna allegations ya kwamba one of the Supreme Court judges is married to one of the politicians, aligned to one side. So do you want to tell me if a decision is made against the other side that that side will not accept?
Surely, Richie, you can't get away with that.
No, I'm just saying it's an allegation.
Yes, but I'm aligned to which side?
Where is
the evidence?
I didn't mention any names. I just said it's an allegation, and I know public participation.
But Makiadi, you like lighting fires which are not.
No. Hold on, Bob Papa. No, this is just a question I was posing to public participation, kwa sababu yeye ndiye ameleta issue ya nini ya commission, sijui nani anasemekana ni rafiki ya nani. So
that's a Pandora's box. You don't need one.
There's propaganda machine from UDA side that Mwilu is having children with Amos Wako, who is in Azimio, and that Cherera is having children with Joho, who is also a principal in Azimio government. So what I was asking, I'm not even asking about Mwilu because that's
rumors are not. You have not proved.
But Cherera, if she's to become the chair, and the other side completely refuses and rejects and says that this, or her and the other four, and the other
public participation. Let's just hold that thought there, because I think we will be moving out of line. So let's see how it goes.
Let me finish, Makiadi. Lastly, I just want to mention this. The election of or the appointment of a chairperson is normally done amongst the commissioners. And if they feel so uncomfortable, that is if Cherera is willing to step down as vice chair, they can still choose one of the commissioners to act as a vice chair. So that should not give the other side that believes in propaganda. In short, we went into this election very uncomfortable with Chebukati, but we still wanted to give him a chance and trust him, but he has failed us. So if the vice chair is there, let her take over. If the other side is uncomfortable, let them watch the elections. If she breaks the law, they can still come back to court. That's why we have a court. Thank you.
Sawa, Bob Papa. And just to finalize that, I think all these people are Kenyans, like one person is saying in the comment section. They have relatives, they have children who know people. They have husbands who know other people. And so they are members of our society. We cannot disassociate them from the society. They must be related to somebody, and that is not their fault. Big J.
Jambo nyote na wasalimia, na nimerudi tena. I was here actually in the morning, nikaacha Bob na nani na public participation, nani mwingine alikuwa. Anyway, nashukuru na wasalimia nyote. Bob, actually what Bob has just said or just read, I was just reading the same provision. So it's like he read alisoma alisoma my mind. He stole my speech. So I think I have to go to Supreme Court because anyway, you know, at times Kenya tunapendaka contradict mambo hata mambo simple ama mambo ya kawaida because for example, Saizi Cherera is how can I say, she's a deputy to she's assistant to mzee wa Kipara anaitwa nani? Cheburuto. So huyu Cheburuto, for example, kama Cheburuto angekufa saa hizi ama angekufa juzi, what could have happened? I think that question was asked because you know hakuna vile mtu hawezi kuwa she was not qualified, but she was given to be the deputy or the assistant or something, the vice chair. Hakuna vile angepatiwa kwa vice chair kama hakuwa qualified. So at the times unajua, you know, parliament unajua ndio walifanya hiyo ukora yote kwa sababu ya kujaribu kuchukua, but again that the role of, you know, shile shida saizi iko chairman ndio kila kitu, Chebukati ndio kila kitu. There is no other commissioner, they are not doing anything, he does what he wants by himself. But actually that the way they are supposed to work is they work as a team of 7. Kama Supreme Court, I think there was that example there, somebody gave that example. So even if Cherera becomes, for example, becomes a chair, definitely she could not make any decision unless if she also want to be like Chebukati. So I think we are getting it wrong there, because if, for example, kama angekuwa amequalify, hangepatiwa kuwa nini vice chair. So I think there kuna shida mahali, because when we start tukijaribu kuangalia hata kwa sababu mimi saa hizi tuseme niko na familia, niko na sijui ni mpango wa kando, because those are allegations za mipango ya kando na ujinga. I mean, those are not things that can stop someone to do their job. Saa hii ukiwatengula weta si yako Kenya Kwanza na ndugu yake si yako Azimio, does it stop them to do their duty? Does it stop them to obey the rules of where they belong? I mean, as in parties, you know. I think we are tunakimbia sana. We are just running. Of course I know ni vile things never go well, but mimi kusema ukweli that the chairman should be removed. Na hata kama atatolewa kichwa mletete nikalie, it's okay. I think kichwa yake ni mzuri ikitolewa hiyo Kipara. That is the only way tunasaidia IEBC. Because we cannot live in a country every time we are contesting in the court about an election. Now, what, you know, in the morning I said, elections, wherever this election, of course, Baba is the presidential candidate. Lakini this election is not about him. And we are not even talking about this election. We are talking about the future election to come. We want to elect our people, our MCS, our women rep and the MPs and etc, governors, senators. We elect them. Our vote zihesabiwe. That's what we are fighting. We are not fighting. Unajua watu UDA wamechange kitu. It looks like ati ni baba. It's not baba, kwani baba ataishi miaka ngapi? Baba will not live 100 years from now. What about tomorrow? So this is the right, I think, for me, Makiadi, this is the right time to reset this country. Afadhali hata Uhuru aendelee to reset, tufanye nini IEBC, tuivunje kabisa, tuanze vizuri, to change the system, ile anaitwa nani, anaitwa Kabago ama anaitwa nani, Jose, amekoroga. Our sovereignty iko wapi sasa? In the morning actually we talk like mtu mapatia mtu wa nchi za nchi anajua ID za kila Mkenya for 11 million people. And IDs are very important document, mna register hata kwa bank nini. Hatujui sasa from kesho unaweza pata account yako iko zero because our ni hackers, those are hackers. So our sovereignty is already gone. And we should not think about, I mean, na uzuri even those 7 judges hata hao nini yao si unajua they are also voters. Kwa hivyo information yao iko hapo nje. So they have to think seriously about this thing. We have to reset Kenya. Mostly upande wa uchaguzi. Thank you Makiadi, wacha niachie hapo, naona kuna wengine wameingia kupata nafasi.
Asante Big J for your contribution. I want to move to I don't know, Julia na Kilian. I think Diane ndio ulikuja mbele ya Julia, so go ahead in 3 minutes and then we move to Julia.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good night. So I'm just trying to, I've been listening. I was down, depressed about the court case, but now I've decided to come into the show again. What I think from the topic, I think this petition or the court case should be nullified like yesterday. It's not even today, because we can see all the process, all the things that were done were wrong, and there's no way we can say like the Supreme Court should overlook, then we go ahead with the wrong things. We better fix the IEBC today than wait for tomorrow, because the more we wait, the more the country is going to burn, or we are going to go to the wrong direction. That's what even the Bible says, train a child when the child is young. This is when we've known that IBC had so many things that were going on, and they've been exposed. Before, maybe there were rumors, we had not seen them, but now they've come out. So we should abolish and nullify this and completely dismantle the IEBC staff, right from Jebkati to the lowest junior staff. Because if even the junior staff remain there, they will be intimidating the people who will come in. So all of them should be either be transferred to another section and they start re-employment. We don't mind how long Uhuru is going to be there, so long as the system will be fixed and we'll have the right people to bring our country back to the normal functioning. We shall not be having one person who feels like he's above everything. Then he chooses for us. Our parents go to vote because our parents, they are now old. They are voting for the life of their grandkids. But somebody has gone in and is now choosing for us leaders, one person. So for me, this election should be nullified, and we are not going to say, oh, they are going to bring in Ruto. No, we should go back to the ballot after everything has been fixed. We are not in a hurry to go anywhere. Uhuru is there and the country is stable. And with Maureen, who is saying like we want peace, there will be no peace when others are hurting. We want justice first, then peace will prevail. Thank you very much.
Asante Diane for your contribution. Julia.
Asante Makiadi. Bob sijui ameenda kupika kahawa. Bob, come back. Even as we want coffee. Hi Themba. Hi Kuseo. PK. Speaker is still liberating us. PK ni kada ya moko ya kuliberate watu, ya kutoa watu kwa mashimo. Wale watu wanalilia kwa choo. Kama bado mnalilia kwa choo, msikize mawaidha ya PK. mwache kulilia kwa choo. Good to see Maureen, public participation. Sasa hao watu wanakaa kwa giza, kwa nini Makiadi? Big J, kwani kumekuwa na giza Japan ama si umesema ni asubuhi?
Wameenda kuomba for Monday.
Yeah. Makiadi amekasirika, ametoa watu. Good to see Diana. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a good evening for those who are in the US. Wengine ni asubuhi, sijui kama wameenda kanisa. Kama nyinyi ni asubuhi, muamke, nyinyi wa Kenya muamke, mjitayarishe kwenda kanisa. Mwendelee kuomba, si kuregarega vile Kibaki alikuwa anasema, kuregarega ovyo ovyo. So I would like to say that so somebody was saying here that we are at peace. Actually, we are at peace. We appreciate we are at peace, but we are not ready to move on. Kuna mtu alikuwa anasema hivyo, we are at peace, and the Supreme Court will look at that and say we are at peace. So if they decide to do that, then we shall have got Supreme Court every year. It's like having an infection that you are not treating. So either you decide to be on antibiotics, or before long, if the infection is on a limb, you'll be amputated because you're not dealing with that infection. So the truth is we got a problem, and this problem must be dealt with. Now, I listened, I don't know whether it's Maureen who talked about peace or public participation. I think somebody was saying that the Azimio team did not do due diligence and like having the right agents. I also felt the same. I don't know. At one time, I asked myself, where was Uhuru when someone was stealing our votes? I was mad and bitter that where were these people when people were stealing from us? I was not suggesting we also steal, but I was asking myself, where were they when they were stealing? But really, when I listened to one of the judges, I don't know whether it's who said that that we don't even need agents at the polling stations if the Electoral Commission is doing their work. Somebody said that we don't need agents if the Electoral Commission is doing their work. And I want to take that direction, that we don't even need agents. So I think public participation, we feel that we should have been at the polling station. We should have been there manning our votes. But even when I saw the presentation of Juliet Soweto and other lawyers, I even thought hata kukaa kwa police station ingekuwa tu ni bure. And I think Kuseo and others would agree with me that it would have been a waste of time. Because those things were being intercepted. I heard somebody talking about, I don't know what's wrong with Kenyans. That is why PK wanakasirika. Anasema pengine nafikiri kuna Wakenya wako na uji kwa kichwa. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Somebody was saying that here earlier alikuwa anasema sijui anaishi Tanganyika ama anaishi Botswana ama anaishi wapi, kwamba ameangalia uchaguzi wa Kenya na akaangalia kwamba ulikuwa wa haki na ukweli, na akaangalia kwamba he was referring to the portal as the server earlier with Bernard, and he was saying that the numbers in the server are the same ones that were read by Chebukati, and then he was talking about from the 3A. Yani unaona mtu anakuja hapa kuongea na anatusumbua na ignorance, na that one is annoying. When we listened to the lawyers, it was clear that even what was in the portal was a creation of somebody else. It is clear that we don't even know what exactly happened in this election. It is even clear that even the MPs we have, na senators, na governors, we're not sure whether the ones who were elected, because kama somebody angepiga simu kwa Jose, na Jose angeuliza Julia, unasimama wapi Mathira constituency? Numbers zinatoka tu. Julia is leading because Jose was in control. Jose could change those numbers in the air. And I said this yesterday. Yesterday, I talked to somebody, my friend here, who is a teacher from Philippines. She told me that she worked with the Electoral Commission in Philippines when this mathematic worked for them. And the mathematic was intercepting the data the same way they did in Kenya and changing. And they said at one point they had to go down and do really physical counting, though they did not succeed in correcting the error. So even having our agents participate, public participation is a waste of time. Was going to be a waste of time. was actually a waste of time, because these people did a good job in changing everything in the cloud. That is why things are not adding. That is why the same Kim's kit has been used somewhere in Bungoma, and the same one has been used somewhere in Muranga. That is why we are seeing Jose footprints in some of the forms. I mean, nothing is adding to the other. So we need to agree here that there is a problem, and there is a virus or a serious bacteria that must be addressed in the Kenyan electoral system. Actually, the thing is corruption and all other things adding to all this big problem. Now, so the judges here at the Supreme Court are human beings, and they had everything else had. I saw a post by New York Times. I don't know whether that post is actually, I don't know whether it's accurate, because siku hizi kuna vitu mingi za social media kama vile public partition alikuwa anasema ati kuna watu sijui nani ameoa nani, amezaa na nani. I think we'll ignore that. That's not our business, which judge is married to who. Everybody is free to interact, to get married and remarry and divorce and marry and kuzaa. I think kila mtu ako na maisha yake. Sasa you'll not start here saying that Julia has a baby with this person. I have my life. So next time I become president, you will not start saying that she was made president because she had babies with this person. So I think that is social media will ignore that. But I saw something like New York Times. I don't know how accurate that is. But I'm seeing that I also having a small chat with a Caucasian American here, and they are watching the news in Kenya. They are following, and she was telling me she admires the way we can go to the Supreme Court. She admires, and she's admiring the way our Supreme Court can pay attention to what the Kenyans are saying. And she was saying that she's looking forward to see the results, what the Supreme Court of Kenya will say, because she was feeling that even them, the Americans, they don't have the guts to do that. You know, she was now suddenly feeling and appreciating we have a country in Africa that has the audacity to go to the Supreme Court and contest the elections. So that through this, we must do something. Hii maneno ya ujuakari wa Kenya, ati sijui utume kuseo na kina Stone Pukei kwa polling station. I don't know whether we're supposed to carry machetes there so that we gather our votes, or guns, or make gun toting Demba and Makiadi in the polling station. So don't touch our votes. What are we supposed to do? And how long are we going to do this drama that we are doing? We're going to bring it to a stop. And it has to come to a stop. So I want to say this. The Supreme Court judges must show the direction within the law of which Kenya is going to go. People are asking Kuseo questions that what happens to Chebukati. Chebukati did not put himself there. We put a law in 2010, and that is why Chebukati is there. That law did not fix itself. It is Kenyans who put that law. We were previously operating in a jungle kind of an election where Kivoito announced the president at night. And before Kivoito was done with announcing, I heard from State House, Emilio Mwai Kibaki. That is what we saw. Everybody saw that. I was watching TV and I was watching Kivoito announcing. And then the other screen of the TV came up and I heard Mwai Emilio swearing, be sworn in. We were in the jungle of an election. So we did something about Constitution 2010, and we can do it again. So fellow Kenyans, we can do it. We can do it again. And we hope our Supreme Court judges will uphold justice, will do what is morally right, and restore the integrity and supremacy of our Constitution, and get rid of impunity by making the right decision and showing us the direction according to the law of Kenya. Asante Makiadi.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Hold on. Public participation. Goja. We'll give you an opportunity to ask a question. I think the studio is full, so we'll have an open forum in a minute. I want to bring in Demba, and then I think everybody else may contribute. So Demba, karibu.
Thank you, Makiadi, and good evening to all. I want to just comment on one thing on this issue. We are being told about agents. Oh, Azimio did not have agents. Oh, Azimio was not organized in getting agents. This issue was addressed in the courts, and if anybody, especially public participation, listened at the views of Mwelu and the views of the lawyer Willis, we need to understand this issue of Azimio not having agents. Therefore, it was perpetrated and perpetuated by the UDA and Kenya Kwanza, propagandists. In fact, one of them had the guts to go to a national platform and say that if you guys do not have agents, where were you not to? You know, I mean, if Kuseo, you have your house open. I walk in and take things from your house because you have left your house open. I steal from your house because then when I'm caught stealing, I say it's because you are not there to watch over your things. That's nonsensical. You see, the body that is given and mandated the responsibility to run a free, fair, and verifiable election is IEBC, and that's what Judge Mwilu said. That in fact, you don't have to have an agent, for there to be a free, fair, and verifiable election. The IEBC has the mandate to deliver a free, fair, and verifiable election. Willis even put it even worse. He said, if voters have to protect their vote, every voter needs to hire an agent. So every Kenyan will be hiring an agent to protect their vote. You vote and then you look for someone else to come and protect your vote. That's a very sad affair. We cannot appear to progress that kind of thinking that the thing was bungled because you do not have agent. What is the work of an agent in a polling station? You see, an agent will only note that this is what you have seen. There's nothing they can do at that point. They will only note, even if the votes are casted and they are more than expected. The next thing, the place where you can address the anomaly is at the courts. So there's nothing like, oh, they waited for too long. If you are an agent of, say, politician Kuseo, and then you note that at the addition, when they were counted, the votes were 10 for Kuseo, but at the writing, the votes were written as 8 for Kuseo. You cannot say no. There's no way you can take that forward. Nothing. You can only refuse to sign. But refusing to sign, what happens? The law says that now there will be grievances which will be taken to court, and that is what is happening. You don't need an agent for the IBC to deliver free, fair, and verifiable election. What we need to do is demand that IBC does its job. You are not supposed to take your vote and then now help IBC do its job. A parallel tallying center is not a necessity in running an election. You can have as many parallel tallying centers. That will not change. Even if your tallying center, you are running one and it is saying that you are ahead, the only way you can find redress is at the court. So this thing of saying that, oh, Azimio did not have agents, oh, Azimio waited for too long, that's the law. The law is the election will go on. Once it's done, if you are aggrieved, you go to court. That's what it says. Whether you have a tallying center, whether you have 100 agents, there's nothing about having an agent that makes you get more votes. The only thing that happens is the agents are just there to sign. You can have a parallel tallying center, but if the election will be bungled, it will be bungled. So let's not propagate and support the propaganda that goes on that Azimio was not organized, it does not have agents. IBC failed in delivering its mandate. And it has come out even from their own lawyers in court. Their own lawyers are even having the guts to come and say that, that was an error on our side on the agent. That was a minor error. When you sample 45 out of 46,000, how many minor errors are likely to have been there? You can extrapolate that, So we need to in fact, the problem might not whether UDA or organized in paying, I don't know, giving them whatever. That is not immaterial. It doesn't in any way affect or reduce the demand on IBC to make sure, even if you're a candidate and you cannot afford an agent, that if your vote was cast in that particular station, it needs to be counted as your vote. That should not change. That just because you didn't have an agent, then someone can tamper with that. That should not be a narrative we want to send. In fact, we should not make it unnecessary for candidates to even have agents at polling stations. We should have a body that delivers a free, fair, and verifiable election, that anybody waking up and saying that I took my vote, can you imagine you're going to vote and you still have to think about, is my vote going to be counted or not? That's the most outrageous and backward thing that we can even start, propagating. The agent thing was dealt with, and actually the courts, the judge asked that question, and it is true. We believe that with or without an agent, IBC should make sure that each Kenyan that voted, their vote counts. And that's the demand we need to make. The work for agents is very minimal. The law is very clear. Electoral laws in Kenya, if you start making noise that no, those are the things that are not working, that election day will be cancelled because of chaos. But you see now, if you are there, you allow the electoral process, note the difference, and then now come back and go to court and say, now that is where people are in court. Now, the Supreme Court deals with presidential. The others, you are likely to see them in court after this. Next week, you are likely to see all those others going to court. That's the law. And we can't say one time you are going to, what can an agent do? An agent will do nothing. Even if they saw that the counting was more, what will they do? It's not too late. It is the law. You go to court after the declaration. Before declaration, you can't go to court. That's the law. That's what you used to take to court. That this is what we saw, this is where we are, and this is what we know. This is the discrepancy. Then the court now will go back to those things, will bring them out, count them. Then the court will say, okay, fine, this one we nullify. Let's go for a by-election. That's the law. So there's nothing like too late or waiting for too long. Now, that's that. You can raise alarm, but what will happen? What will happen? Nothing. Alarm you only raise in 20. I want to take you back to 20. Actually, the last many election, 2017, 2007, 2013, 20. In fact, was it 2007? Was it 2007? I think 2007 or 2013, where there were agents, there were parallel tallying system. I mean, there was all that, and then of course you say that we have this. We have our votes. Our tallying center tells us this is what you have got, but you can't take that anywhere. It is not the law. You are not mandated by the law to declare results. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say on the topic about whether they should be nullified or upheld. I believe that, like we said yesterday, there should be a nullification. And for me, I'm convinced up to 90%, and all situation constant, that this is most likely going to be a nullification than an upholding what happened. And like I said yesterday, my premise is on the nullification for 2017. The evidence and the things produced in 2017 were far much less than what was produced right now. It was more likely to uphold the 2017 election because by then Jubilee had a majority in parliament, both parliaments. Jubilee had majority governors. Jubilee had majority MCS. They were way ahead. And even then, the Attorney General was with the Jubilee Ruto government. The IBC then was together. They were not as divided as right now. The issues raised in 2017 was just a simple thing about, voter turnout, votes cast. IBC refused to open the server then, just like they have done right now. And, that with that, and of course, the difference then was 1.5 million. So the difference was even wider than what we are talking about right now. Right now, it's just slightly over 200,000 votes. In 2017, it was 1.5 million, which you'd have said would have been more likely to sustain that. But it was nullified. It was nullified because a simple thing. Maraga said that it is how you arrive at it. It is not the figure. It is how you arrive at it. It is the election is the whole process. It is not just giving us figure that you got 50 plus 1. That's not all. It is the whole process. So if the whole process is wanting, then that election needs to be repeated. And that's why Maraga nullified it. Has anything changed between 2017 and now? Yes, but to the worse. The IBC, one faction is saying there was a problem. The other faction is saying there was no problem. 5 years later, IBC has refused to open the server. According to the report by the registrar, that is not even a report that people are saying that Murgo read. The registrar's report, IBC refused to comply with at least 3 orders. They were actually even changing. Smartmatic even refused to write an interesting letter to the court. This many years, 5 years later, Chebukati has decided to be rogue. He has decided to give lighter duties to the other commissioners. He cannot be checked by anyone. 5 years later, the electronic whatever identification KMSKIT thing is having issues. They're even admitting through their own lawyers that there are errors. So if you truncate those errors, imagine 46,000, you can get enormous issues. So just by that, the issues are more right now. The issues are, they didn't even comply with what was said then. So for me, I believe those ones are likely to lead the court to arrive at a similar conclusion that it did in 2017. And maybe with the more stringent actions may be required than they did then, because then they didn't give a lot. But this time I'm thinking they're going to cite Chebukati for a lot more stuff. I want to stop there for now, give it back to Makiadi.
Thank you, Ndemba. I would want just to play a video before I hand it over to you. Let me see if I can share the video. You can see my screen, right? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
Write their verdict that will be rendered on Monday. Chief Justice Martha Koome said the exact time of delivering the judgment will be communicated, even as she asked Kenyans to pray for the apex court judges to render a decision that promotes the constitution and nurtures democracy in the country. Now, the judgment, whichever way the judges decide, will determine whether President-elect William Ruto's victory will be upheld, paving way for his swearing in or its nullification, taking the electorate back to the ballot in 60 days. Francis Kashuri now reports on the 9 key issues for determination by the country's top judges as they retreat to write a judgment.
Chief Justice Martha Koome and her 6 colleagues in the Supreme Court were for the third day treated to a legal showdown, pitting legal teams representing petitioners contesting the 2022 presidential poll outcome against lawyers in defense of William Ruto's declaration as president-elect by IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati 18 days ago at the Bomas of Kenya. The petitioners had their day in court on Wednesday. The respondents fired back yesterday, and today was set aside for rejoinders and deliberations on audits ordered by the court.
We thank you most sincerely for all the time and effort that you have put and your patience and putting up with some of our not very honorable conduct. We apologize for that and we wish you good deliberations.
These things happen and there really wasn't bad manners. We thank you for working within the very strict timelines that we gave you.
Attention now shifting to the 7 Supreme Court judges as they retreat to pen their judgment. Koome and her colleagues had distilled the 9 key issues for determination in the 2022 presidential election petition. The key question that judges will be expected to answer is on election technology deployed by IEBC to conduct the 2022 State House race and whether it met the standards of integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. With results transmission from the 46,229 polling stations to the IEBC portal forming a substantial part of the submissions by the legal teams, Koome and her 6 colleagues will determine whether there was interference with uploading and transmission of Forms 34A that were used to enter presidential election results at the polling stations. Closely tied to this, the judges will also rule on whether there were differences in forms uploaded onto the IEBC portal by presiding officers in the polling stations with copies of the results declaration forms given to agents of the 4 presidential candidates. The judges will also determine whether the forms uploaded on the IEBC portal were similar to the physical documents submitted to the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya by returning officers alongside Forms 34B that were used to tabulate results at the constituency level. Another key issue for determination by the judges is whether the postponement of gubernatorial elections in Kakamega and Mombasa counties on the eve of the general election was a deliberate plan to suppress voter turnout, and whether Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga was disadvantaged by the decision that also affected parliamentary races in Rongai, Kacheliba, Kitui Rural and Pokot South constituencies, as well as MCA polls in Kwanjenga and Nyaki westwards. On the conduct of the August 9th presidential election, the Supreme Court judges will be expected to determine if there were unexplained differences between the number of votes garnered by the 4 presidential candidates and those received by candidates contesting for other 5 elective positions. The verification, tallying, and declaration of presidential election results at the Bomas of Kenya is also among the issues for determination by the judges. They are expected to determine whether the exercise complied with Articles 138C of the Constitution and 138(10) of the Constitution. Whether President-elect William Ruto met the constitutional threshold that requires a winning presidential candidate to gather more than half of the votes cast and at least 25% in 24 counties is also a key issue for determination by the judges. They will also ascertain if there were illegalities and irregularities in the August 9th presidential race and whether they were grave enough to affect the final election outcome.
You have helped us with the more difficult part, but it is intense. For which reason, therefore, we ask you that you pray to whatever God you pray to, that God will assist us to continue in the spirit we've been in for the last 1 year, and that we shall have a very high sense of discernment, and that we shall return to Kenya a judgment not less than what Kenya expects.
Should the judges find no merit in the petition, they will affirm Ruto's election and set the stage for his swearing in as the country's 5th president on 13th of September. And should they allow the petition, Ruto's declaration as president-elect will be nullified and a repeat State House race conducted within 60 days.
And we continue to ask, like the Vice President has said, that you continue to pray for us so that we can render judgment that promotes our constitution, that is anchored in the law, that nurtures our democracy, that brings harmony to our country, and everything good that is stated in our constitution.
Koome said the exact time on Monday for delivering the judgment will be communicated. For now, it is an anxious weekend for Odinga, Ruto, their lawyers, supporters, and the country at large, with all eyes and ears on Koome and the Supreme Court judges as they retreat to pen what is a consequential verdict on the 2022 presidential race.
Okay, before Ndemba you take over, I just want to make my final remarks, and I can switch seats. Number one, what I want to say is this: even though it's not easy to nullify an election, I think it is also difficult to uphold an election that has so many discrepancies. And so, as an Azimio supporter, I would want to say this. It is good that we prepare for the worst. It's good that we prepare for the worst, but also we hope for the best. That is all I can say. Prepare for the worst, but hope for the best, because anything can happen, and this thing can go either way. So just don't pigeonhole your thoughts into one region thinking that it is going to go that direction, but be open-minded. Whatever happens, life has to move forward. And I think I'll leave it there. So then, but you can take over.
Thank you, Makiadi, for saying that. Yeah, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. That's how you face life anyway. I mean, life, you don't face it 100%. You go like they would say that there's a there's a mantra that they say, always be ready, but deal with the reality. You know, one time when Kenya was preparing to go and fight in Somalia, they said that they will get there for 10 days at the operation. I think, I can't remember the name of that operation, but they stayed for a very long time. That's the mind of someone who's been in, strategic thinking for the longest. You kind of, yes, prepare for the hope, prepare for the best. I mean the worst, but hope for the best, that things turn out as you wanted. Now, Makiadi, I wanted to say something about a question you asked earlier. Bob, I've seen your hand. A question you asked earlier about the spouses of who is married to who. Now, that's a very good thing. But you see, Kenyans are all related. There's someone who is a child to someone, a mother to someone, a spouse to another, and because these judges are Kenyans, right? And they are fished from the same Kenyan pot, you know. So they will be related to someone. They'll be having a husband here, a wife there, a boyfriend there, a girlfriend here. I mean, that's very normal in a society. When you are getting people from the same place, unless we get judges from outside the country. But what we believe that whichever thing that they are going to have, they are impartial, they're informed by the law and the law alone, like the CJ said. She said that they'll be informed by the laws of the land and the constitution. Nothing else is going to inform their decision, which is what we believe. Forget the propaganda. I don't know who has been paid what, who has done what. Those are propaganda in the streets. As at now, we want to believe that our law and the legal system is going to be trusted to give us what we expect. And I believe that they'll be as impartial and as guided by the law as they have always been. At least they have shown that precedence. As for whether they are related to who or who, they are. Obviously, they have children, they have their spouses, they have people that they have uncles, aunties, they are uncles and aunties to people, Kenyans. So that alone cannot be used, to determine the trajectory of what they're going to say or what they're going to write. And when such a moment arises, probably, there has been always a way of, getting to sort that out. There's someone who's saying that I think Nick Nash, the petition cannot be allowed because of, I don't know, time and the money. Now, I was even surprised that one of the people who came and Ruto's lawyer was suggesting that the country cannot be continuously on an election period, and we cannot be subjected to election mood. Now, says the same person who has put the country in an election mood for over 9 years, the whole time that he has been in office. He's been when Uhuru Kenyatta said in 2018 that let's not campaign, let's not put the country in a campaign mood. Let us work right now. Campaign time will come. The deputy was all over campaigning. So how come right now it's over concern that the country cannot be put on an election mood? That is the flimsiest of argument coming from someone who has actually been campaigning for the office for 9 years. So if it was easier, if it was easier to campaign for 4 years, we wouldn't mind another 6 months to get a clean process. I mean, if 4 years was too little, then what is 6 months? 6 months is even like, I don't know how many. We can still remain, wait for the right time to get the right person through the right process. Election is not just the 50 plus 1. Election is how did you get that 50 plus 1. Bob Papa will say something, then I bring a ball. I see a ball is here.
Yeah, briefly, thank you, Themba. I'll just pose a question to Makiadi. He can answer at his own time. Makiadi, do you believe in the Constitution? Because I am surprised to hear words like prepare for the worst and hope for, I don't know, whatever it was. You know, if you believe in the Constitution, and I've overheard you saying previously that you also believe that Chebukati violated the Constitution. You believe that the elections were not transparent. So why would you encourage people to prepare for the worst, and you believe in the Constitution? That is a contradiction, and I would not personally. I'm not thinking about anything else apart from a nullification. The least that we can have is a nullification, because when the Constitution has been violated so much, the only verdict you can get is a nullification. And if there is a very good reason why the presidential petition is aired on TV, it's public. It's because of transparency. They want you to see and read for yourself. But the ultimate decision belongs to the judges. And if it was in the open that our constitution was violated, our sovereignty was attacked, then you have no choice but to hope for the best. Anything to do with the worst should not be anywhere within your vocabulary. Thank you.
Bob Papa, there's nothing wrong in hoping for the best and preparing for the worst. Life comes with both, so you don't have to tell people not to think about that. Listen. This is
not life. This is not personal life. This is about a country. Themba, you cannot be. This is about a country. A country is run by the Constitution. So it is not personal life.
Calm down. I want to give you a story which has been said many times, and this story is a wise man, a young man comes with a bird. He holds the bird in the back of his hand, on his back, and he comes to this wise man and he asks the wise man, is the bird in my hand, dead or alive? So the wise man looks at him and tells him that the answer is in your hands. If I say it's alive, you will let it fly. I mean, you'll kill it. You'll press it and it will die. If I'll say it's dead, you will allow it to fly. So the answer is in your hands. Right now, the answer is in the court's hands. It's not in our hands. You know, what we are doing here, we are giving our views based on what we had, based on what we think, based on our own interpretation of it. We have no idea what the 7 judges are going to sit and come up with. They may come up with other things that we haven't considered. And that's why they are the Supreme Court and we are not there. So we might have a convincing reason why we think that this is gonna go this direction. But for as long as it is not in our hands, the decision is not in our hands. The decision is on someone else's hands. The decision is on the court, the 7 judges' hands. We might have everything, every reason that we think that this is why. But as long as the decision is not in our hands, I'm sure if it was up to us, this thing would have been decided yesterday. But we need to also have people remember that the decision is on the 7 judges. And the 7 judges are independent. They are going to make their minds based on what they think. And for that reason, therefore, we are telling our people, these members here, I mean, Azimio members, that one I want to agree with Makiad. Azimio members here have been disappointed once. And they might be. We don't want you to again get disappointed the second time. And at least even if you get disappointed, it becomes as less impactful as the other one. On the night of 9th, before the announcement, we had it all over social media, pima suti, kesho ndio siku, inaenda kusema. You know, I mean, it was clear. It was even in Azimio Forum, even Bob Papa, and even I was even called by some of my friends in Kenya and told me that kesho tunaenda. Some of the guys, big wigs, said that, okay, kesho baba naenda kutangazo. What happened? Abracadabra, and here we are. You know, it was so sure, right? So what we are saying, and I think Makiadi is also trying to make people here manage either side, whether you are in UDA, even UDA, don't be so sure. This thing is on the hands of the 7 judges. So you might have your reasons. You might think that this thing it's over. As they say, it's not over until it's over. It's not over until it's over. Until that judgment has been made, it's not over yet. So you cannot be upset because someone is saying, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. How will you handle the worst? I mean, what you don't expect, that's what you're saying. You don't expect it to be nullified. What if it's nullified? How are you going to handle that? You need to start having that so that even when it is nullified, it's not so much of an issue. If it is upheld, it's not so much of an issue. So be very, manage your emotions, because at the end of the day, the person who is going to suffer a lot at the end of the day, whether you are in UDA or you are in Azimio, it is you. You're going to have to deal with that emotion. If you're so sure, at the end of the day, you're going to have to deal with those emotions. And we care about your mental health and other people around you. That's why we are saying, kindly, Azimio, UDA, you are not the ones deciding. There are 7 judges who are going to decide somewhere. Here we can make our minds, we can give our reasons, but it's not in our hands. I think that is what I wanted to say. So we don't need to be mad if people are told to, hey, or get upset if someone is told, have hopes, but I mean, the worst, the other side may also happen. And so how are you going to deal with that? We probably need you here past, even the UDA guys. In the event it's nullified, we need you here after Monday. If in the event that it is upheld, we need all of us here to come here and talk again. So I think that's what we are trying to say, which I agree with. Makiadi, Bob Papa, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Just like we hoped for the best on 9th. After that,
Themba,
tukapima suti,
I want you
but
to
Themba,
I want you to manage your emotions. You know, you have explained that thing for the last 5 minutes.
Yes, I mean, I'm trying to help you because you're saying ati msiseme. Ebole karibu.
Hey, naona hapo unajaribu kumanage emotions za watu wanaumia. But this is the truth, man. Listen. When you were doing your KCSE exams, if you're a smart person, what you normally say, you know how you performed, you know how the questions were, you know how the exam were, if it was fair, if it was hard, if it was easy. But for you to manage expectations, you always told your parents, hey, ilikuwa ngumu lakini nilijaribu, wacha tuone vile itakuwa. Yeah, because now you lower expectations so that when the results come and you have a B and an A, you know that house people are not going to sleep that day. But if you tell people that it was easy and they expect you to have an A and you come with a C, you know, also people will not sleep well in that house. So you manage your expectations. Sasa hiyo hapo ndo mali tuko. The arguments were done, the exam was done by the lawyers in the Supreme Court. We know the Kenya that we want at the end of the day. What will happen when the judges pronounce themselves is what we will have to accept as Kenyans. Be it positive for Azimio, be it positive for UDA. That is what we have to accept. Okay? Because we'll be like, yes, this is what the judges announced, and they'll give reasons as to why they arrived to their decision. And it is up to us to argue for or against. But the most important thing is it does not mean that Kenya has come to a standstill. We have seen governments in place and we have seen governments go. We have seen presidents come and we have seen presidents go. 10 years is not even a long time. 5 years is not even a long time. So let us wait for the decision first. Let's not jump into all this emotional sort of like roller coaster. Let's be able to accept whatever is decided, and we can shape our way forward. Even as individuals, we can shape our way forward, because at the end of the day, the government is there, but also you have a life as an individual and as a community to shape your way. You can also organize in your own community, in your own constituency. We have governors. Governors can also shape how their counties can be performing and how the counties can be successful. It doesn't matter who is president. So we still have opportunities, even thankful to the devolved governments, if we get our acts together. So this thing, we are moving towards a situation whereby we're going to have constitutional amendments about this presidency thing. We have to change this thing, because this thing is what is creating problems in our country. It has to be, it doesn't have to be a winner take all or whatever. There has to be something. Even if we have three individuals who can come from different communities, we have 3 presidents or whatever prime minister, whatever that is, to manage all these emotions that people have that keep on burning them, that, oh, we have to get this, you have to get, no. And you land in one of those positions, or your favorite person lands in those position, or the one who comes number 2 becomes the prime minister. The one who comes number 3 becomes something else. Then life goes on. But the county governments is where the action should be happening. That's where we should be electing the right leaders as our MCAs, electing the right leaders as our senators, your MPs, not entertainers and jokers and people who just have a social media following and we think they are leaders because they make us laugh. No, serious people who can actually do policies and actually have a vision for the country. That is what we need in Kenya. So those are the priorities that we should look at. It's not a loss. But if we get our counties together and we get the business done, we can move forward. But let's wait for the Supreme Court and let's wait for the decision and see what will happen on Monday. Then we can have a different conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good place. At least Bob Papa can hear now that Makiadi and I are not alone.
No, Themba, why are you obsessed with me? You know, I'm wondering why you're so obsessed with me.
You are muted.
Yeah, I'm saying you're very obsessed with me. You know, you're still talking about what my comments were about. I moved on.
Papa, I'm not obsessed with you. You're a man. Yes, public participation.
Okay, I wanted to ask Julia a question. I don't know where she went. The thing is this, the Supreme Court gave out orders for the servers, and only one server was availed to them. So we are talking a lot about Chebukati, but a key component of IBC that we're not talking about is the ICT department. These guys, they have so much power that they can override orders from the Supreme Court. And then the other thing which I'm asking, of which I'm saying again that Azimio, our negligence, we are negligent, by the way. Let's not be in denial about that. We are very negligent, and UDA is taking full advantage of our negligence. When Smartmatic was going to be procured, I thought that being a stakeholder, because the little I know about procurement process is that if you're going to bring a system, you're supposed to bring a list of your previous customers, and then some research is supposed to be done to find out about you. This issue of that they rigged in Philippines, where did it, like no one noticed that these guys had rigged in another election, then they're being brought here. So that's what I'm telling you, let's not blame IBC, and even us, you know, IBC is an interested party, by the way. So if they're given money, and you see even if Chebukati goes, and still the same IT people are the ones who are there, the staffs. And what I understand is that Chirchir, that guy in UDA, is the one who was has been in IBC since inception. He's the one who has hired most of the IT guys. So we're just going around the same circle, and then we'll just come back to the same end. Thank you.
When was Smartmatic contracted?
Sorry?
When was Smartmatic contracted?
I'm not sure about that, but this issue of Philippines, I'm wondering how did we go into election if somebody was aware of this, or was it a recent election, or because if they were known to have been rigged, even if they had been procured, they could have been cancelled. Yeah, but at the point of procurement, I'm sure they had done that Philippines election and rigged.
So what you're saying that you know, the election should have been postponed.
What I'm saying is that as Azimio, we should have, because of us being an interested party who are going to use those services, we should have done our research about this company. So that
these things were highlighted, and the Chebukati procured Smartmatic sometime last year, even before the new commissioners came on board.
Was there any involvement of the parties interested?
No. Yeah? Go ahead.
There was no involvement. They kept them in a dark even when they came in.
You see, that's another problem now. All parties, all interested parties should be.
You see, public participation. We cannot excuse the inefficiencies of IBC and you know, blame it on the participants. You see, you can't say that now IBC can justify its inefficiencies and say that these participants were supposed to be, you know, vigilant and all. You were supposed to do your due diligence, do your job. Okay.
Yeah, we can say that.
We cannot.
But what I'm saying is, we are not living in a perfect world. Okay, where everyone does what they're supposed to do. So you, as an interested party, you also need to put your foot forward to make sure that you manage your risk in the process. So if that all, even after they had procured, had had Azimio gone to court with this issue that Philippines they had rigged, I know that thing would have been cancelled. But now it's after we have already entered into the problem is when now we are talking about they went and rigged 1 million votes in Philippines, which it was in the public domain even before. How comes now is when it's coming out when it's too late? And then again, now we are so focused on Chebukati, and yet the rigging was going on in the IT system. We are not focusing anywhere in the IT system.
Chebukati, why IBC has a chairman? Okay, Chebukati is not being focused on because it's Chebukati. He is the chairman of IBC, and the buck stops somewhere. IBC is an independent body. The buck stops somewhere. So it's not about focusing too much on Chebukati. It is the buck stops with Chebukati. Now Chebukati was there in before the new commissioners came on. We had Chebukati and the other 2 commissioners and the acting CEO. They did all that before now these other commissioners joined. Now, there was a problem with the ICT system in 2017. There was a problem with the whatever in 2013. 2017 was Chebukati still, was cited in court. They refused to open the server. Nothing has happened to date, okay?
So those are the people we are going into another election with. Let's remember that even if we check Chebukati, the ICT people and the Smartmatic, are they the same people we are going to our next election in case of nullification with?
Well, we don't know what the court will say, you know. Let's hear PK.
Very much. I think you are real Kenyan. You are facing reality. Themba and the others are living in a world that doesn't exist in Kenya. Really. Public participation is asking. We are hulabalooing about Chebukati. Yeah, and you, Themba, you just repeated that they never opened the server. They didn't do that. Even 2022, they have not opened the server. And we are here singing Chebukati is a chairman. And then we are saying that we should wait, whatever will be, trying to manage people's emotions. People are not emotional. They are angry. People are annoyed. Nobody is emotional. Most people prepare for the worst. So basically what we are saying, and that is what I would want, people to really, the real thing is that Kenyans should take over because everything is rotten. Yeah, Themba, you have your good therapy. You are giving people therapy. Hiyo haifanyi kazi sasa. Unajua hiyo ni ya US, UK, Netherlands and all this. Hizo vizungu mingi muache. Ati watu wako emotional. People are not emotional by the way. Nobody is emotional. People are just angry and fed up with the rubbish and nonsense. So when we sit here, ati sijui nini, tuombe Mungu. Unaomba Mungu akufanyie nini? The thing is, the Constitution has failed us as far as elections are concerned. These people have rigged when the Constitution is there. They don't care about the Constitution. It is you who is the voter, the oppressed, who woke up early in the morning to go and vote with the bloody fucking, sorry to use that language, Constitution still there. Sijui chapter ngapi plus chapter what. Yeah, people woke up at 2. Chebukati has disregard that 100% in front of the Supreme Court of Kenya. Not once, not twice. And then people are being told sit there like that. We continue laying eggs. Yeah? It is during Chebukati's time when the Venezuelan people came in and you have a constitution. So the best constitution we have in the world. It is during this constitution that Chebukati has gone printing excess papers. And we are seated here, sijui Chebukati atafanya nini. And then, so stupidly with us as Kenya, tukisikiza watu holy pastors kama akina Temba wale wanatuambia tuende polepole. The 32 zinaambiwa ati ziende kwa polling station and they should not be open. How foolish could we have been to accept such a nonsense? Why would you have extra papers? Okay? And I'm calling to Kenyans, tuache ujinga sasa, tuamke, tusiambiwe maneno ya nini. Tungoje hiyo verdict Monday. Na tukingoja hivi, it's not about emotions. If they give us nonsense, telling us we move forward, we move on, we should resist. There are many ways of resisting. The Supreme Court have keep on saying for the last 1 month, they have no choice. They have only one choice, not either or. Okay? Because the law has not been upheld all along. Chebukati ametawala hii nchi, one man alone. And whoever he was working for, they should be sent to the gallows, whatever the gallows will be. Kenyans don't take this nonsense. There is no question of moving on. You'll move on into the ocean. That's the truth. It is with this law we have, the law binding Kenyans, that elections were postponed for tribute. Excuses. Kakamega, ati sijui iko nini. Uhuru now should do the extraordinary. Let me ask, isn't all what is happening with Chebukati and Venezuela a national security threat? For you, for most of you who know law, what do you call that? What do you call when foreigners of a different national country come to another country and doing whatever they do, irrespective? A country that is democratic, it has government, we have our own intelligence, and then we say, serikali ilikuwa inawaona tu, inangoja waingie tu kwa shimo, somebody comes to your house, goes up to your bedroom, analala na bibi yako na unaangalia, ati unangoja umkute hapo juu. Sorry to use that language. Ati ndio umshike. There's no way you can do that. Chebukati and those guys even need to be, whatever it is, for them to be disciplined. Uhuru is free now because there is no lacuna. He can declare, he can do an executive order number 2. Declare it is a security threat, the country is threatened, and that will not make him a coward. He will have saved this country. Disband IBC in whichever way it is. Let him be there for 2 years. These are extraordinary ways of dealing with extraordinary thieves and crooks. Uhuru, wherever you are listening to me, our Kenyan is docile. You lead them. They are now saying, I'm praying to God. Munaita Mungu atiaende kwa 7 heads ndio ziwaokoe. You are lost. You are lost. God will not come to save you people. God has given you everything. Your judges are normal human beings. They have brains. So you sit here, ati Mungu akuja aingie kwao ndio afikiria make judgment. When we have seen what we have seen, a whole week, we've seen things we could not believe. And you still have Kenyans saying the election was free and fair. That shows you how evil we are. Then we are being told, oh, msiwe emotional, nini, nini. People are angry, and it is a boil that is about to burst. It's a bubble that is about to burst. It's a flint that is about to go off. It's a hand grenade that the pin is about to pluck. Tuache kudanganyana, tusidanganyane kabisa. That is the truth. It is Uhuru to save this country, not the 7 judges. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, hayo ni maoni yako.
Na Wakenya wengi zaidi, very many Kenyans are thinking that.
Yeah. Hold on. Wamekusikia, wala wamekusikia. I still go back to where I was. Stone PK can refer to me as a church person and all that, but we are still a constitutional democracy, and that for me is still my belief. And wale wako kwa Stone PK pia ni sawa tu. But I want to tell you guys, as at right now, you need to manage your emotions. manage your emotions. Yeah, just we went to the Supreme Court, we argued, they argued, and the Supreme Court is gonna give its verdict on Monday. Then from there, we are going to see what follows, right? But we need to manage your emotions. Yeah. Seth Opond, karibu. Ongea kabla nilete Ebola. Okay, huyu anakaa kona shida zake. Ebola, karibu.
You know, I've been hearing to what Stone PK is saying, and that bubble has been busting, or rather, the tire has been having holes. But apparently, we've been putting a lot of grass on that tubeless tire to just try to move on. So the first tire broke, the second front tire broke. Now we are moving with the back wheels, which are still okay. Now the third one is coming to break. Now we are remaining with one proper tubeless tires. The other ones are full of grass. Tumeingiza manyasi ndani ndo to at least tusonge tuone tutafika petrol station ingine saa ngapi. But this is what has been happening. For you to see that all these things have affected our country, you have to go back. And I don't know for the young people who are born in the 2000s or maybe late early 90s or late 90s. Some of them were young and never saw what happened to the country or what has been happening to the country. By the time the adults there in the 2000s or in the past 2010, is that one, the prices of goods has been going up. The level of corruption has become so complicated and extraordinary. We used to talk about people stealing hundreds of thousands. Today we are talking about billions of shillings, and not only billions, tens of billions of shillings. People just stealing and going with it. No consequences at all. Temba, can you imagine you're in a position whereby people are telling you just put a signature here and you probably walk away with 500 million and no consequences at all? Unless you're of very good moral standing and you're raised right, you'll probably say no to that proposition. But we're finding that is what is happening in the country. The rule of law is not working. This thing called the DPP, what is that? Those are just useless people who just masquerade. They're just given jobs for nothing because we don't see what they do. There are no repercussions to criminal behavior in this country, and it has gone to the highest level. Now it's in the presidency level and the election level. People have conducted this election in a criminal way, and they've gotten away with it. 2013, 2017. You think they'll still not repeat the same thing in 2022, and they're still getting incentives and no punishment for it? They'll do it. Even if you have a rerun, they will do it again. So sometimes what PK is talking about, that it reaches a point whereby people have to really make some serious decisions to change the course of certain behaviors. Because if you still depend too much on constitutionality, following the law, this is what needs to go, this is what needs to happen, this is the procedure. Sometimes the criminals have already corrupted the system in such a way that even the people who are supposed to make the right decisions cannot make the right decisions. Their hands are tied. So it reaches a point whereby people have to decide that where do we really want to be? Sometimes order comes after chaos. In the case of Rwanda, you can see what is happening there. Sometimes a little bit of order and sense comes out of chaos. Because if you continue just following the narrative, oh, you need to move on. We are one. We are one Kenya. There's bigger things in Kenya. We need to go back to school. Our children need to learn. No. If you're not fighting for the future of your children can go to school and get nowhere. And they'll be there in your house at 30, 40 years old, still you're waking them up, giving them breakfast. Umekula, John, because there are no opportunities. No, you need sometimes to stand and actually fight for what is right. And if you see as a nation that something is wrong, please don't accept it. It doesn't matter if the judges say yes to it. As a nation, you have to stand up and say, no, we shall not accept this, and this is not going to be the order. And let me tell you, people really underestimate the power of the people. Do you know, if you're standing in a room and people have rejected you, boss, that energy that comes out, you cannot sit there. Whether you like it, even if who you are, you can't sit there. So if the nation rejects you, or the nation stands up and says, we are fighting against corruption from all levels, from MCA to the presidency, and we shall not accept, we shall use all means, we shall go against the law, we shall go against the constitution, we shall go against the order of how things are supposed to be, to make sure that order is maintained. Because sometimes order comes after chaos. And that has been known, because there are people who capture the system and they tell you, follow the system, follow the procedure. That's why somebody can just announce anyone and just say, okay, now you have a recourse, go to court. If you have a recourse, go to court. That is the law. No. Why would you announce something that is wrong and tell people, because this is what the constitution says, now go to court? This is capture. You'll not be allowed to do that in a whatever. If you're going for paying for dowry and people raise concerns, you can't tell them go now. You have raised your concern, now take it to the Supreme Court to prove. No, you have to answer some things on a serious level, and you have to take things on, and there has to be consequences. Let me tell you, this guy who's running the Electoral Commission, there has to be serious, because I don't want to see that guy ever again in the Electoral Commission. First of all, that guy looks like a hyena. He pretends to be a calm guy, but I think he's a very, very mischievous guy. Because you cannot treat this country and the people who voted in this country that way. Because the guy runs that thing like a one-man show. I think that guy needs to be taken out of the Electoral Commission. If the whole thing needs to be reconstituted, it has to be reconstituted. Otherwise, if that thing stays the way it is, I'm telling you, Kenyans, I don't know, if you want to vote, go vote. But if you want to stay home, because it will not mean anything. The decision will be cooked. And just like someone said, it's Stone PK, people are not looking at this thing in terms of this is national security threat. Just like what the Atul brothers came and did to Kenya, walking around the town and doing all those nonsense. That is national security. How do foreigners just walk in your country and do stupid things and just walk out, and things that affect the running of government? I think Kenyans are too much into entertainment, too much into comedy, because everything, even that lawyer, whatever he said in the court, I don't know what he was looking for. He was looking for a viral moment on TikTok. I don't know that song he did. I'm not going to say it right now. But Kenyans are out there making T-shirts and making jokes and making fun of it everywhere, in parties and everything. It just shows people are not serious about anything anymore. And let me tell you, the guys who want to capture this country, they are very serious. They want you to continue playing games and be comedians and jokers, because when they take it, they're not letting go. And they're going to continue with whatever they want to do with their agenda. And that's when you realize that it's too late, man. The system is already corrupt. You can't deal with it. So we need to wake up as Kenyans and actually say that we're going to be serious in how we approach everything. This starts from your families, even your parents. You just tell dad, no, you cannot be corrupt. No, dad, I saw what you did. I don't stand for that. It starts from the families going all the way to the presidency. We have to fight this thing, and we have to fight it diligently. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we might as well just look for other opportunities somewhere, because that country will be captured by people, and you will not do anything, no matter who you are. Right now, people are shooting people and just walking free because they know they can't go anywhere. There is no country, a Western country, I know, that you can even not even shoot someone, just point a gun at someone and just walk free. No, that is a court case. You have to explain what was going on. But people now are hiding and just it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and it's making our country look like we are all jokers. And we know Kenyans are very learned, but even the learned people have been captured by the criminals. And we cannot run a criminal country, because a criminal country is going to become it's going to be terrible for everyone, because it will be run like a cartel. You know how cartels run. I'm sure you've watched those movies. You talk, you die. You either follow the system or you keep quiet. Now that is not democracy. And trust me, we're about to go there. And people will see for themselves. Especially the young people who are running around here, just hollering and screaming, hustler, hustler, we are hustlers, hustlers, and trying to think that you can get rich quick. You'll see for yourself. Not a few of you will, which is not even 1% of the population of Kenya, but the majority will suffer because that system is not going to serve the people. Only a genuine system, or a system that really cares about the people and law, is going to spread resources and opportunities to everyone, or majority of the people in the country. And people take these things as jokes until the country goes on a, people joke about Congo. Kenya can be a Congo very soon. And we'll be running to other countries. In Uganda, we are there as refugees, because you cannot stay in your country because you have an opinion, and your opinion is not needed. Now you're running to Uganda, or you're running to Tanzania as a refugee. People joke around, but these things happen. There was a time when Rwandese came to Kenya, and they actually came to one. I don't know how they contacted mom, but they were looking for a place to stay. And actually, my parents organized and actually enabled them to stay somewhere. And these are people who had a life. They had a career and everything, but they moved out of their country because of political tension or political things that are happening. And people think that these things can't happen in Kenya. You think that Kenya mna amani sana, mnapendana. Dude, when things hit the fence, boss, mutakuwa refugees. But you have to have a government that can lead people to actually stay and unite people and fight corruption. Because when you fight corruption, you're uniting the country, because nobody gets away with anything. But in this country, people do corruption, they run into their tribes. Their tribes will now defend them, because corruption has been associated with what? Voter turnout. You are corrupt, but you bring the votes. We shall not prosecute you because you're the kingpin in your area and you bring the votes. So let's not fight this guy too much because the elections are coming. We need his support. That is what Kenya has been reduced to. That's why some of these people are walking away free, because they know I'm coming with votes. I can get away with anything. It doesn't matter if I shoot people. It doesn't matter how much corruption or public money is spent. So we really have to change this, because we can go on a downward trend very, very quickly. And we are waiting for Monday. By Monday, we'll be on this channel. Wale watahepa wahepe, shida yao. Sisi tutakuwa hapa. Whether the decision is to uphold or not, we'll be here, and we shall tell you where the country is headed now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ebole, can see the many that share Stone PK's trajectory. And Diana, what do you have to say before we start taking our closing remarks?
Me, what I can say, guys, let's be optimistic. It's going to be nullified. There's no way God confused them. It's like the Tower of Babel when they were in the court. Who knew that there was going to be evidence? Because already Chebukati had hidden all the things that were going to be evidence. But by the grace of God, PK, God showed us where we can get the evidence all the way to Muranga. In this case, I know, and God confused them in the courts. They were speaking in different languages. Coordination was not there from the hustler. Stop laughing, PK. So in this case, be optimistic. Be happy that it's going to be nullified, and we are going back to to another session of campaigning. Then you can send money for your people to watch over the votes. After that, we shall be victors. Don't worry. Don't stress. And also, the one thing that I know, they need to punish Chebukati. He can't take our privacy and confidentiality, our document, and give it to foreigners. Where we are, If I have to give out my identity, I have to be asked for permission to give somebody to get my identity. So look, everyone in the country, nobody is safe. Our identity, I'm here, but I know my identity is already in Venezuela already now. I don't know if somebody is going to call my parents and say, I'm sick, I'm this, because there's no confidentiality in Kenya anymore. So Chebukati should be punished in the highest order, not to wait for Ruto to give him like asylum so that he cannot answer for his own deeds. And also another thing is like they have to uphold the constitution. If the constitution says this thing has to be done like this, I don't think the charges are mad to not to follow the constitution. That's why we are going to get 5 out of 7, the lists who are going to nullify this verdict on Monday. So let's keep holding on. Let's not stress, panic. We are putting pressure into our other people, the young ones in Kenya. When they listen to us, PK, they just say, oh, Ruto is going to be the president, blah, 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 blah. Let's just give everyone hope. Our country will be in the right direction. This thing came at the right time. And when I looked at Uhuru's, when he was in Mombasa, he was very happy. He looked not stressed. So we are on the right track.
Thank you, Diana. And we wait for Monday. Look, good people. I don't think that the country is that bad in terms, even if Ruto becomes the president. The constitution gives us a very strong devolved government. For you to change a clause in terms of devolution clauses, you have to go for a referendum. Someone said something that it's time for us to strengthen our county governments. It's one thing for us to say we want to be ruled by the constitution. We use the same constitution to go and have a vote, and then we come and bastardize the same constitution. We say it is nonsense. We need to choose which side we are. I mean, we need to appreciate that we are where we are because of our constitution. Our constitution is a developing document, and it's the one that ties a country together. The countries that have faced anarchy, post-stability becomes a very difficult thing to achieve. There are many, many examples the world over. So is it a route you'd want people to go where you're having extra constitutional ways of doing things? No. As Kenya reached a point where now we are thinking now you want to have extra constitutional ways of, I don't think so. We have constitutional and legal ways of doing whatever stuff that we want to do. And the judges are not coming from outside Kenya. They are Kenyans. They understand the environment. And whatever it is that they're going to come up with, definitely Kenyans are going, Ruto is a Kenyan. It's not like he's someone from outside. He's still a Kenyan. And it is Kenyans who stand for an election. Let's not make it look like Ruto is this person who is coming from wherever, and they're just coming. I mean, it's hard right now in Kenya for you to just do the things you want to do simply because you are a president. It didn't happen with Uhuru, and it can't happen with any other person coming in as a president. That one is so hard. You know, you may have some tendencies, maybe corruption and stuff, but the thing that we are trying to purport that probably someone will come and just haphazardly amend the constitution to suit them, I don't think so. Kenya has moved away from that. But I mean, by all means, I respect those who, like Stone PK and the Bole, who are thinking that you have the radical side, the polar side, think that even Uhuru should just wake up and have a veto. Those are unrealistic statements. It cannot happen. Uhuru cannot wake up and tomorrow do such. It will not happen. So let's get back to our reality. It's a good thing to say, but it's not something that can really happen right now. Much of the things they are going to do is constitutional means, because that is where we are at. And Raila has stayed his life respecting the constitutional ways of resolving. Picketing was a constitutional thing. Every other thing, I mean, there's picketing, they'll do that because it's a constitution. It allows for us to do that. But the excitement about, oh, let's do this, let's speak up, it's something nice. You may get claps, but it's not something that is going to happen, or it can happen right now. So it's a good thing. I mean, you can speak it out, but it's let's be realistic. So let's appreciate on Monday we will have a verdict, and like we are saying with Makiadi and others, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Your person, Azimio, UDA, might not be the one to carry the day that day. Because as at right now, the 7 judges are the ones who are holding the trajectory of Kenya. Not you, not I, not even Uhuru Kenyatta. He cannot wake up right now before the judgment comes and he says that I veto. That can't happen. His powers are already, limited. So we can have the excitement and we can say all that, but let's get back to the ground and appreciate the reality. The reality is, to my Azimio supporters, I have, like for me, I have a 90% thinking that they are most likely to nullify than they are to not nullify. So 90%. So all situations held constant, they are most likely to nullify than not to nullify. But who are we? We are not the one making the decision. Someone else is. So let's acknowledge that. Now I want to bring you guys to give your closing remarks. You may give in any way you want. So I'll start with the Boleston PK, Lana, then I come to Makiadi.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, Demba. And yeah, I agree with what you're saying, but also there are other ways of dealing with serious issues, especially when you know these issues are going to take us into the hole. The decision by the Supreme Court will be final in terms of the presidential petition. But that decision is a catalyst for something else. Unajua ile inaitwa mafuta ile unatupa mafuta hivi, lakini hiyo ni catalyst, inaasha moto. So whichever fire it's going to be, because there will be losers in this decision, and there's gonna be winners in this decision. Whichever way it goes, it will be a catalyst for something. How it's going to be handled will determine how this country moves forward. Okay? For me, yes, I'm a law-abiding person. I wait for the Supreme Court decision. I'm not going to preempt anything or talk about anything I don't know. I'm just going to wait for the decision, and from the decision, I will be here. And I will be able to just tell you the projection of where we're going. If you're going in the right direction or if you're going in the wrong direction. That is all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Bole. Stone PK.
Thank you, Demba and other colleagues. I continue to be amused. My grandfather told me that you continue getting amused until you are 6 feet down under, and even when you wake up ukiwa kwa Mungu ama kwa shetani, you still be amused. I still get amused by the way things are going, and also I remember, and when I read the countries that, or the human areas that have become chaotic, it was never a Big Bang theory that I read in some lower classes of my secondary school. Failed countries, it was never a Big Bang. Failed countries, they know God very well. Failed countries have constitutions, some even better than what we have. Failed countries, or countries that have chaos, continued also to hold elections like we do. So the countries had TVs like in Mutembei, some people talking, saying, oh, this and that. Failed countries had pastors, churches, mosques, people praying seriously, mpaka unaona Waislamu huku kunakuwa kweusi, magoti inakuwa black, Wakristo wanalia, wengine wanalia mpaka roho zishuke, and yet they broke down. Some countries were even more godly than Kenya, but they failed. And Kenya is going to fail if the path is this one. It is in Kenya whereby, and I kept on saying this, that despite all these things that Themba has colored very well, I like the way your optimism, and others, that anarchy cannot be allowed. Anarchy is equals to failed system. It is when systems fail like they have failed today in terms of elections. Guys, those who are listening to me and others, let's accept our electoral system has collapsed. If you don't know and if you can dispute that, but then I think I'm not a Kenyan. If we can sit and even people still talking of numbers. Even here at Mutembei, I had people saying, oh, numbers, oh, rerun. Kenyans, what has become of our education, of our brains, of, we are talking, 2017, we talked of vifaranga via computer. We have forgotten. Kabisa? And that's why I like when Ebola you say, we are here, tunakaa, sijui tunaomba, and Ruto and his people are serious than never before to take over, and they will take over. For them, they will take over. You can go to the bush, you can go to fight, you can do, but you will be fighting, chasing the ball that is in their court. Those who play football, when the ball is in between your legs, hapo wewe ndio una control. Huyu jamaa wa nyuma hapa ni kutoa ulimi tu, lakini sisi tutakuwa ni kutoa ulimi na kusaga meno as we wait. Okay, saying we have to follow system. Oh, we cannot afford to have anarchy. We have a constitution, yet electoral system has failed. We have independent bodies, and congratulations to Chebukati. He's being even crowned as a hero, and Kenyans are clapping. Chebukati is a hero. He is a hero. He has delivered to Ruto. That is why Chebukati is Ruto's hero. As we are looking, praying that the 7 judges will save our day. Monday, sisi tunangoja na mabulu na masuti tumehang, tunangoja kuenda celebrate, tukingoja Martha Koome and her colleagues waturegeshe ushindi ama whatever it is. Okay? Everything has gone wrong. When everything goes wrong, and especially election, I'm asking my brother Themba, how shall we even strengthen the county government? We have a good theoretical system. How even? Themba, you surprised me when you say that there's no president who can go haywire. Really? I wonder when you left Kenya, my friend, that you think that a president like Ruto cannot do anything he wants in that country? When right now he's doing whatever he wants and you have the constitution, he's just simply a president-elect. And if you're back in Nairobi, you would know the things that he's doing right now. And then what of it when he's sworn in? I mean, it is not easy. If Chebukati a chairman of a commission can spin the country like this? Are you telling me of a president who will, after he's sworn in, that he will abide by the constitution? Mutacheka, na mutacheka. In Kenya, if you are like Ruto, you can do anything you want. If Baraza can do what he did, Katitimas kanaweza fanya vile kanataka. Hey, what about the president? If Rigathi can do whatever he wants, ameamua arudishe 800, and you sit there expecting him to return the money? Oh, you want to strengthen the institutions. Which institutions? This country is collapsed. It's collapsed. It needs to be salvaged by very serious and assertive leadership. Not that one of the following that we are democratic and we are this. I tell you, this country has been captured, and when you heard Ruto talking about capture, it was reverse psychology. It is Ruto that has captured it. And to rest of this country out of Ruto, we have to go orthodox way. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Diana?
It's sad. It's sad, PK. Sometimes you make us lose hope that our country is no more. But what I can say,
captured. That's the truth.
All is not lost. All is not lost. We've given the Supreme Court people, judges, the mandate, and as they said, they are going to bring us what the Constitution expects from them. And for sure, I believe that they are going to give us the best. Let's just be focused and be patient and give them time to do what God has given them to do. Apart from that, the others will come on after Monday.
Thank you, Diana. Makiadi?
Douglas, you began very well today and ended up badly. I like the example that you gave of an exam whereby you go to take an exam and lower your expectations, knowing that anything can happen and you might, by any chance pass that exam. I happen to have been a victim of that. I sat for a paper and I had so much hope. I believed everything that was in there was something that I was acquainted to, so I expected to pass that paper. Unfortunately, when we had this professor that used to write the marks on the board, so he writes the top student got 95%, and then he goes down to the lowest. And so because that topic was something that I really thought I understood very well, I expected to be among the top grades. So akishaandika namna hiyo alikuwa anapatia kila mtu karatasi yake kama imekunjwa, in half namna hii, so unafungua unaangalia hivi. Let me surprise you. Kwa hao watu wote mimi ndio nilikuwa chini kabisa pale. And I had so much hope, I had so much expectations in that paper, but I found out I was the last one in the class. So when I tell you here to manage your expectations, I know what I'm saying. There are 9 issues that were spoken in the Supreme Court. And like I said here before, it only takes lawyers to convince 4 judges on any of the 9 issues for the elections to be nullified. Just one issue among the 9 and you convince only 4 judges and that election will be nullified. Now, we might have missed so many other things when we were arguing our case before the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court is supposed to set a precedence. And one issue that stood out for me was the role of a chairman in an independent commission. If the Supreme Court gives the chairman the power that the IEBC has given Chebukati, then it means that we do not have independent bodies in Kenya. We do not have independent commissions in Kenya. The chairman can wake up one day and make a unilateral decision without consulting any other commissions. And if the Supreme Court pronounces itself on the issue of Chebukati and his conduct when it comes to announcing the results, tallying the results, then I believe this election is going to be nullified on that issue, on that very issue. The other second issue is about the 27 constituencies. The IEBC gave a very flimsy excuse that there was violence at Bomas of Kenya. That is why they did not announce the 27 constituencies. And then the judge asked them, if there was violence, why were you in a hurry? What about the next day? They said there was no time. This was supposed to happen that day. So there are so many loopholes. There are so many gray areas in this petition. There are so many gray areas. But what I can say, and I want to insist, is I am trying to keep my hopes alive, but I know this thing can happen either way. My hopes are very high, but I'm prepared for anything. You know, there's the issue of legitimacy of the IEBC and also the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. They are both on the test this coming Monday. The Supreme Court has a chance to, show itself that it's a body that can be relied upon. And the IEBC also has a chance to be redeemed by the Supreme Court. So we will wait and see if the Supreme Court will redeem the IEBC. But if the Supreme Court pronounces that the chairman did illegalities and irregularities by pronouncing the president-elect without a process that was verifiable, then we will condemn the IEBC. And that definitely says that we have to go for another election. That is where my hope is. I hope that they nullify this thing because of the conduct of the IEBC. Wachana na zile sarakasi zingine zote za sijui Kamango alipatikana kwa karatasi. Those things hizo zote ni sarakasi. Ati sijui walipata jina ya Kamango iko kwa form 34. Wachana, those things wachana nazo. But the conduct of the IEBC in conducting the presidential election of 2022, that one is one issue that I have my hopes on. Na hiyo nitashikilia namna hiyo. Now, Stone PK, I just want to ask you a question. Inaitangwa rhetoric question, usinijibu, because wewe your arguments, sometimes you base your arguments on the constitution, and sometimes you are like let's take over this country. I want to ask you, what if on Monday we have Supreme Court 2.0 on the basis of we have 4 judges at Serena, waende waseme sisi tumekataana na ile kitu inaenda kutangazwa huko Supreme Court? Would you still agree with their judgment? Don't answer me. Just think about that. You know, in the Bible, the people said they want Jesus achukuliwe na waachiwe Barabbas. Na hii kitu nimesema hapa mara mingi sana. So the people decide to choose a person. And we can see people from the other side are very adamant that they want this election and they want their president. You can see the danger that is ahead. The people that crucified Jesus, hata akirudi saa hii na wapatiwe another opportunity, they will still crucify Jesus. And that is the way I'm looking at our country right now. If they say that they are the majority and they voted for their president, you cannot stop them being in the minority, because they want Barabbas. Wanataka Barabbas, wanataka Yesu achukuliwe na wabaki na Barabbas. And that is where we are. If the Supreme Court does not help this country move forward, then we will have given Jesus to few individuals na Barabbas akabaki kutawala nchi. Asante Ndemba.
Yes, and just to finalize, Stone PK, there's nothing wrong in arguing for the Constitution. There's nothing wrong with that. And it's not that we are not acutely aware of the other issues you're raising. Even before this constitution, during Moi ruled when there was constitution. Then Section 2A came, it was changed. Kenya became a multi-party democracy. Moi won with the multi-party constitution, and then he went home. So we are not. It's not that we are not aware. You know, we are not. It's not that we are not aware of the idea that systems sometimes need to be shocked. What we are saying that different eras bring different ways of dealing with things. It is the same you who has been trashing the 20-year-olds. They say someone has written and said that old people start wars, young people die in those wars. The same you has trashed that 20-year-olds don't understand anything. And those are the people whom you will expect to go out and fight. The same young people who didn't vote and they didn't see the need to vote. The same young people who didn't see the need even to register. So you might talk, you might talk about, oh, let's go take the country. The older people in the society have gotten tired. They might not go to the streets. The people you expect to go to the streets, you have told them that those people are not aware. They don't know where Kenya has come from and where it's going. So you wouldn't trash everybody and then expect the same people to not appreciate that you need to go out and take the country. Which people are going to take the country? Not the people who are 40 years and above. Those people don't go to the streets. They come and they do like what you're doing here, shouting, we need to take the country, but you're not on the ground to do the needful. The people who actually go to the streets are the young people, 20, 30-year-olds. But they're the same people we have said here are completely detached. The same you, Stone PK. You have listened to you argue that they don't know anything. They don't, they are whatever. So you can't have your cake and eat it. The newer people may not use the approaches that you're talking about. The approaches of the 80s, the 90s, early 90s. In this era might not really work. You might have that anger that now we want to take our country, but that is a process. Right now we have a constitutional democracy, and that's what we are saying. That for me, I still hold. Yeah, your argument. Of course, you're right, but the approach will be different. Right now is a constitution. What are the constitutional provisions? What are the constitutional checks? Some people are saying that Ruto is bad and stuff, but we have a country and we have people. We have the other people will still come out and protest whatever thing that is going to happen, and that will create a necessity. Just like there was a necessity for an accord in 2002, which was not there. There was a necessity for a handshake in 2018, which was not there. A crisis will be created in the event of anything, and a constitutional mechanism is going to come. I still believe in a constitutional way, not extra constitutional ways. Africa has already moved on from extra constitutional ways. It's more of, and even the global interest is more of constitutional mechanism, not extra constitutional ways that we are saying. Kenya is not a failed state. We are not a failed state. We might be struggling with other things, but we're not a failed state. And of course, competition comes and such challenges come out. So we just need to appreciate. And for those who are out there, we want to encourage you that Kenya is not a failed state. Personally, I would want to do that. And we have 7 judges who are going to sit. Monday, tomorrow for Kenyans, 2 days from now for some of us, it's going to happen. Whichever side, we see the movement from there. Like Ebola said, there's someone has written here nicely and said that there's one team that will be giving a press conference because they're happy. Another one will be giving a press conference because they're sad. Which one, we don't know. For us as Azimio, we are convinced that we have made a case. Makiadi has put out two things. For me, I want to put the third one to add to what Makiadi has said. The things that were raised in 2017 when Chebukati was still the chairman and things that he was supposed to correct, he didn't correct them. 2017, he didn't open the server. He hasn't opened this time. Issues of votes cast, issues of lack of transparency, they are still there. You remember Akombe issue, Akombe and the CEO fighting. In 2022, it is him and his other commissioners fighting. So there was no correction. And for me, that one, it points to something that is most likely. The same judges are not likely to say that, okay, fine, we overturned you last time, but right now you have done the same thing, but you can't overturn me. I don't think so. So this time, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. But like Makiadi, keep hope alive, but prepare for the worst. Because as I said, it is in the judges' hands, not our hands. Whatever PK is saying, I mean, it's a good thing to say, but it's not feasible in Kenya right now. It is odd. You know, because the people who are talking are like in the PK who are outside. You can, right now, what would happen? You'd be sitting here waiting for Supreme Court to give. And they say, you Kenyans have failed. You Kenyans, the people like you have failed too. Because you'll be talking from here. You'll be not outside Kenya. You'll be talking from somewhere in Kenya, organizing people so that you become a hero. But when we talk about extra constitutional things, but we are now talking from the ivory towers. You know, we are saying Kenya has failed. You people need to take Kenya. No. Talk from the ground. People who organize three things, they organize them from the ground. Not from seated here saying, go take Kenya, go do this. That one is good conversation. But practicality, right now, we have moved as a country and we are in a constitutional democracy. And even the people who are the people who are listening, who come to social media, these are basically the elite of the society. The people who organize and go out are not people who come and sit and you know, in social media. Organization is done in the ground, not in social media to say that we need to organize. No, that's how it works. But I want to appreciate all of you either way. I mean, you've made your point. You've been heard, and people out there have already, you know, pictured and captured what is the expectation. Above all things, Kenya is a country that we all love, and we want to keep it strong together. We believe that on come Monday, the judges are going to have the Solomonic wisdom, as they always say, and they are going to tell us which way out. Now, whichever side you are on, don't you worry, you're still a Kenyan. And we believe that Kenya will move forward as one. I want to give some shout outs to guys who are joining us down there. Christina Dika, thank you. Awino Rapemo, Black kama kawaida, Hillary Kikwech. Nasema, hope you will accept the results on Monday. Yeah, I mean, Chaka Mdume, sisi tuko hapa, whichever side carries the day. Nathan Dusi, remember, drums are beat from the ground. Monday is 15 hours away. Yeah, drums are beat from the ground. Drums are not beat from you know, you don't come, I mean, here and we say that we need to go and take arms. No, go organize from the ground. Yeah. Ephraim Adams, thank you. Bereans, Kambuni, our dream. This thing is going to be nullified 7 out of 0. Yeah. I mean, keep hope alive, but always, again, as Makiadi said, expect the best. What did he say? Expect the worst, but hope for the best. Yes, that's the statement. Gladys Atieno, asante. Tom Makandet, asante. Fred Rotich, Tom Kipchirchir, Sofia Mbabu, Waithera, Collins Onyuka, John Dinda, someone thinks that Ruto will be the best president Africa has ever had. Vole nacheka. Joyo Besa, habari gani? Makendi yuko hapa atakuletea wimbo leo. Leo ni ile siku, so be ready. Makiadi yuko tayari, sio? Leo ndio ile siku.
Jana ndio ile siku bwana. Friday.
Friday wewe ulihepa bana. Wewe acha zako bana. Ulihepa Friday jana.
Niliacha mkipiga siasa bwana, usingizi kanilemea.
Ya, wacha tumalize saa hizi ndio tuweka wimbo bana, watu waache stress waende wakinini. Dida Joseph Addison, asante. Na wengine wote, asanteni sana kama kawaida. Tunafurahi sana kuungana pamoja nanyi katika mjadala huu. Ni mjadala, it's a debate and people give their thoughts. You get what you need to get. Don't get everything. Like they say, you pick out what is good for you. What you think is all good for you, don't worry and don't mind it. Those are people's views and people's opinion, and we hold it as that. So we really appreciate everybody. Eric Avram, thank you. Haya, sasa pigeni basi Azimio Blue hapo chini, kwa sababu kama kawaida sisi tunapenda tu mnatupigia Azimio Blue. Kama we ni Azimio Blue, piga tu Azimio Blue, acha story mingi. Watu wa UDA tafadhali mtoe jam sasa. Asante Cyprian Kambuni, wacha tuseme watu wa Azimio Blue sasa. Cyprian Kambuni asante, Collins Onyuka asante. Kama hujapiga blue mimi sikutambui kabisa. Piga blue. Joyo Besa Makiadi, Joyo Besa nangojea Karumba. So ujue Jena Uora amepiga blue hapo safi. Collins Onyuka anaendelea kuchapa blue. Christina Dika. Pigeni blue bana, pigeni blue. Tunataka mablue. Amazing Grace, Jena Uora tena asante sana. Felix Okemwa asante. Naona mnapiga watu wa yellow bana. Toeni jam. Toa jam. Gulenza Frank asante. Aya, sasa tunataka watu kumi watuandikia wako wapi. Makiadi anasoma hizo. Tuambie unapiga blue na unasema uko wapi, ndio Makiadi hapa anasoma zako. Tuambie unapiga blue na uko upande gani katika dunia hii. Makiadi, kazi kwako. Piga blue na unasema uko wapi.
Aya, wacha tuone sasa. Hakuna mtu anatuambia yuko wapi pale. Wote wanachapa tu blue. Sioni mtu hapo ambaye anatuambia mahali yuko. Hebu piga shout out tuseme uko wapi. Okay, tumepata mmoja hapo anaitwa Adnan Juma, anatuambia anatutazama kutoka Mpeketoni, Lamu. Pia kuna Beatrice Akinye anatuambia yuko Midland, Ndemba huko ni kule kwa mafuta kule.
Okay.
Midland, Texas, mahali tunachimba, mahali wanachimba mafuta pale. Nyabwanzo anasema ambia Makiadi nataka onkoro hapa. Haya, Muhammad Al Maruf anasema yuko UAE. Jane Awor anatupigia shout kutoka na Nyuki. Embakasi East, huyo ni William Ouma. Nani mwingine? Kuna jamaa anasema nullified if not Rao the fifth, anaitwa Clement Amisi. Black unasema niko kwa nangoja adika mali. Okay, sawa. Hiyo si hapa hiyo. Hiyo ni private details. Nani mwingine hapa? Gulenza Frank anatuambia niko Kenya Mombasa. Asante watu wa Mombasani. Salimia sana Abdu Swamad. Kuna Cyprian Kambuni anatuambia yuko Minneapolis, Minnesota. Inaitagwa Minnesota eh? Hiyo T inabadilishwa kuwa R eh? Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Jena wewe umesema yuko na nyuki. Ebole wanted to say something. Phoebe Moses anasema Ebole alikuwa anataka kusema kitu. Sijui amekusoma namna gani Ebole. Kuna mtu anaitwa Phoebe hapa anasema ulikuwa unataka kusema kitu. Sijui kama mnajuana. Nancy Amusuzu anasema yuko Nairobi. Felix Okemwa bana, asante sana kutazama kutoka Somalia. Kuna mmoja anaitwa Columbus anasema yuko Zimmerman. Sijui ni Zimmerman gani? Kuna Zimmerman ya 45 ama ya 46 Sijui ni 45 na 44. Raymond Kahindi anasema that's my tribe, yes. Okay. Nakuru ndani, Terry Odhiambo. Hii watu ya yellow bana. Toa jam. Evelyn Nyambogi unasema yuko wapi? Lake ni wapi huko? UAE. Yufina Adams anasema tutazama kutoka UAE, na kuna jamaa hapa anatupigia yellow.
Yufina Adams alienda UAE lini bana? Yufina wacha.
No, anakuanga UAE Ndemba. Una habari?
Yufina Adams si yuko Kenya bana?
Ni mtu wa UAE kama hujajua, alikuwa ameenda holiday
Kenya. Nitajuaje na Adams alikuwa Kenya juzi?
Unafaa kujua mafans wako. Clevan anatuambia ninawapigia shoutout kutoka usingizini. Asante. Umebarikiwa sana kama unalala ukitype. Nani mwingine hapa? Ninaona Elkana Shivachi anasema anatupigia kutoka Garden State. Garden State. Unajua Garden State ni gani Ndemba?
Ni gani hiyo? Hii ni Garden State bana. Unajua Garden State, kuna Garden State Kenya bana.
Hii ni Garden State, hata si state.
Garden State. Oh, yeah. Sijui ni gani hiyo?
Ebola unajua Garden State ni gani hiyo?
Si San Francisco.
California.
Nyinyi
California huko, San Francisco huko.
Okay. Wacha tutakuwa haya. Caroline Atieno anatuambia anapiga blue kutoka Nakuru. Stone PK lero unaambiwa na Kipchirchir hapo. Ule wetu wa Simba Omar Said anasema yuko Heidelberg. Heidelberg tuliambiwa ni wapi? Sweden.
Heidelberg, Sweden.
Haya, kuna Anita Bobo anasema yuko Wisconsin.
Anita Bobo, huyo ni fan mkubwa sana Makiadi. Anita Bobo ni fan.
Black anasema anatupigia kutoka Luanda sokoni. Unajua Luanda sokoni ni ile soko inakuwa na wale watu wengine wengi.
Bole umeambiwa Garden State ni New Jersey.
New Jersey, asante. Bole umesikia hiyo?
Na ujue Texas
ni sawa.
Texas ni the Lone Star State.
Lone Star State,
The Peach State ni Georgia, right?
Yeah, I think so. Alafu kuna Lincoln, Land of Lincoln, unajua ni gani hiyo?
Unajua sisi hatujui hizo ma Golden State, tuko ground.
Mko ground gani? Huko ground ndio kura inaibiwa. Naambia Lincoln, Land of Lincoln, Illinois.
Hiyo ni Illinois.
Illinois, hiyo Land of Lincoln, Haya, kuna Tom Kipchirchir anatuchapia shoutout kutoka LD. Hao ndio watu walitupa buzeki nje bana mapema sana na wakamkimbiza. Nani mwingine hapa?
Tunaambiwa na Clevan uache madharau. Ilikuwa nimeona panel kwa ndoto bwana.
Haya, sawa, nimekubali nisamehewe. Kuna mtu anaitwa Hummingbird anasema ati Kipchirchir anatoka Nairobi, Soweto. Haya, kuna
John Dinda anasema yuko Masaku.
Masaku. Kuna mmoja anaitwa Simon anasema anachapa shout kutoka Wajia. Inaitwa Wajira ama Wajia? Ndani.
Safi. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Samuel Kariuki anasema yuko Nyeri. Wale majamaa Kamushere.
Walisema wanangojea basi, watapelekewa basi.
Watapelekewa mabasi kama 10 wapelekwe Kasarani
kwenda kuapisha. Magi anasema yuko Nakuru Sete 58 ama wapi yuko? Najua city za Nakuru Ndemba kuna 58 pale. Kuna
Nakuru mwenyewe mimi sipajui sana.
Ya, basi wewe hujatembea bana. Nakuru maridadi sana.
Najua tu panaitwa nini? Kuna this place inaitwa potea Shabab or something.
Kuna Shabab, kuna 58 pale Bole.
Ile entrance ya Nakuru anga classic. Napendanga hizo miti.
Yes.
Sana.
Sijui kama uliacha dual carriage wakati ulikuwa Nakuru. Kuna dual carriage siku hizi.
Si niko ground na dual carriage najua.
Wewe ni mtu wa Nakuru sahi?
Hapana.
Si najua unaishangaza kusema.
Lakini najua dual carriage ya wamechapa hapo.
Unasema uko ground, unajua mimi nafikiria unaongea kutoka Nakuru na najua mahali huko.
Niko
Margarita. Najua tulimita Margarita.
Bole ukisema uko ground, si tunafikiria uko Nakuru na mimi najua uko hapa tu, hapa across the road. Haya.
Heidelberg ni Germany,
Heidelberg ni Germany. So asante sana Simba Omar Said kwa kutufunza. Unajua juzi tulikuwa tunafikiria sijui ni Sweden ama ni wapi. Nathan Dusi kama kawaida anakuanga na nyuki. Huyo hatutakuuliza, tunakujua. Huyo ni shabiki sugu wa Kalonzo Musyoka.
Sikia Cleban vile ni mchokozi. Leo mpaka Themba ametuvalia classic watch. Yaani Cleban mchokozi. Sara.
Cyprian Kambuni anasema kwangu ni Lanet na najua Lanet sana hapo. Mahali kuna kambi za jeshi kila mahali. Alafu kuna Kaptembwa pia. Kuna Stem karibu na sasa ukisikia Stem Hotel hapo ndio pale watu wa kwenda Western wanasimamishanga basi kununua
wewe ulisimamishwa kwa basi. Wewe hukuenda, mlikuwa mnasimama kwa kichaka, unakumbuka? Yani
wachana na hiyo ni kitambo bwana. Siku hizi watu wamepanda bei. Iko mahoteli hapo soda unauziwa 60 na ni soda ya 20. Watu wakishuka pale wanavamia hiyo maduka, wananunua chakula inaisha.
Wewe hukupanda basi Makiadi Machakos Country Bus. Unapanda basi
sasa wewe
inaenda kibeba, yani ni kama inabeba barabarani, alafu unajua hiyo kwa sababu haijachukua nafasi ya kuingia kwa petrol station, mnafika kwa kichaka mahali mnaambiwa kwamba mtoke mwende mjisaidie kwa kichaka.
Wewe unajua Themba kuna watu hapa wajui kulikuwa na bus company inaitwa OTC.
OTC.
Unajua OTC stage yake ilikuwa wapi?
Twende show.
Unajua stage yake ilikuwa Themba juu stage ya OTC ilikuwa wapi?
Unajua stage yake ilikuwa huko OTC huko chini. Mpaka sasa hizi kunaitwa OTC.
Hapo karibu na mahali gari za kwenda Ukambani zinapandiwa pale. Gari za Kangundo.
Hapo.
Ukiteremka kwenda country bus. Chini namna hiyo.
Hivi hiyo kitu ya kusimamishwa bana barabarani bana, unaona yani watu wamekimbia kwa kichaka huko bana, wamama
hiyo ilikuwa kitambo. Siku hizi watu wamepanda bei, lakini ile kitu ilikuwa inanifurahisha na hizo basi, nakuta mtu amekaa mbele kwa driver huko na anapiga story na mtu wako backbench huko. Sasa ni shout hizo basi zilikuwa na vituko sana.
Vituko vya basi, alafu unaenda kupanda Machakos Country Bus, unakuta umeingia basi moja, mzigo imeingia basi nyingine.
Utavurutwa kwa hiyo stage mpaka ushangae. Ukiwa na watoto, mmoja anaenda kupandishwa basi ya Nyaugenya huko. Unajua kuna basi inaitwa Nyaugenya. Wewe unapelekwa basi inaitwa Kirenga. Sijui kama uliwahi sikia basi inaitwa Kirenga. Nyingine inaitwa Calypso.
Alafu watu watakushika wanakuambia ati wewe si unaenda, kaa hapa, hii inaenda, si unaenda.
Those guys walikuwa rough. I think siku hizi kumekuwa kuzuri kwa sababu ya police station. Kuna police station hapo country bus. So ukienda hakuna bugdha kama kitambo.
Na ukikataa unaambiwa si tumekuingiza kwa basi.
Country bus ni chaos bana, bado iko.
Sure.
Huko usijaribu unashuka hapo ati na bag mbili tatu, ati unajaribu kuvuka barabara ati uingie country bus. Boss, bag moja itaenda kwa basi nyingine, utapoteza mzigo bana.
Mimi the last time nilikuwa hapo, I don't think kulikuwa na issues kwa sababu karao walikuwa wanazunguka all over the place. So ni kuzuri, si kubaya kama kitambo. Kitambo ulikuwa vile Ndemba amekuambia, mtoto anaenda kuingizwa basi ya kwenda Eldoret, wewe unapelekwa kwenda sijui wapi huko, mnaachana. Sasa hii unaanza kutafutiwa watoto sasa, na ushakata receipt ya kwenda sijui Bujumbura na ulikuwa unaenda Kakamega. Ndio urudishiwe pesa zako sasa, my friend.
Hapo sasa ndio unasikia hii hustlers, au ndo hustlers sasa.
Alafu
bus ukitaka kujua nchi inaenda wapi, hiyo ndo hustlers.
Alafu
hapo ndo hustlers.
Unapanda basi, unaambia hii basi imejaa, kumbe wengi imejaa makanga. So ukiingia tu wote wanashuka. Tunasema si mlisema imebaki tu kiti moja. Ukiingia hivi viti tatu wengine wanashuka.
Unajua watu waamka asubuhi wanasema wanaenda town kutengeneza nchi ya ujuangi, watu wanafanya kazi gani? Kuna mtu kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni kazi yake ni kujaza matatu kama passenger, na anashuka anapewa labda 5 bob ama 10 bob. By the end of the day anatoka hapo na mia karibu 2 ya matatu, na hiyo ndo maisha yake. Alafu akigraduate sasa, wakimpenda sasa atakuwa makanga. Akigraduate anakuwa driver. Na akichapa vizuri ananunua matatu yake. Ni hivyo, hiyo ndo haso.
Yeah, that was a very tough life. Mambo imekuwa hivyo. I think Kenya watu wanajua kusurvive. Watu wanajua kusurvive.
Haya, sawa, tuendelee pale salamu, alafu Makiadi atupe wimbo sasa. Waithera tuned in from Sweden. Sweden wanaongea. Makiadi uliniambia unajua kuzungumza Kisweden.
Si mimi. Huyu Waithera ni ule Roda, si ndio? Ni Roda ule, unamjua. Nani anasema nilikuwa wapi? Nilikula chapo hapo Ludhuli. Huyo ni Cyprian Kambuni ananiuliza, Ludhuli kuna uzo chapati kweli? Mimi najua Ludhuli na uzo.
Anasema ulikula chipo, ile chipo ya standing. Unakula chipo unaongezewa mpaka unapoa ya kuongezwa, lakini unakula kama umesimama. Pale Ludhuli Avenue hapo chini ya.
Hiyo Ludhuli kuna unajua mtu akikwambia ulikula chipo Ludhuli, fikiria hiyo statement sana. Usirukie tu namna hiyo.
Pale
watu kufikiria sana.
Ludhuli Avenue, unajua pale Ludhuli Avenue ukishapita hizo matatu za Isili, kulikuwa na very 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 popular photography business. Unakumbuka jina yake?
Studio One.
Ramogi, wewe unajua. Wewe ni mzee wa mtaa bana, unajua Ndemba wewe. Ramogi, wachana na history mingi. Ndemba ulikuwa unaenda kukula chipo Ludhuli
Mimi nilikuwa naenda kukula chipo Ludhuli, lakini kwa Studio One.
Chips gani? Funga magani.
Wewe kwenda huko. Unakumbuka siku za kupiga picha alafu unaenda kudevelop negative. Zinapelekwa hapo Studio One. Studio One ulikuwa na cross, unakuja side nyingine, lakini huko kwingine kulikuwa na Ramogi Studio. Alafu the Kasanga zilikuwa hapo chini hapo.
Kwa music equipment, instrument.
Hiyo Kasanga naikumbuka, na pia kuna ingine I think iko ni Ronald Ngala. No, not Ronald Ngala. Iko Moyavini ama mahali wanauza hizi Santuri. I think kuna duka moja peke yake.
Moyavini pale juu. Siku hizo hapo Moyavini huko juu karibu na Hasanant.
Hiyo duka
Kasanga ziko opposite Hasanant.
Ada ya Ibrahim.
Ibrahim siko kule kweli siku hizi Stone PK.
Ibrahim zilisha.
Ibrahim silifungwa wakatengeza vitu zingine huko.
Ya mastol hapo.
Siku hizi wametengeza mahoteli, kuna hizi mahoteli za nini ndio wanatengeza hizi za ndio biashara ina boom sana Nairobi sasa.
Baa zimekuwa nyingi sana.
Nairobi unajua watu walibidi hizo mbazi wakatoa wakaweka mahoteli. Biashara ya hoteli ni mzuri kushinda
biashara ya hoteli ililetwa na hii wa nini au
hatutaki kusema jina mingi, hatutaki kusema jina ya watu, lakini hiyo ina biashara kubwa kushinda bar, because unajua watu wanakula na kukunywa kahawa asubuhi yote mpaka jioni town. Biashara kubwa sana.
Stone PK unauliza kama mlienda Monte Carlo, Monte Carlo.
Mimi nilienda. Mimi nilienda Monte Carlo, nilienda Hollywood.
Monte Carlo kabisa. Nani ameuliza huyo?
F1.
Nani anajua? Wacha niulize, Makiadi, unajua Monte Carlo ilikuwa wapi? Makiadi hakuenda.
Monte Carlo nile ilikuwa ya Wanati
unajua mali ilikuwa?
Hiyo ungenipata huko bana mimi.
Stone Pike anajua mali ilikuwa.
Mko naenda ukitoka umeibiwa kila kitu.
Bana, hata Monte Carlo nilipelekwa, si ati nilienda, nilipelekwa. Na nilikuwa nimekaa chonjo, niliambiwa hapa kuna wanaume. Ukikaa mbaya utaumia.
Kulikuwa rege ya mchana na kuna kaa usiku ndani.
Alafu Hollywood ilikuwa huko juu, huko uptown. Hiyo upande ya juu huko.
Umesikia Chipo original ilikuwa Munyiris
Munyiris walikuwa na Chipo poa.
Lakini
Lutuli pia ilikuwa inajulikana na Chipo nzuri sana, kwanza kwa watu wametoka clubbing hapo.
Umetoka club, unajua umetoka club asubuhi bado unataka kutoa mangova, unaenda hapo kwa Lutuli hapo unasimama.
Chips na kuku.
Ile place watu walikuwa wanakula masala the best in Nairobi, ilikuwa inaitwaje pale karibu Jamii Mosque hapo.
Ati walikuwa nini?
Masala, chips masala.
Ilikuwa hapo nini?
Ni wapi? Ilikuwa inaitwaje?
Wala hapo nini? Hapo karibu na Jamia,
yes. Hapo ndio ilikuwa ukiwa na time kaa usibutrita hapo basi wewe si chani. What was the name of that place? Na ilikuwa unakaa chini. Ilikuwa unakulia kwa gari. Hicho hivi.
Unaita Wimpy?
Hapana.
Wimpy ilikuwa huko chini Moi Avenue.
Hapana, Wimpy ilikuwa Kenyatta Avenue pale.
Huyo ni nani anaitwa Gulenza Frank? Nani huyu Ndemba?
Nadhani mimi anapenda sauti yako hiyo, sawa, watu washaanza kupenda. Anapenda naye.
Anaitwa Frank bana, lazima nijichunge.
Jina la kwanza labda ni la Kirwandisi.
Kwanza ni nzuri. Jina la kwanza ni nzuri Makiadi.
Hiyo ya pili imeharibu maneno hiyo.
Ya pili usijali, kama tu usikie Sarah Stone.
Unajisema wewe.
Nani hapo walipiga picha hivi ati umeshikilia Kenyatta Conference Center hivi na mkono?
Ulikuwa unasumbua mafotografa.
Stone Pike lazima kuwe na picha kama hiyo. Stone Pike lazima kuwe nayo. Ati KICC
alikuwa anaitwa Karim, ndiye alikuwa mnoma hapo.
Alafu hiyo picha unaikuja after 30 days.
Na saa hizo Gade, nani alienda Gade Mange hapo? Garden Square.
Garden Square nilienda.
Garden Square si tuliambiwa ni place ya watu wanaenda matanga bwana. So mimi hata
ilikuwa entertainment joint.
Garden Square siku hizi ukienda hapo, ya Mungu ni kuchanga matanga, ndo hapo watu wanakutana. Matanga na mchango.
Ndemba amejitambua ndio huyo.
Gulenza is a woman's name. Sasa wewe kuisha wewe Makiadi ushapenda na Gulenza, ushapenda
hapo huko kwa R7 bwana.
Makiadi Mganda.
Wewe Makiadi umeweza hapo.
Ule mtu mimi najua
atakuita stable.
Mtu najua kutoka Uganda ni mmoja tu, Bobby Wine. Unasema akina Mseveni mimi siwajui bana. But welcome to the show. Amesema anaitwa nani?
Gulenza Frank.
Gulenza, asante sana kwa kuungana pamoja nasi. Sijui unatutazama kutoka Uganda pande gani, kama ni Kampala. Asante.
Kuna jamaa anasema hapa, unaona Samuel Karuki anasema kuna trousers zilikuwa zinaitwa Tokyo.
Kama Beli.
Makiadi.
Ajui zile zilikuwa zinaitwa Savco. Unajua kuna zingine zilikuwa zinaitwa Savco.
Savco ilikuwa inakuja na jacket yake, right?
Savco.
Makiadi.
Alafu Savco walileta siku moja Christmas inaitwa Stonewash. Tulileta shida kwa wazazi. Kama ununuliwi Stonewash, hapana.
Makiadi na Awina Rapepa nauliza kama mnakumbuka Forester Magnetica.
Forester hapo corner house juu.
Alafu kuna viatu zilikuwa zinaitwa Cornet.
Wewe unaonekana ulikuwa mtoto wa tajiri kama ulikuwa unavaa hizo. Ama ni
Huyu jamaa alikuwa anavaa vitu. Huyu jamaa alikuwa
sasa unajua nini?
Mimi nilikuwa navaa kitu inaitwa sandak. Wewe kama hujui
sandak?
Hujui sandak ni nini?
Sandak naelewa sandak vizuri, kwani sijui. Lakini sandak hapana.
Ni gani hiyo Douglas?
Sandak ni kiatu ya plastic hiyo.
Bas, ukivaa hiyo kitu saa 7 ndio utajua huna kiatu.
Boss, nakwambia jua ikiwaka boss. Jua ikiwaka utajua ujui.
Lakini unajua Makiadi sandak ilikuwa all weather. Unaweza ingia nayo kwa maji, unaweza itembea nayo na ilikuwa all weather.
Wewe ngoja ifike saa 7 utatamani kutoa hiyo kitu kwa mguu, utembee mguu tupu. Lakini huwezi bana.
Kiatu inawaka moto.
Inawaka moto na sasa unajua mnaenda PE.
Unakumbuka Walkman? Ile Walkman ilikujanga, yani lazima mtu atembee na ka Walkman na kanini nako kameko kwa belt. Sasa unasikiza.
Unajua kuna watu walipata mabibi na hiyo Walkman peke yake, vile Makiadi amevaa hiyo kitu.
Basi unaona hivi ndio usave bet.
Baadaye unajua nini? Watu wengi hajui. Unaona hiyo tape vile Stone Pike anasema kurewind tape. Kama urewind na kwa music system, kama system yako ilikuwa na nini moja peke yake,
one way.
Unachukua hivi, unajua ile Byropen ya Bic, watu wajui hiyo Byropen ya Bic ilikuwa na kazi mingi sana. Unachapa rewind tape hivi. Alafu ile unangoja goma kwa radio. Nani presenter anasema, "Haya sasa tuko karibu kucheza wimbo fulani ya nani?" Unapiga record. Watu walikuwa innovative bana, innovative. Alafu tulikuwa tunaenda kuomba na cassettes. Unaenda unanoka neighbor. Nisaidie na cassette ya Whitney Houston na nisaidie na cassette ya sijui ya nani, ya Michael Jackson. Anakusaidia, alafu anakuambia rudisha by kesho. Unaenda unasikiza mgomo, unazirecord. Unajua kama una system 2, una dub yote. Alafu unatani hiyo tape tena, una dub the next time unamrudishia.
Lakini unaona hiyo Walkman nako karini ulikuwa unatembea nako. Sio ndio precursor ya mobile phone. Sasa after hiyo the most useless innovation ilikuwa pager.
Pager, by the way, that was a flop. I remember
it was a flop. Pager ilitoka hivi hata haikukaa, cell phones zikakuja.
Yeah, nakumbuka wakintroduce pager Kenya. Hiyo advertisement ilikuwa itwaje, sijui nisahau. But pager haikushika sana.
Ilikaa sana na madaktari.
Because pager was not convenient, because ni message unapata, then you have to go to a call box to call someone.
Ati mtu anakutumia pager na kuambia come home quickly.
Hii pager mlitumia bwana. Kwa nini watu mlikuwa mababi namna gani bwana?
Alafu kuna watu wajui
vibarua kidogo.
Kuna kama huko enda kitu inaitwa Florida 2000.
F2.
Alafu ukaenda Madhouse. Hizo vitu hiyo generation ilikupita. Boss, hizo vitu utajua kulikuwa kunaendaje.
Kabisa.
Those were places at least you visit once in your lifetime. Hizo zimeisha hivyo.
Hebu nikumbushe ile walikuwa uwezi ingia na sport shoes pale karibu na nani?
Wapi?
Pale ukipanda Kimathi Street upande pale juu karibu na on your way to Kitanless unaenda Visions. Yes, Visions ilikuwa ukidozu unatupwa nje bwana.
Alafu ukipanda pale Museum Hill kulikuwa na bubbles.
Stone Pike iko mtu ameadmire hiyo kofia yako sana.
Mwambie nitampa nani huyo?
Check comment. amefurahia kofia yako sana. Sijui ni ile ya Tiger Woods ama ni gani?
Leo nimeshinda go.
Ana amerudi ama ule public anaitwa nini? Public participation ndio huyo ana. Manake wameagree sana na Stone PK hapa.
Tulikuwa tukienda F2. Unajua
F2 ulikuwa na badala moderate bana, sasa una
angalia F2
ulikuwa na loot traps bana.
Nimemwangalia vizuri sana nikaona hapa huyu ni kama ndio huyu an wamekoja kupiga PK hapa support.
Angalia Stone PK, unakumbuka F2? Watu wako miaka do kulikuwa na jam session Sunday. Unaingia jam session na kama umeomoka una so mbili.
Ni domo
sana. Nakwambia utakunywa soda my friend, ama utakunywa ukijaribu kutaka drink moja the whole session unless ukutane na kazini yako akusaidia. ile transport ya kurudi nyumbani umeikunja hivi umeka kwa ile mfuko ndogo ya jeans. Ukipoteza hiyo boss unatembea nyumbani.
Kuna mtu alienda disco matanga huko chini.
Kulikuwa hizo disco matanga mtaani.
Alafu unakumbuka showground? Nani alienda showground akalala huko akakosa kurudi nyumbani? Unajua mimi kwa scout, so nilikuwa nikienda showground.
Mazembe.
Nilikuwa nikienda showground alafu naenda
unakumbuka DS
naenda Roland Camp, naenda kulala huko.
DS na Maroon Commandos na Mazembe.
Nyinyi mmekula shida. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria mimi ndio nimekula shida peke yangu. Nilitembea kutoka Carnival mpaka town mguu.
Carnival ilikuwa hakuna gari inaingia ndani bro. Na ukiingia Carnival unakaa mpaka asubuhi.
Wacha magadi atuambie story. Ulitembeaje? Ulikula fare?
Hapana, unajua tulikuwa na mimi nikiwa barubaru nilikuwa napiga rap so tulikuwa tumeenda competition huko na jamaa wengine, na unajua ile kuanzia pale hauna pesa hata za kwenda Carnival bana, inabidi umekanyaga mguu kutoka town mpaka Carnival. Naenda kupiga rap competition pale, kulikuwa na maproducer walikuwa wanataka kuchukua musicians pale, so hapo ndio the group yenye inajulikana kama Zulu Crew. Mimi sijui kama waisikia, sijui kama
umesikia Zulu Crew. Kumbe ni nini?
Hapo ndio walipata recording contract yao Zulu Crew.
Oh, okay.
Sisi hatukuonewa bana.
Alafu huko fare ilisha.
Sasa ni kurudi mguu mpaka town. Unajua ulitoka huko mguu kujafika Carnival pale, hata soda huwezi afford bana. Unapiga competition yako, unashindwa, tena unarudi town mguu. Ukienda mahali unaenda. So tumekula hiyo.
Unasikiaje sasa ukienda Carnival unaenda
ulipanda Kenya bus na Nyayo bus?
Hiyo siku ilikuwa
ulikuwa unaepa hiyo mashini ikija karibu unashuka unarudi
nyuma.
Angalia the irony Temba. Sasa Makiadi akienda Carnival anaingia ile upande ya nyama huko, anakula ma ostrich huko na bacon. Siku moja hapo nikatembea mpaka town.
Lakini unajua mimi sijai understand vile hao makanga wa Kenya basi walikuwa wanajishikilia. Kwa hiyo unajua wako wanashika na mikono, na kuna zile chuma za straight, ule jamaa akijishikilia pande ile nyingine sitaki kutaja, hatingiki bana, hata gari inapiga brake asongi bana.
Hiyo ni una adapt. Kuna vile unasimamanga kwa basi, una anticipate mtu akibrake vile utasonga mbele, unajisongesha mbele. Na ile kitu yao, unakumbuka ile kitu yao hivi
mashini
ile,
alafu mtu akose kulipa ati anapigwa nayo kwa kichwa,
unapigwa na faint, ni chuma nzito.
Bana hao wanaume niliwa respect bana.
Alafu walikuwa naipiga chap chap.
Hao tu niwapatie heshima.
Na bus uliwahi kuwa nazo?
Hapana. Nakumbuka siku moja nilienda Nairobi show, alafu unajua walikuwa kwambia tunakukatia tikiti, lakini shikilia tikiti, ukishuka basi uoneshane. Mazee tulitupa ticket, sijui kama tulikula, unaweka ticket kwa mdomo. Mazee litashida, ilibidi tulipe tena.
Alafu nani nakumbuka Rare Wat.
Rare Wat wale wa Masai.
Disco dance ilikuwa inaitwa Winaka KCC.
Disco
Winaka competition.
Wow. Baadaye wanafaa kurudisha Winaka disco, lakini sasa watu
unajua huyo jamaa wa Rare Wat mpaka saizi wanga ana choreograph mamuziki. Hao walishindanga hiyo.
Huyo kwanza anapokuingia TikTok. Akiingia TikTok atapata followers wengi sana.
Nani walikuwa wana host hiyo DJ hapo hiyo competition? Unakumbuka hiyo group? Ilikuwa
unakumbuka the popular song hapo ilikuwa ile Money Talks. Money Talks.
Hiyo ni zile siku ilikuwa na kina John Karani
alafu unakumbuka Suku Stars. Suku Stars. Na zile makofia kubwa hivi.
Akina John Karani
akina John Karani.
Late night show ama nini ile ilikuwa inakuja Friday usiku.
Sasa unajua hizo siku mlikuwa vijana, amko mnajua hizo siku ya kwamba siku moja mtakuwa mnasema zile siku. Hata watu sasa wa TikTok waseme zile siku.
Kuna watu wajui kulikuwa na program inaitwa Tushauriane. Moi alikuja kwa National TV akasema hiyo program isioneshwe tena.
Ifungwe mara moja.
Makiadi.
Yes.
Haya, we've taken people down memory lane. Sasa tupatie muziki alafu tujaribu kufunga.
Sawa. So ngoma ya leo inatoka kila siku na wachapia hawa wa jamaa. Kuna jamaa anajulikana kama Josky Kiambukuta. Sijui kama mshamsikia. Ngoma yake yenyewe inajulikana kama Misile ama ukipenda unaweza ita Missile kama unapenda kizungu. So this music was actually released in 1983 and it was recorded in Paris ni Paris as part of the Chok sessions that featured musicians from both Afrisa and TPOK Jazz. Lyrically, it is a classic Josky Kiambukuta song that laments the pain of love. So Josky shows his full vocal range all the way from high notes to deep bass. Mavitiku Visi, aka Michelino, is on the lead guitar. So ngoma yenyewe inajulikana kama Misile, inaenda namna hii: bolingo na pesa nayo ezalia kubotela ma motema ya mwana moto. Sijui kama umepata hiyo key
kabisa.
Bas, wacha niseme stance ya kwanza inasema bolingo na pesa nayo ezalia kubotela ma motema ya mwana moto eboya bapasi l'amour soki ngai na lingie lingangai sherie komi pesa tulingana wanandeki mia. Yani bolingo na pesa nayo ni kwamba the love that I got for you, the love. Bolingo ni mapenzi. Bolingo sasa mjue ni mapenzi, si ile vitu zingine yenye unasikianga watu wakisema. So bolingo ni mapenzi. Bolingo na pesa nayo, yani my love for you, my love, the love that I gave you, ezalia botelama, yani it should be taken care of, yani take care of the love that I gave you. Motema ya mwana moto, motema ni roho, motema ya mwana moto eboya bapasi l'amour, yani motema ya mwana moto inasema a person's heart hates the problems of love. Motema ni roho ya mwana moto, ya mtoto wa watu, inachukia maneno ama zile shida zinatoka kwa mapenzi. So kingai na lingie, yani if I love you, so kini if ngai na lingio lingangai sheri, if I love you then you should love me back. Komi pesa tulingana, yani give yourself to me so we can love each other. Wanandeki mia, this will lead to tranquility. Stansi ya pili inasema bolingo komi konyoko langai komi lokola koloka malobatolobaka tango tovandaka etikala lokola na pato ndenge ngai na lingio lingangai sherie nzoto mwana moto okonyokolo yeba ezali mpe moto. Yani bolingo okomi konyoko langai ni the love that you made me suffer. Ekomi lokola koloko was like a curse. Yani ile mapenzi ambayo ulinionyesha ilikuwa ni kama curse. Malobatolobaka tango tovandaka. The words we spoke when we were together, etikala lokola na photo, stayed with me like a picture. Yani yale maneno tuliongea wakati tulikuwa pamoja yalibaki ndani yangu kama picha. Ndenge ngai na lingio, ndenge ngai na lingio. The way I love you, ndenge ngai na lingio. Lingangai sherie, you should also love me back. Nzoto mwana moto okonyokola. This person's body you are hurting. Yani hii mwili ya huyu jamaa ambayo unamuumiza, yeba ezali mpe moto. You should know is also a human being. Alafu sasa pale kwa chorus Ndemba, kama unajua hiyo ngoma inaendaga inasema ye. Yani ye mama ye. Alafu inasema nakufa. Sijui kama unapata hiyo rhyme ya pale. Ile inasemaga nakufa au mama. Mwesikia hiyo wimbo kweli ama
Rumba,
tunasikizanga
rumba hiyo, napenda hiyo ngoma sana.
Unaisikia hiyo?
Hiyo ni ngoma.
Bas, ndio hiyo. Yey, mama nakufa. Sauti ni mbaya lakini roho ni safi.
Unajua tulikuwa rumba niliintroduciwa na mzee, my dad. Tukienda up country, hizo ndo ngoma alikuwa kichapa kwa gari. Unasikiza hizo na zingine. Makina Franco.
Yeah, inaanzaga inachapa ting 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 ting. Sijui kama unapata hiyo, bolingo na pesa nayo. Zalio mwana moto, motema ya mwana moto. Namna hiyo. Sasa Stone pekee huku kuja na gitaa bana. Wewe pia unatuangusha bana.
Jana nilikuwa nayo ukahepa.
Stone pekee anachapa gitaa
kabisa.
Talent.
Hapa tulisema tutaanzisha bendi. Unaona kuna bwana vokali, kuna mtu ambaye ana lyrics hapo, mistari anaandika.
Sa vocal wetu ndio tulimpoteza, tutamtafuta tu polepole.
Najua baada ya Monday atarudi.
Miriam anasema wow, I thought mimi ni mtu nimekula chumvi, kumbe sisi tulivaa sitataja bana. Sitaji hiyo imetajwa hapo bana. Ndio hiyo ebole
kamisi ni mzuri hiyo ilikuwa poa sana. Kwanza
ebole chapa kitu hapo.
Ebole unmute.
Ebole unmute, cheza kidogo.
Unmute.
Staki kuaibisha PK, wacha
hapana, ni poa.
Hii yake ni ya display bana. Hii yako ni ya display lakini hakuna kitu.
Cheza mugizi. Ama
umetoa gitaa nyingine haina waya bana.
Bana nachapa hiyo kitu lakini sitaki. Nataka kwanza kusikia PK kwanza.
Hiyo ni rhythm mama, ni bass guitar. Hiyo yako ni gani?
Yake ni banjo.
Hapana, hii ni bass.
Hii ni bass guitar.
Okay.
Ati watu vaa hiyo kitu siku hizi.
Hiyo by the way ilipotea. Unajua ilikuwa nzuri sana, ukivaliwa uonyeshwe chini kidogo, ile inaitwa manifu.
PK unatereza bana. Unatereza njia, wachana na hiyo. Ulisikia jana kuna mtu alikuja hapa akasema iko watu wengi wanaona show, wachana na hiyo.
Yes, Bernard is my brother in Christ.
Wewe Richi uliona ama Temba mliona TV 6 before 6 ama ilikuwa before 7, zile malines za red, yellow, green, bado KBC hajafunguka.
Ngojea station ifunguliwe,
unasikia tu
ilikuwa inapiga wimbo gani asubuhi,
alafu usiku ilikuwa inafunga saa ngapi? Ilikuwa 10 ama 11. TV imezimwa mpaka kesho
11.
Muliona Ngwata Francis na weather
bwana.
amesema akifanyisha
za mvua upande wa Makiadi Friday unaleta wimbo gani?
Hawajui news ilikuwa ikianza. Hakuna news. Hakuna watu hawajui hakuna news ilikuwa ikianza bila mtukufu rais leo alionekana sijui wapi. Hiyo ndo news. News isipoanza hivyo hakuna news.
Haya. Makiadi Friday unatuletea wimbo gani?
Tutatafuta watu watatuma request.
Tumeni request hapo kama unataka kuletewa.
Kuna jamaa ananikumbusha leo. No. Hiyo ni maridadi sana Hiyo inasema libala libala.
Makiadi unajua hii? Bolingo na miyakio sele mama. Mobali na genokite.
Ndio hiyo. Na kumbe unaweza imba. Unaweza chapa. Sasa si ungechomoa gitaa alafu tuchapie. Sasa
unaona na hiyo bass gitaa.
Sasa nikishika hiyo gitaa italeta shida hapa. Hiyo ndio lazima nilipwe. Wacha nisianze hiyo maneno.
Bole, tuchezee tu kidogo.
Tuchezee kidogo bwana. Tuchezee
kidogo tu mstari ding ding.
Ama upitishie Stone PK basi. Pitishia Stone PK hapo. Stone PK chukua hiyo gitaa tusikie.
Next time. Wacha tupange.
Bole.
Hii yako ya vitisho ni gani?
Bole tuonjeshe. Haya, wacha tuulize washirika pale chini. Tukipata watu 5 basi. Wangapi wanataka Ebola atuonjeshe? Piga like, piga blue hapo kama unataka Ebola atuonjeshe. Watu 5 tu alafu Ebola acheze. Haya, piga blue tafadhali. Watu wangapi hapo chini? Piga blue, Ebola acheze. Ebola acheze asicheze. Haya, safi. Sara anasema Ebola cheza. Panda anataka iwe Friday next week. Haya, Miriam anataka Ebola cheza. Brian anasema Ebola cheza. Bado 2. Anita Bobo. Haya, moja wa mwisho.
Jeo best hapana.
Huyo hajapiga. Asafi. Anita tena bana, spoiled boats. Yufina Adams. Ebola cheza bana. Ndio huyo 5 ashafika.
Unajua hii imekuja sudden. Wacha nijipange. But I promise I'll play. Na ndachapa ngoma moja hapa mtashangaa. Sitaki channel ibadilike kutoka kwa hii maneno ianze kwa channel ya muziki.
Ngoja hivi, strum kidogo tu. Strum kidogo hivi.
Sasa wamepeleka gitaa huko.
Bole wewe pia una story mingi.
Uko na inaitwa moving target kama namba za IBC.
Kama namba ya IBC hii turnout ya Bole iko. Haya basi,
unajua unaweza serenade hapa maneno. Hata show ianze, unajua sasa show iko 11 hours. Ichape karibu 16. Watu wanasema sasa tunataka hii show ya dakika 3 tena kuja achape gitaa. Sasa show iharibike.
Dakika 3 peke yake unawatwangia gitaa, wanasikia kwanza vile unashika hizo waya. Unaonyesha waya peke yake.
Bole hao watu wetu tuwangwana sana. Ukiona tukiwaambia sasa kwa heri wanaenda. Ukiwaambia sasa nini wanacheza. Watu wangwana. Lakini hamna neno. Hatutaki kupiga pressure, isiwe pressure. Weenda jipange. Uje. Stone PK atakuja pia na yake hapa. Itakuwa tu bolingo na ipasi.
Stone PK chapa hiyo, Stone atachapa tu Mugithi tu.
Mimi ukiniambia Mugithi sawa.
Mimi napenda. Haya, Stone uko na gitaa yako hapo?
Hapana, iko kule chini kabisa.
Mimi napenda Kama Sutra.
Kama Sutra.
Kama Sutra? Nani hiyo?
Napenda akolingi sana Anita.
Adhiambo Queen anauliza 1200 letters Franco received from women. Can you imagine? Unaikumbuka hiyo muziki?
1200 Makiadi.
Hiyo ni ile nimewapigia mara mingi sana hapa, inaulizanga bandeko ya basi
bandeko ya basi
balinga kabasi ya bandeko ya mibali te, yani bandeko ya basi yoyo. Why do sisters hate their brothers wives? Unasikia hiyo bandeko ya basi? Kwa nini madada wanachukia mabibi za ndugu yao?
Yani wanachukia mashemeji zao.
Bandeko ya basi yoyo balinga kabasi ya bandeko ya mibali te pona nini yo.
Makiadi, tuombee.
Haya, maridadi tu. Nilikuwa nafikiria mtatukubalia tu nini wimbo wa Afrika Mashariki, lakini sasa mtu wa kuimba hakuna leo.
Julia alienda, tuliimba jana.
Okay, sawa basi. So kwa Kiswahili wimbo wa taifa wetu wa Kenya unasema kwamba Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda, na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukurani.
Asanteni sana nyote ambao mmekuja kushirikiana pamoja nasi. Kesho tena tukutane sana wakati kama wa leo. Towards the end, kawaida tunabaki hapa mimi, Makiadi, Stone PK. Leo Ebole ametujoin. Hawa ndio kawaida. Tuliwaambia msitishwe sana na kina Sara na nani. Hao ni mswala wa kupita. Usiache mbachao. Sisi hapa ndio tuko. Stone PK, Makiadi na mimi. Ebole sijui kama atakuja, lakini ni sawa kama atatujoin. Amesema atakuja kutupigia wimbo, kutuangia wimbo. Sawa tu. Sasa hii muda wa mwishoni hapa imekuwa tu ni umbea tu. Ni umbea. Yani kidogo tunakumbuka sijui wapi, kidogo sijui nini, tumekupa vijana wajana wamekuja, waliobobea wamekuja, wametoka kwenye nini pia wamekuja. Sasa inakuwa tu ni umbea tu, ni umbea. Na unajua anasema umbea haitaki uzembe. Sasa kama upendi umbea, usije hapa wakati wa mwisho. Lakini hata hivyo tunashukuru watu 300 bado wanatazama. Asanteni sana.
Tara anasema kesho atakuja Themba. Basi sasa ndio huyo basi.
Sasa Themba, wale ambao wanasema wamemiss kipindi chetu leo cha muziki, nitawapatia assignment leo, waende kusikiza muziki ambao unajulikana kama Ibeba. Umechapwa na mwanamuziki anajulikana kama Tabule Rochero.
Tabule Ibeba Rochero.
Sasa sijui Stone PK kama unajua hiyo gitaa inachapa likambo yuti musika na zaliko banga tentili. Unasikia hiyo gitaa
wacha
ndari hazi mpoto kake baby alafu na kemie nzukwele bilanga kemie libala ikoto bondoki kemie ten tentelele. Hiyo gitaa ukuje nayo kesho tutawachapia hiyo.
Unasikia Bole pia anajua mahali gitaa inakujia.
Inaitwa namna hiyo sentence, likambo yuti musika na zaliko banga, yani a word has come from far, so be afraid. Hiyo inatakana Stone PK ndio kapige rehearsal. Kesho tunawachapia Ibeba.
Kesho jioni.
Ibeba.
Kesho jioni najua tukija sana wakati kama huu itakuwa karibu kule Supreme Court, wanapelekwa wanaendelea kutuangwa huko, so itakuwa ni wakati mzuri sana. So thank you so much, and we really appreciate. You only need 4 things to come here, but they added a 5th one: the working gadget, connectivity, willingness to learn, and something to share. And then of course Danny Darius, Makiadi and the rest says also you need a working brain to come over here so that we can share together. Thank you so much. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV. And as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, please also subscribe to my personal channel. This is a channel of my daughter and I. If you can go there and subscribe, we'll really appreciate. Kindly go there and subscribe. It is Themba and Lulu Show on YouTube. Kindly just go there. Give us a like, subscribe for us. It's just a dad and daughter having an interesting moment and us talking. But other than that, thank you so much.
Na kama hujasahau mafans wa Manchester United, leo mtalala. Umesikia
watu wa Manu na Arsenal, unajua tumeshinda 5 juu ya 5 na tuko juu ya table. Sasa muwe tayari.
Yani Manu has nothing to lose. Wacha tuambie hivyo. You have nothing to lose.
You have nothing to lose.
You have nothing to lose. Hata mkitushinda hakuna mahali mnaenda sasa. So tulieni mahali mko pale.
Wewe wacha bana.
Unaona Stone PK amekasirika na hiyo maneno.
Okay, adios.
Ataleta unconstitutional means hapo.
Hapo kabisa.
Adios, amigo. See you guys tomorrow. Cheers.
Karibu, asanteni kwa heri.